Long Yu didn't know the name of that alien race, but he knew that, like the human race and the demon race, it was a race that could comprehend various divine powers. Each individual used different powers. The four aliens that appeared in front of Long Yu and the others each looked like a bunch of grapes. They were all purple and made up of small balls of flesh. They looked a little disgusting, but the fighting power of this alien race should not be underestimated. The most important thing is that of the four alien races in front of me, 2 are 7th level masters, and the other 2 are 6th level masters. Anyone who can come to the Eclipse Ancient territory, even a 6th level master, must be a strong man who can fight beyond the level. In a fight with them, it's best if you can kill them. If you can't kill them, you have to protect yourself. Be careful not to touch the white light ball in this room. After Concubine Yu finished speaking to the 3 of them, she bypassed the strange white light balls alone and flew towards the 4 aliens. Obviously, if you want to pass this level, it is either related to these white light balls, or you have to kill a foreign race to pass. This is based on some experiences and rules summed up by previous people after entering the Eclipse Ancient domain. These white light balls have never appeared before, but it is very common to put members of 2 alien races in the same room. Basically, if a member of either party dies, a link to the bottom will appear in the room. The entrance teleportation array of a passage. Seeing Concubine Yu flying towards the 4 aliens, Long Yu followed closely behind, and then Yu Ge and Han Ying quickly followed them without staying where they were. On the one hand, they wanted to help Concubine Yu, and on the other hand, they also wanted to keep the distance between the 4 of them relatively close, so that if any accident occurred, they could quickly provide support. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. While approaching the 4 aliens, Long Yu directly raised his hand to condense the 8th magical power, the 9 Nether Sphere, and then a pitch-black sphere condensed from the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions appeared in mid-air. The 9 Nether Orb is constantly changing its position, mainly to prevent it from hitting the white light balls in the room, so as to avoid some unexpected situations. At the same time, some dark winding lines were continuously released from the 9 Nether Ball, winding towards the 4 grape-shaped aliens, directly controlling the flow of power in their bodies to a certain extent. Even though Long Yu Tsai is a 3rd level master, this 9 Nether Ball has at least weakened the opponent's speed of using any method by nearly 30%, which can already give them a huge advantage in battle. The 2 major races meet on a narrow road in this level. The easiest way is to kill each other. Even if you kill one of them, the teleportation array will appear in this level. Both sides want to kill one of the others. Among the 4 people on Long Yu's side, Concubine Yu is at the pinnacle level of the 7th level master. She is obviously the strongest. It is not that easy to kill her. However, if you want to kill one of the 3, Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Han Ying, it is not that difficult. At least it seems to those aliens that it is not difficult. Maybe they are still wanting to laugh. This race, why did you send such a 3rd level master into the Eclipse Ancient territory? It's really funny. The 2 7-stage Dominator level grape aliens soon started fighting with Concubine Yu. Concubine Yu's immortal and demonic energy burst out at the same time. The immortal energy dealt with one of the aliens, and the demonic energy dealt with the other alien. However, even though Concubine Yu was extremely powerful, she could not escape from the opponent's joint attack for a while. Even if she fights alone, it is not easy for Concubine Yu to kill one end of the opponent, let alone if both ends of the opponent join forces. The remaining 2 powerful alien races of the 6th level masters are not a big trouble for Long Yu and the others. They had already encountered such a situation when they completed their training in the seminary. Some 6th level masters, they had directly killed all the powerful men of the Great Lord. Not to mention, the 3 of them have now reached a higher level of martial arts than before, and have even defeated ordinary aliens who are 7th level masters. To sum it up, The two powerful aliens who are 6-level masters in front of us are almost at the level of 7-level masters. If they cannot reach the peak, it is not impossible to deal with each other. Stars everywhere. Thousand Door Soul Lock. The two girls, Yu Ge and Hong Ying, used the methods of the divine formation almost at the same time. Yu Ji's star-studded formations and Hong Ying's Thousand Doors Soul Lock were superimposed together, directly trapping one of the 6-stage domineering grape aliens. Together. The bodies of these grape aliens are constantly expanding and contracting, as if they are about to explode. The grape aliens trapped there comprehend the power of the flame divine script, and the powerful divine script of the flame divine script is continuously condensed from their bodies. To destroy the two great divine formations spread over the sky and the Thousand Door Soul locking formation. However, it is not that easy to destroy these two divine formations in a short while. Under the control of Qianmen Sihun, the spiritual soul of the alien race cannot leave the control range of the divine formation at all, and cannot even perceive the situation in the outside world. Its deduction power, vision, and spiritual perception, all abilities were blocked by Qianmen's soul lock. Immediately afterwards, there was still a 6th-level alien race left, but it was restricted by Long Yu's 9 nether ball to 30% of its strength. There was no problem for the three of them. However, it seemed that something was wrong with the situation here. Over there, a 7-stage master of the grape alien race suddenly split into countless clones and teleported directly towards Long Yu. Each clone using the same method, countless thunderous rays of light fell from the sky, crashing towards Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying. What the foreign race understood was the power of the thunder divine text. Even the thunder offensive unleashed by the clone felt extremely powerful and unstoppable. Frenzy against the celestial barrier. Long Yu stepped forward directly, and his whole body was shrouded in the Quanzhan divine text. After all, it was an endless-level high-grade martial arts. At this time, the Quanzhan celestial body was faced with the attack of clones of the 7-stage master alien race, and finally resisted it. Even though soon, Long Yu's whole body was shrouded in lightning, and soon the entire physical body was almost destroyed, but then, before the other party could react, Long Yu's physical body began to rapidly reshape. At the same time, Yu Ge and Hong Ying have joined forces. The stars cut through the air. Bloody whip. The two women used their attack methods together to destroy all the alien clones of the 7-stage masters in the field. Their special weapon was the Red Warbler's long bloody whip. Countless whip shadows emerged in the space and landed suddenly not far away. The 6th stage of great mastery is on foreign races. If they were struck from the front by these bloody long whips, the 6th stage master foreign race would probably feel very uncomfortable, and even their souls would be damaged. However, how could the 6th stage master foreign race be hit by an attack like this? What the bloody whip hit was just the afterimage of the alien. Immediately afterwards, the alien disappeared from the field without leaving any shadow for them. It was obvious that he had used some kind of concealment method to hide on the side, ready to wait for the opportunity. Light of balance. Hong Ying raised her hand, and the light of balance blessed her body, and then her spiritual perception spread directly, and almost in the next moment she found the missing 6th-stage master alien race. 4 phases of killing prison. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. His body was only half reshaped just now, and he directly used the ancient god's forbidden technique of 4 phases of killing prison. Countless lines of death entangled the 6th-stage hidden alien race that had been found. Got up. The line of death constantly destroys the body and spiritual soul of the alien. The key is that the damage to its soul is almost inevitable and permanent. At this time, the other 6th-stage Great Master foreign race finally escaped from the Thousand Door Soul Lock. Although he was still a little confused, he still directly understood the situation in front of him, and released a burst of light divine power from his body. Falling on, he was attacked by his companions from the 4 phases killing prison. The power of those light divine inscriptions gradually drove away the lines of death in the four-phase killing prison, and was still repairing the injured spiritual soul of the alien. This method is amazing. Even if he is Long Yu, he has to sigh with emotion. The existence of cultivators who can enter the Eclipse ancient territory is indeed not a fuel-efficient lamp. It is extremely difficult to kill an alien from the opponent. Not to mention, the two strongest beings on the other side are now held back by Concubine Yu. Otherwise, this battle would almost not have to be fought. Forest Demon Divine Wen. Unbounded Grip. Long Yu saw that the alien on the other side who had understood the light divine text was so powerful, and he immediately wanted to kill that alien first. Repeated methods were of no use, and if Thousand Door Soul Lock was used again, it would not be able to trap the other side. How long, after all, the other party has seen such a method before, and it will be much easier and faster to break it than before, so there is no need to use it again. Therefore, Long Yu directly understood 50% of the Enlightenment level Forest Demon Divine Script, activated the Unbounded Grip, formed an invisible hand, and completely grasped the 6th level Dominator alien who was using the Bright Divine Script. Then, the second and third sections of the Unbounded Grip were activated directly, and the Forest Demon Divine Text burst out directly from the body of the alien. Due to the characteristics of the Forest Demon Divine Text, combined with the Unbounded Grip, it can directly destroy the opponent's spiritual soul, and destroy the opponent's power before sealing it. The opponent does not even have a chance to use the light divine text, just like that. The explosion of Long Yu Isen's demonic writing destroyed more than half of his spiritual soul. Immediately afterwards, the Red Warbler's bloody long whip came in an instant, carrying the same destructive power to the spirit and soul, and continued to fall on the alien who understood the light divine text. The other 6th-stage master alien wanted to help, but was stopped by Yugo. The star-studded divine formation, one of her innate magical powers, and one of her ancient-level martial arts, combined with the 3 control methods, made it impossible for him to help. There is no way to break through to rescue the alien companion who understands the divine words of light. Long Yu's Forest Demon Divine Text and Hong Ying's bloody long whip were shot at the same time. The foreign race with the 6th-stage master was simply unable to resist, and soon its spirit and soul became extremely depressed. 1. Reading a book. But at this time, one of the 7th-stage Great Master aliens over there rushed over desperately. The power of the Thunder Divine Text came with a bang, directly forcing Long Yu back one after another, and pushed the dying 6th-stage Great Alien race saved. There seemed to be some exchange among the alien races, and immediately afterwards, their strategies suddenly changed. In a head-on battle, these 4 aliens realized that they were no match for the 4 dragons, so they decisively changed their action strategies and launched attacks on the white balls of light in the field. The white light balls they attack are all relatively close to Long Yu and the others. Once attacked, no one knows what the consequences will be. The faces of Long Yu and the others changed drastically, and they immediately took action. Yuga took Hong Ying and directly used 9 Heaven Star Flash, teleporting away into the distance, far away from the white light balls attacked by the opponent, until he was closer to those white light balls than those aliens. Only when he was far away did he stop. Even though Long Yu had the means to transform into nothingness, he did not dare to face these white balls of light. You must know that this was a level left by the gods. If there was any danger, he would not even be able to avoid transforming into nothingness. Therefore, he directly activated the Void Dragon Blade, and then Void traveled to the other end of the room, far away from the nearby white ball of light. Seeing that Long Yu and the others reacted so quickly and moved away from those white light balls, the aliens were a little surprised, and then they directly put away their hands and did not continue to attack those white light balls. Immediately afterwards, all 3 alien tribesmen turned around and prepared to attack Concubine Yu together with 4 of them. On Concubine Yu's body, the immortal energy and the demonic energy exploded together, continuously producing extremely strong destructive power, forcing the remaining 7th-level master alien race to retreat, and then her whole body was filled with black and white power, and she actually resisted it. The 4 alien races joined forces to attack. Even if 4 foreign races joined forces, they can't break through Concubine Yu's defense. However, Long Yu knew very well that Concubine Yu's defense would not last long. After all, the 2 powerful 7th-level masters among the foreign races were both at the peak of the 7th-level masters, and they were only one step away from being godlike. Remote existence. Go back and help. Long Yu nodded to Hong Ying and Yu Ge, who were some distance away, and then took the lead to activate the Void Dragon Blade. He reached not far from Concubine Yu in a flash, and then the power of the Taichu of the water element gathered near Concubine Yu. Burial in the Void. The reason why they gathered together to launch the Void Burial in that place was because this thing was so powerful that it could be used to block the attack of the other 3 aliens on Concubine Yu. The Void Burial erupted quickly, separating Concubine Yu from the other 3 aliens. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu raised his hand and directly used the 2nd-grade divine formation of the 12-star palace to temporarily kill the 3 aliens. Locked up. If it were just a foreigner at the same level as Long Yu, it would take at least several days to get out after being imprisoned. Each of these 3 alien races has an extremely high level of martial arts, and there are even 7 levels of great masters. Even if they break through the 12-star palaces head-on, it only takes 1 or 2 breaths at most. But the time of 1 or 2 breaths is almost enough. Although Long Yu's martial arts level is a bit low, he really has too many methods. He can use powerful methods to solve the current situation at any time. For example, at this moment, he used the 12-star palaces to bind the 3 aliens. After that, the rest becomes much easier. The demon shadow is bound. Hong Ying chased after her and used this 1st-grade divine formation technique directly on the remaining 7th-stage master of the foreign race. She used the cultivation level of the 5th-stage great master to control the 7th-stage master of the foreign race. The effect is definitely not that good, but it can at least make it difficult to move for 3 breaths. 1. Reading a book. After all, the effect of Hong Ying's shadow binding on a single target is definitely much better than Long Yu's 12-star palace to control 3 strong men. 3 breaths are enough. If Hong Ying singled out this guy, 3 breaths of time might not be able to kill him, but don't forget that they still have Concubine Yu by their side. Seeing that the alien was under control, Concubine Yu did not hesitate. As soon as she raised her hand, a ray of light mixed with fairy energy and demonic energy suddenly burst out from the void and came with a crash. It fell on the monster's head in an instant. The 7th-stage Great Master alien race controlled by the shadow binding forbidden. This burst of mixed black and white light produced extremely destructive power in an instant. Long Yu subconsciously stepped back a long way to avoid its blasting power. Otherwise, he might be affected to death. It can be said that even Long Yu has rarely seen the power of this move. Except when he faced alien gods before, he has never seen such a powerful attack. Obviously, compared to the previous time when she went to the ancient ruins of the Duoying clan, Concubine Yu was more powerful. This move should be some innate magical power of Concubine Yu, and it is an innate magical power that is integrated with the essence of power. Otherwise, it would not be so powerful. In one move, the body of the 7th-stage master alien was almost completely destroyed. The bunch of grape-like fleshy bodies exploded into pieces under the explosion of black and white mixed light. The alien subconsciously wanted to gather a defensive barrier, but was trapped by the demon's shadow and unable to use the energy in his body. Strength. It's definitely too late to break through the shackles of the demon's shadow. The alien body was shattered, but its spiritual soul still existed, and a light blue divine power began to emerge from all over its body, continuously restoring and reorganizing its body. It's a pity that the speed of this alien's physical body reshaping is really too slow. Not to mention compared to the current Long Yu, it is much slower than the current Yu Ge and Hong Ying. It is impossible to reshape it completely in the middle of a battle. Concubine Yu raised her hand, and the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions rolled out. It was also a means of destroying the spiritual soul with one move. The alien body of the opponent was destroyed, and it was too easy to destroy the remaining soul. Although the 3 aliens behind had already come out of the 12-star palace, it was too late to protect this alien. Even though the 3 aliens teleported over at the same time and formed a protective barrier, they were still a step too late. Concubine Yu's, the movement was so fast that it didn't even take time for the demonic energy to condense, and it destroyed the alien soul in an instant. A foreign race who was at the peak of the 7th level master died completely. At this time, a teleportation array appeared in the center of the entire space. Obviously, this teleportation array can lead to the next level or treasure room. As expected, the passage can be opened by the death of an alien. When the teleportation array first appeared, the 4 people in the field, together with the 3 aliens, all took action almost at the same time. Since the teleportation array is located in the center of the room, surrounded by white light balls that are constantly moving, no one knows what the consequences will be if they touch it, so it is definitely impossible to teleport to the side of the teleportation array. The 7 people flew toward the center almost at the same time, while avoiding the white light balls flying around them. Crazy fighting God walk. Long Yu used this method. This method was to increase his movement speed, not teleportation. Therefore, Long Yu could easily pass through these white light balls and reach the vicinity of the teleportation array. Whether it is the 4 Long Yu people or the 3 aliens, they all want to reach the teleportation array first, and then teleport their own people directly away, while the remaining people directly attack the white light balls in the field. In this case, those who fail to reach the teleportation array will probably die. It's a pity that although the speed of the 7 people is somewhat different, the difference is not big. Long Yu and the 7-stage master foreigner who understood the Thunder Divine text arrived at the central teleportation array almost at the same time. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for both parties to attack the white ball of light behind them, and it was also near the teleportation array. Where the white light balls are most densely packed, it is impossible for the 2 sides to fight. Although Long Yu had already participated in killing one such alien, this was the first time he got so close, and he could feel the somewhat violent Thunder Divine aura of the alien, as well as the purple blood constantly surging in its body. Looking up close, this alien race is taller and larger than the average human race, but not much bigger. However, it has no arms or legs, and its body is full of grape-like organs and tissues, which contain extremely powerful divine power. Facts have proved that it doesn't matter what they look like. What matters is the functions of the divine power they each comprehend. Obviously, the cooperation between these alien races is much stronger than that of the Ice God clan and the Vulcan God clan. It can be seen from the battle just now that these alien races cooperate very well with each other, similar to the human race and monster race. If we encounter the Ice God race this time, it may be easier than dealing with these 4 alien races. Let's go to the next level, hurry up. Long Yu ignored the alien and passed directly through the teleportation array. The 7-stage master foreign race did not hesitate and passed through the teleportation array first. Soon Concubine Yu, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying arrived near the teleportation array at the same time. The last one to teleport was Concubine Yu. Before she left, her entire body of demonic energy erupted and bombarded the surrounding white balls of light. One of the white light balls was bombarded, and it exploded with extremely terrifying destructive power. The destructive power even far exceeded the attack power at the godlike level. It is conceivable that if someone had attacked the white light ball before, everyone in the room must die. Finally, there was the alien race with the 6th level master of the light divine script, who was unable to catch up with the teleportation array, and was obviously buried in it. Kill 2 aliens and gain 20 points. Concubine, you made a lot of money in this level. After all, she was the strongest. She killed both aliens, and the harvest was very good. Long Yu first passed through the teleportation array, and then found himself in another room made of white light curtains. Want to read a book? This room was empty. At first glance, there was nothing in it, but spiritual perception told Long Yu that there were still some unknown forces in the center of the room. If he acted rashly, he would definitely be in bad luck. Immediately afterwards, Yu Ge and Hong Ying followed Long Yu, and finally Concubine Yu. The alien who looked like a bunch of grapes did not follow. Before I left, I detonated the white light ball in the room, killing an alien. Now, my total score is still 110 points. Concubine Yu said to the 3 of them. When Long Yu heard this, he thought about it and found that a number appeared in his mind, that is 90. He did not kill any aliens, but after passing a level, only 90 points were left. The same goes for the 2 girls Yu Ge and Hong Ying. They passed a level without killing the aliens and were deducted 10 points. If the score reaches 0, you can only be teleported out of the Eclipse Ancient Realm. However, even if you don't kill a foreigner, as long as you can pass the levels one after another without dying, you will be able to reach the next area sooner or later. Unless the 2 old guys like Jianrenhao and Xuanhuan of the Jiuyou clan are cowardly and dare not move forward, they will always linger in the first area. Of course, Long Yu will not stand still. At least for now, he and Concubine Yu are still very strong in combat, and they will not encounter too much danger if they continue to move forward. What's going on at this level? Don't act rashly. Let's wait to see if any other aliens come over. Long Yu said in a deep voice. He felt some strange powers lingering in the room. If he acted rashly, he might touch these strange powers, and no one knew what the consequences would be. None of the 4 people moved randomly, they just waited quietly at the place where they were teleported. Read a book. There should be 2 grape-shaped aliens left, but they did not teleport into the same room with Long Yu and the others. Apparently, the Eclipse Ancient Territory judged that the remaining 2 aliens were definitely no match for Long Yu and the others. If they were teleported together, they would be completely killed, so they were teleported to other places. The 4 of them waited quietly. Gradually, they found that the strange power in the room began to condense, forming a huge boulder in the center of the room. Immediately afterwards, the huge stone seemed to imitate the appearance of Long Yu and others, gradually changing into a human shape, which made the 4 Long Yu people's hearts move. Is it possible to pass the level of this room by defeating this stone man? The 4 of them still did not act rashly because the situation was not very clear yet. You must know that every level in the Eclipse Ancient domain is strange and weird. If you do it casually, some problems may occur. As the stone man in the field continued to condense and deform, he soon transformed into the appearance of a human being. He was 3 feet tall and formed a white stone giant. He obviously possessed extremely strong physical strength. At the feet of the white stone giant, a teleportation array appeared. Now everyone understood that they must defeat the stone man or lead the stone man away in order to pass through the teleportation array and reach the next level. Go through 1 level. Basically, after passing 6 to 7 levels, you can go to the next area, which is the advanced area, so the appearance of a level without alien competition is considered good or bad luck for the 4 Long Yu people. The good thing is that you can pass this level without so much difficulty. The bad thing is that without alien battles, there is no chance to kill aliens and earn points. After passing this level, everyone's scores will be reduced. Very. Actually, it's the same when you go to the advanced area and kill those aliens. Concubine Yu said, in the initial area, you can only get 10 points for killing an alien, but in the advanced area, you can get the points you have by killing any alien. In other words, if that alien originally had a 100%, we can get 50 points by killing them, which is much more cost-effective than killing aliens in the initial area. These experiences were obviously discovered by the seniors of the human race and monster race, and most people also know it, but it is not easy to kill any alien race in the advanced area. In the advanced area, unless you are sure of winning, even if different races meet, they may not start fighting, unless it is between some races with hatred. You must know that in the advanced area, what everyone knows is 2/3 of the alien races you will meet are from the other 2-star regions. You have no contact with them on weekdays and know nothing about the other party's fighting methods. The same is true in reverse. The alien races in the other 2-star regions will not know the fighting methods of the human race and the demon race. They are not even familiar with the alien methods in the entire Langya star region. Under the premise of insurance, as long as they can pass the eclipse in the levels of Yuegu domain, races basically won't fight with each other. There are only 4 of them, Long Yu, in this level now. It is not difficult to pass, but it is not easy to pass. The white stone giant looks clumsy, but it can be imagined that if it starts to fight, its speed will definitely not be slow, otherwise there will be no point in using it to protect this level. I'll go test it out first. You guys stay here and wait for news from me. Concubine Yu finished speaking to the 3 of them, and then flew towards the center of the room. As soon as she raised her hand, she was filled with immortal energy, devilish energy, and black and white powerful aura of power that rippled around her body. Immortal energy condensed into sword energy, demon energy condensed into sword light, white sword energy, and black sword light suddenly attacked the white stone giant from all directions. This move was just a casual attack by Concubine Yu, mainly to test the white stone giant. When encountering Concubine Yu's attack, a white light barrier instantly appeared on the white stone giant. This barrier contained extremely powerful water-based Taichu power, as well as some stronger space divine power, should be some kind of Enlightenment level space attribute divine script. This white barrier easily resisted Concubine Yu's offensive, and also rebounded these attacks. The sword energy and light from all directions turned around, covering Concubine Yu's entire body. It turned out to be a complete rebound. Concubine Yu's face changed slightly, her whole body retreated quickly, and she was directly separated from the rebounded offensive of her own immortal energy and demonic energy. She frowned slightly, feeling a little troublesome. She was a little surprised that the white stone giant was able to condense a complete rebound barrier. In this case, it would not be easy to kill the white stone giant. It could even be said to be extremely difficult. But when Long Yu saw this, he narrowed his eyes. From the white light barrier that completely rebounded, he felt the power of the space divine script. Although it was a revelation-level space attribute divine script that surpassed the power of the water system at the beginning, it was still a kind of space attribute divine script. Can the 9 nether path magical power disintegrate all the space divine parts in it? I'll try. Long Yu said softly and flew directly towards the white stone giant. Then the 9 nether paths innate magical power took action. A jet-black beam of light instantly shot at the white stone giant. Then the white light barrier appeared again. He wanted to bounce Long Yu's dark beam back. It's a pity that Long Yu's move is specifically used to disintegrate the space attribute divine text. Although there is only a part of the space attribute divine text in the opponent's white light screen barrier, if this part of the space attribute divine text is disintegrated, the entire structure will directly collapse, resulting in the remaining white light screen barrier being absolutely impossible to continue. Completely rebounded from other people's offensive. Under the disintegration of the 9 nether path, the white light curtain barrier indeed began to dissipate, but only a part of it, about 1/3, was dissipated. This represents the apocalyptic space in this barrier. attribute divine texts only account for 1/3. Although the remaining 2/3 of the other divine power is very strong, without this 1/3 of the space attribute divine power, the overall effect will not be fully exerted. Almost in just an instant, Concubine Yu's white sword energy and black sword light continued to roll over, easily shattering the white light curtain, and then condensed the immortal and demonic energy, and the black and white colors lingered, forming the next moment a black and white shock wave suddenly landed on the white stone giant. Facts have proved that except for the complete rebound barrier, there is nothing powerful about this white stone giant, and it was completely destroyed by Concubine Yu's move. It's pretty simple, let's go. Long Yu waved and asked the 3 women to follow him. He took the lead in stepping onto the teleportation array. Then with a flash of white light, the whole person was teleported to another room. The other concubines Yu, Ge, Honging Sanu also followed closely. Obviously, the 3 women did not expect that this level would become so easy after Long Yu took action. It seems that many levels in the Eclipse Ancient domain can indeed be tricky, not necessarily. It requires absolute strength. After easily passing the level of the white stone giant, Concubine Yu still had 100 points left, while Long Yu, Ge, and Honging only had 80 points left. Seeing that the points were getting less and less, everyone felt. They are all a little unhappy, but it is useless to be unhappy now. They can only move on and hope that some aliens will appear in the next level for them to kill. Of course, it is worth noting that even if other alien races do appear, it is determined by Eclipse Ancient territory that they are similar in strength to the 4 of them. It is definitely not that easy to kill each other. The next level appears. Long Yu opened his eyes and found that he had come to a huge dark space. This space was dotted with some small white light spots. Long Yu subconsciously counted and found that there were a total of 10 in the entire dark space. 2 white light spots were constantly wandering around the field. Soon, the 3 concubines of Yu followed Long Yu and discovered the 12 white light spots in the dark space. Those 12 light spots are very small. They are like 12 small fireflies when they are swimming in the dark space. If the entire space is not absolutely dark, most people will not be able to detect these 12 white light spots. Be careful, this place smells like other alien races. Soon, Long Yu's face darkened. It was impossible to see anything other than the 12 white light spots with the naked eye, but he blessed himself with the light of balance, and his spiritual perception increased tenfold. Finally noticed the aura of other alien races in the space. Careful! At this time, Concubine Yu and Honging shouted loudly almost at the same time. Among them, Concubine Yu has a high level of martial arts and extremely strong spiritual perception, while Honging has practiced balance control and blessed herself with the light of balance. The 2 women's spiritual perception ability is better than that of Long Yu. I don't know how many times more powerful it is. Long Yu could only detect the scent of other alien races in the field. But the 2 women had already noticed that other alien races were launching sneak attacks on the 4 of them. The realm of illusion. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. When the 2 women shouted "be careful" at the same time, he did not directly transform into nothingness, but directly activated the first-level divine formation of virtual and real illusory domain. Because Long Yu knows that caution is not necessarily shouted to himself, but may also be shouted to Ge. In short, the one who is in danger now is not Long Yu alone, but the 4 of them, so the illusion of reality and reality is better than the incarnation of nothingness alone. Much better. When the virtual and real illusory realm was constructed from the field, under the control of Long Yu, he, Concubine Yu, Honging, and Ge all turned into nothingness almost at the same time. Simply put, the reason why this level of divine formation is so powerful, precisely because it is a controllable incarnation of nothingness. Long Yu can turn others into nothingness, but after turning into nothingness, he cannot move, attack or defend, and he can even turn this space into a state of nothingness. Of course, the more things Long Yu turned into nothingness, the more power he consumed. Now he just turned 4 of himself into nothingness, which consumed nearly half of his strength. However, the effect of this move is also obvious. When Long Yu displayed the illusion of reality and reality, the next moment some gray liquid appeared from all directions and landed in the direction where the 4 people were originally. Although the incarnation has become nothingness, Long Yu can also detect the powerful corrosiveness of these gray liquids. If they touch them, they will die or be seriously injured. However, these gray liquids look familiar to Long Yu. Is it the Xuanhuan tribe? Long Yu thought this way, but unfortunately in the state of nothingness, he could not communicate with any of the 3 women. This could only be a guess. The Xuanhuan tribe is one of the 3 major alien races near the Void Galaxy. Around the Void Galaxy, there are 3 races, the Xuanhuan tribe, the Silver Stone tribe and the Soul tribe. The individuals of the Xuanhuan tribe are just gray liquids the size of fists. Moreover, Long Yu traveled throughout the entire Lengi galaxy in the previous month. Indeed, I have never seen any other race that would use gray corrosive liquid like the Xuanhuan tribe to attack. These gray corrosive liquids are condensed from some kind of shadow attribute divine text, and are integrated with the power of the water system. They are extremely destructive. If a sneak attack is launched, few people can escape. It's a pity that Long Yu directly used the illusion of reality and reality to avoid such a sneak attack. Immediately afterwards, since the other party launched a sneak attack, it was no longer in the dark. With a change of heart, Long Yu directly transformed the gray liquid that came from the sneak attack into a state of nothingness, and then transformed himself and the 3 daughters of concubine Yu from the state of nothingness. Get out of it. In this way, the gray liquid completely lost its corrosiveness and aggressiveness and turned into nothingness. Moreover, maintaining these powers in a state of nothingness was not particularly expensive for Long Yu. At least he took it. 1 pill can maintain its state of nothingness for at least half an hour. When the 4 people recovered from the state of nothingness, the first thing they did was to find the Xuanhuan tribe members hidden in this dark space. According to the distribution principle of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, this group of Xuanhuan tribe should also have 4 members. That's right for each individual. In this regard, Long Yu and Yu Gu are somewhat unable to help, but Hong Ying and Yu Fei are definitely very good at finding people. Although they are not looking for people now, they are looking for people from the Xuanhuan tribe. Alien, but the principle is the same. Following the gray corrosive liquid that had just attacked, Hong Ying directly carried out the deduction. Since the opponent was in this space and the distance was extremely close, the speed of the deduction was also extremely fast. In almost 2 breaths, Hong Ying had already, the opponent's position was deduced. Concubine Yu was even more direct. The snow-white fairy energy exploded directly, filling the entire dark space. As a result, the 12 small white light spots in the dark space disappeared directly, and the dark space turned into a white space. 4 heads in the field, where the outline of the Xuanhuan tribe emerged directly. At the same time, the gray liquid on the 4-headed god Xuanhuan tribe burst out again. The sky was full of gray liquid, like a waterfall, covering the 4 of them again. The illusory realm of reality and reality, virtualization. Long Yu raised his hand and directly turned the gray liquid into nothingness. Although this trip cost him a lot of strength, it was obvious that the 4-headed god Xuanhuan tribe consumed much more than he did. 2 are at the peak of the 7th level master, 1 is the 5th level master, and the other is the 6th level master. The overall strength is similar to the 4 purple grape-shaped aliens before. When the opponent appeared, everyone could see the opponent's strength directly, and they felt relieved. At least after discovering the opponent's traces, the uneasiness in the 4 people's hearts was reduced a lot. You attack, leave the defense to me. After Long Yu finished speaking to the 3 girls, a gleam appeared in his eyes. The entire space around him had fallen into the phantom realm of reality and reality. As long as he had a thought, he could turn anything into nothingness at will. Such a first-grade divine formation is really a very powerful means in group combat. Long Yu can directly blur the opponent's attack, making it impossible for the opponent to attack at all. When one's own side is attacked, Long Yu can also blur one's own side to avoid the opponent's attack. As long as Long Yu's power is not consumed. After all, those on his side are almost invincible. Of course, these four-headed gods from the water tribe are not fools either. They soon discovered Long Yu's methods, so they prepared to destroy the virtual and real illusory realm. Two of the four-headed gods of the water tribe continued to block the attacks from Yu Fei and the others, while the other two headed directly towards Long Yu. Come over. One of the Xuanhuan tribe, who was at the peak of the seventh stage master, launched a spiritual shock wave directly towards Long Yu. This mental shock wave was extremely powerful. Even some 6th stage masters and ordinary 7th stage masters would not be able to withstand this blow head-on. Its spirit will also suffer a great impact, at least causing it to be unable to react to the next thing for a few breaths. But it is a pity that Long Yu has cultivated the body of the world, and also printed the 198 mysterious patterns of the body of the world in his mind. Long Yu himself is very resistant to mental shock, let alone now. Purifying Soul Mirror. As the opponent launched a spiritual attack, Long Yu didn't need to hide it. He directly activated the Purifying Soul Mirror and bounced the opponent's spiritual shock wave back. The spiritual shock wave instantly shattered the void and appeared in front of the two divine water tribes. The Xuanhuan tribe at the peak of the 7th stage master seemed to sense the danger and dodged directly to the side. However, the 5th level master god Xuanhuan tribe who was with him was in a miserable state. He was directly hit by the 10 times stronger spiritual shock wave. His entire mind was destroyed in an instant, and his soul was exhausted, which declared his immediate death. Of course, resisting such a mental shock wave was also very stressful for Long Yu. Although the mental impact suffered by the Purifying Soul Mirror was rebounded by it, this time it also directly consumed all the power in Long Yu's body, forcing Long Yu to take a pill directly. The elixirs on his body are all the same elixirs. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to take them consecutively to restore strength, because when each elixir is taken a second or more times, its recovery effect will be half as good. Attenuation. But it doesn't matter to Long Yu. After taking this elixir, he can completely self-destruct his body when he has free time and rely on the heart of the demon dust to reshape his body. If he takes the same elixir again, there will be no attenuation. However, this also means that in the same battle, Long Yu cannot take power restoring elixirs one after another, otherwise, the effect will still diminish. And during the battle, if Long Yu chooses to self-destruct his body, the opponent will most likely seize the opportunity to launch an offensive, leaving him without a chance to even reshape his body. Such a risk must not be taken. After Long Yu took a pill, his body's strength recovered to some extent. At this time, one of the 5th level masters of the Xuanhuan tribe had been killed by their own spiritual shock wave. On the other side, Concubine Yu and the two women did not fall behind at all against the two-headed god Xuanhuan tribe, and even suppressed the opponent easily. The Xuanhuan tribe mainly uses some divine inscriptions derived from the shadow attribute divine inscriptions and the primordial power of the water system. They are basically mixed divine inscriptions. They are very corrosive and need to be dealt with carefully. However, under the protection of Long Yu's virtual and real illusory realm, Yu Fei and the others only need to continuously launch attacks. No matter what means the opponent uses, it is impossible to hurt Yu Fei and the three of them, unless it is a mental attack. However, after Long Yu's world-purifying soul mirror showed its power just now, the opponent did not dare to use spiritual attacks anymore. Who knows if this group of people knows the purifying soul mirror? When Long Yu used the purifying soul mirror to kill the weakest 5th level master, the God Shui tribe, everyone noticed that there was no teleportation array in the field. Obviously, this level cannot be passed by just one person dying. If you want to make it appear a teleportation array, you may have to kill more aliens. Long Yu saw that his score had increased from 80 to 90, which made him quite happy. If he could kill more aliens from the Shinshui tribe, that would be enough. Anyway, he had nothing to lose, and one of the opponents had died. The remaining 3 will be easier to kill. The 3 girls, Concubine Yu, Ge, and Hong Ying, used the demonic shadow binding to control one of the Shinshui tribes. The remaining Shinshui tribe alien, who was at the peak of the 7th level master, fought one-on-one with Concubine Yu. Stand up. There was also a 7th level master of the Shinshui tribe, rushing towards Long Yu's direction. Since Long Yu has already taken a pill to restore his strength, he has now cancelled the illusion of reality and reality. Otherwise, his power will probably be exhausted by then. Taking the same pill again will have half the effect, which is a waste. Even if he didn't use the illusion of reality and reality, Long Yu couldn't be killed by the opponent. However, the Shinshui tribe is obviously not so easy to deal with. Ge and Hong Ying came towards the direction of Long Yu to support, but the Shinshui tribe, the 7th level master, directly used a powerful move towards Ge and Hong Ying, only to see a pool of grey liquid. Out of thin air, 2 grey blisters formed, trapping the 2 women in them. This is the control method of the Shinshui tribe. It seems to be its innate magical power, and it also incorporates some kind of power essence. As a result, the 2 women were not only trapped, but also seemed to have suffered mental disturbance, causing them to appear in a trance. Even if they were rescued, it would be difficult to continue participating in the battle. If the 2 women have also cultivated the body of purifying the world to the 9th level, then this method will be ineffective against them. Unfortunately, the 2 women have not cultivated the body of purifying the world, only the heart of demon dust. Long Yu was still relieved. Fortunately, the other party only used control methods and mental interference methods, which temporarily played a protective role for the 2 women. Unbounded grip. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the forest demon divine text condensed in his hand, directly forming an invisible hand, and grasped it towards the Shinshui tribe, who was the master of the 7th stage, and then the 2nd stage and the 3rd stage continued to hold, and in the seal after absorbing the power in the opponent's body, the forest demon divine text burst out from the opponent's body. Of course, the opponent was a powerful person at the level of the 7th level master, and it was impossible for Long Yu to completely eliminate him. However, the activation of the unbounded grip also caused the 7th level master to suffer a big blow. The key is that when the 3rd stage of the unbounded grip activated by the forest demon divine weapon explodes in the body, it will cause certain damage to the spirit and soul of the opponent. If the opponent's martial arts realm is not high enough, he may be killed by this explosion. After harassing the opponent for a while, the power of the water element gathered around the opponent, and the void burial was immediately activated. The Void Nether Dragon Blade and Long Yu have already reached the unparalleled level. There is no need for any communication. Both parties know their own thoughts. As long as Long Yu has a thought, the Void Nether Dragon Blade can launch an offensive. It is a pity that the Void Burial is an attack method formed by the power of the water system. Even though the destructive power is extremely powerful, it has no good effect when encountering the Divine Water Tribe. As the Void Burial erupted, a grey barrier of water-based primordial power appeared around the Divine Water Tribe, which actually absorbed most of the destructive power of the Void Burial. By the way, the Shinshui tribe itself is a life form composed of liquid, and it is also very familiar with the power of the beginning of the water system. If you want to use the power of the water system to deal with the Shinshui tribe, it really won't have any effect. Long Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he thought of this. Fortunately, the other party spent some time in dealing with the void burial move, so they didn't have much thought on Yuge and Hong Ying. The ancient dragon skeleton tower, the dragon skeleton is broken. Long Yu took advantage of this moment to directly activate the ancient dragon skeleton tower and hit the gray bubbles next to Yuge and Hong Ying. After all, they were the best warriors at the endless level, and the other party was dealing with Long Yu's void flow. Buried, unable to maintain the effect of these two gray blisters. Such a collision with the dragon bones of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda directly smashed the two blisters, and Yuge and Hong Ying fell out of them respectively. As for the mental state of the two women, they were a little dazed after being disturbed. However, after the blisters were broken, the two women immediately reacted alertly. Without Long Yu having to say anything, they already knew what they had just encountered, and they couldn't help but feel a little scared. If the Xinshui tribe used attack methods instead of control methods, wouldn't they have finished their game? After all, he is a powerful Xinshui tribe member at the peak of the 7th level master. How could his method be so simple? Such innate magical power of control and mental interference almost made them fall into trouble. The gray blisters just now should be a means of control. As for its mental interference effect, it is probably a mutation produced by incorporating some kind of power essence. And it is likely that as time goes by, the interference effect will become stronger. If you are inside, if you stay here for half a day, your spirit and soul will probably be completely destroyed. Long Yu guessed. That concubine Yu was alone against a 7th level master of the Xinshui tribe, and a 6th level master of the Xinshui tribe who had escaped from the demon shadow bondage, and she did not fall behind at all. Here, the Xinshui tribe, the 7th level master, will be dealt with by Long Yu and the others. Thousand Door Soul Lock. As the destructive whirlpool of the void burial gradually dissipated, Hong Ying didn't stop at all, and directly used the first-grade divine formation method of Thousand Doors Soul Locking on the 7th stage Master God Shui tribe. The Xinshui tribe reacted, and a gray liquid barrier appeared around its body, trying to block the Qianmen Soul Locker. However, the wandering soul gates that emerged around it were completely virtual, without any traces. Entity. When the 1,000 wandering soul gates gathered in an instant and completely enveloped the Xinshui tribe, the soul of the Xinshui tribe was trapped and locked by them, and they were unable to use any means for a while. 4-phase killing prison. Bloody whip. Long Yu and Hong Ying continued to display powerful mental attacks. If they wanted to deal with opponents far beyond their own strength, there was no other way except mental attacks. Long Yu is still able to use the martial art of crazy fighting celestial body, but now there is no need to do so, because it is too time-consuming to superimpose the crazy fighting celestial power. It is better to directly use spiritual attacks. Anyway, now they add up. There are also many means of mental attack. In addition to Long Yu and Hong Ying, Yuge also used other methods at this moment. Starlock Soul. This is a 2nd-grade divine formation. It is one of the 2nd-grade divine formations she has understood before. It can condense the power of the Star Divine script to completely surround the opponent, and then use the power of the Star Divine script to attack the opponent's soul and spirit. Perform Sleep Lock. Under the effect of the Star Soul Lock, the opponent's soul is even more impossible to move, and can only be trapped and locked by the countless death lines of the 4 phases of killing prison. Originally, the opponent might be able to break through the shackles quickly just by relying on Thousand Doors Soul Locking, but with the superimposed effects of Star Soul Locking, the opponent would not be able to escape for a while. The 4 phases killing prison and Hong Ying's blood color, the long whip continuously hit the opponent's spirit and soul, causing great damage to his spirit and soul. If it were some ordinary 6th level master or 7th level alien race, the opponent would have been unable to withstand such a mental and soul attack, and its soul would have collapsed. But the Xinshui tribe, who is at the peak of the 7th stage master, is extremely tough. Even though he suffered such an offensive, his spirit and soul are still full of energy. The continuous attacks only destroyed less than 30% of his spirit and soul. Just strength. Although this damage is basically permanent damage, it is obvious that it is not that easy to kill this Xuanhuan tribe who is at the peak of the 7th stage master. It is not easy for the Xuanhuan tribe, who is at the peak of the 7th level domination, to return to a state where he can fight. His body is definitely stronger than his soul. It is basically impossible for Long Yu to destroy the opponent's body, so they are much lazy. Take care. The three of them turned their attention to Concubine Yu. At this time, Concubine Yu was fighting 1 against 2, and she was not losing. It was just that it was not that simple to kill either of the opponent's 2 heads. The 2 gods of the Shui tribe, one attacking and one defending, cooperated extremely well, even if it was Yu Fei. The concubine cannot break through the opponent's offensive and defensive alliance. But at this time, Long Yu and the others came to this battlefield. Unbounded grip. The forest demon divine text was condensed, and Long Yu did not hesitate at all. He directly held the opponent's 6th level master Xuanhuan tribe with one hand, and then pulled it to him. At this moment, the power in the body of this Xuanhuan tribe was completely sealed, and he could not attack Long Yu at all. What damage is caused? The 3rd grip is broken. The forest demon divine text burst out directly in the opponent's body, destroying the opponent's spirit and soul. At the same time, countless blood-colored long whips also fell from the sky, instantly blinding the 6th-stage master of the Xuanhuan tribe. Concubine Yu took advantage of this opportunity, and her body was filled with immortal energy and demonic energy. Countless black and white sword energy fell like a downpour towards the other Xuanhuan tribe, the 7th level master, forcing it to continuously retreat and follow Long Yu Wujia. The water tribe that controlled this god separated 2 by 2. It is basically impossible to carry out the offensive and defensive mutual assistance, like just now. I can't defeat an opponent who is at the peak of the 7th level master. How can we still defeat such a guy who is a 6th level master? The corner of Long Yu's lips curled up, and he cooperated with Hong Ying and Yu Ge to completely kill the Xuanhuan tribe who was the master of the 6th stage. The 4-phase killing prison, star soul locking, and bloody whip all came in waves, but they were not given to this one. The Xuanhuan tribe has no chance of resistance. With the death of the Xuanhuan tribe who was the 6th level master, there were only 2 strong Xuanhuan tribes who were in the 7th level master realm. If they fight normally, the other party will definitely not be the opponent of the 4 dragons, but if the 2 divine water tribes are forced to explode and they explode, the situation will be very bad. Still no teleportation array appears. Long Yu observed the field and said in a deep voice, "This level is a bit weird like this. Do they really need to kill all the aliens in the field before they can move to the next level? Also, when you first enter the space, there are 12 white light spots that are constantly circling around. What are these white light spots?" Now the entire space is illuminated by Concubine Yu's fairy energy, but those white light spots can no longer be seen. Anyway, there is no teleportation array, so for the time being, we can only continue to kill the 2 divine water tribes. We have already reached this point. At the peak of the 7th level master, it is basically impossible to choose to self-destruct unless it is a last resort. However, in the Eclipse Ancient territory, it is said that even self-destruction will not cause much damage to the surroundings. Long Yu has heard about this. It seems that the Eclipse Ancient territory will limit the power of these powerful self-destructions. It is impossible to do this just like when he was outside, a violent space-time vortex exploded. Therefore, the 4 of Long Yu only need to pay attention to self-protection and do not need to take any more action, because the closer the opponent is to the point of death, the more likely they are to use tyrannical methods that will hurt both sides. You just need to pay attention to protecting yourselves. The 2 remaining divine water tribes are left to me and senior concubine Yu to deal with. Long Yu can use the magical power of the Book of Shadows to turn into nothingness. Since he has integrated the essence of shadow before, the consumption of turning into nothingness is basically negligible. He can sustain it for an hour, casually, and it will not happen in battle at all. Because of the incarnation of nothingness, his strength was exhausted. With the ability to transform into nothingness, Long Yu is basically impossible to be killed by his opponent. Next, the 2 girls Hongying and Yugu were behind Long Yu and Yu Fei, constantly using some harassment and control methods, as well as some defensive methods. Long Yu and Yu Fei, on the other hand, first dealt with one of the spiritual souls. The severely damaged Xinshui tribe. It didn't take much time. Long Yu took control and Concubine Yu attacked. Concubine Yu quickly killed the Xinshui tribe. There is still the last Xinshui tribe left. Even if it is the peak of the 7th level master, there is no need to say more about what happens next. With the joint efforts of the 4 people, it is quickly and completely killed. The final killer, still Concubine Yu. After all, these alien beings at the peak of the 7th stage master are quite powerful beings for Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Hongying. It is very difficult to kill them. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, it is better to let Yu Fei directly better to get rid of it. After all the 4-headed water gods in the field were killed, Concubine Yu put away the snow-white fairy energy that spread throughout the space. Then, 12 small white light balls appeared again on the edge of the space. There is still no teleportation array. It seems that passing this level has little to do with killing aliens. The key lies in these 12 light balls. Long Yu thought in his mind and frowned slightly. If I guess correctly, this should be a treasure level. Concubine Yu also said with some doubts, but I have never heard of such a treasure level. Well, I will touch one of the white light balls first and see what reaction there is. Please be aware of any accidents at any time occur. If she were to touch the light ball first, she would most likely encounter some danger. However, since she guessed that this was a treasure level, the next step should be the moment of harvest. After all, she had just killed the 4-headed god water tribe. If it's dangerous, it's unreasonable. All in all, the possibility that those white light balls are treasures is not small, but there is still a possibility of danger. Under the nervous gazes of Long Yu and the others, Concubine Yu flew towards one of those small white light spots, and then stretched out her hand from a distance, wanting to hold it in her hand. Immediately afterwards, the white light spot instantly grew larger, and a mysterious jade box emitting white light appeared in front of everyone. This situation made everyone sigh in relief. It was really a treasure level. Moreover, this is not an ordinary treasure level, but a selective treasure level. That is to say, there are 4 of them left, and each of them can choose a white light spot, and a treasure will appear in it. It seems that the condition for opening this treasure level is to kill all other alien races in this space. If they are evenly matched, it is likely that there will only be 2 or even 1 person left in the end, and then you can only get 1 or 2 rewards. Fortunately, all 4 of us survived. A smile appeared on Concubine Yu's face. She did not open the white mysterious jade box, but carried it and threw it towards Long Yu, obviously hoping that Long Yu would keep it first. Open it directly. It's possible that we can get something that can be used in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. It might be helpful in the subsequent battles. Long Yu shook his head, and instead of putting away the mysterious jade box, he threw it back to Concubine Yu. When Concubine Yu heard this, she was not too entangled. She nodded and opened the mysterious jade box. From the jade box, a beam of white light suddenly shone out, and then a long-sword warrior levitated from it and appeared in everyone's eyes. This long sword is a divine item from the beginning, and it comes with some kind of revelation-level divine inscriptions. Not only Concubine Yu felt it, but Long Yu and the 3 people who were far away also felt it. The revelation-level divine text attached to the long sword was a revelation-level divine text with the attribute of light, and was a derivative of the power of the fire element. Among the four, who is most consistent with this divine text, there is no doubt that it is Yu Ge, but now is not the time to distribute the spoils. Let's go, let's all pick a white light spot. Logically speaking, everyone who survives should get a treasure. When you can get the treasure, of course you still have to get it. Even if it costs 10 more points, just think about it. You can get 10 points by killing a foreigner, and you can get such a superb treasure. Why? Happy but not doing it? A long sword is a divine item from the beginning. Not to mention its own value, the revelation-level divine inscriptions attached to it make it a blessing far beyond ordinary visible treasures. You must know that Long Yu and others obtained the stone statue containing the forest demon divine inscriptions from the ancient alien ruins of the Duoying clan. There is only one such thing even among the ancient ruins of the Duoying clan. Now, any treasure sword contains apocalyptic divine inscriptions. You can use this to understand the apocalyptic divine inscriptions. This shows how precious the treasures in the Eclipse ancient domain are. Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Honging spread out and each picked a white light spot. Then they reached out their hands and found a box just like Concubine Yu. However, Concubine Yu's box was a white jade box, and the boxes the three of them got were made of different materials. What Long Yu got was an amethyst box, and Yu Ge and Honging both got a black box, the material of which should be made of obsidian. According to the preciousness of the materials, the white jade box is obviously nothing. The amethyst box is more precious. As for the obsidian box, it is one level lower than the white jade box. Concubine Yu narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't think too much, just open it." Long Yu smiled and opened the amethyst box in his hand. According to Concubine Yu, the amethyst box was rarer and more precious than the white jade box, so the contents in it should be better. Soon Long Yu opened the amethyst box, and a burst of purple light emitted from it. What appeared in front of him was a pendant-like thing. The pendant was entirely made of amethyst, and hanging on the pendant was a cross-star pattern. This is the cross-star pendant. Long Yu's eyes lit up. When he opened the amethyst box, he heard a mysterious voice in his mind, and the words cross-star pendant sounded in his mind. It was obvious that this was an ancient item. The pendant, the cross-shaped amethyst in the center of the pendant, has some inconspicuous cracks. It is obvious that this thing is somewhat damaged. It turns out to be a godlike source product. When Concubine Yu saw this, she immediately showed a surprised expression. Although it is a somewhat damaged godlike source product, there is such a thing in the Eclipse ancient territory. It is too unexpected. Godlike source product, what is that? Long Yu was a little curious. This was the first time he heard this word. The godlike source product is the crystallization of the original power of a strong person in the godlike realm. Generally speaking, only after the death of a strong person in the godlike realm, the essence of his power will be condensed into a godlike source product. Generally speaking, godlike source products are all protective, and can be said to be a kind of warrior. Even in terms of defense, they basically surpass any other warriors, including the Taichu divine products that have awakened to their peak. Concubine Yu explained, last time, you held back the alien gods in the outer galaxy of the Ice God clan and allowed the demon god to kill 3 alien gods. However, none of the 3 alien gods could condense into a god. When the source product comes out, only after the death of a strong person at the peak level of godlike, can it be possible to condense the godlike source product. If the godlike source product on your body is intact, then as long as you wear it, any godlike source product or below will be lost. No attack can hurt you, but it's a pity that it's damaged. Although the defense is definitely strong, there are still some limitations after all. I see. After hearing Concubine Yu's explanation, Long Yu was immediately shocked. It turned out to be something that could only be condensed after the death of a strong person at the peak level of a god. This cross-star pendant was obviously much more precious than that long sword. It was the first time that Long Yu had heard and seen something like a god-like source product. It could be said that there were very few such things among the entire human race and demon race. According to Concubine Yu, the 3 alien gods were killed last time, but none of them could leave behind the godlike source product. This shows how precious this thing is. You can't get it by killing the god. You have to kill many more. Only a god can get one. Therefore, although the cross-star pendant that Long Yu obtained now has cracks, it is still very rare. Hongying, you should wear this pendant first. If its defense ability is really that strong, you should be safer in this Eclipse Ancient domain. Long Yu threw the cross-star pendant directly to Hongying. After all, he was still more worried about Hongying's safety. It's a pity that there is only one piece of this thing, otherwise it would be nice to give Hongying and Yuega each one. Yuga watched Hongying catch the cross-star pendant. Although she was a little envious, she was not jealous. After all, she also knew very well that the cross-star pendant was a treasure opened by Long Yu. It belongs to whoever he wanted to give it to. Free. Comparing Yuga and Hongying, Yuga knew very well that in Long Yu's heart, she was not as important as Hongying. Who made them lovers? But then Yuga and Hongying opened the 2 obsidian boxes. Hongying was still studying the cross-star pendant, while Yuga directly opened the obsidian box in her hand, and then a burst of bright light shone out from the box. What appeared in front of her eyes was a first-grade heavenly crystal-level creation. Things. This made her eyes widen. She couldn't imagine that she had actually opened such a treasure. If the long sword that contained revelation-level divine inscriptions just now was worth at least hundreds of millions or even billions of battlefield legionary merits, then such a first-grade creation of the sky crystal level is equally valuable, at least as much as calculated in billions. Of course, price is not the key. The key is that these things are things that are usually not available in seminaries. No matter how many battlefield legions you have, you can't buy them. The power of creation contained in a first-grade Tianjing level creation is at least 5 times that of a second-grade Tianjing level creation, and 25 times that of a third-grade Tianjing level creation. According to the Tianjing level, the price of a third-grade creation is 5 million battlefield legion merits. This first-grade Tianjing grade creation is worth at least more than 100 million. What's more, the second-grade and first-grade Tianjing grade creations all have special effects. Yuga thought in his mind, and then took out the first-grade creation of the sky crystal. I saw that it was a light blue crystal-like thing, which contained bright light and shining luster. You could feel that in addition to the power of creation, it also contained a special power. As for its power, what effect did it have? No one present knew it. Even Concubine Yu has never seen such a created object. After all, each created object has different effects. Immediately afterwards, Hongying also opened the obsidian box in her hand, and found a simple stone tablet placed in it, which did not emit the slightest light. There were some strange patterns carved on the stone tablet, which looked like some kind of cultivation method. It's a secret martial arts move. Concubine Yu came to the conclusion at a glance, and then shook her head. It's a pity that I don't know what effect this martial arts secret method has. Everyone looked around and found that in the center of the space, after they finally opened all 4 treasure boxes, a teleportation circle appeared, emitting a faint blue light. As long as they passed through this teleportation circle, they could reach the next level. Go through one level. But they were in no hurry. Let's digest the gains from this treasure level first. Concubine Yu said, and then gestured to Yuga and Hongying. Yuga nodded. The things he got in the Eclipse Ancient domain were extraordinary. If he could absorb them on the spot, he would undoubtedly improve his strength a lot. In particular, Yu Ji's martial arts realm is already higher than that of Hong Ying. Now that he has obtained this first-grade creation, if he absorbs all the creative power in it, he will definitely be able to make a breakthrough and step into the world. Go to the realm of the sixth stage master. Hong Ying placed the stone tablet among everyone so that everyone could see what was recorded on the stone tablet. This stone tablet is incomplete. It only has the cultivation methods for the first 3 levels of martial arts secrets. If you want to know the next 6 levels, you may have to go inside the Eclipse Ancient domain to get it. It is also possible that the last 6 levels of cultivation methods have been lost. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, but no matter what, these are martial arts secrets obtained from the Eclipse Ancient domain. If you can practice them, just practice them. Anyway, there are a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy in our small world now. After practicing the first 3 martial arts secrets, the speed won't be any slower. As long as there is enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth, one can quickly push the martial arts secrets to the 6th level. As long as you have enough creative power, you can cultivate the martial arts secrets to the peak of the 9th level, and derive secret methods such as the light of balance and the world-purifying soul mirror. So far, Long Yu has not cultivated the heart of demonic dust to the 7th level. It is still only at the 6th level. As for the mysterious patterns, he also took the time to print 132, which happened to be the 6th level. All 22 mysterious patterns of the 6th layer are imprinted in my mind. Next, for Long Yu, if he wants to continue to improve the heart of demonic dust, he will have to consume a lot of creative power. If he gets the creative things now, he will definitely use them to improve his martial arts realm first. So, the cultivation of demonic heart can only be stopped for a while. Of course, he doesn't have the power of creation, but he has a lot of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Although the Bone Clan survivors in the small world were given so much aura of heaven and earth, to the small world of Long Yu who was integrated into the source of heaven and spirit, those auras of heaven and earth were nothing. During this period of time, Long Yu had accumulated enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Now, he faced the stone tablet and directly practiced the martial arts secrets recorded in it. The 2 girls, including Concubine Yu and Hong Ying, also started to practice the secret martial arts recorded on the stone tablet with Long Yu. As for Yu Ge, they first absorbed the first-grade creation of the sky crystal. Although everyone agreed at the beginning to distribute the spoils uniformly after they go out, but since they can improve their strength now, there is no need to wait until they go out to distribute it, just give it to whoever wants it. To be honest, the relationship between the 4 of them has been extremely close for a long time. Needless to say, the relationship between Long Yu and Hong Ying, and the relationship between Long Yu and Concubine Yu has also lasted for a long time, and now everyone is, even if the people of Void Galaxy have some good things, they have nothing to fight for. And Yu Ge, together with Long Yu and Hong Ying, had completed so many academy experiences in the seminary, and they were already very familiar with each other. Now that 4 people have a box, the things they open can be handed over to each of them. This distribution is the simplest and most reasonable. The martial arts secret method stone tablet opened by Hong Ying can be used by 4 people, but she got the cross-star pendant given by Long Yu, which is definitely not a loss. Yu Ge got a first-grade creation of Tianjing level, and can also practice the skills on the stone tablet. The secrets of martial arts are not a loss either. Of course Concubine Yu was not at a loss. If we really wanted to calculate it, Long Yu was at a greater disadvantage, because this time he had only mastered the martial arts secrets written on the stone tablet. But having said that, the cross-star pendant was given to Hong Ying voluntarily by him, and it can be regarded as his own gain. You must know that now Hong Ying belongs to Long Yu. Do the 2 of them still need to distinguish it so clearly? The effect of this martial arts secret method seems to be to build a position around yourself, and then assimilate the enemy's attacks within the scope of this position to a certain extent. Concubine Yu practiced for a while, then frowned slightly. This is the first time I have seen such a secret martial arts method. The secret martial arts methods I have come into contact with before are all about transforming my body. I didn't expect that there is such a secret martial arts method. It's similar to a defensive martial skill. I don't know how effective the assimilation stance will be. We can try it with each other later to see what effect this assimilation stance can have. Long Yu said as he practiced the martial arts secrets of this assimilation stance. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the small world was continuously transported to his whole body, and then he continued to try to build such an assimilation stance according to the method recorded on the stone tablet. This martial arts secret method is not too difficult to practice. The amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy required for practice is about the same as the body of purification, but not as much as the heart of demonic dust. However, since the assimilation stance is formed outside the body, such martial arts secrets are relatively unfamiliar to everyone, so it may take a lot of time to get used to it and successfully construct it. As time passed, about an hour passed. Long Yu, Hong Ying, and concubine Yu almost all succeeded in practicing the first level of the assimilation stance martial arts secret method at the same time. Then, the three of them looked at each other. Be prepared to try it against each other and see how effective this assimilation stance is. Let me attack you first and see. Hong Ying turned her head sideways, snorted at Long Yu, and then two bloody sword lights swept towards Long Yu. These two bloody sword lights are an ordinary innate magical power of Hong Ying, similar to Long Yu's 9 nether hands. Moreover, this bloody sword light only has the function of attacking and has no additional effects. As a result, she will not be able to use it in ordinary battles. In use. It is just right to use it to deal with Long Yu now, because she can be sure that even if there is no assimilation stance, the two bloody sword lights cannot hurt Long Yu. Now she can see the assimilation stance of Long Yu's practice under the premise of safety. The effect is gone. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the assimilation stance he had just successfully cultivated unfolded and appeared within 100 feet around him. Bloody sword light struck Long Yu Fei from 2 different directions. Long Yu didn't do anything else, he constructed an assimilation stance, and then carefully observed the shape of the 2 bloody sword lights. When the 2 bloody sword lights flew into the range of the assimilation stance, their power immediately began to be affected. Assimilate. I saw those 2 bloody sword lights. In the assimilation stance, their bodies gradually became smaller and smaller, and their power was constantly transformed by the assimilation stance into part of the assimilation stance. Within this range, they continued to attack Long Yu, but it is also constantly being weakened. It is a pity that Long Yu is only cultivating the first level of assimilation stance. Each breathing time can only assimilate and absorb 1% of its power. From the moment the bloody sword light enters the assimilation stance, it flies towards Long Yu. Only 2 breaths are enough. In other words, this assimilation stance actually absorbs 2% of its power. This weakening is basically equivalent to nothing. The effect of the first assimilation stance is really bad. Let's continue practicing. Long Yu frowned. He did not dodge, but was directly hit by the 2 bloody sword lights, piercing between his arms and chest. Then the heart of the magic dust started to move, and the injuries he suffered began to recover quickly. Anyway, Hong Ying's 2 bloody sword lights were not very lethal, and Long Yu was too lazy to waste time dodging. The 3 of them continued to practice the martial arts secrets of the assimilation stance on the stone tablet. Although the first level of the assimilation stance can only assimilate 1% of the power of the enemy's attack with each breath, if they practice it to a higher level, the effect should be not bad. Yu Go, on the other hand, continues to absorb the creation of the first-grade sky crystal, and continues to expand the territory of his small world. Then the martial arts realm continues to approach the realm of the 6th-level master. I believe that this creation will soon be waiting for him. After being absorbed by her, she will be able to step into the realm of the 6th level master. By then, everyone's overall strength will be stronger. Time continued to pass, and everyone kept paying attention to the teleportation circle in the center of the room. As long as they did not pass by, this teleportation circle would always exist, and since the treasure level had already been fought, they had eliminated the 4 members of the Xinshui tribe. This is a powerful alien race, and no other alien race will appear in the future. The Eclipse Ancient Territory still encourages cultivators to improve their strength during the exploration process, so they are not prohibited from practicing on the spot. Of course, this training time cannot be too long, and the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory does not give too much time. According to most previous experiences, a cultivator can practice in the same room for 72 hours, which is 7 days. If there is no progress for more than 7 days, all points will be deducted and he will be sent directly out of the Eclipse Ancient Realm. This news is also the conclusion reached by Jianrenhao and Xuanhuan Qing of the Jiuyou clan. These 2 guys are extremely insignificant and dare not move forward. Every time they enter the Eclipse Ancient Domain, they reach the first treasure level. He stopped and practiced for 7 days before being teleported out. Of course Long Yu and the others cannot be as cowardly as they are. It is necessary to continue to move forward. If possible, he also wants to go to the 6th and 7th areas. If he can get the inheritance of the powerful gods, then the journey of cultivation in the future will definitely be smoother. About 3 days passed. The 3 of Long Yu finally cultivated the secret martial art of assimilation stance to the 3rd level, and the stone tablet was of no use. At this time, Yuga finally absorbed the 1st grade creation of the sky crystal. After that, the aura of the whole person increased sharply, rising to the level of the 6th stage master. In this way, Yuji's basic strength has increased by more than 3 times, and its overall strength has been greatly improved. Now Yuga is not so afraid even when facing the aliens who are 7-level masters. It is the gap in basic strength that has narrowed to a certain extent. It is not that difficult to make up for the 3-fold basic power gap between the 6th level master and the 7th level master. Of course, if it is those stronger aliens who are at the peak of the 7th level master, Yuga is alone. It is still impossible to face. If you encounter such an opponent, you mainly have to rely on concubine Yu. Yuga, come and practice this assimilation stance. Let's try the effect of the assimilation stance first. Long Yu said to Hongying, and then continued to build an assimilation position next to him, allowing Hongying to attack him. Hongying still condensed 2 bloody sword lights, and then flew towards Long Yu. Since during the last test, it was found that the assimilation stance worked according to time, Hongying deliberately let these 2, the speed of the bloody sword light attack was a little slower. When the 2 bloody sword lights entered the range of the assimilation stance, Long Yu discovered that the assimilation stance was constantly consuming his own power, but at the same time, it was also weakening the power of the 2 sword lights, assimilating them into assimilation. Part of the position. Each breath can weaken the 3rd level of assimilation stance by 9%. The effect is pretty good. If the degree of weakening is a fixed percentage, the effect will be very good when used against entities with stronger basic strength. Long Yu's heart moved, and then he said to concubine Yu, senior concubine Yu, come and try to attack. Immortal Qi surged, and a wisp of immortal light sword Qi came through the air, and quickly pierced Long Yu's assimilation stance. Similarly, in just one breath, the power of this immortal light sword Qi was weakened by 100. 9 out of 10. Of course, in just this breath, the immortal light sword Qi has already fallen on Long Yu. After all, its attack speed is too fast. The assimilation stance can weaken the opponent's attack, but it cannot block the opponent's attack. One of Long Yu's arms was cut off directly, but by activating the heart of the demon dust, he could reshape one of his arms in just a few breaths. Since it is a fixed percentage of weakening, this martial arts secret method is still useful. According to this rule, if it can be cultivated to the 9th level, each breath can weaken 81% of the enemy's offensive. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. If it could reach that level, this assimilation stance would be too strong. Unfortunately, they don't have the training methods for the later levels. Even if they can reach the 6th level, the effect will be better than now. Many times better. This assimilation stance, if combined with other means, will make it more likely that the weak will defeat the strong. Unfortunately, it is only the 3rd level of assimilation stance, and it cannot play a decisive role in the battle. Facing the strong otherwise, it can only be slightly weakened, but it still cannot stop the opponent's attack. However, in the confrontation with strong people of the same realm, the assimilation stance can give them an advantage. Everyone tested the effect of the assimilation stance with each other, and then Long Yu launched another attack on Hong Ying, and found that as long as his attack reached the vicinity of Hong Ying, it was directly blocked by the power of the cross-star pendant. The cross-star pendant can block the 9 nether dragon breath like you countless times. You can use stronger means to see. Hong Ying said to Long Yu. Long Yu nodded. 9 nether dragon breath, which was the most powerful attack method among his innate magical powers, was completely unable to break through the defense of the cross-star pendant. The defense of the cross-star pendant consumes the stored power in the pendant. Unfortunately, its stored power is being restored every moment. In other words, the destructive power of the 9 nether dragon breath cannot make the cross-star pendant gain power. The consumption rate is greater than the recovery rate. If the 9 nether dragon breath is also integrated into a shadow essence, the destructive power will be 10 times greater, and it can be used as a regular combat method. Unfortunately, it is still far behind. Long Yu thought in his mind and changed his attack method. The aura of the mad god coming to the world covered Long Yu's whole body, and then he raised his fist and attacked Hong Ying. When the mad god comes to the world, he can directly superimpose 10 times the power of the mad war divine text on Long Yu from the beginning. This is a derivative method after the mad war celestial body has cultivated to a certain level. However, the power of Long Yu's fist is more powerful than that of Jiuyo. The dragon's breath was strong, but it still couldn't break through the cross-star pendant's defense. That's almost it. You've got a reaction. Continue. Hong Ying said immediately. She kept carefully observing the status of the cross-star pendant. If she could figure out the defense limit of this godlike product, she would be able to be more confident in subsequent battles. Long Yu kept pumping his fists, and the mad war divine inscriptions continued to be released, covering his whole body. Then the mad war heavenly power continued to superimpose, and the mad war fists and cannons kept blasting out, causing the cross-star pendant to continue to shine with the bright light of the stars. About there. Soon, Hong Ying watched as half of the energy in the cross-star pendant was consumed. At this time, Long Yu had already fired more than 40 punches. In other words, every time Long Yu punched out, it was more than 50 times the destructive power of the mad war divine text. At this time, each of his punches can consume about 2% of the energy of the cross-star pendant. Even if it recovers, it will be too late to recover. If this situation continues, Long Yu only needs to superimpose 100 layers of crazy fighting power. A few punches can shatter the defense of the cross-star pendant. Of course, under the power of 100 levels of mad fighting, Long Yu himself would not be able to withstand such a strong power of mad fighting. He would injure the enemy 1,000 times and damage himself 800 times. In this state, Long Yu could not throw a few punches. This also means that the defensive ability of Hong Ying, who possesses the cross-star pendant, is already on par with Long Yu's strongest destructive power, or even worse. Even if Long Yu attacks Hong Ying with all his strength, he may not be able to kill the red warbler before breaking through the cross-star pendant's defenses. On the contrary, as long as Feng Yin takes the time to attack Long Yu, she will quickly and easily be able to continuously kill Long Yu, causing him to lose his body's strength faster. It works well. Long Yu's eyes lit up, and now he was finally relieved. Even in the Eclipse Ancient domain, there were very few beings who could break through the Cross-Star Pendant's defense with one blow. At least Concubine Yu gave it a try and admitted that she couldn't break through the Cross-Star Pendant's defense with one move. This greatly increases the security of the Red Warbler. Before setting off, I thought of an idea. Long Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Through the bombardment of Feng Yin just now, he thought of a good method that would make their next actions easier and more confident. Long Yu thought of this idea and took action immediately. He asked the three women to wait for him for a while, and then directly condensed dozens of his own ancient afterimages, and let these ancient afterimages stand in front of him. Then, Long Yu had just superimposed 40 or 50 layers of crazy fighting heavenly power, and now continued to activate the crazy fighting fist cannon. The crazy fighting divine inscriptions condensed on Long Yu's fist, and he punched out, instantly blasting an ancient afterimage into pieces. Then, Long Yu's wild fighting power was superimposed on another level. Although this is a waste of power, for the current Long Yu, the waste of power is nothing. Anyway, within the previous 7 days of training, he had self-destructed his body and then reshaped it, and restored his whole body's strength to its peak. Although the continuous fighting time will be shortened a lot if this continues. Long Yu can have hundreds of layers of crazy fighting power just after passing the teleportation array. If he encounters a more difficult opponent, you can get rid of it with just one move. When Long Yu smashed all the ancient afterimages in the field, he smiled and nodded to the three women. Okay, let's set off. The three women all knew what he was doing now, and they couldn't help but nodded. They all knew that in this way, Long Yu would maintain the strongest fighting power at the beginning, and would obviously have the advantage in the subsequent battle. The four of them passed through the teleportation array in the center of the room together, and then came to another room together. They were still surrounded by walls made of white light curtains. There was nothing in this room, it was empty, but this was obviously just an illusion. Because, as soon as they entered, they were attacked by an invisible force. It's a spiritual attack method, there are souls in this room. Long Yu immediately realized something, which made him grit his teeth and feel a little uncomfortable, because now he had hundreds of layers of crazy fighting heavenly power superimposed on him, and what happened was that he encountered a soul race that the crazy fighting divine one couldn't deal with. This feeling, it made him feel extremely depressed. But fortunately, it was the Soul Clan and not some other weird races. After all, he had his own way of dealing with the Soul Clan. When he was a first-stage Great Master, he used his own methods to kill the Soul Clan of the 5th-stage Great Master, not to mention that now, he has reached the realm of the 3rd-stage Great Master. Light of Balance. Without any hesitation, Feng Yin displayed the light of balance and blessed all four of her party, enhancing their spiritual perception abilities tenfold. Soon, the existence of the 4 soul clans was sensed by each of them. The realm of illusion. Long Yu originally wanted to use the pure world body to directly deal with these soul clans, but then he thought about it and came up with the move of virtual and real illusion realm. Without any hesitation, he directly displayed the virtual and real illusory domain, and then directly activated the power of this first-class divine formation, hoping to transform the 4 soul clans from the void state into the physical state. Long Yu didn't know if this would work, but there was no doubt that if it succeeded, it would be easier to deal with the soul clan in the future. The result did not disappoint him. The 4 soul clans were hiding in different places in this room, but they were suddenly enveloped by Long Yu's illusionary realm of reality and reality. Then, with the help of power, their invisible soul bodies condensed directly to form a soul entity. This situation made everyone in the venue overjoyed. Crazy fighting God walk. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu performed 2 moves in succession, and his entire body disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of one of the 6-stage Master Soul clan, and then punched out, instantly shattering the condensed soul entity. The method of virtual and real illusory realm is obviously relatively rare, but for the Soul Tribe, it is not too strange, because on the alien battlefield where the Soul Tribe fights against the human race and the Demon Tribe, the virtual and real illusory realm appears often. This is a weapon used to deal with the Soul Clan. How could the battlefield army not make good use of it? Of course, if you want to successfully cultivate this virtual and real fantasy realm, you also need a certain amount of talent. Therefore, not all soul clans can see it in the battlefield legions. Only in some relatively large battle scenes will such methods be used. Come out. When Long Yu displayed the illusion realm of virtual reality and condensed the phantom souls of the 4 soul clans into entities, Long Yu was so quick that he killed one of them with the mad fighting fist cannon. His soul was torn into pieces, and even if it was transformed into a shadow of nothingness again, it would be impossible for him to come back to life. In addition, Hong Ying used her innate magical power that was integrated with the essence of the wood element at one of the soul clans. The bloody long whip brought endless destruction to the spiritual soul and instantly descended on the soul of a 6-stage master. On the clan. The destructive power of the spirit and soul attached to the blood-colored whip exploded at this moment, directly blasting the entity where the soul was condensed into pieces. After the soul shadow is condensed into a solid body, the soul clan can be said to be at an extreme disadvantage, because after it becomes a solid body, it can be hit by ordinary attacks, and its essence is still a soul, and it will be injured when it is attacked by the soul. In this way, no matter what kind of attack it can cause great harm to the soul clan. In particular, these soul tribes did not react at all now, and they wanted to sneak attack Long Yu and the 4 of them. As a result, Long Yu reacted directly and used a move of virtual and real illusory domain, which made them all stunned. However, after 2 of them died, the 2 remaining 7-stage Master Soul clans also reacted. Concubine Yu originally wanted to deal with one of them, but when her immortal demon sword energy fell on the Soul Clan instantly turned into a phantom. Even the illusion of reality and reality could not bring it back again. Convert to entity state. Obviously, this was some tyrannical means used by the Soul Clan, which caused the virtual and real illusory realm to become ineffective, and he could always remain in the state of soul shadow. At the same time, the Soul Clan of the 7th-stage Master exploded with spiritual and soul power. It turned out to be a destructive storm condensed by the power of the wood element, and it rolled towards the field. If such a storm is involved, ordinary practitioners will definitely have their souls destroyed by the tyrannical spiritual destructive power. However, the other party's use of this move is in line with Long Yu's intention. Purifying Soul Mirror. Long Yu's figure turned around in a flash, his whole body covered with a layer of purifying soul mirror, and he broke into the opponent's mental destructive storm. 10 times the rebound force came to the body of the 7th-stage Master Soul Clan in the next moment, and it was directly involved. There was no sound in an instant. The mental destruction storm was rebounded by Long Yu, killing him directly. After the death of its caster, it completely dissipated. To deal with the Soul Clan, Long Yu has many methods, and they are all targeted. The martial arts secret technique of purifying body is even more powerful than the virtual and real illusory domain, which is the Soul Clan's nemesis. Although the opponent restrained Long Yu's virtual and real illusory domain, there is nothing he can do about purifying body. In other words, if Long Yu further improves his martial arts realm and reaches the 5th level of master, then even if he is standing here alone, no soul race below the level of a god can harm him in the slightest. This is the body of purifying the world of horror. It's a pity that the aliens killed here will be recycled by the Eclipse Ancient Realm. Otherwise, we can see if there are shadow-attributed divine essences in the small world of these soul tribes. Long Yu currently lacks shadow essence. After all, one shadow essence can bring him great strength gains. There is only one soul clan left in the field. This soul clan, Long Yu, will not fight with the three girls, just leave it to Yu Ge. With this remaining soul clan, Long Yu focused on using the virtual and real illusory domain to deal with it. Even if it wanted to return to its virtual state, it couldn't do it. It could only fly around the room with its solid soul body, thinking to escape. It's a pity that Yu Ji's offensive came directly at this time, and the stars broke through the air and fell with a crash. Even the soul clan of the 7th level master couldn't resist it at this moment. The soul clan doesn't know how to practice defensive methods against physical attacks. Now facing the star-breaking slash, there is no way to defend against it. It sounds like a long story, but in fact, it only took a moment to kill the 4 soul clans. Ever since the first soul clan was killed by Long Yu, a teleportation circle had appeared in the center of the room. The last soul clan was fleeing towards the teleportation circle, but failed to make it in time. It can be seen that Long Yu and others how quickly he acted. Calculate the scores. The scores of everyone now are different. After all, the number of aliens they killed is different. If you pass this level, the score will be reduced by 10 points. By then, Concubine Yu will still have 100 points, Long Yu will have 90 points, Han Ying will have 80 points, and Yu Ge will have 70 points. In this way, the difference between the most and the least among the 4 is 30 points, but there is nothing that can be done about it. Since you can only get extra points by killing aliens, there is really no way to control who kills the alien in many cases. For example, the soul clan that just cast the soul destruction storm, if Long Yu hadn't directly opened the purifying soul mirror to rebound, even Concubine Yu would have spent a lot of effort to deal with it, and few other people could be taken into account in the battle. People. Just now, Yu Ge was able to kill the last soul clan, but the other 3 gave way and tried their best to balance everyone's scores so that the 4 of them could walk to the back together. After killing all 4 soul tribes, Han Ying smiled, "It would be great if we always encounter soul tribes. This race may make it difficult for them to face other people, but for us, it's extremely simple. Isn't it because Long Yu is here?" Concubine Yu also smiled. She really didn't expect that Long Yu's restraint on the soul clan would reach such an extent, wiping out all 4 soul clans in an instant. To be honest, even if there were 4 Yu concubines in the field to deal with 4 soul tribes, I am afraid they would not be as clean and neat as Long Yu. His 2 moves of purifying the world body and the virtual and real illusory realm are really too strong against the soul tribes. The 4 people passed through the teleportation array and continued to move forward. This time, they were attacked as soon as they came over. They turned out to be 4 strong men from the Yuan clan with metal bodies. 2 of them were at the peak of the 7th level master, and 2 of them were in the realm of the 6th level master. When Long Yu and the 4 of them stepped onto the teleportation array and teleported to this room, the 4 Abyss clan strongmen immediately launched an attack on them. "Careful!" Long Yu shouted sharply, and first faced a strong man from the Abyss tribe who was at the peak of the 7th level master. His metal body came with a bang like a cannonball. Long Yu only had time to barely hold up a layer of the crazy battle celestial barrier, but the opponent had already bombarded him, directly crushing the layer of crazy battle celestial barrier, and then completely smashed half of his body. The Yuan clan was originally known for their tyrannical physical strength, and now that they launched a sneak attack, they were even more unstoppable. Long Yu was directly smashed into half of his body. Fortunately, the crazy battle celestial barrier blocked the opponent slightly. Otherwise, even the heart of the demon dust would have been smashed by the opponent, which would have been a big problem. Long Yu is like this, let alone others. Concubine Yu was a little better, she was extremely powerful. As soon as she raised her hand, a black and white fairy demon barrier was constructed, blocking the Yuan clan's attack at the peak of the 7th stage master. Long Yu was most worried about Yu Ge and Hong Ying. Fortunately for Hong Ying, with the cross-star pendant, the defensive power of the stars was instantly concentrated, and the one who attacked her was only the Yuan clan, who was the 6th level master, so she was able to defend the opponent relatively easily. But Yu Song doesn't have the defense of the cross-star pendant. Fortunately, her reaction was not slow. At this moment, she used 9 Heaven Star Flash. This is an endless level high-grade martial skill, and she has practiced it to a transcendental state. The moment the opponent bumped into her, her whole body was. The starlight shone brightly, and the whole person instantly shone into the distance. Although Yu Ge was hit on the shoulder by the opponent this time and the entire shoulder was shattered, but fortunately she also practiced the Heart of Demonic Dust. If the shoulder was shattered, she could still slowly recover. However, this sneak attack by the Yuan clan suddenly disrupted the formation of the 4 Long Yu people. Yu Ge used 9 Heaven Star Flash, and in the distance, although Hong Ying was protected by the cross-star pendant, she was knocked away for a long distance by the opponent. Needless to say, Long Yu had half of his body smashed into pieces by the other party, and the whole person flew a long way away. He was further away from the other 3 people. Only Concubine Yu was still near the place where she was teleported. The barrier of immortals and demons resisted the attack of a Yuan clan who was at the peak of his 7th stage master. In the Eclipse Ancient Domain, every level has extremely dangerous crises, either from other alien races or from the level itself. The good news is that Long Yu still maintains nearly 100 levels of fighting madness. After being smashed into pieces, he knew that the other party was extremely fast and would probably hit him again. If he hit him again, his Heart of Magic Dust would probably be damaged. This was something he could never allow to happen. At the same time, Long Yu cannot rely on the incarnation of nothingness to protect himself, because if he incarnates in nothingness, what will happen if this existence at the peak of the 7th level master goes to deal with other people? Even Concubine Yu might not be able to bear the challenge of facing 2 powerful men from the Yuan clan who are at the peak of the 7th level master at the same time, let alone the 2 girls Hong Ying and Yu Ge. With the move of virtual and real illusion realm, Long Yu is now, it is impossible to use it because everyone else is too far away from him. If he wants to influence and protect others, he will consume a lot of power. So now, Long Yu has only one way. Joyo Military Order. During this period of time, Long Yu transformed the corpses of many alien races into dark creatures, which have been placed in the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Among them were 2 ice gods who were 7-stage masters, and several other alien races who were 6-stage masters. After all, during the training process in the seminary, he obtained many bones of powerful alien races. He must have refined these alien bones into dark creatures. The key is that the realm of Long Yu martial arts has been improved, and the bones of high cultivation levels can be refined. The speed at which alien corpses turn into dark creatures has also accelerated countless times. It only takes a month to refine the alien bones of the 7th stage, master level, into dark creatures. The training time in the past few months is enough for Long Yu to refine so many dark creatures. Now, Long Yu needs time to reshape the destroyed half of his body, so he can only use the dark creatures in the 9 Nether Military Order to resist the Yuan clan, who is at the peak of the 7th stage master, for a moment. Of course, it is basically impossible for the 2 ordinary dark creatures, transformed from the alien race of the 7th level master, to deal with the peak Yuan clan strongman. However, there are also 5 alien dark creatures of the 6th level master, to assist. It is definitely no problem to hold it off for a while. 2 dark creatures from the Ice God clan attacked and directly released the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, trapping the Yuan clan strongman who was at the peak of the 7th stage of great mastership. However, the Yuan clan's metal body moved like thunder, the terrifying momentum contained infinite destructive power. With such a simple collision, the encirclement of the dark creatures was broken. This Yuan clan, after all, is a very intelligent being, and knows that these dark creatures summoned by Long Yu are not the key. If you want to pass the level of this Eclipse ancient domain, you must kill Long Yu himself. Therefore, the Yuan clan rushed out of the circle of dark creatures and continued to attack Long Yu. Its metal body emitted bursts of light, which was extremely eye-catching in this dark space. However, as soon as Long Yu thought, the surrounding dark creatures united, and each condensed the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions to come out, like a dark cage, constantly trapping the Yuan clan, and the Yuan clan rushed left and right, trying to break through. Coming out is not a matter of time. Taking advantage of this period of time, Long Yu quickly activated Mo Chen's heart to continuously reshape his destroyed body, and soon returned to its full state. As Long Yu's physical body was fully restored, a dark creature at the 6th stage master level over there had been completely crushed by the Yuan clan. The entire body of the dark creature was smashed and disintegrated by it, completely collapsing. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, he directly took back the remaining dark creatures into the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and then entered the internal space of the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Dragon skeleton break, activate. The dragon control and the dragon bone ancient pagoda have reached the highest unparalleled state, and this is an endless level elite warrior. It is not so easy to resist the dragon bone break if it is launched. Even the Yuan clan, who were at the pinnacle of the 7th level master, relied on their extremely powerful physical body to sprint towards the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The two sides suddenly met in midair, and the terrifying force actually pushed both sides back. If it were the Yuan clan that was the 6th level master, I am afraid that Long Yu would have taken some advantage in such a collision. Unfortunately, the other party's cultivation realm was too strong. On the Dragon Bone's ancient pagoda, even though there was a 9 nether sky screen for protection, at this moment, the 9 nether sky screens were completely shattered, and even the Dragon Bone's ancient pagoda was almost shattered. However, in this way, the other party was also destroyed. Bounced away, the violent momentum was blocked for a while. The next moment, Long Yu quietly left the dragon skeleton ancient tower. With the use of the Mad War God's move, he instantly flashed behind the 7th level master Yuan clan and punched the huge Yuan clan glowing with metallic luster. Got out. At this time, Long Yu only felt a wave of Mad War divine words in his body, which made him feel an extremely refreshing feeling when he punched out. This was something he had never experienced before when he used Mad War fists and cannons. Crazy Battle Celestial Body finally broke through to the transformation state. This punch is the Quanzhan Dragon Fist. It is the endless level high-grade martial art of Quanzhan Celestial Body that can only be used after one has mastered the transformation realm. The power of the Mad Fighting Dragon Fist is 5 times that of the ordinary Mad Fighting Fist and cannon, but it can only be activated when the Mad Fighting Heavenly Power reaches 100 levels. It is worth noting that the Mad Fighting Dragon Fist is harmful to itself. The damage is really too great. Now the strength of Long Yu's physical body was already amazing, but before the punch hit the Yuan tribe, his own physical body began to crack, and blood splattered from all over his body. After all, it is a finishing martial art that is 5 times more powerful than the crazy fighting fist and cannon. This punch can be said to be the essence of the crazy fighting celestial body martial skill. Coupled with the superimposed hundreds of layers of crazy fighting celestial power, it is undoubtedly equivalent to an explosion. The initial 500 times the power of the Mad War divine text. A punch was thrown out, and it instantly landed on the Yuan clan, who was at the peak of the 7-stage master. The next moment, the terrifying Mad War divine text erupted, like a roaring dragon, suppressing the Yuan clan with endless momentum. The whole thing flew out. Long Yu could feel that this punch had already injured the Yuan tribe, and the injury was not light. It could be said that it was almost as serious as the injury suffered by Long Yu himself. However, Long Yu had the heart of demon dust close to him and could easily recover himself. But the Yuan tribe, after eating this heavy meal, immediately split into several streams of metal fluid and came out from several directions. It rolled towards Long Yu. Terrifying power came from all directions, causing Long Yu to break out in cold sweat while rebuilding his body that he had just damaged. The opponent's reaction speed was too fast. Fighting against the Yuan clan, especially a Yuan clan who is at the peak of the 7th level master, is really too difficult, but it is also very exciting. Long Yu's heart is now full of excitement, and his heartbeat is constantly accelerating. Only with this kind of head-on collision can he be able to inspire the strongest power of Long Yu's Quanzhan divine text, allowing Long Yu to realize the martial arts of Quanzhan celestial body to its final state. Come again, frenzy fighting dragon fist. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and his whole person was shrouded in the divine inscriptions of crazy fighting. At this moment, every time he used the crazy fighting dragon fist, he could superimpose 5 layers of crazy fighting heavenly power. In other words, he still has crazy fighting heavenly power. It can continue to be superimposed, but the higher the number of superimposed layers, the more damage Long Yu will do to himself when he uses the Mad War divine inscription. After Long Yu took back the dark creature into the ancient dragon skeleton tower, he continued to use the mad fighting dragon fist, blasting out towards the Yuan tribe. The Mad War divine inscriptions continued to be swayed in the space, accompanied by Long Yu's own physical body. Constantly disintegrating and reborn, the battle has reached an extremely fierce level. The Yuan clan transformed into several streams of metal fluid and rolled towards Long Yu from different directions. Like several long metal dragons, they condensed into metal whirlwinds in the space and came with a bang. A purely physical competition is not fair to Long Yu. After all, the opponent is the strongest alien in the physical body, and he is also at the peak of the 7th level master. He is only one step away from being a super powerful existence at the godlike level. However, Long Yu has now accumulated more than 100 layers with the power of the crazy battle, and he can barely resist it by attacking instead of defending. Once the opponent is given a chance to recover, if Long Yu really hits him head-on, Long Yu will basically be doomed, and there will be no possibility of survival. Therefore, he can't stop fighting Dragon Fist for a moment now. Once the metal fluid bursts in, Long Yu uses the Mad War Divine Movement to change his position, and then blasts out the Mad War Dragon Fist from the side or the rear. The powerful power of the Mad War Divine Text is enough to blast away the split metal fluid from the opponent. It can even cause some damage to it. Relying on the unparalleled speed of the Mad Warrior God, Long Yu can barely hold on. However, when the opponent becomes familiar with Long Yu's speed and routines, he will probably launch a very powerful attack. By then, Long Yu will inevitably just can transform into nothingness, or activate the illusory realm of reality and reality. The other side. Concubine Yu gained a slight advantage against the other Yuan clan strongman who was at the peak of the 7th level master. The black and white fairy and demon energy continued to circulate in the space, condensing into sword energy and heading towards the other end that had turned into metallic fluid. Yuan tribe invades. Surrounded by the sword energy, the Yuan tribe could only passively resist. Even if they wanted to break out of the area surrounded by the sword energy, they had to endure extremely strong blows. However, the Yuan tribe couldn't just sit back and wait for death, so they fought hard to destroy one of the metal fluids by the immortal demon sword energy, and finally escorted the other 2 metal fluids to break through the obstacles and shoot toward Concubine Yu's body. Concubine Yu raised her hand, and the aura of immortals and demons lingered around her. Although the 2 powers were extremely different and even opposite, they were perfectly combined in Concubine Yu, and together they created a layer of extremely powerful the barrier between immortals and demons. Innate magical powers, martial arts, and combat weapons are all endless, and they are all different ways of using the spirit of immortals and demons. Based on the energy of immortals and demons, they exert different effects to deal with the enemy. The two metallic fluids that broke through were directly blocked by the immortal and demonic energy, and could not attack Concubine Yu herself at all. However, Concubine Yu seemed to have an absolute advantage, but such an intensive sword energy offensive consumed a lot of her strength. Depending on how powerful this Yuan clan was, I am afraid that even when Concubine Yu's strength was exhausted, she would not be able to do anything. Dry it completely. Concubine Yu now also sees that the situation on the field is quite urgent, so she wants to defeat her opponent quickly and help others. The other side. Hong Ying's situation is relatively leisurely. She relies on the cross-star pendant, a godlike product. There is no doubt that she is unlikely to be harmed by a Yuan clan member with a 6th stage master level. However, the defensive ability of the cross-star pendant is also limited. Long Yu had tried it before. Under 100 levels of crazy fighting, it only took a few fists to break through the defense of the cross-star pendant. Although the defense ability of the cross-star pendant would recover naturally, the recovery speed could not be that fast. Quick. The same is true now. Although the Yuan clan of the 6th level master level is not as strong as the peak Yuan clan of the 7th level master that Long Yu faces, its attack strength is also extremely amazing, especially if the opponent is close and violently collides with it. The defensive barrier of the star pendant suffered an extremely violent blow. Therefore, it is impossible for Hong Ying to stay where she is and be attacked by the opponent. While the cross-star pendant still had defensive energy, she had to weaken the Yuan tribe's strength to the maximum extent. Otherwise, she would probably be killed by the opponent when the cross-star pendant was broken. But fortunately, Hong Ying's martial arts realm is now a 5th level master, and there is not much difference with the opponent's basic strength. The threefold gap can still be made up by using some martial arts, magical powers, and warriors. While the blood-colored divine inscriptions were being swayed, Hong Ying continued to display various methods of her own. The endless-level high-grade martial arts of demon shadow binding were condensed, and countless blood-colored lines emerged from the void, suddenly trapping the Yuan clan. Stand up. The Yuan clan rushed left and right, but they were unable to break through the shackles of the demonic shadow binding. After all, this was an endless-level high-grade martial skill. It had been cultivated to a transcendent state by Hong Ying, and the most important thing was that this time the demonic shadow binding was used. It exploded with 7 times the power. This sudden outbreak surprised even Hong Ying, but if this happened, the other party would suffer great damage. The bloody long whip suddenly came out. Without any hesitation, Hong Ying used his most lethal method, which was the innate magical power that was integrated into the essence of the wood element. The bloody long whip was condensed and had the ability to directly attack the opponent's spiritual soul. Horrible effect. Especially for the Yuan tribe, although their physical body is very strong, their spiritual soul is really not that good. The bloody long whip came with a bang, easily destroying the opponent's spirit and soul by 10% or 20%, making the Yuan clan realize that the situation was not good, and finally decomposed into several streams of metallic fluid, and forcibly escaped from the demon shadow. Freed from the shackles of imprisonment. Of course, there was also a stream of metal fluid that could not escape. It was completely trapped by the demon shadow, and then was continuously attacked by the blood-colored whip. Soon, the metal fluid quickly dissipated, and the soul in it was completely destroyed. Part of the Yuan clan, the 6th level master, was killed in this way. However, the ensuing battle was still not easy for Hong Ying, because once the opponent was trapped by the demon shadow binding, it was impossible to be trapped a second time, and the opponent split into metal fluid, and the other 6 metals the fluids attacked the red warbler from different directions. Even with the demon shadow binding, it is impossible to trap so many extremely fast targets at the same time. Next comes the most difficult moment for the Red Orioles. Even though there is only one level of martial arts difference between the two sides, those who can enter the Eclipse ancient territory are all the elites of the major foreign races. The Yuan clan, a 6th-level master in front of them, can easily deal with ordinary 7th-level masters outside. Dominate the strong. On the other side, Yugu was dealing with the Yuan clan, who were in the 6th level of master realm. Although Yugu doesn't have the defense of the cross-star pendant, she can still do it with ease, relying on the speed and control ability of Jiuxiao Star Flash. The most important thing is that she and her opponent are in the same martial arts realm, both are 6th-level masters, so their basic strength, pretty much, no one is suppressing anyone. Of course, even so, Yugu would not be able to confront the opponent head-on. After all, the opponent was from the Yuan clan, a race with one of the best physical strength in the entire Langyi galaxy. To fight against the Yuan clan purely physically, unless there is no other choice, is completely like a fool's behavior. After the 9 Heavens Star Flash reaches the transcendent state, every time it flashes out, it can break the space barrier and condense the power of the stars and divine texts to bind the opponents who stay in place for a period of time. When Yugu started to use 9 Heavens Star Flash 3 times in a row, the Yuan tribe was stuck in place stupidly. When they caught up, Yugu flashed away again, not to mention how angry they were. So after 3 times, the Yuan clan knew that they would never be able to catch up with Yugu, so they dispersed completely, turned into 7 metal fluids, and chased Yugu from different directions, with a speed faster than just the last time. Faster when together. Long Yu and others had seen a lot of the Yuan clan's methods, so Yugu was already prepared for the opponent's decomposition into metallic fluid. Star-studded. Star locks the soul. The power of countless stars continued to condense and flash in the field, and together they formed a sealed area, blocking the 7 metallic fluids. Even though they could not completely block the opponent's progress, they made it difficult for the opponent to move forward. Every time he wanted to take a step closer to Yugu, the 2 moves of Xingvuakabu and Xingchen Soul Locking were launched at the same time to block him, which was extremely disgusting. Moreover, the opponent decomposed into 7 metallic fluids, which was just right for Yugu. When the opponent becomes one, Yuji's attacks may not be able to penetrate the opponent's body and cause any damage to the opponent. But that's different now. The stars cut through the air. The star divine text condensed into a huge sword light, which fell heavily and crashed towards one of the metal fluids, almost breaking the entire space. It drove the power of the 2nd-level divine formation of Star Lottery and Star Soul Locking to move towards that the metallic fluid suppressed it. The metallic fluid was already trapped, but now it's too late to fly away as the stars are cutting through the air too fast. However, the opponent was obviously prepared, and had long expected that Yugu would launch an attack after controlling it. Therefore, at this moment, the metallic luster appeared on its surface, and a thick defensive barrier actually appeared on its surface. Of course, the Yuan clan's magical powers cannot have such external defense methods. You must know that the Yuan clan's methods all act on the physical body. The other party's defensive barrier undoubtedly came from some of the other party's soldiers, or something like the divine artifact of the beginning. When the metallic luster defensive barrier appeared, it actually directly blocked Yuji's star-breaking slash, and even there is no way to break through it. This thing looks a bit like the effect of the cross-star pendant. Could it be that I obtained a similar godlike source product? Yuga frowned slightly. In this case, it was really impossible for her to quickly deal with this Yuan tribe. The 4 of them fought on their own, and the battle situation fell into a stalemate for a while. This was the most difficult battle they had ever encountered since entering the Eclipse ancient territory, but this was obviously just the beginning. The battlefield where Hongyin was located had achieved some results, but after the opponent turned into metallic fluid, her demon shadow, binding, and other methods could not control the opponent. She could only rely on the cross-star pendant for defense. The situation was worrying. There is no danger in Yuge, but it takes a lot of effort to kill the opponent, and it will definitely not happen in a short time. The assimilation stance is really useless against aliens like the Yuan clan who fight purely in physical form. Soon Long Yu tested the martial arts secret method that he had just successfully cultivated, the assimilation stance, but found that it was of no use. The opponent's physical body collided with him, or he turned into metal fluid and stabbed at him, and he could not be weakened by the assimilation stance. Assimilating the stance can only weaken the power of divine texts, and so on, but cannot weaken the opponent's physical body. This was confirmed by Long Yu. The situation in the field is a bit stalemate, and Long Yu's side is obviously regarded as a breakthrough by the opponent. As long as Long Yu is killed first, then the 7th stage master of Long Yu, the peak existence, can move the battlefield and go to other places to establish victory. So in the current situation, it can be said that no one can die. If one person dies, the entire army may be wiped out. Of course, in this level, it is very likely that the person who dies will exit the teleportation array, just like the previous level, but even so, Long Yu does not want the person who dies to be one of the 4 of him. Long Yu wants to achieve some results, but unfortunately, the gap between his martial arts realm and that of his opponent is too big. Now being able to barely resist is his limit, and it is almost impossible to kill the opponent. Matter. You must know that the opponent is at the peak of the 7th level master. Even if it is Concubine Yu who comes here, it will take a lot of effort to kill the opponent. Under such circumstances, Long Yu could only hold on and wait for Concubine Yu to kill her opponent. The Red Warbler should be able to hold on with the protection of the Cross-Star Pendant. Yuji's side is in the opposite situation to Hong Ying's side. They rely on various means to control the opponent. Even if they split into 7 metallic fluids, they can't get close to Yuge. However, Yuge wants to kill Yuan. The clan is not that easy. The breakthrough for the 4 Long Yu people can only be with Concubine Yu. The other party has obviously seen this. There is no doubt that Concubine Yu is the strongest among the 4. The others do not seek merit but no fault. As long as they resist for a certain period of time, they will wait for Concubine Yu to kill the opponent. That's it. At this time, the Yuan clan, who was trapped by Concubine Yu's immortal and demonic sword energy, finally used their methods. A jet black metal cutting iron flew out of her body in an instant. Terrifying power emanated from the black metal cutting iron, and in an instant it knocked away Concubine Yu's immortal and demonic sword energy. They are soldiers of the Yuan tribe. Unlike the warriors of the human race, demon race, or other alien races, the warriors of the Yuan clan do not come with any divine power, but are made of special materials from the abyss where the Yuan clan is located. The material is extremely strong and matches the powerful body of the Yuan clan. Capable of erupting with great power that far exceeds his own martial arts realm. This black iron sword was thrown out by the Yuan tribe and swept away, directly dispersing the immortal demon sword energy that surrounded Concubine Yu. Then the iron sword fell towards Concubine Yu's head, and it was about to kill Yu. The whole concubine was smashed into meat cakes. It's a pity that Concubine Yu can't let the other party succeed like this. In addition to the damaged Taichu divine necklace, Concubine Yu naturally had other soldiers in her hands. At this moment, a snow-white flying sword flew out of her arms, with sword energy filling the sky, and instantly wrapped around the black cutting iron. At this time, 6 metallic fluids were also attacking, from all around. The terrifying force of collision seemed to crush Concubine Yu into pieces, but the snow-white flying sword was also divided into 6, and each separated flying sword was with the rich fairy energy. It easily resisted the 6 metallic fluids. Obviously, Concubine Yu had not used her full strength in the previous battles. This snow-white flying sword was an endless superclass weapon, and it had already matched Concubine Yu to an unparalleled level. You must know that Concubine Yu is now at the peak level of the 7th level master, and the soldiers are close to the highest level, and the compatibility has also reached its peak. Such a method can be said to be one of the most powerful methods among gods. The 6 metallic fluids were completely unable to break through Concubine Yu's defense, and instead retreated towards the rear, spreading out in 3 directions. It was attacking where Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yu Gu were. This situation made Concubine Yu's expression change. The combination of these 6 metal fluids is like a Yuan clan at the peak of 7 levels of domination. The destructive power of each metal fluid is overwhelming. No matter who among the 3 is hit, it is basically a dead end. Long Yu, the situation is already very dangerous now. If there are 2 more metallic fluids, it will be difficult to withstand it. Although Hong Ying is protected by the cross-star pendant, a godlike product, its defense strength is also limited. Under the bombardment of the Yuan clan's metallic fluid at the peak of the 7th stage master, it will probably be destroyed in a few seconds. As for Yu Gu, although she can defend herself against the attack of the Yuan clan, the 6th level master, the sudden sneak attack of the metal fluid from the Yuan clan, the peak master of the 7th level master, will definitely cause a lot of trouble to her, in case she is accidentally hit by the opponent. Yes, the situation is absolutely serious. Concubine Yu's snow-white flying sword instantly split into 6, and 6 into 36. Phantom Fairy Sword. This is the name of Concubine Yu's snow-white flying sword. It can be divided into 6 parts without limit, and each flying sword clone has half the power of the original body. In other words, the first time it is divided into 6, the overall power of the phantom sword will be increased by 3 times. The second 6 points are 36, and the overall phantom sword will be tripled again. Now, the phantom sword split into the shadows of 36 snow-white flying swords, and chased directly towards the 6 metallic fluids. Although the reaction was a step slower, they were still able to catch up before the opponent attacked Long Yu and the others. There are 12 clones of phantom fairy swords on each side, which condense the infinite fairy energy and fly through the space. The combined power of these 12 phantom swords is equivalent to 3 times the power of the original phantom sword. It is not difficult to block 2 metallic fluids. The key is to catch up first. The opponent's speed was really too fast, mainly because he slipped away from Concubine Yu without any warning and wanted to sneak attack others. By the time Concubine Yu could react, the opponent had already flown a considerable distance away. Naturally, Long Yu and the other 3 were aware of this situation. Hong Ying had no choice, she could only rely on the cross-star pendant to block the opponent. Yu Gu continued to use Jiuxiao Star Flash, relying on flexible dodge, and at the same time constructed a 2nd-grade divine formation with stars and star soul locks to block the opponent. Slow down the opponent's speed. Under the circumstances, the other party could not catch up with Yu Gu. It was still difficult to hurt Yu Gu. Of course, the 2 metal fluids on the opponent's side belong to the Yuan clan, who are at the peak of the 7th stage master. If these 2 metal fluids are added, Yu Ji's 2nd-grade divine formation may soon be shattered by the huge force. Fortunately, she blocked the opponent with the 2nd-grade divine formation for a while, and then Concubine Yu's phantom fairy sword clone arrived. With the fairy energy swirling around, the 2 metallic fluids were completely blocked. But the most critical situation is in the other 2 places. Concubine Yu's 12 phantom fairy sword clones flew directly towards where Long Yu and Hong Ying were. However, at this moment, the 7th level master Peak Yuan clan who originally fought against Long Yu seemed to be I feel that Long Yu is not too strong, but he actually released 2 streams of metallic fluid. These 2 streams of metal fluid, combined with the 2 streams of metal fluid that hit, a total of 4 streams of metal fluid, flew towards Hong Ying's location at the same time. The metal fluids that originally dealt with Long Yu were divided into 2 streams to stop Zhu. Concubine Yu's phantom sword clone. Immediately afterwards, a total of 6 metallic fluids flying towards Hong Ying merged in midair, forming a giant metal beast, and crashed down towards Hong Ying's location. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Even Concubine Yu had never seen the metal fluids of different Yuan clan fused together. This should be some kind of hidden method of the Yuan clan. Few outsiders could. I have seen, or in other words, very few Yuan clan can perform it. These two 7th-level masters from the Yuan clan worked together and actually set their target on Hong Ying, wanting to kill her directly. Click. With a shattering sound, the cross-star pendant on Hong Ying's chest suddenly dimmed, and the star defense barrier formed by it was instantly destroyed by the giant metal beast. The metal beast formed by the fusion of 6 metal fluids was actually stronger than a single metal beast. A Yuan tribe is stronger. With just one blow, the defense of the cross-star pendant was shattered. Long Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately wanted to help, but was blocked by the remaining 4 metallic fluids. He was unable to take action at all. He kept blasting out the mad fighting dragon fist, but could not completely kill the opponent. Instead, his body continued to break apart. Concubine Yu's phantom fairy sword also swept over in an instant, trying to stop the metal giant beast, but it was directly blasted away by the metal giant beast, unable to stop its momentum of attacking Hong Ying. The illusory realm of reality and reality. With no other choice, Long Yu could only use this trick again. The virtual and real illusory realm was formed in an instant. Then Long Yu mobilized all his strength to transform Hong Ying into a state of nothingness in advance, before the metal giant beast was about to attack Hong Ying. The metal behemoth's terrifying attack finally came down, but the red warbler turned into nothingness, and the opponent's attack failed. However, in this way, Long Yu consumed a lot of his own strength. After all, Hong Ying was far away from him, so it took him several times the strength to turn Hong Ying into nothingness. A recovery pill was taken by Long Yu, and then Concubine Yu finally took advantage of this moment to use the fastest speed and the strongest strength to act. If she didn't use her full strength, Hong Ying might really be defeated by the opponent. Get rid of it. Please visit the website of this book, Yunlage, or visit the website directly. The snow-white necklace on Concubine Yu's white neck was finally used by her. A burst of ethereal fairy energy instantly enveloped the entire space, condensing into a storm of fairy energy, surrounding the fused metal beast. Want to read a book? Soon, the bursts of immortal energy storms produced an infinite destructive force, continuously bombarding the metal giant beast. Long Yu felt a lot more relaxed. Faced with the siege of 4 metallic fluids, he kept using the crazy fighting celestial body and the crazy fighting dragon fist, making the layers of the crazy fighting heavenly power become higher and higher. At this moment, the fighting force has reached the 170th level unprecedentedly. This level of crazy fighting power allowed Long Yu to throw out a punch at will. The power was comparable to that of a strong man at the 7th stage master level. However, the damage to him was also huge. His body continued to crack, and sometimes even with one punch, his arm was broken. But at this time, every one of his mad fighting dragon fists was able to cause a lot of damage to the metal fluid separated by the Yuan clan strongman who was at the peak of the 7th stage of great mastership. Often, he would directly blast them with one punch. Got a crack. However, the reason why metallic fluid is a fluid is that its shape is not fixed. Even if it is blasted into pieces, it may not actually hurt the opponent's vital points. After all, the Yuan clan is at the pinnacle level of the 7th stage Great Master. It is still too reluctant for Long Yu to fight. The situation on Yu Ji's end is not bad. After all, she is already at the martial arts level of a 6th level master. With her basic strength improved, she can still withstand a 6th level master from the Yuan clan plus 2 7th level masters. The metallic fluid of the Pinnacle Abyss clan. The key lies in the Red Warbler's side. Even if Concubine Yu used her awakened Taichu divine item and that snow-white necklace to deal with the fusion of metal fluids, she couldn't kill the opponent for a while. As for Hong Ying, without the attack of the metal fluid fusion body, she persisted, and the defensive energy on the cross-star pendant also began to recover. At this time, she helped cast the demonic shadow binding and thousand doors soul locking, two powerful moves, directly trapped the fusion of metal fluid. Countless immortal and demonic sword energy followed closely, finally cutting the fusion of metal fluid into pieces. However, after the fusion of metallic fluid was chopped into pieces, it divided into 6 metallic fluids and dispersed in all directions. It is really difficult to kill such a Yuan clan, but 4 phases of killing prison. Countless death lines emerged directly from the field, shrouding one of the metallic fluids. At the same time, the Red Warbler also condensed countless bloody whips, completely surrounding the metallic fluid. Even though he was a strong man from the Abyss clan at the peak level of the 7th stage Great Master, the metallic fluid was only 1/7 of it. Now the two of them randomly selected the same metal fluid to attack at the same time. Whether it is the death line of the 4-phase killing prison or the bloody whip of the Red Warbler, they can cause great damage to the spiritual soul. They are not mentally fragile at all. The strong can withstand it. The next moment, the spiritual soul, contained in the metallic fluid, was directly destroyed. When Concubine Yu saw this, the immortal demon sword chi also condensed into a ball, surrounding all the other metallic fluids, making it impossible for them to escape. The situation would be much better if one metal fluid died. Even if these 5 metal fluids merged again, they would not be as powerful as before. After Long Yu and Hong Ying performed a killing move, their opponents watched them more closely. Around Long Yu, the 4 metallic fluids attacked him even more fiercely, leaving him no time to deal with the others. The Yuan clan, the 6th-level master of Hong Ying's face, also kept rushing towards her. The tyrannical physical power almost completely destroyed the cross-star pendant's defense. By this time, Concubine Yu also knew that she could only rely on her to kill these Yuan tribes. Want to read a book? However, she used all her strength from the beginning, and now she has consumed most of her body's strength. She could only take a pill to restore her strength, and then continued to attack the metal fluid. The immortal and demon sword energy came down with a sharp strike. The sharp destructive power continuously chopped the metallic fluid into pieces. Even though the metallic fluids continued to recover, they could not stop Concubine Yu's offensive. Concubine Yu was originally in existence at the pinnacle of the 7th-level master, and was more powerful than the opponent's Yuan clan individual alone. Now she was facing only 5 metal fluids. How could she lose to the opponent? Eliminating the opponent is just a matter of time. As the metallic fluids were killed by Concubine Yu, the pressure on others suddenly decreased. Whether it was Long Yu, Hong Ying, or Yu Ge, they all felt relaxed. After Concubine Yu killed all her opponents, she first chose to help Long Yu. Because Long Yu has basically reached his limit now. He has never had 200 levels of crazy fighting power stacked up to this level before. Every punch he throws can make his body explode. If he continues, every punch will cause him to self-destruct. Although Long Yu is not in danger of being killed by the metal fluid from the Yuan clan for the time being, there is no doubt that he is in the most tense situation now, so Concubine Yu chose him to provide first-step support. The immortal and demonic sword energy swept over, and Long Yu used the 4 phases of killing prison in great coordination, and the two of them worked together to kill the streams of metal fluid. At this level, there are no other Yuan clans to worry about. There is no portal in the center of the room. It seems that all the opponents must be killed. But in this case, wouldn't this room be a treasure level? Because in the last treasure level, you also need to kill all your opponents. Long Yu and Concubine Yu didn't think much about it. They supported Hong Ying and Yu Ge as quickly as possible, and then wiped out the Yuan clan, the 6th-level master, who was fleeing from both ends. All the aliens in the field were killed, and at this time, everyone's scores seemed very strange. Because what everyone killed was not the Yuan clan individuals, but the metallic fluids they split. One Yuan clan could split into 7 metallic fluids, allowing Long Yu and the others to get even scores. At this time, the total scores of the 4 people were, Yu Fei 13 points, Long Yu 101 points, Hong Ying 89 points, and Yu Ge 76 points. Of course, with the appearance of 2 huge amethyst boxes in the center of the room, 2 of them had to spend 10 points each to open these 2 boxes. Since Concubine Yu and Long Yu have the highest scores, they naturally have to open the box. In addition, since they have to pass this level later, everyone will have to deduct 10 points. The 4 of them still have the remaining points. Not much. The 2 amethyst boxes made everyone full of expectations. In the previous treasure level, Long Yu got the amethyst box alone and opened a cross-star pendant. Although it was damaged, it was still a godlike product, an extremely rare thing. This time, 2 amethyst boxes appeared. What would be in them? Long Yu took an amethyst box, and Concubine Yu took an amethyst box, and then they each spent 10 points to open it. As Long Yu opened the amethyst box, he found a burst of black light emanating from it. What was stored in it turned out to be a shadow essence. He was delighted. It turned out to be a shadow essence. This thing was a great improvement for him now. After Concubine Yu opened the box, she got a roulette wheel with many reward names marked on it, which made her frown slightly. It turns out to be a reward that can be chosen, and there is even the essence of Taichu to choose from. Concubine Yu showed the roulette to everyone, and everyone was a little surprised. Everything on the roulette was all good, but every good thing required extra points to redeem. For example, a piece of gold element Taichu essence requires 100 points to redeem. Unfortunately, among the others, only Concubine Yu has 103 points, and after the points are deducted, she will not be able to go to the next level. So this reward option can only be viewed. There are also a lot of points that need to be deducted for other things, and Concubine Yu is a little reluctant to part with it. After all, she will deduct 10 points for opening the box now, plus 10 points will be deducted for passing the level later, leaving only 93 points in total. In order to save money, she didn't need to choose many things, including the gold-type primordial essence, the incomplete godlike source products, the water-type source of heavenly spirits, and so on. There are even super-grade created things, which are super-created things that are superior to Tianjing level creations. The creative power contained in them is at least 10 times more than the first-grade Tianjing level creations. If this super-grade creation is absorbed by Long Yu, it will at least allow him to upgrade to 1 level of martial arts. Even 2 levels of martial arts can be easily improved. However, if you want to exchange for a super-grade creation, you need to spend 80 points, not even Concubine Yu dared to take risks. You know, if by chance, if you have consumed 80 points now, you will not be able to successfully enter the next area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain later. This is a really big loss. For Concubine Yu, other things are secondary now. The most important thing is to find an opportunity to step into the godlike realm. This will undoubtedly require her to move deeper into the Eclipse Ancient Domain. If she covets these treasures, the treasures in the level are obviously worth the loss. Therefore, they can only spend 20 points from this roulette wheel to redeem one of the more useful things. Assimilation Stance, the 4th to 6th levels of cultivation methods. Previously, they had obtained the training methods for the first 3 levels of the assimilation stance, and now they have obtained the cultivation methods for the 4th to 6th levels of the assimilation stance. This choice is not bad. After all, if they can cultivate it to the 6th level, they will be better in battle. The effect it can exert is definitely not weak. It was Concubine Yu who exchanged for the 4th to 6th levels of assimilation stance cultivation methods. She spent 20 points and made a choice from the roulette wheel. Read a book. After redeeming this cultivation method, of course what everyone has to do is practice. Just like the previous treasure level, after getting the treasure, it is best to take a rest and improve your combat power so that you can deal with it better next time. It is a pity that after killing foreign opponents in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, the opponent's body will be recovered by the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Otherwise, you can get a lot of good things from these strong men. Especially, the Yuan tribe that you good dealt with just now actually had a broken, godlike, source item on his body. It would be great if he could get his hands on it, but it's a pity. Of course, this is the original rule of the Eclipse Ancient Territory. If you want to get treasures, you can only get them from the treasure level, or the other party takes the initiative to hand over the things before they die. However, when the aliens are fighting, how can the other party give it to them? Hand over things? Next, everyone practiced the secret martial arts technique of assimilating the stance together. Even if they can only practice to the 6th level, the effect should be able to reach a good level. Not to mention that as they continue to go down, it is likely that they can also get the cultivation methods of the last 3 levels. In that case, although it is impossible for the time being, he has reached the peak of his cultivation, but he can still do it after returning. When the assimilation stance is at the 3rd level, all the forces that enter the nearby range are weakened by 9%, and the power is weakened by 9% every breathing time, which can be said to be quite significant. Function. If it is cultivated to the 6th level, according to the rules, it should be able to weaken 36% of its power with each breath and convert it into the energy of the assimilation stance. It is worth mentioning that the assimilation stance's weakening of attack power is not a cumulative weakening, but a superimposed weakening. In other words, even if the opponent's attack power stays in the assimilating stance for 3 breaths, it will not be completely weakened. It is weakened and assimilated, but superimposed and weakened until it is only about a quarter of its original power. If they have reached the 9th level of assimilation, the effect can be said to be super powerful. Unfortunately, they can only cultivate to the 6th level now. At this moment, whether it is Concubine Yu or Lan Yu, Han Ying or Yu Ge, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stored in the small world can be said to be massive, which can be used to practice this assimilation stance. With enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the cultivation of the first 6 levels of martial arts secrets is quite fast. 7 days passed, and all 4 of them had cultivated their assimilation stance to the 6th level. Then everyone experimented and found a very good point, that is, if the 4 of them perform the assimilation stance together, the assimilation stance can be superimposed. That is to say, as long as the attack enters the superimposed assimilation stance for a breath time, this is equivalent to being weakened 4 times. This surprised the 4 of them. It seemed that if they fought together, they would have more chances to fight against the enemy. They didn't stay in place for too long. After the 4 people finished practicing and tested it, they walked towards the teleportation array in the center of the room. Now they have advanced about half of the distance in the initial area. After a few more levels, you can reach the next advanced area. When you reach the advanced area, the alien races you encounter will be more dangerous, weird, and there may not necessarily be only 2 alien races in a room, but more races will appear to compete together. This made Lan Yu think of something, that is, the problem between the human race and the demon race. Obviously the human race and the demon race do not belong to the same race, but in the Lengya galaxy around the Eclipse Ancient Domain, the human race and the demon race are united together. After entering the Eclipse Ancient Domain, they are also calculated according to the combined race. In other words, the powerful god who left the Eclipse Ancient Domain knew about the alliance between the human race and the demon race, so he deliberately set it up like this? When the Eclipse Ancient Domain appeared, the human race and the demon race had been united with each other for a long time, so this seemed normal. Shaking his head, Long Yu did not think too much about these useless things, but continued to focus on the next level. 1. Reading a book. After the 4 people passed this level, they entered the next level, only to find that they were the only ones left in this level. The entire checkpoint room was pitch black, with nothing around. At the same time, everyone else who entered at the same time as him also disappeared. Long Yu's heart sank. Could it be that the 4 of them were teleported separately at this point? This was not a good situation, but fortunately he found that it was not the case. According to the experience of the predecessors who entered the Eclipse Ancient domain in the past, separate teleportation only occurs in the advanced area. In the initial area, basically everyone enters together and teleports together. Long Yu was still hesitating, when suddenly a figure exactly like Long Yu appeared in front of him. The figure was gradually condensed from the white light curtain around the room, and it turned out to be exactly the same as Long Yu himself. This made Long Yu frown slightly. Could it be that this level requires them to challenge their respective mirror clones? This is not particularly difficult for Long Yu, because he has done this kind of thing many times before. But he soon discovered that this level was not that simple. Because the self he is facing is not his current self, but his future self. As for how to tell, it's very simple. The figure who appeared in front of Long Yu who looked exactly like him was not a 3rd level master like him, but a peak 7th level master. This embarrassed Long Yu. Facing himself at the peak level of the 7th level master, how can he defeat him? This is almost impossible. First of all, the opponent knows all the methods he knows, and secondly, the opponent's basic strength is dozens of times stronger than Long Yu. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. If it were other 7th level masters at their peak, such as the Yuan clan before, Long Yu would still have the guts to give it a try, but if it was himself at the peak of his 7th level master, he would be really difficult to deal with. At the same time, in other rooms, what concubine Yu was facing was that she had already stepped into the god-like level. This situation made her frown continuously. It was obvious that she, like Long Yu, was at a loss. Concubine Yu has been wanting to step into the godlike realm for these years. She knows very well how her strength will increase once she steps into the godlike realm. If the mirror image in front of her is really her godlike level, then the strength gap between the 2 parties will be not just a little bit. The gap between the peak 7th level master and the godlike one is really huge. This is not just a matter of basic strength. The basic strength alone is more than 10 times worse. Not to mention, once you step into the godlike state, the strength in your body will change qualitatively. Concubine, you can be sure that she will face it. It is absolutely impossible for a human being to be his opponent. Hong Ying and Yu Gu were also faced with almost the same situation. What the 2 women faced was themselves at the peak level of the 7th level master. Moreover, all 4 of them were separated, and it was impossible to know the condition of the others. This made the 4 people's hearts sink. What is going on in front of you? However, no matter what, we still have to fight. No matter how difficult it is to break into the Eclipse Ancient realm, it is impossible to give an impossible level to pass. Maybe this guy is just a paper tiger. Long Yu thought in his heart and decided to take the initiative. As soon as he raised his hand, the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed from his body. He wanted to try out how powerful the 9 nether dragon breath he had just merged with the shadow essence was. In the previous treasure level, in addition to practicing the 4th to 6th levels of the assimilation stance, Long Yu also received a shadow essence, which he integrated into the 9 nether dragon breath, the 3rd innate magical power fruit. He hasn't tried it yet, and now it's time to try out how powerful this move is. As the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed in his body, the next moment he spit out a jet of black flames. This was the 9 nether dragon breath. This time, the power of the 9 nether dragon breath he sprayed out could definitely reach more than 10 times as much as before. Moreover, this 9 nether dragon breath actually contains some special corrosive power. Originally, the combination of dragon control and shadow attribute divine inscriptions reached the peak level of the 12th level. When the shadow attribute divine inscriptions are used, they will have special corrosive power. Now, after the 9 nether dragon breath is integrated into the shadow essence, it will be enhanced again. With such a corrosive effect, it can even corrode the enemy's spiritual soul. This is what Long Yu can use now. In addition to the 4-phase killing prison, it is another method that can attack the opponent's spiritual soul. If it were me, faced with such an attack from the 9 nether dragon breath, I would definitely turn into nothingness first, and then find a way to counterattack after dodging. Long Yu squinted his eyes and thought in his mind. He carefully observed the 7-stage master's peak level, how he reacted to the 9 nether dragon breath, and soon he found that the other party's reaction was beyond his expectation. The other party did not choose to incarnate into nothingness, nor did he use any means he knew. A layer of elemental divine barrier condensed from in front of the guy. Immediately afterwards, this layer of elemental divine barrier blocked the 9 nether dragon breath. Even though the 9 nether dragon breath was extremely destructive, it could not destroy that elemental barrier. Elemental attribute divine text? Long Yu frowned slightly. He didn't think that when he reached the 7th level of master, he would turn to comprehend the divine texts of elemental attributes. Is this thing in front of me really my future self? Or is this just a projection and illusion of something else? No one can fully understand the methods of the Eclipse ancient domain. The scene before us has never been mentioned in previous experience. It is obviously a new level in the Eclipse ancient domain. How to pass this level is very simple, that is to kill the guy in front of you. No matter what, just kill him. As for what he is, don't care. The Eclipse ancient realm directly projected him to be me at the peak level of the 7th level master, in order to scare me psychologically. And give up, it's a pity. Long Yu is not someone who gives up so easily. Now he has some guesses about this level, but he is not sure yet, so he should check it out first. Long Yu's guess is that the opponent appearing in front of him now should be a foreign race, but because of the Eclipse ancient territory, it seems to be himself at the peak of the 7th level master. And in this case, Long Yu thought, in the eyes of this foreign race, would he also be the opponent of the 7th level master realm? The test of the Eclipse ancient territory cannot only be for the human race or the demon race. It should be the same for the alien races. Therefore, the alien and Long Yu in front of each other should think that the other is the stronger version of themselves in the future. In this case, both parties will be somewhat shaken psychologically, and they will have the mentality of retreating before the fight begins. But there is no doubt that neither Long Yu nor the alien flinched. Both sides are the best in their own races. Even if they meet their future selves at their peak, they will not be directly scared away. When Long Yu displayed the 9 nether dragon breath, the alien must have been able to tell at a glance that the guy in front of him was definitely not his future self. This alien is a being who uses elemental attributes. How could he suddenly use a shadow attribute method like 9 nether dragon breath? Even for my future self, the possibility of such a change is extremely small. After Long Yu saw the opponent's elemental attribute barrier, he also realized that this should be some kind of alien race, but it was projected into his own image subverted by the 7th stage master, which made him feel a little panic. In this way, Long Yu let go of his psychological entanglements. Since he was a foreign race, even if he really was a peak 7th level master, he would not give in before the fight. As the opponent blocked Long Yu's 9 nether dragon breath with the elemental attribute divine text barrier, the opponent launched a series of fierce attacks towards Long Yu, all of which were condensed from the elemental attribute divine text. Waves of strong winds roared over, turning into tornadoes falling from the sky, and Long Yu's whole body was involved in them. Long Yu displayed the celestial barrier of mad war, and was then sucked into the tornado. The barrier was quickly shattered, and then his body was continuously shattered in the tornado, and was constantly reshaped due to the stimulation of the demon dust heart. Shape it out. In the tornado, Long Yu couldn't find any chance to counterattack. Even though he used the Void Dragon Blade to travel through the void to a nearby place, he found that the tornado had also followed him. This made Long Yu feel a little incredible. The opponent's offensive had actually become one with his body. He followed him wherever he went, even if he teleported through the void, he couldn't get rid of it. This is a tracking tornado. Long Yu's heart moved, and he did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he continued to use void travel, and his body moved to the side of the alien in an instant, bringing the tornado to the opponent. The foreigner obviously didn't expect Long Yu to do this, and was suddenly taken aback and kept retreating. In Long Yu's eyes, it was his own appearance that kept receding, but now he knew very well that this was just a foreigner who was projected into his appearance by the Eclipse Moon ancient territory. Assimilation stance. Long Yu felt that even Machen's heart was a little unable to hold on, and he could only adopt an assimilation stance. After displaying the assimilation stance, Long Yu realized that the opponent's tornado offensive was just restrained by the assimilation stance, because the tornado kept spinning around Long Yu and kept stagnating within the range of Long Yu's side. The position of being assimilated is constantly weakened. Every breath time, the power will be weakened by about 1/3, and then continue to stack up. After only 5 breath times, this tornado can't hurt Long Yu at all. As expected of the martial arts secret technique obtained in the Eclipse ancient domain, the effect is very good. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He also knew that this was very effective under certain circumstances. The assimilation stance was very effective when used to deal with such methods. As the power of the tornado was continuously weakened, the alien obviously saw that such a move could not deal with Long Yu. The next moment, an ice prison fell from the sky, sealing Long Yu in ice. The ice element divine text in the elemental attribute is two different things from the ice attribute divine text. The principles are different, and it does not belong to the primordial power of the water system like the ice divine text. The elemental attributes are all derived from the primordial power of the fire system, including the elemental attributes of ice, fire, wind, thunder, light, darkness, etc. In the final analysis, they all contain a trace of the primordial power of the fire system. Their destructive power is very powerful, even more powerful than ice. The absolute destructive power of divine words and flame divine words is stronger, but they do not come with special attack effects. For example, there is no freezing of ice, burning of fire, corrosion of shadow, etc. At this moment, the ice prison displayed by the opponent suddenly fell on Long Yu, and the infinite elemental ice seemed to completely freeze Long Yu into ice. Control means. Long Yu narrowed his eyes when he saw this, not afraid of such a move at all. Whether it is control methods or mental attack methods, they are all ineffective against Long Yu. Even once they are used against Long Yu, they will give Long Yu a big chance. Purifying Soul Mirror. Long Yu's whole body was blocked by the Purifying Soul Mirror, and then the ice prison that the opponent cast was directly reflected back by the Purifying Soul Mirror, and the rebound was 10 times more powerful, directly covering the alien itself. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu urged the Mad God to come to the world, and then punched the ice prison with punches, constantly adding up to his own mad fighting power. At this time, the ice prison continued to shatter under attacks from both inside and outside. By the time the ice prison was shattered and the alien reappeared in front of Long Yu had already accumulated more than 10 layers of crazy fighting power. I don't know what kind of cultivation level this alien has. Under the cover of the Eclipse ancient realm, it is really difficult for Long Yu to judge the opponent's martial arts level, but no matter what, as long as he keeps adding up the strength of the mad battle, he will definitely be able to kill his opponent in the end. Even if the opponent is a peak 7 stage master, Long Yu may not be able to kill the opponent. You must know that Long Yu has not used an extremely powerful method Baji bloodline for some time. If the Baji bloodline is turned on, then even the Yuan clan, who is at the peak of the 7th stage master, may be killed by Long Yu alone. Of course, the price Long Yu had to pay for this was not small. Just to open the Baji bloodline, he needs to pay a lot of creations to repair his damaged small world, and the creations he has now are not enough for him to repair the small world. Therefore, once the Baji bloodline is activated and Long Yu reaches the next level, the combat effectiveness at that time is likely to be weakened a lot. After all, the small world has suffered a lot of damage. Of course, Long Yu is alone now. If he still cannot kill this alien in the end, it is inevitable to activate the Baji bloodline. As Long Yu continued to superimpose the force of the wild battle, the opponent also continued to release attacks of various elemental attributes, such as ice and fire, light and darkness, wind and thunder. All kinds of elemental attacks emerged endlessly, each of which was extremely destructive. It is so strong that it can even destroy half of Long Yu's body. You must know that his physical strength is now completely equivalent to the level of a 7th level master. Fortunately, having cultivated the heart of demonic dust, Long Yu was able to continuously activate this martial arts secret to reshape his body. And because he had the 132 mysterious patterns imprinted in his mind, he was able to reshape his body extremely quickly. The speed. This kind of guy who couldn't be beaten made the alien feel extremely bored. And he soon felt that the power of Long Yu's every punch was increasing. It should be some kind of martial arts that can superimpose the power over time of the battle. The next moment, the alien drove out a pitch-black stone. It could be seen that it was an absolute beginning divine artifact, and it had been awakened to a very high level. Then an 11th level awakening skill was displayed. Countless dark lines condensed out of the void, and with the attraction of the dark stone, they bombarded directly towards Long Yu. Through the ice prison just now, the opponent already knew that control methods were of no use to Long Yu, so now all they launched against Long Yu were outright attacks. Countless shadow lines surrounded Long Yu, and even blocked the nearby space, leaving him with no possibility of escape. The 11th level awakening skill of Taichu Divine Grade is equivalent to the power of Yuji's Star-Breaking Slash, and the opponent's martial arts realm is likely to be a 7th level master stronger than Yugu. Dragonbone Ancient Tower. 9 Nether Sky Screen. Even with dozens of layers of crazy fighting celestial power, Long Yu was not sure whether the crazy fighting celestial body could resist it, so he directly activated the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to come out, hid in it, and then activated several layers of 9 Netherworld. Sky Screen. Those shadow lines kept bombarding the ancient dragon skeleton tower, and even easily destroyed the 5-story 9 Nether Sky Screen. But immediately afterwards, those shadow lines were unable to destroy the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. It can be seen that the power of the opponent's attack was not that of the peak 7th level master. Otherwise, with such a move, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda would be destroyed. There are likely to be some cracks. This made Long Yu sigh in relief. If it's not a peak 7th level master, but an ordinary 7th level master, Long Yu doesn't necessarily have to use the Baji bloodline to deal with it. However, as soon as Long Yu came out of the ancient dragon skeleton tower, he found that the opponent's attack was coming again. Elemental Storm. This is obviously a method that the other party has been planning for a long time. Water, fire, light and darkness, wind and thunder, the 6 elemental attributes of the divine words gathered from all around, forming a terrifying storm that covered the world. There is actually a situation in which each elemental divine text of this elemental storm stimulates each other and then continues to strengthen. As time goes by, the power of this elemental storm is getting stronger and stronger. The water, fire, light, darkness, wind and thunder in the elemental storm, the power of the 6 elemental attributes, can actually become stronger through contact with each other. This is obviously the power of the opponent's elemental storm. If this continues, as long as the 6 elemental forces in the elemental storm continue to collide with each other, the destructive power of the elemental storm will become stronger and stronger. Assimilation stance. Long Yu continued to activate the assimilation stance without hesitation, and then took the initiative to fly towards the location of the elemental storm. Since the opponent will become stronger and stronger, then contain it when it is relatively weak. Long Yu quickly flew into the elemental storm, but even though it was just formed, its destructive power was already astonishing. The powers of the 6 elemental attributes attacked each other, causing a strong tear to Long Yu. Power. However, Long Yu only persisted for 3 breaths. Under the weakening effect of the assimilation stance, the storm suddenly weakened, causing almost no harm to Long Yu. There is no doubt that the assimilation stance of Long Yu's cultivation has extremely restrained the methods of the foreign race in front of him, almost preventing the opponent from using many methods, and it has completely failed. Although the elemental storm formed by these 6 elemental attributes is still getting stronger, the speed of its strengthening cannot match the speed of being weakened by the assimilation stance, causing the power of the elemental storm to become weaker and weaker. The next moment, Long Yu condensed countless ancient afterimages, and kept punching at the elemental storm. The Mad War divine inscriptions exploded instantly, and actually defeated the elemental storm. And the crazy fighting power superimposed by Long Yu finally reached the 80th level. He still has some methods that he has not used yet, such as the magical power of the Book of Shadows and the Incarnation of Nothingness. However, there is no need to use these things temporarily. Only by using them at critical times can the effect be maximized and the entire battle can be laid. Basis for victory. Correspondingly, Long Yu's opponents obviously also maintained some killer fighting methods that they had not yet used. Countless elemental inscriptions condensed around the alien, making Long Yu look quite awkward. After all, the alien looked exactly like Long Yu himself. After the elemental divine inscriptions were condensed, the alien figure was no longer visible. Only the condensed elemental storm remained in Long Yu's eyes. Some small sword energy was continuously condensed from the elemental storm, moving towards Long Yu's location. Shooting from everywhere. These small swords are made of ice elements, flame elements, wind and thunder elements. They are colorful and extremely fast. After a while, these small sword chi formed a rainstorm of sword chi, violently rolling towards where Long Yu was. Under the sudden shroud of elemental sword energy, Long Yu raised his hand to gather the power of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions, and then the 9 nether ball appeared from above his head, and countless entwining shadow lines fell on each small sword energy. It weakens the speed of those sword energy attacks. Long Yu continued to maintain his assimilation stance and kept approaching the alien race. Under the weakening of the assimilation stance and the deceleration of the 9 nether ball, the elemental sword energy has been weakened by nearly 2/3 of its power before it even gets close to Long Yu. The remaining one can penetrate Long Yu's body. It did not cause much harm to him, and was reshaped directly by the beating heart of the demon dust. As Long Yu continued to get closer, the opponent also discovered that these elemental sword energies were of no use to Long Yu. Obviously, the existence of the assimilation stance has weakened the strength of this alien race to the greatest extent. Basically, all the opponent's methods will be weakened by the assimilation stance. Of course, if you just rely on the assimilation stance, you still can't weaken these elemental sword energies too much. After all, they are extremely fast. However, with the limited deceleration of the 9 nether balls, the speed of these elemental sword energy is slowed down, and it is weakened even more in the assimilation stance, so that it cannot harm Long Yu at all. This made the alien extremely irritable. This was the first time it had seen such a method, which could weaken all the forces close to the body. Under such circumstances, it would be best to use physical attacks. Unfortunately, this alien is not good at physical attacks. Its best method is elemental magic. Unfortunately, its innate magical powers are completely restrained by the assimilation stance. The pitch-black stone-like divine artifact of the absolute beginning was constantly flying in the field at this moment. Countless pitch-black lines continued to condense and attack Long Yu again. It's still the 11th level Taichu Divine Great Awakening technique. But at this moment, Long Yu no longer needs to use the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower to resist, because the crazy fighting celestial power has been superimposed to more than 80 levels. Even if he uses the crazy fighting celestial barrier, his defensive ability will be increased by more than 80 times. Enhancement. The Crazy Battle Celestial Body technique is a completely powerful martial art that is both offensive and defensive. The celestial barrier of the Mad War emerged from the surface of Long Yu. Those black lines came with a bang, but they were unable to break through the defensive barrier of the Dragon Yu. This also meant that Long Yu's Mad War Divine Inscription had reached an extremely powerful level. His physical body is about to begin to disintegrate on its own. As the force of the Mad War Heaven continues to build up, the Mad War Dragon Fist will soon be able to be used. Long Yu relied on the frantic battle against the celestial barrier to resist the opponent's absolute beginning Divine Great Awakening skill. Then the Void Dragon Blade quietly arrived behind the opponent, and the Void Burial was unleashed. The power of the Water Element Absolute Beginning was condensed, and it was about to explode in the next moment. The alien also reacted very quickly and left the place as quickly as possible, but Long Yu followed closely, clenched his fist, and punched the guy directly. An earth wall appeared in front of Long Yu, and his fists hit the earth wall. More than 80 levels of crazy fighting force did not break the earth wall, but this was not necessarily true for Long Yu. Bad thing. Keep banging. Quanzhan's fists and cannons continued to blast out. After 5 punches, Long Yu finally shattered the earth wall, and Quanzhan's power was directly superimposed by 5 layers, making him stronger. However, as soon as the earthen wall collapsed, Long Yu discovered that the alien had disappeared. Did he run away? Long Yu did not hesitate to give himself a move of balanced light, which enhanced his spiritual perception ability, but he still could not find the opponent. The entire space was not big, with a radius of less than 10 miles, and it was impossible for the opponent to where to run. In this way, the other party's hiding ability is very strong. At this moment, Long Yu suddenly realized something was wrong, and a burst of extremely powerful destructive power actually erupted near his heart. The opponent actually has a method similar to Duan Khan's ultimate attack, which directly attacks Long Yu's heart. Unfortunately, Long Yu's heart is not his vital point. Even though Long Yu's heart was destroyed in an instant, the heart of magic dust under Long Yu's heart began to beat, reshaping Long Yu's own heart in an instant. Immediately after Long Yu transformed into nothingness, he also disappeared from the field. If the opponent actually had such a method, then it was very likely that he would find the location of his demonic heart and crush it. Although the strength of the demonic heart was it is 10 times stronger than his physical body, but if the opponent concentrates a little more, it is still possible to crush the heart of Mo Chen. Therefore, Long Yu must be cautious and cannot continue to fight casually. Both sides hid from the field, and the situation was a bit stalemate, but it was obvious that both sides were using the power of deduction. Both Long Yu and the alien had the ability to use the power of deduction while hiding themselves. What Long Yu is worried about now is that his power of deduction may not be as strong as the other party's, and the possibility of the other party discovering him first is extremely high. And if it continues to be hidden like this, as long as a period of time passes, the number of layers of Long Yu's wild fighting power will gradually decrease. Obviously the other party guessed this and deliberately hid it. Long Yu was extremely focused now, but he soon gave up using the power of deduction. Because his deduction power was not very strong, and there was no possibility of deducing the opponent first, so he turned to other methods. He took out the shadow essence from his 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's magical power, and then moved towards it. Integrate the 4th magical power into it. His 4th magical power, which he has not used for a long time, is the Eye of Shadow. If the shadow essence is not incorporated, this is just an ordinary detection move to increase the range of spiritual perception. But now that the shadow essence has been incorporated, the situation is different. Long Yu didn't know what effect it would have in advance, but as he integrated the shadow essence into the fruit of innate magical power, he was pleasantly surprised, because after the shadow eye was integrated into the shadow essence, it could be called Shadow Eye. At this moment, the effect of the innate magical power of the Eye of Shadow is that it can clearly detect all power fluctuations in the surrounding space, including mental power, soul power fluctuations, etc. Long Yu appeared directly from the void state, and then used the Eye of Shadow. A shadow pupil appeared above his head, and all the power fluctuations around him were immediately revealed. Under such a glance, even Long Yu, the incarnation of nothingness, will be discovered, not to mention that the other party's hiding methods are definitely inferior to the incarnation of nothingness in the Book of Shadows. Under the glance of the Shadow Divine Eye, waves of mental and soul fluctuations came from the field, and Long Yu clearly discovered where the other party was. Long Yu clenched his fist, teleported directly towards the opponent, and then punched out. There were still waves of deductive power fluctuating on the opponent's body. It was obvious that the opponent was constantly deducing where Long Yu was, but he didn't expect that Long Yu would appear directly beside it and punch out. At the same time, countless death lines condensed, killing each other. Prison will completely cover the other party. The other party's hiding method is just hiding, and does not have the effect of transforming into nothingness. Therefore, whether it is Long Yu's punch or the death line of Xixiang killing prison, it can have normal effects on the opponent and completely injure the opponent. Shadow essence can be disassembled at any time and integrated into other innate magical powers. Long Yu transferred the shadow essence to the Eye of Shadow and transformed it into the Eye of Shadow. He finally found the traces of his opponent and launched a fierce offensive. The 4-phase killing prison came without warning, shrouding the alien race within it, and the aura of death continued to condense and erode into its body, quickly causing great damage to its spiritual soul. Long Yu did not pause, and continued to use the crazy fighting fist and cannon. The last blow of the crazy fighting dragon fist made Long Yu's own body begin to break apart. However, with this punch, the opponent's elemental defense barrier was directly shattered, and it was completely unable to withstand it. Long Yu once again blasted out the mad fighting dragon fist, directly smashing the opponent's body to pieces. It looked like Long Yu had smashed himself. His body was shattered into pieces. After all, now Long Yu looks like the other party is exactly the same as him. The 4-phase killing prison did not stop, and the lines of death continued to wrap up, completely destroying the opponent's spiritual soul when he was weak. The opponent's soul died, and then the body was directly recovered by the Eclipse Ancient Realm, without giving Long Yu a chance to pick up any loot. Finally done. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of this alien was indeed not weak. Fortunately, he had many tricks and could use magical powers like the Shadow Eye at critical moments. Otherwise, he really didn't know how long he would be in a stalemate with the opponent. Go. Now Long Yu is not afraid of ordinary opponents, but is afraid of the kind of powerful existence that can directly and completely defeat his physical body. Otherwise, Long Yu can easily recover by relying on Mo Chen's heart. Even if it takes some strength, it can be made up for, unless the opponent can repeatedly destroy Long Yu's body and has the strength to destroy Mo Chen's heart. In that case, Long Yu would be in a very dangerous situation. After he killed the other party, the scene in front of him changed directly. What appeared in front of him was a hive-like room. In this hive, each beehive was an independent space. Long Yu had previously fought against his opponent alien race in one of the beehives. Now Long Yu finally saw the scene outside the bee cave. It turned out to be a place like a duel. In every bee hole, there are two alien races, constantly fighting. Only the surviving party can escape smoothly and go to the next level of the Eclipse Ancient domain. That is to say, at this level, the elimination rate has reached as much as half. This was something that the previous Eclipse Ancient domain did not have. Long Yu looked around and soon found Concubine Yu, Hong Ying and Yu Ge. It could be seen that the conditions of the three women were not very bad. Among them, Concubine Yu was suppressing the opponent in the fight, while Yu Ge and Hong Ying were in a draw. Long Yu couldn't help but feel a little worried, but now it was useless to worry because he could not affect anyone in the other bee holes at all. It seems that I have to wait until they are all finished before I can teleport to the next level. Long Yu thought in his mind that the four of them were together after all. In the initial area, those who were together at the beginning would be teleported together in the end, and would not separate from each other until the advanced area. However, this level seems to allow giving up. Long Yu saw a lot of aliens in the bee cave, and a white light flashed directly on his body, and then the alien disappeared directly from the bee cave. Generally speaking, those who had such a phenomenon were the ones at a disadvantage. This should be the result of voluntarily giving up. The alien who fought against Long Yu might not have thought that he could give up at this level, or he might not have thought that he would give up. He thought that he had the possibility of a comeback, and then he was completely killed by him, and finally his soul was gone. In this high battle level, everyone sees their opponent, who seems to be their future self. Firstly, they feel psychological pressure. Secondly, they don't know what kind of alien the opponent is, so it is difficult to respond correctly during the battle. This will test the reaction ability and comprehensive combat effectiveness of the combatants. The more methods people have, the more advantageous they will be, and the more likely they are to win in the end. But now that Long Yu has completed the battle, he can see what other people's opponents are. Concubine Yu's opponent was a powerful 7th-level dominator from the Vulcan clan. Yu Ji's opponent is a 6th-level master of the Wood God clan. Both sides are evenly matched. Both are the best in their respective races. For the time being, there is no winner. Even though Yu Ge is very strong, the 6th-level master of the Wood God clan and overlords are also very strong, and there are strong men outside who can fight across levels and kill the 7th-stage Great Overlords. Hong Ying's opponent is a relatively unfamiliar alien race. Although it also comes from the Langus Star territory, it is usually impossible to encounter this alien race. This alien looks like an insect, with a flat body and dark gray tentacles all over its body. It looks extremely disgusting. However, from Hong Ying's point of view, this thing should look like her, but the methods used are some corrosive shadow attribute divine words, which makes it difficult for Hong Ying to deal with it. The key is that this alien still possesses the power of a 7th-level master. This puts a lot of pressure on Hong Ying, who is the master of the 5th stage. What I just dealt with, judging from the basic strength, should be an ordinary 7th-level master. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Judging from the guesswork of the situation on the field, the opponents assigned to each person in the Eclipse Ancient realm are not assigned according to the martial arts realm, but according to the general overall strength. Otherwise, Long Yu would not be able to dominate with the 3rd level. The realm is assigned to the opponent of the 7th-level master. Has the Eclipse Ancient territory seen through him and knows that he can deal with the foreign race of the 7th-level master? Long Yu is more concerned about the battle on Hong Ying's side. In addition, there are hundreds of battles going on in this hive at the same time, and many humans and monsters are fighting against aliens. Among them, Long Yu saw Long Zitian and another strong man from the battlefield legion, Qi Beifei. Long Yu had inquired about Qi Beifei. This guy and Long Zitian were good friends on the battlefield. However, when old man Tianhua followed Long Yu, he had said that he wanted Long Yu to kill Qi Beifei. Obviously, Long Yu does not have this strength until now, but in the Eclipse Ancient territory, if you encounter some better opportunities, it is not too difficult to kill Qi Beifei. Originally, Long Yu was still a little confused. Qi Beifei and Long Zitian were good friends on the battlefield. But now, since Long Zitian can't remember what happened before, then Long Yu just pretends that he has never been born and is too lazy to care about this guy's feelings. The opponents of Long Zitian and Qi Beifei were all beings at the peak of the 7th level master. After all, they themselves were at the peak of the 7th level master and were extremely powerful. Long Yu carefully observed the battle between Long Zitian and Qi Beifei, and found that the two men were indeed very powerful in combat, at least not something that the current Long Yu could match. Even if Concubine Yu encountered them, they would not be able to deal with them that easily. At the peak level of the 7th level master, it is no longer a simple question of who is strong and who is weak, but there are various factors such as restraint between means and on-the-spot performance. Different time and place, same opponent, the outcome is unknown. Even Concubine Yu is the same. Of course, Concubine Yu's overall strength is still relatively strong. Taken together, the level she can exert is higher than the average peak of the 7th level master. After all, she has comprehended the power of the golden element in the void galaxy for a long time, and she has also comprehended having mastered the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. The combat effectiveness that can be exerted is stronger than that of ordinary practitioners. Being able to end the battle early in this hive battle is really a good thing for Long Yu, because this allows him to observe all the battles in the nearby hive, and allows him to familiarize himself with the opponents he may encounter next. Many alien races, even humans and monsters, their battles appear in front of Long Yu. This made Long Yu eagerly observe all the battles around him. Apart from deliberately observing the 3 girls Yu Fei, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying, most of his thoughts were focused on some other foreign races around him. There is a hive space that is particularly large, and there is a Silverstone tribesman in that space. The Silverstone tribe is one of the 3 alien races near the Void Galaxy. The individuals of this race are very huge, like a hill, and there is no one who can fight with them. What is this thing? After all, the illusion given to everyone by the Eclipse Ancient Realm is not known to be the same. Moreover, if the Silverstone tribe is so huge, if the opponent still thinks it is the opponent's future self, then it will definitely feel strange when fighting. Perhaps the Eclipse Ancient domain is to make the opponent feel that the Silverstone tribe is a big mountain. The Silverstone tribe is the only race in the entire Langus Star territory, and it is so huge that anyone can tell it is the Silverstone tribe at a glance. Compared to the Yuan clan, the Silverstone clan's physical strength is even more terrifying, as strong as a hill, and unlike the Yuan clan, who only know how to use physical power, the Silverstone clan is also a powerful alien race that can control the power of divine symbols. And each Silverstone tribe masters different divine inscriptions. The Silverstone tribe that Long Yu was observing used not only the physical power, but also the power of the Mad War divine inscriptions, carrying an extremely terrifying aura in every move. Its opponent is a small alien race, with 3 pairs of wings. Its size is much smaller than that of the human race, let alone the Silverstone race, which is like a mosquito. However, the strength of this 6-winged alien race is definitely not weak. Like the Silverstone clan, the martial arts realm of this 6-winged alien race is the pinnacle of the 7th level master. They mainly use the 2 attributes of ice and fire divine inscriptions, and they have all comprehended the corresponding revelation level divine inscriptions and combat effectiveness. Extremely tyrannical. In the battle between the 2 sides, the 6-wing clan was not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, they used the divine properties of ice and fire to constantly control the opponent and put themselves at a constant advantage. Long Yu paid close attention to the battle between the 6-winged clan and the Silverstone clan. On the one hand, the Silverstone tribe is a race on the edge of the Void Galaxy. If we can learn more about their combat effectiveness, it will be of great help to the future development of the Void Galaxy forces, and now is a good opportunity to understand each other. On the other hand, the Six-Winged Tribe is said to be one of the three most powerful races in the entire Langistar territory. This is mainly because the Six-Winged Tribe's territory is extremely rich in cultivation resources and apocalyptic divine power. Many inheritances have resulted in the average strength of the Six-Winged clan being much higher than other races at the same level. Imagine that almost every genius in the Six-Winged clan who is qualified to come to the Eclipse Ancient territory has understood the Revelation-level divine text, and their transcendent combat abilities are as terrifying as Long Yu. This is enough to illustrate the strength of this race. Stronger. Fortunately, the four Long Yu people had not encountered opponents from the Six-Winged clan before, otherwise the battle would have been very difficult. The Six-Winged clan in front of them, who had comprehended the apocalyptic ice and fire divine inscriptions, suppressed the Silver Stone clan. Logically speaking, the individual strength of the Silver Stone clan was very strong, and they were generally able to crush their fellow clan members. Realm of opponents. But now, the Silver Stone tribe is being suppressed by the Six-Winged tribe, and is retreating steadily. Traces of injuries from ice and fire divine symbols are constantly appearing on its mountain-like body, and the wounds are increasing. Although the Silverstone tribe's recovery ability is also very strong, it is ultimately not as good as Long Yu's demonic heart, so those scars still do not recover so quickly. Long Yu carefully observed the Six-Winged tribe. Individuals of the Six-Winged clan are quite small, half smaller than the human race. Almost every Six-Winged clan is only 3 feet tall, just like an ordinary iron sword, and their body is very small, and the essence of their power is concentrated among the 3 pairs of wings behind it. According to the color of the 6 wings, you can see the difference in their bloodline within the clan. Among the Six-Winged clan, the strongest one is undoubtedly the bloodline with golden 6 wings, followed by the bloodline with silver 6 wings, followed closely by the 6-winged bloodline with black and white stripes. Gold is stronger than silver, and stronger than black or white. As for the black and white 6-winged bloodlines, they are almost the same. The two sides just have different areas of expertise, and there is not much difference in individual combat capabilities. The Six-Winged tribe that Long Yu was observing in front of him was the strongest golden 6-winged one. The ice and fire divine inscriptions are both revelation-level divine inscriptions that can be understood, which can show how powerful this guy is. Among the more than 40 races participating in the Langistar territory, this time, the Six-Winged tribe is the strongest. A strong existence, not to mention this leader among the Six-Winged clan, a genius. Relying on its rough skin and thick flesh that could withstand beatings, the Silverstone tribe managed to hold on for a long time under the Six-Winged tribe's attack, but in the end it was still unable to withstand the opponent's offensive. This Six-Winged tribe is much stronger than me, even stronger than Concubine Yu, and is not far from the godlike level. Long Yu observed the battle between the golden Six-Winged clan and couldn't help but think about it. If you encounter this golden Six-Winged head in the next level, the situation will be really bad. However, no one can tell the situation in the Eclipse Ancient domain. If you really can't beat it, you can only give up and quit directly. No matter what, life is still the most important. If Long Yu could raise his martial arts realm to the 6th level of master, he might be able to try a battle with this Six-Winged clan, but obviously, now Long Yu has no such chance at all. The opponent can crush Long Yu just by relying on basic strength, and the methods that Long Yu is good at defeating the strong with the weak are not effective against this golden 6-wing. The opponent is also able to defeat the strong with the weak, and it is still the pinnacle of 7th level domination. It can be said that in a one-on-one battle, among the nearly 10,000 individuals in the Langistar territory who entered the Eclipse Ancient territory this time, this golden 6-winged one can definitely be ranked in the top 10. Although Concubine Yu is strong, she is young after all. Her combat power is similar to that of Lu Shuang and Yu Feng. Her overall ranking in the Langus Star territory is only within the top 50. Of course, the opponents assigned by Eclipse Ancient Domain are basically opponents with similar strength. It is not that easy for Long Yu and the others to meet this golden six-winged one. This, of course, is only true in the initial area. When it comes to the advanced area, the situation has to be said separately, because no one knows what the situation is in the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain this time, and no one even knows the situation behind the hive. Such an Eclipse Ancient territory, Long Yu guessed, must not have been formed automatically. There should be someone behind the scenes. The only ones who could control this Eclipse Ancient territory were gods. Long Yu observed the golden six-winged body. In addition to the six-winged part, it also had a streamlined body. It was extremely beautiful. It was different from most of the alien races that Long Yu had seen. In terms of the aesthetics of humans and demons, the Six Wings are still a very beautiful race. This made Long Yu feel like it was a pleasure to observe the battle of the golden six-winged genius. The snow-white long streamlined body, with golden light shining under the light of the six golden wings, has six slender limbs, just like the hands and feet of the human race, but they are extremely slender and look very thin. The six-winged tribe is naturally capable of mastering and using space attribute divine texts, relying on their six wings. The golden six wings that were constantly flying in the field were like a small golden butterfly in Long Yu's eyes, agile and elegant. Although the power of the Silverstone tribe was tyrannical, it could not touch this little guy at all. On the contrary, the ice and fire divine symbols that the golden six wings continuously rolled out from the wings could cause great damage to the Silverstone tribe with every move. As the battle progressed, a flame light wave condensed on the golden six wings. This flame light wave, Long Yu could tell by looking at it, was extremely powerful, and the speed it shot out was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it destroyed the body of the Silverstone tribe. Complete penetration. However, the Silverstone clan also has an advantage in combat, that is, it has fewer vital points. The entire Silverstone clan is like a hill. The body is composed of some Silverstones and can be disassembled and assembled at will. Its core of power must be hidden in a place where the opponent cannot guess, and its core of power can be moved at will. If you want to suppress a Silverstone tribe, you just need to be faster. But it is not that simple to kill a Silverstone tribe. Even this golden six-winged weapon constantly used various tyrannical methods to kill the Silverstone tribe in front of it, but it couldn't succeed for a while. Long Yu guessed that if he were to go up there, he might not even be able to destroy the outer shell of the Silverstone tribe. The only way to deal with it is to rely on the four-phase killing prison to attack the opponent's spirit and soul. However, the specific effect, Long Yu didn't know if it was good or not. After all, he had never really fought against the Silverstone tribe. But the next moment, a sudden change occurred in the field. Just in the blink of an eye, Long Yu, the golden six-winged one in the field, used extremely terrifying methods. The chains formed by countless flames completely trapped the Silverstone clan, and all the flame chains, it actually comes with the power to incinerate the spiritual soul. At the same time, the golden six-winged wings flashed and appeared within easy reach of the Silverstone clan. It was obvious that some kind of mental control method had been used. This golden six-winged genius not only understood the Enlightenment level, the fire and ice divine inscriptions, and also comprehended the apocalyptic life attribute divine inscriptions. The powerful mental control type of divine text derived from the power of the wood element can be said to be a kind of life attribute divine text. The opponent can understand the revelation level life attribute divine text and pull the Silverstone tribe into it in an instant. In fantasy, under such circumstances, it was impossible for the Silverstone tribe to retreat. Just a moment later, those flame shackles completely burned their spiritual soul to ashes, and they could not even choose to quit. Seeing this, Long Yu understood that the Golden Six Wings were not unable to kill the Silver Stone tribe at all, but were looking for an opportunity to prevent the Silver Stone tribe from withdrawing, thereby killing the opponent and increasing his score by 10 points. Otherwise, if the opponent escapes, the Golden Six Wings can pass this level, but it will be 10 points less. For it will definitely get the points it can get. After killing the Silver Stone tribe, the Golden Six Wings stopped. At this time, Long Yu suddenly felt a sharp force sweeping over him, which made his heart move. Could it be that the Golden Six Wings appeared to him? After all, after the battle is over, you can observe this situation in the entire hive. This must be the same for others and Long Yu. It is not that Long Yu has any privileges, so while Long Yu is observing others, some people who have finished the battle are waiting. There is no doubt that the alien race can also see Long Yu. However, the Golden Six Wings immediately noticed Long Yu right after the battle, which surprised Long Yu. Could it be that when he was observing the other party, just now, the other party knew that he was observing him? The Golden Six-Winged Man obviously looked at Long Yu, but he quickly turned his attention away. The six-winged alien race had no eyes, but his spiritual perception was very strong. He could get a lot of information about Long Yu just by scanning. Obviously, Long Yu, a third-level master of the human race, was not taken seriously by the Golden Six Wings. Although it is already very good for a third-level master to reach this hive, but for the Golden Six Wings, as long as it is not the peak of the 7th-level master, it does not need to care, because it cannot be its opponent. The Golden Six Wings was not immediately transferred to the next level, indicating that there were its companions in the hive and were acting together with it. Long Yu searched all around and finally found a silver six-winged one. It was fighting against a desolate god clan who was at the peak of the 7th-stage master. The battle situation didn't seem to be good. The desolate god clan was extremely powerful. Wings were suppressed. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Yikan Book. Although the strong man of the desolate god clan suppressed the silver six wings, it was obvious that the desolate god clan was unable to cause any harm to the silver six wings. It is very likely that the silver six wings were deliberately suppressing the opponent, thereby reducing the opponent's strength. Alertness. This will ultimately have the effect of making it impossible for the opponent to escape and be completely killed. This is just like the Golden Six Wings. They didn't use any particularly powerful means at the beginning. With a sudden burst of all their strength, they directly killed the Silver Stone tribe without any chance of resistance. And just as Long Yu expected, the Silver Six Wings immediately burst out with dominance-level strength. Without giving the desolate god clan any chance, they turned around and completely suppressed the opponent, and used the power of the apocalyptic thunder and lightning divine inscriptions to suppress the opponent. Kill the opponent. As the Silver Six Wings killed the opponent, it and the two Golden Six Wings were teleported away by the light of the Eclipse Ancient Realm, obviously heading to the next level. Before the Golden Six Wings teleported away, they once again paid attention to Long Yu. Obviously, it was because Long Yu paid attention to the Silver Six Wing that the Golden Six Wing noticed him again, but the human race should not be very recognizable in the eyes of the other party. Just like when Long Yu looked at the Six-Wing tribe, there really was no other difference apart from the color of their wings. Therefore, apart from the characteristics of being a third-level master, Long Yu should have no external characteristics in the eyes of the opponent. The only thing he has is the black clothes he wears. Having said that, among all the races, those who can wear clothes account for about half, and the Six Wings are one of the races that wear clothes, but what they wear is not clothes, but a kind of special armor. Whether it is the Silver Six Wings or the Golden Six Wings, they are all wearing snow-white streamlined armor, covering the body under their six wings, which is why they look beautiful. As for the Outer God clan, like the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan, they don't have the concept of wearing clothes. Basically, except for the Ice God clan, the other Outer God clan are relatively ugly, and the Ice God clan is in the form of six-sided ice crystals, which are relatively beautiful. Of course, in this big world, being beautiful or not really doesn't matter. The key is to be strong. After the two six-wings left, Long Yu discovered that Concubine Yu and Yu Gu had already defeated their opponents respectively. The two women had also seen the entire battle of the hive, and then focused their attention on Hong Ying, who was still fighting. Hong Ying dealt with the existence of a 7th-level master, and finally broke through in the battle. She awakened the 6 wings of Taichu divine grade demon blood to the peak level of the 12th level, relying on the methods of demon shadow binding and thousand door soul locking. Controlled the opponent. Then, he activated the 12th level awakening skill of the 6 wings of demon blood, and the extremely rich blood-colored divine power condensed into a huge sword, which crashed down towards the opponent, directly cutting the opponent's soul into pieces. The power of Hong Ying's move is even stronger than Yu Ji's star-breaking slash. After all, it is a 12th level awakening technique, while star-breaking slash is only an 11th level awakening technique. Killing their opponents with one move, Long Yu and the 4 of them all successfully passed this level. However, it is a pity that both Concubine Yu and Yu Ji's opponents chose to withdraw voluntarily to save their own lives. This resulted in the two women's scores not increasing, and 10 points will be deducted when they pass this level. This situation is a bit embarrassing. Because in this way, Concubine Yu only has 63 points left, and Yu Gu only has 56 points left. Their scores are relatively low. If they are not lucky next time, they may not be able to reach the advanced area. If possible, Senior Concubine Yu, you should kill more aliens, and so should Yu Gu. Long Yu said in a deep voice. Yu Ji's score is low because he kills fewer monsters all the time. Concubine Yu, on the other hand, spent 20 points to open the roulette wheel in the previous treasure level and obtained the cultivation method of the 4th to 6th levels of the assimilation stance, so she lost a lot of points at once. Well, keep going. The 4 people have been teleported to the next level at this time, but this level is not a room like before, but a passage. This passage is very wide, as if you are in a palace. The passages extend in all directions. At a glance, you can see that there are many forks in the road. This makes the 4 people know that when they get here, it should be the most basic chaotic competition level. The levels they passed before were all confrontation levels. When the Eclipse Ancient Realm opened in the past, there weren't many confrontational levels. This time, there were a series of confrontational levels as soon as you entered, plus a Hive War level, which directly eliminated many alien races. Next, we finally reached the Chaotic Competition level. In the Chaotic Competition level, there will be no further teleportation. Instead, you can step from the initial area to the advanced area all the way to the end. 10 points will be deducted for each distance you advance, which is regarded as passing a small level. On the next journey, treasure chests should appear randomly in the passages, or in some rooms passing by. The competitors are no longer the opponent of a foreign race like before, but are likely to be many strong men of different races competing together. Of course, it is also possible that there is no competition for the treasure chests in some places, and everything depends on luck. 4 people appeared at the same entrance and then moved forward along the passage. There are many forks in the passages. It is very likely that you will encounter other alien races. If they are easier to deal with, the 4 of them will definitely kill them and increase their points. If they are stronger, it will be their turn to escape. With the current methods of the 4 Long Yu people, if they want to escape blindly, very few aliens can catch up with them. Even the silver 6 wings and golden 6 wings they saw before may not be able to catch up with them. Long Yu 4 people. The most important thing is that when the chaotic competition level begins, there will no longer be such strong antagonism between the various alien races. If you can't beat him, you can run away and you won't be eliminated. You don't have to fight to the death. Even if it's the golden six wings, it takes too much time to catch up with Long Yu, and the opponent will choose not to chase Long Yu and do other things. This is the same for most practitioners who participate in the Eclipse Ancient Realm. The four of them kept moving forward and soon discovered the traces of a group of aliens. That group of aliens were the strong men of the three-headed Wood God clan. All three of them were at the peak of the 7th stage Great Master. Such a combination would not be the best in the Eclipse Ancient domain. Continuously rare. In the previous confrontation levels, the Eclipse Ancient Realm would arrange some teams with similar strengths to compete, but now, it is different. Originally, Long Yu thought that they could carry out such a confrontation all the way to the advanced area, but now it seems that it is not possible. In the end, they may still encounter the two six wings. Of course, the six-winged alien race also has 200 strong men participating in the Eclipse Ancient territory this time. Even if they encounter the combination of golden six wings and silver six wings, they may not be the pair of super geniuses that Long Yu saw. Those who can pass the hive battle are at least 1/3 of the initial number, which is about 3,000. Most of the more than 3,000 people now appear in this chaotic competition level. You can imagine how fierce the competition is, and the possibility of encountering a specific opponent is not high. When the four of Long Yu left the hive, Long Zitian and Qi Beifei had already left, and they might encounter them in this chaotic competition level. Due to the order of entry into this chaotic competition level, someone may have completely passed it now and gone to the advanced area. After all, the four of Long Yu have been in the previous level for a total of 14 days because they have to practice the assimilation stance, and so on. Days of time. These 14 days are enough for the opponent to pass this chaotic competition level. But this does not mean that all the treasure boxes in this passage have been taken away. On the one hand, even the strong ones who came to this place earlier are unlikely to spend too many points to open these treasure chests. On the other hand, the treasure chests in this passage will be constantly refreshed. Every once in a while, the eclipse of the moon ancient domain will place certain treasure boxes in these passages. Even if you want to use the remaining points to obtain the treasures in it, you can do it, but the points will be given away when they are cleared. However, most people who can come to this place want to go to the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. After all, although the competition in the advanced area is more intense, the things are more useful and precious. For example, if you get a godlike product in the initial area, it will basically break into pieces. But if you get a godlike source item in the advanced area, it will definitely be intact. The general defensive type of godlike source item has a defense capability that is at least twice as strong as the cross-star pendant on the red warbler. The strong man of the three-headed Wood God clan appeared in another passage, parallel to them. There were several forked roads that could be passed through, but the four of Long Yu did not go there because there was no need to conflict with each other. The main thing is that the opponent's combination of 3 heads and 7 levels of masters is still a bit difficult for the four of Long Yu. As long as they are not opponents who can be dealt with quickly, the four of them will not attack, because the continued struggle may lead to double teaming by other alien races, in which case the gains outweigh the losses. There is a treasure chest in front of you. It seems that you will still meet the 3 wood gods together. Soon, Concubine Yu glanced forward and saw a white jade box appearing in the center of the passage. Although it was not as valuable as the amethyst box, it was possible to unlock some good treasures. I'm going to open the box, you guys stop the other aliens first. Long Yu said to everyone, then flew directly towards the white jade box, and used void travel directly. Even though in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, teleportation methods such as void travel were limited to a distance of 100 feet, but now Long Yu was still directly in front of the white jade box. Long Yu teleported directly to the white jade box, then looked around and found that the white jade box happened to appear in the middle of the intersection of a passage. From the 4 directions of the passage, there were aliens rushing towards it. Long Yu's heart trembled, knowing that this situation was very bad. The 3 strong men from the Wood God clan on the left who are at the peak level of the 7th stage Great Domination alone are enough for them to deal with, not to mention the 2 strong men from the Yuan clan who are flying over from the right and are at the peak level of the 7th stage Great Domination. 2 soul clans approaching. 4 directions and 4 races all took a fancy to this white jade box. Although Long Yu arrived first, if he opened the box directly, not only would it cost 10 points, but the contents in the box might also be robbed, and he would be attacked by 3 other alien races. Retreat. Long Yu didn't hesitate and stepped back directly. After all, he is only a 3rd level master. If he is now a 7th level master, he does not need to be afraid of these alien races. He can stop one party by himself. Cooperating with Concubine Yu and others, he can easily monopolize this white jade box. And can also kill many aliens to get points. It's a pity that Long Yu's cultivation level is not high now, so he can only retreat first. After Long Yu retreated, a Wood God clan stepped forward with lightning speed and swept away the white jade box, spending 10 points. And when others wanted to launch an offensive against them, the other 2 Wood God clan behind them stretched out directly, and the power of the Wood Element Absolute Beginning came out, constructing a magic circle in the field. In this magic circle, everyone around was trapped in an illusion. Although the power of the magic circle is not strong, even Hong Ying and Yuga only took 2 breaths to escape from the illusion, but the 3-headed wooden gods have disappeared. It is obvious that they got the box. Go without any delay. Long Yu watched the other party go. Because of the pure world body, he was not affected by the illusory magic circle. After all, it was an instant phantom magic circle, which was relatively weak and could not affect Long Yu. However, he did not stop the 3-headed Wood God clan from leaving. Instead, his target was the 2-headed Soul clan. Because Long Yu wants to deal with the Soul clan relatively quickly, especially with the current Hong Ying has awakened the 6 wings of demon blood to the 12th level. The awakening skill is quite powerful, and the huge blood-red sword can completely attack the enemy. The spiritual soul caused no less damage than the Dragon Yu 4-phase killing prison. After all, Long Yu has not yet cultivated the 4-phase killing prison to a very strong level. It is still very early to actually build the 4-phase killing prison. At most, it can only condense the lines of death. Let's do it together, the Soul clan on the left. Long Yu signaled to Hong Ying, and the 2 of them immediately stepped forward. Long Yu had been prepared for a long time. The 9 nether balls condensed directly and appeared above his head, destroying any other enemies around him. The actions are all wrapped up and controlled. Even though it cannot immobilize the opponent, it can still slow down the opponent's movements by 20 to 30%. Even the Yuan clan and the Soul clan, who are at the peak of the 7th stage master, are 2 beats slower than usual. Hong Ying took over at this time, and used Qianmen Soul Lock to completely lock the 7th stage dominant Soul clan on the left. For at least 3 breaths, the Soul clan could not make any movements. You must know that after all, it's the method of a first-grade divine formation. 4 phases of killing prison. As Long Yu's countless death lines condensed and entangled, Hong Ying also condensed a huge blood-colored sword and slashed it down from the void. As Long Yu's death lines entangled, he directly chopped the Soul clan into pieces. However, things did not develop as Long Yu thought. After the Soul clan was chopped into pieces, it did not die like this. Instead, it was divided into countless parts and surrounded Long Yu's attack scroll. This method of soul decomposition surprised Long Yu. It's really surprising that the opponent can survive with his soul decomposed, and can even attack him in this state. This is something Long Yu has never seen before. Want to read a book? However, Long Yu was not worried, because the attacks of the Soul tribe were all spiritual. Long Yu had a body that could purify the world. Even if the opponent was a powerful soul tribe who was a 7th-level master, it might not be able to harm Long Yu much. When Long Yu saw so many of the opponent's decomposed souls surrounding him, they were constantly launching mental attacks towards him, and he directly activated the illusion realm of reality and virtual reality. The illusion of reality and reality turned him and Hong Ying into nothingness at the same time, and then the next moment, the other soul clan, who was at the peak of the 7th-level master, launched an attack. The power of the infinite wood system at the beginning condensed instantly, forming a giant spiritual spirit. The body just appeared in the field. This giant spiritual body is like an invisible tree. Its branches are constantly spreading out in all directions. The targets of attack are not only the 4 people on Long Yu and Hong Ying, but also the 2 7 segments on the other 2 sides. The great ruler of the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan is still relatively afraid of the Soul clan, mainly because the Yuan clan's spiritual power is relatively weak, and the physical strength that the Yuan clan is proud of has no effect on the Soul clan. So seeing this situation happening, the 2 Yuan tribes immediately stepped back, but they did not leave directly. Instead, they fixed their eyes on concubine Yu and Yu Ge, although there was that giant spiritual spirit between them. Although they are physically blocked, the Yuan clan only needs to make a circle to attack concubine Yu and Yu Ge from behind. Although there are 4 of Long Yu and the others, one of them is a 3rd-level Great Master, a 5th-level Great Master, and a 6th-level Great Master. For the Soul clan and Yuan clan in front of them, they are nothing short of excellent hunting targets. If you kill it, you will gain a lot of points. The 3-headed Wood God clan took advantage of him. In the state of Long Yu's incarnation, he had no idea about the current situation. He was worthy of being a genius from all major alien races who could enter the Eclipse Ancient Domain. These guys have passed many levels in the Eclipse Ancient Domain before they can reach this chaotic competition level. Each individual has extremely strong strength and survivability, and their methods are extremely diverse. Just the methods used by the 2 soul clans were something the 4 of Long Yu had never seen before. Including concubine Yu, no one has ever seen this kind of spiritual decomposition method used by the Soul clan, as well as the summoning of a huge condensed spiritual body. Now, even if Long Yu uses the purifying soul mirror to reflect the opponent's spiritual attack, it feels like he can't kill both of the opponent if it is rebounded to the former. The opponent will already be in the state of soul fragments, and a stronger attack will probably only turn it into a more powerful one. Just small fragments. If it bounces back to the latter, at most it can only destroy the huge spiritual body, but cannot kill the soul race itself. As long as the purifying soul mirror is used once, the other party will not be fooled again, so long you cannot use it so easily. The 2 Yuan tribes retreated, and they must have taken a detour to attack concubine Yu and Yu Ge. Calculating the time, they would probably be able to arrive in about 10 breaths. After all, this chaotic competition level is connected in all directions, and anything can be done. Take a detour to find them. If they really fell into a siege, it would be really difficult for the 4 of them to leave alive. Everyone come here. Yu Ge gave a soft drink, and the stars and divine symbols all over his body shone. Concubine Yu had no reason to do so and directly approached Yu Ge, while Long Yu and Hong Ying also approached Yu Ge in a state of nothingness, and soon the 4 of them were enveloped in the radiance of the star divine inscriptions. Stars flash in the sky. The endless level high-grade martial arts were activated, and the brilliance of the stars and divine inscriptions flashed instantly in the field, directly bringing the 4 of them to a place 100 feet away. At the same time, some of the souls who were broken into soul fragments were also brought here. Kill. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all, and activated the 4 phases killing prison, in conjunction with Hong Ying's huge blood-colored sword, trying to obliterate this part of the Soul clan's soul fragments. The lines of death kept urging, entangling, and eroding those soul fragments. Those soul fragments wanted to escape back, but they couldn't do it. They were directly eroded by the power of death and quickly lost their vitality. I added 3 points. Long Yu said with some embarrassment. I added 2 points. Hong Ying was even more helpless. The two of them joined forces to kill only half of the Soul Clan, so they only gained so many points. Now that they have teleported 100 feet away using the 9 Heavens Star Flash method, they can be said to be safe for the time being. After all, the opponent is the Soul Clan and the Yuan clan who want to attack from a pinch. Now that the 4 Long Yu have escaped, even if the other party catches up, they cannot catch up at the same time. If they catch up separately, they will most likely be killed by the 4 Long Yu. So as expected, the other party did not pursue them. Even the 7th level Dominator Peak Soul Clan, who was half killed by them, had no intention of revenge, but chose to retreat. There was no one who didn't take their own lives seriously, and the same was true for the Soul Clan. After losing half of its spiritual power, its combat effectiveness was greatly weakened, so it chose to quit directly and was teleported out of the Eclipse Ancient domain. If you continue to fight, the possibility of getting any benefits is too low, and you are very likely to be killed. Even if he quits now and has been half killed, it will take several years for this Soul Clan to fully recover. The method of decomposing soul fragments is extremely dangerous, and you could just happen to take him with him. He teleported out, giving him no time to react, before he was half killed. Let's go. Concubine Yu shook her head, not wanting to go back and kill the Soul Clan and Yuan clan. She turned around and headed forward. After such a chaotic battle, the 4 of them all knew that the next road might not be so easy. After Jiuxiao Star Flash teleported forward 100 feet, the 4 of them deducted another 10 points each. It seemed that they had already passed some distance. They don't have many points left. If they want to persist to the next area, they can't go back, because points are deducted based on distance in the chaotic competition level. If they go back, it will be difficult to persist to the next area. Unless you can ensure extra points by killing more aliens. But even so, there is no need to look back. If you keep moving forward, you might have a better chance of killing the aliens. All in all, the 4 of them could only move on. If they looked back, the situation would probably get worse. An amethyst box appeared on the left side of Long Yu and the others. For the time being, it seemed that no one was competing for this box. This made the 4 of Long Yu look at each other. Long Yu was the first to step forward because his score was currently the highest, and he was the one to open the box. Most suitable. Long Yu ducked to the amethyst box and saw at a glance that there was a team of aliens rushing over 200 to 300 feet away. In the other direction, there were even 2 strong demon clans rushing over. These 2 demon clansmen were rushing over. The strong men of the clan are all at the peak of the 7th level master. Long Yu looked familiar, but he didn't know the other person's name. The opponent is relatively far away, and even if he keeps teleporting, it still takes at least 2 breaths to get to the amethyst box. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly opened the amethyst box and found that it turned out to be a first-grade creation of Tianjing level. This thing is quite useful to Long Yu now. Not only does it contain a massive number of creations, there will also be some random special effects. The creative power in it alone is enough for Long Yu to advance to the 1st level of martial arts. He has been working hard towards the level of the 4th level master, but he has never had enough creative power. Now it is just right. Walk. But of course it was impossible for Long Yu to start absorbing this first-grade creation of the sky crystal on the spot. He took the purple crystal into the small world, and then directly dodged and teleported back to the vicinity of the other 3 women, and then Yuga took the together with the 3 of them. They once again displayed the 9 Heavens Star Flash. In the next moment, the 4 of them were 100 feet away, and it became almost impossible for others to catch up with them. It is a first-grade creation of the sky crystal level, worth at least hundreds of millions of battlefield legionary merits. Long Yu said excitedly, and then he began to absorb the creative power in it, absorbing it as he moved forward. His small world continued to expand. As long as he did not encounter any battles, his behavior had no impact on his actions. If you encounter a battle, you can only stop for a while. We're pretty lucky. If we strive to reach the 4th level of dominance, our overall strength will be stronger. Concubine Yu said with satisfaction. Actually, we are not far from the advanced area. Whether he can reach the 4th stage of great dominance actually doesn't matter to us. Otherwise, wait until you reach the advanced area and then absorb this creation by yourself. Han Ying smiled and said to Long Yu. That won't work. Now that I've deserted, I need you to help me defend myself. If I'm alone in the advanced area, I'll die accidentally. I don't dare to be half-hearted. Long Yu chuckled, still absorbing the power of creation in the created things. This created object not only contains a massive amount of creative power, but also contains the pure power of the beginning of the fire system. If all these powers of the beginning are absorbed, the cultivator can gain a lot more understanding of the power of the fire system. But it is a pity that Long Yu is not familiar with the power of the fire element, so it is useless to understand it. Of course, this thing and the power of creation cannot be absorbed separately, so even if it is useless, Long Yu can only absorb it together, and then his understanding of the power of the fire element is gradually improved. Of course, even if this creation is used after absorbing all the fire-based Taichu power from the object, Long Yu could only comprehend 10% of the fire-based Taichu power. After all, it is not that easy to comprehend the Taichu power. It would be nice if it was a gold type. Long Yu thought in his heart. If he comprehends more of the primordial power of the metal system, his strength will be further enhanced, unlike the primordial power of the fire system, which is more embarrassing and useless to him. The 4 of them continued to move forward, following an Ice God clan team. The 4 of them all have the deepest understanding of the Ice God clan, but correspondingly, the other party also has an extremely deep understanding of the human race and the demon race. If there is a fight, there is no telling who will win. However, in this Ice God clan team, there are 2 peak 7th level masters, and 2 are 6th level masters. For Long Yu and the 4 of them, they are a better target. The most important thing is that one of the ice gods who is at the peak of the 7th level master is injured. He seems to be unable to move and has poor blood and energy. This gives Long Yu and the others an excellent reason to attack. Do it. Concubine Yu stepped forward first, teleported twice in succession, and approached the Ice God clan team 200 feet away. The immortal and demonic sword energy swirled all over her body, and crashed down towards the 4 Ice God clan members on the other side. No matter how you say it, Concubine Yu is among the top 50 of the nearly 10,000 people in the Langi galaxy participating in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Her strength is useless, and now she takes action and directly breaks up the opponent's 4-headed Ice God clan's formation. Yu Ge, along with Long Yu and Han Ying, also arrived suddenly, and the radiance of the stars in the sky spread out, binding the 4 great masters of the Ice God clan. Sensing that Concubine Yu and the others were going to harm themselves, the Ice God clan team immediately reacted. Among them, the uninjured 7th level master of the Peak Ice God clan bloomed with ice divine symbols all over his body, a combination of ice divine symbols and space divine symbols. A wall of ice appeared behind them, blocking them from the 4 Long Yes. However, as soon as Long Yu raised his hand, the apocalyptic 9 nether divine texts condensed, the 9 nether path. The 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed into a dark beam of light, which instantly penetrated the ice wall formed by the combined divine inscriptions, disintegrating all the spatial divine inscriptions inside. Then Concubine Yu's immortal demon sword Qi fell, blasting the ice wall. Became shattered. The opponent took advantage of this opportunity and teleported out of the range of 100 feet, but Yugu was not slow in his actions and continued to flash forward with stars in the sky. At the same time, the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda appeared, and the sky field covered the entire field. This Jukong domain has a very good effect in preventing the opponent from leaving. However, there is one thing. After the Jukong domain is opened, the surrounding area will be within 100 feet of the Jukong domain. No one else can enter, and Long Yu and others cannot go out. If other alien races want to pass through the nearby passage, it is impossible to pass through directly unless the Jukong realm is shattered. In this chaotic competition situation, it is easy to attract enemies to yourself, but I can't care about it now. Because they teleported several times in succession, everyone's scores were once again reduced by 10 points. This left Yuge, who had the lowest score among the crowd, with only 36 points. If he couldn't kill some aliens, he might not be able to reach the entrance to the advanced area. After the Jukong domain unfolded, Long Yu directly activated the 9 nether balls, and Hong Ying also activated the endless-level high-grade martial arts, demonic shadow binding. Countless blood-colored lines came with a bang, condensed from the void, and divided the opponent's 2 heads into 6 sections. All the ice gods in the realm of great masters were tied up. Unbounded grip. Long Yu condensed his invisible hand with the forest demon divine inscriptions, and held one of the 6 stage masters of the ice god clan from a distance. While sealing the power in his body, the forest demon divine inscriptions exploded in his body, causing considerable damage to his spiritual soul. Damage. Immediately afterwards, the ice god was handed over to Yuge. She should kill more aliens, otherwise she would be teleported out midway. The power of the second-grade divine formation, such as Star Lottery, Star Soul Locking, and so on trapped and locked up the Ice God tribe. Yuge then used his strongest attack method, Star Breaking Slash, in an attempt to destroy the 6 sections of ice that ruled the clan. Completely kill the gods. But the Ice God clan is not that fragile. Even though he was first bound by the demon shadow binding and the 9 nether balls, and then received a mental shock from the dragon control unbounded grip, his combat power still exists, and he has a strong sense of combat and extremely quick reactions. When the star-breaking slash landed on top of his head, a layer of ice divine barrier appeared around him, directly blocking the star-breaking slash. Although this layer of ice divine runes was directly shattered by the star-breaking slash, it still provided him with a certain amount of breathing time. An ice rune emerged from the 6-sided ice crystal, which was obviously an Taichu divine item, and awakened to an extremely high level. 12th level awakening. When Yuge saw this, his heart suddenly trembled. He knew that the opponent was not weak, and even if he challenged him to a duel, he might not be able to win. After the ice rune Taichu divine artifact appeared in the opponent's 6-sided ice crystal body, bursts of cold air continued to hit the entire place, not only covering Yuge, but also the other 3 Long Yu people. Inside. This is the opponent's 11th level awakening skill. Under this burst of cold air, the actions of the 4 Long Yu people suddenly slowed down by at least 20%. Even Long Yu, the lowest martial arts realm, slowed down by 30%. Including the power within the body accelerates the concentration of energy. The effect of these bursts of cold air is similar to the effect of Long Yu's 9 nether ball, but the 9 nether ball is obviously not so simple to be compared to. This is Long Yu's 8th magical power. I would like to ask, among all the people participating in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, who else, besides Long Yu, has the 8th magical power? As Long Yu activated the 9 nether balls, most of the power of the 9 nether balls rushed towards the ice god tribe that Yuge was dealing with. The terrifying power completely entangled them, and the revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions, the power is constantly eroding towards his body. The 9 nether balls can swallow the power within the body of foreigners. Long Yu knows this very well, and after devouring the opponent, the power of the 9 nether ball will become even more powerful. When Long Yu was on a training mission, he used the 9 nether ball to devour some aliens who were 7-level masters. Every time he swallowed them, the power of the 9 nether ball could be increased by about 1%, which was a pretty good effect. The Ice God clan, the 6th level master in front of them, although they have many methods, they are only the 6th level master after all. Faced with Long Yu's 9 nether ball devouring and Yuji's star breaking strike, he gradually couldn't hold on. Finally, Yuga finally realized at this time that he had awakened to the 12th level with his Taichu divine grade. Level of the layer. The awakening skills of the 12th level finally bloom. Yuga had already awakened his Taichu divine grade to the 11th level when he first met Long Yu and Hong Ying. And now, the Taichu divine crescent moon wheel surrounding her delicate body has finally awakened to the final 12th level, and the awakening skills of the 12th level are directly displayed, and the stars explode. The infinite stars and divine texts condensed together and formed a bright star in midair. Then this bright star fell directly on the Ice God clan, the 6th stage master, and then exploded directly, with terrifying destructive power. It directly exploded the 6-sided ice crystal body of the Ice God clan. In the end, this Ice God was not devoured by Long Yu's 9 nether balls, but was completely killed by Yuga using the star explosion method, leaving no room for struggle. Even though the Ice God clan mobilized defensive measures at the last moment, they could not withstand the star explosion move. When the Taichu divine grade has just been awakened to the next level, the awakening skills used for the first time are often surprisingly powerful. Yuga condenses all the power of the exploding stars into a very small space, easily kill that Ice God clan. The crescent moon wheel continuously condensed the infinite power of the stars and gods. Not only did it kill the Ice God in front of it, but it also rushed into the battlefield, posing a threat to the other 3 Ice God masters. As soon as the Ice God tribe died just now, the Ice Divine text restraint on Long Yu and others disappeared. Whether it was Hong Ying, Long Yu, or Yu Fei, the 3 of them all used their strongest means to deal with the Ice God clan in front of them, because if it was delayed for too long, the situation would be very unfavorable for them. One of the other party died, and he obviously became extremely angry. The endless power of the Ice Divine text condensed and exploded in the field, constantly impacting, but it was blocked by Concubine Yu with the power of immortals and demons, unable to harm the 3 of them. Immediately afterwards, Hong Ying continued to cooperate with Long Yu. The unbounded grip, the method of holding 3 levels in succession, directly caused spiritual and soul damage to the other 6th-level dominator, the Ice God clan. Immediately afterwards, Hong Ying used the demonic shadow binding to restrain the Ice God clan, whose power was sealed within the body. Completely tied up. The huge blood-colored sword crashed down, and the awakening skill that awakened the 6 wings of demon blood to the 12th level came out of Hong Ying's hand. It was not blocked by the Ice God's body, but directly penetrated the Ice God's body. The spiritual soul of the Ice God clan was brought out and completely chopped into pieces. Red Warbler also killed an Ice God and got 10 points. Immediately afterwards, Concubine Yu suppressed one of the Ice God clan strongmen who was at the peak of the 7th level master, and the other was an injured Ice God at the peak of the 7th level master, and Long Yu chased and killed him. The 2 Ice God clan, who are at the peak of the 7th level masters, are now thinking about escaping forward. Unfortunately, with Long Yu's Jukong domain, how can they let the other side escape from this range? Everyone kept chasing after him, and finally Long Yu killed his opponent with the 4 phases of killing prison. It was quite heartbreaking to see his opponent's body recovered by the Eclipse ancient territory in a burst of white light. It was such a pity. Concubine Yu alone had no big problem in dealing with an Ice God clan who was at the peak of the 7th level master. Immediately after Long Yu killed the opponent, in this pursuit, all 4 of them got 10 points, and the results of the operation were quite good. But just before Concubine Yu killed the last 7-stage dominator of the Ice God clan, two other alien teams happened to come and touched Long Yu's Jiwekong domain. They seemed to want to pass by but were blocked, and they all headed towards the Jiwekong domain. An offensive was launched. After Concubine Yu killed her opponent, Long Yu directly put away the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and the Jiwekong domain disappeared, making the two alien teams extremely annoyed. In this chaotic competition level, who wants to be blocked by other people's methods? Not wanting to face the anger of the two alien teams, Yuga teleported forward with the three of them, dodging and leaping a distance of 300 feet one after another, leaving only a series of bright stars and divine lights behind him. 10 points were deducted from the four people's scores again. 1. Reading a book. Yuga only has the last 36 points left. The situation is a bit urgent, but this place should not be far from the advanced area. Everyone continued to move forward, and soon, Long Yu saw a silver six-wing and a golden six-wing. The other party was opening an amethyst box. Seeing this scene, Long Yu and the four could only retreat far away. He didn't want to start fucking with the other person at this time. The opponent obviously wanted to attack Long Yu and the others, but unfortunately Long Yu and the others retreated directly, teleported forward, and quickly disappeared, leaving the two six-wing tribesmen unable to do anything to Long Yu. Do we really need to be afraid of them? Hong Ying asked with some confusion. Of course, in the hive, even though I can only see but not feel its power, I still know that their strength is definitely not something we can handle now. It is better to be safe. Long Yu said in a deep voice. Yes, the six-wing tribe is after all one of the three strongest races in Langya Star territory. Each individual is extremely strong, not to mention the strength of the golden six-winged one just now. I am afraid that it has already reached the level of Langya Galaxy this time. The top 10 among more than 9,000 people. Concubine Yu nodded and said solemnly, even the silver six-winged one is not much different from me in strength. If we face those two six-winged ones, we will definitely not be able to get away with it. We are bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yu Gu pursed his lips and smiled. Who doesn't bully the weak and fear the strong? Long Yuzerin smiled. If those two six-wings encounter super strong men of other races, they will also get out of the way. After all, this is just the initial area. There is no need to fight against the enemy when you are not sure. Everyone agreed. Continuing to move forward, the four of them soon deducted another 10 points each. But at this time, the four of them finally saw the entrance to the advanced area, which appeared about 1,000 feet away in front of them. It was a white light curtain. The wall is not a teleportation array. As long as you pass through the white light curtain wall, you can reach the preparation area of the advanced area. In the preparation area, everyone will wait until everyone leaves the initial area before they can set off to explore the advanced area, whether they entered the advanced area, died in the initial area, or exited directly from the initial area. The advanced area will not be officially opened until the initial area is empty. Because the four of them arrived 14 days late, the remaining deadline was only half a month. The initial area could last up to 1 month. If they could not enter the advanced area within this period, they would have no choice but to exit. Since they arrived a little late, the four of them, Long Yu, didn't see too many other people, as well as other strong men from other races, so they were relatively lucky. There's a treasure chest ahead. The four of them kept moving forward, and when they saw a treasure box, Hong Ying's heart moved and she was ready to step forward and open the amethyst box. After all, Hong Ying has the highest score now, so it doesn't matter if she deducts these 10 points. She still has 51 points, unlike Yu Gu, who only has 26 points. However, when the four of them arrived near the box, they discovered that there was a magic circle trap nearby, which was condensed from space divine inscriptions, trapping them in it like a realm of absolute void. It's a trap, let's go. Without any hesitation, Long Yu cast the 9 nether path directly towards the edge barrier of the space array. The jet-black 9 nether divine beams blasted out like a wild dragon, directly beginning to disintegrate the power of the space array. At the same time, a strong man from the mechanical tribe was besieging him from all sides. The machine tribe is one of the 3 strongest races in the Langi galaxy. It can be compared with the 6-wing tribe. This alien race's entire body is composed of metal steel. Each individual's abilities are different, and their physical strength is comparable to Yuan clan, but they can use divine power and are much more powerful than Yuan clan. At this moment, the space divine spell array enveloped the 4 Long Yu people, and the 4 of them faced attacks from the powerful mechanical clan from 3 directions. This amethyst box turned out to be a trap set by the mechanical clan. However, Feng Yin did not miss this opportunity, and still took away the amethyst box and opened it. Godlike source product. Feng Yin didn't hesitate and threw the godlike source product directly to Yuge. After all, Yuge had the least defense means now and was most likely to encounter danger. Although she acted quickly and agilely, in many cases, the opponent would not give her a chance to escape. I'll fend them off. Concubine Yu snorted coldly, and turned around to see that the immortal and demon sword energy had condensed into a thick defensive barrier. At the same time, the snow-white necklace on her fair neck once again bloomed with the snow-white light of immortal energy. Immortal Isolation. This 11th level awakening skill directly isolates the space in front from the space behind, allowing the opponent's fierce offensive to blast directly into the isolated space after breaking through the barrier of immortal and demon sword energy. In the gap, it was impossible to attack Concubine Yu. At this time, Long Yu continued to use the 9 nether path, and in just 3 breaths, he disintegrated the opponent's space array as a trap and opened a hole. Walk. The 4 of them jumped forward without any hesitation, escaping the trap of the mechanical tribe. The other party did not expect that the 4 Long Yu people were so powerful and could disintegrate their space magic circle barrier within 3 breaths. Everyone was a little surprised, but they were not angry because they only failed once. That's all. These 3 powerful mechanical tribesmen, who are at the peak of the 7th stage master, occupy this area and specifically block the alien cultivators who want to go to the advanced area. Of course, they want to increase their scores so that they can go further. Not only on this route, but also on other routes leading to the advanced areas. There are also other strong aliens guarding them, specifically to hunt down cultivators of other races and gain points. Obviously, those who have the guts to set up an ambush on such a key route are all the best in the ancient domain who participated in this eclipse. If they really wanted to fight one-on-one, each of the 3 powerful mechanical tribes just now had the strength to fight against Concubine Yu, let alone the 3 of them united together. After passing through the ambush trap of the 3-headed mechanical clan, the rest was smooth sailing. Yuge led everyone to keep flashing stars in the sky. Each flash could appear 100 feet away. Within a few ups and downs, they were already close to the white light curtain. Walk into. The 4 people hit the white light curtain one after another, and then disappeared from the initial area. Long Yu opened his eyes and found himself in a closed room. Beside him were the 3 girls, Concubine Yu, Feng Yin and Yuge, who had just opened their eyes. I gained 100 points. Long Yu said that as soon as he arrived at the preparation area, he had increased by 100 points, which meant that he had arrived at the advanced area, but now he was still in the preparation stage and had to wait until there was no one in the initial areas of the 3-star areas. At that time, the advanced area will be officially opened and compete at the same time. After adding 1%, you won't be able to exit so early in the advanced area, but here, the danger is much greater than in the initial area. Not only are the dangers from other alien races, but also from traps and other existences in the advanced area. Many things will not appear in the initial area, but they appear endlessly in the advanced area. Every time those traps appear, it is possible to kill the cultivator. Get ready first. It will take at least half a month, before the advanced area will be opened. After Concubine Yu finished speaking, she went to the side alone to understand. Long Yu nodded, took out the first grade creation of the sky crystal level, and began to absorb it. Yuge had not yet absorbed all the creations of the first grade Tianjing level before, but now he has begun to continue to absorb them. If he can expand the small world, the power of the world will be stronger, which means that the overall combat effectiveness will be improved. Long Yu's goal is, of course, to advance to the first level of martial arts within this period of time. Now he is in the realm of the third level master. After absorbing this first level creation of the sky crystal, it is the minimum to step into the fourth level master. To the extent the creative power contained in first grade Tianjing level creations is more than 25 times that of third grade Tianjing level. If the Battlefield Legion meritorious service could be bought, the value would be at least 125 million Battlefield Legion meritorious points, and this is only the value of the power of creation, excluding the special power contained in it. Just like the creation of Long Yu also contains the power of the fire element, for cultivators who understand the flame attribute divine text, this thing is worth at least 200 million. And this can be opened from any amethyst box in the Eclipse Ancient domain, and this is the worst thing that can be opened from the amethyst box. If it is a godlike source product, even if it is a godlike source product, it is broken, at least worth more than 1 billion. Of course, no matter what can be opened from the amethyst box, these things are not something that ordinary practitioners can see at all. In the territory of the human race and the demon race, the things in the amethyst box are extremely rare to see. Even for the six-winged tribe, these things are not so easy to see. Once they appear, they will definitely trigger a fierce fight. Because of this, the Eclipse Ancient realm is so attractive. Long Yu continues to absorb the power of creation from created things, and expands the territory of his small world. When you first entered the secret realm of domination, the small world had a radius of 10 billion miles. After that, every time you advance to a higher level, the scope of the small world will increase by 10 billion miles. By the time the upper ruler comes, it will be 30 billion miles away. Now that Long Yu is the third level master, the territory of the small world is 60 billion miles in radius. Now that it is absorbing the power of creation, it is expanding towards 70 billion miles. Long Yu thought that the original Joyo world was a small world belonging to the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. The territory of that small world reached a radius of more than 100 billion miles. According to Long Yu's knowledge before he was reborn into this world, this range is roughly the size of a solar system. Now, Long Yu is still far away from the territory of the small world with a radius of 100 billion miles. The key is that the larger the territory of the small world, the more difficult it becomes to expand the territory every mile, and it is much more difficult. It requires more creative power to expand so much space out of thin air in the small world. The expansion from a radius of 60 billion miles to a radius of 70 billion miles requires at least 100 million creations of Battlefield Legion meritorious service. If Long Yu hadn't just opened a first-grade heavenly crystal level creation in the treasure box here, it would have been very early to step into the fourth level of domination. If you don't want to rely on created things, but continue to practice on your own, it will take at least hundreds of years to achieve this process. Of course, if you practice by yourself, you will gain a lot more understanding of various powers during the practice than directly absorbing created things, and the foundation of your power will be more solid and stable. For Long Yu, if the talent is sufficient, there is no need to spend too long to stabilize the strength of cultivation. It only takes about a month or two to get familiar with it. Now, it has been about 2 months since he entered the third level of domination. Absorbing the creation and stepping into the fourth level of great domination will not affect anything. As Long Yu continued to expand the territory of his small world, the recovery speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his small world became faster and faster. Long Yu thought for a while and took the time to enter the small world to check. He found that there were indeed several places in the small world where serious space collapse had occurred. If repairs were not carried out, the collapsed areas would become worse and worse. Big, until it finally swallows up the entire small world. This is the result of Long Yu's previous activation of the Baji bloodline. Now he can only use part of his creative power to repair this part of the collapsed space. Fortunately, there are no living creatures in the collapsed space, so the loss is not great. Otherwise, if the collapsed space was in the living area of the Bone Clan survivors or collapsed in the Xinwu world, the situation would be very serious. Long Yu studied the position of the Baji bloodline in his body and the location of the space collapse, and found that the two were still related to each other. He confirmed according to this relationship and knew that even if the Baji bloodline was completely open, the location of the space collapse will not appear in the new martial arts world or the living area of the Bone Clan survivors, so I feel relieved. After confirming, Long Yu continued to lead the small world and continued to expand the territory of the small world. Expanding from 60 billion miles to 70 billion miles in radius, Long Yu's world power has also increased a lot. Coupled with the breakthrough in martial arts realm, his basic strength will increase by at least 3 times. If he was originally able to fight against the ordinary 7th-level masters of foreign races, then after he improves his martial arts realm, it will be easier to deal with him. Even if he encounters the peak of the 7th-level masters, he will still be able to resist to a certain extent. Ability. Of course, if you want to defeat the peak of the 7th-level master alone, you still have to be a little bit behind, not to mention those top 10 geniuses in the Langya Star region, such as the Golden Six Wings. Long Yu is definitely still no match. According to Long Yu's estimation, one must reach at least the 5th level of master to be able to barely withstand the opponent's attack. If he encounters a strong man of this level in the advanced area, Long Yu will have no choice but to run away. With the various methods that Long Yu has now, if he wants to escape, not many people can keep him. Approximately 7 days later, Long Yu finally absorbed all the creative power in the first-grade creation of the Sky Crystal. While entering the 4th level of Great Domination, he also repaired the space collapse of the small world. This made Long Yu's strength soar. He tried to spar with Concubine Yu, and found that when he superimposed the Crazy Fighting Heavenly Power to 100 levels and used the Crazy Fighting Dragon Fist, Concubine Yu needed 70% of her strength to completely resist it. In other words, if Long Yu superimposes the Crazy Fighting Heavenly Force to 200 levels and then uses Crazy Fighting Dragon Fist, even Concubine Yu will be injured. Of course, if Long Yu uses Crazy Fighting Dragon Fist at 200 levels, Long Yu's physical body will first be destroyed. Unable to bear it, it fell apart. Although the Quanzhan celestial body has reached the state of transformation and once again enhanced Long Yu's physical strength, the burden on the body is much greater when using the Quanzhan Dragon Fist than the Quanzhan Boxing Cannon. Now Long Yu can barely withstand 100 at most. The Crazy Fighting Dragon Fist under the Crazy Fighting Heavenly Power around the 70th floor. If the number is higher, he may be the first to break, and his fist will be broken before the enemy is hit. 170 levels is his limit. Therefore, no matter how he attacks, he can't break through Concubine Yu's defense. As long as Concubine Yu concentrates all her strength on the barrier of immortal and demonic sword energy, she can withstand any offensive from Long Yu. When he thought about the time when he broke through to the advanced area, the three-headed mechanical clan broke through Concubine Yu's fairy and demon sword energy barrier with just one encounter, Long Yu knew that the gap between him and the peak power was still very big. Yu Ge, on the other hand, has now absorbed all the creations of the first-grade Tianjing level. The power of his entire small world has increased a lot, and he is only a short distance away from the realm of the 7th-level master. If there is another first-grade creation of the Sky Crystal level, Yu Ge can directly step into the 7th level of domination. However, she had just raised her level not long ago. Even if she got the creation now, she would not dare to absorb it to directly raise her martial arts level. Otherwise, she was not familiar with her own strength enough and could not raise her martial arts level stably. The improvement of her basic strength will be restricted. Under normal circumstances, as the level of martial arts increases, the basic strength can be increased by 3 times. But if the foundation is not solid and you improve, it will probably only double or even double. This will be a huge loss. There is no need to pursue such a fast improvement speed. This is also the reason why Long Yu had to stabilize his level every time he improved his martial arts level. If he improves too quickly, the effect will not be good and he will regret it for the rest of his life. After the advanced area, we will each separate. Be careful. If it doesn't work, just choose to quit. Long Yu said solemnly to the 3 girls, of course mainly to Hongying and Yuge. Concubine Yu's strength ranks among the top 50 among the more than 9,000 cultivators in the entire Langya Star territory who participated in the Eclipse Ancient territory. Under normal circumstances, there is nothing that can be done to her, but Yuge and Hongying are different. Although they women now have damaged divine-like products, but it is difficult to withstand the attacks of strong men. For example, if you encounter the Golden Six Wings, your trip to the Eclipse Ancient realm will basically be over. No matter how much Yuge runs away, she can't escape from the opponent's grasp. She has no choice but to choose to quit. In fact, it may even be too late to choose to quit. There is a condition required to exit the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient domain. That is, if there are no other aliens within a radius of 100 feet, you can withdraw directly. Otherwise, the Eclipse Ancient territory will not allow cultivators to withdraw directly. Therefore, even if you want to exit, you need extremely agile mobility, as well as strong foresight and perception. Fortunately, in this regard, Yuji's strength is quite good. Jiao Shaoxing has reached her current transcendent state and can completely break through the space barrier. Of course, this refers to the situation when she is alone. She can pass through some space barriers alone with the help of 9 Heavens Star Flash, but she cannot bring others through. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Long Yu to use the 9 Nether path to disintegrate the space magic circle barrier of the trap before, and he could just pass it over. Yuge has such an ability. It is not particularly difficult to escape at a critical moment, but you still have to be careful. If one is not small, it is very likely that there will be people waiting for the rabbit in the place where Jiaoxiao Star Flash teleports. That's it. As for Han Ying, in the advanced area, the power of deduction has become her biggest reliance. She must spread the power of deduction, at least within 100 feet radius of herself, and keep track of the movements of other alien races around her, seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, otherwise she is extremely likely to be killed by other powerful alien races. After all, in terms of absolute strength, Han Ying's strength is basically at the bottom among all the powerful aliens who can enter the advanced area. In the advanced area, she could only rely on the power of deduction to look for opportunities to see if she could open a few treasure boxes. It was basically impossible to enter the next area. In fact, if you want to go from the advanced area to the next area, among the approximately 30,000 aliens participating in the Eclipse Ancient domain, only 100 people at most can do it. On the one hand, it is the limit of points, and on the other hand, it is the limit of strength. In the end, the limit of strength is also the limit of points. Without strength, you cannot kill other aliens, and cannot get enough points for you to continue. Even if it is an extremely clandestine hiding method and extremely superb existence, if its own strength is not strong, it will be difficult to move from the advanced area to the next area. Among the 7 areas in the Eclipse Ancient domain, there are 3 initial areas, and the advanced area is the 4th area. In the 5th area, the things that cultivators can get are extremely incredible, but it is not that easy to enter the 5th area, let alone compete with other strong people in the 5th area. Concubine Yu's request for herself was to enter the 6th or 7th area and obtain the inheritance from the powerful gods. It is basically impossible to do it now with her strength. It would be great to be able to go to the 5th area, but if she can get some good things in the advanced area, then it is not impossible, and the key to this thing is to see opportunity. No one knows what conditions are required for the inheritance of a powerful spirit. No one knows what is in the 6th area. Maybe someone can get it? To take a step back, the most important thing for Concubine Yu to come to this ancient domain of eclipse is to find opportunities for breakthroughs. The inheritance of gods is not so easy to covet, but there are many opportunities to break through to the gods. According to rumors, every eclipse when the ancient realm opens, there will be a group of beings with powerful talents who can realize the opportunity to break through and step into the godlike realm. Among the 14 godlike experts from the human and demon races, one of them broke through to the godlike realm in the eclipse ancient domain. The two girls, Yu Ge and Hong Ying, basically just wanted to sneak around in the advanced area, cautiously. The two women basically don't have to think about killing other aliens to increase their points. After the 4 of them are separated, it is basically impossible to kill other aliens. However, it is not a problem to keep moving forward and open the treasure chest to mix up the points. Impossible things. Concubine Yu came here to find an opportunity to break through to the level of a god, while Long Yu wanted to enter the 5th area and collect as many treasures as possible to facilitate his future cultivation. It is said that in the 5th area of the Eclipse ancient territory, there are many things that are considered treasures to those at the godlike level. Even if you get one, it can definitely become Long Yu's trump card in the future. There are even martial arts of gods in the 5th area, which are things that cannot be obtained in the outside world. Ordinary divine martial arts are one level lower than the ancient divine forbidden arts, but the difficulty of training is slightly lower. Long Yu didn't know where the ancient divine forbidden technique of Jiuyo Dragon Emperor came from, but there was no doubt that it was extremely rare in the entire Langus Star territory. Even ordinary divine martial arts must be used in, it can only be obtained in the 5th area of the Eclipse ancient domain. Not to mention the ancient god's forbidden technique, there is no such thing even in the Eclipse ancient domain. Of course, many people have heard of the ancient god's forbidden technique, but if they want to practice it themselves, it is basically impossible. Although Long Yu has the ancient god's forbidden technique and the 4-phase hell-killing training method, he is still looking forward to it if he can get other divine martial arts. After all, divine martial arts are beyond the existence of endless-level martial arts. Be strong. Although it is more difficult to practice than the endless-level martial arts, it is natural. If it is not difficult, how can it be so powerful? Each of the 4 has his own goals, but if Long Yu wants to achieve his goals, it is not easy to enter the 5th area, because his overall combat power is not particularly strong. At most he is only as strong as Hong Ying and Yu Ge. A little. If you want to kill other aliens to earn points and keep moving forward, Long Yu must be extremely careful. After arriving at the advanced area, it seems that the incarnation of nothingness must be turned on at all times. Otherwise, if you are attacked by a being like the Golden 6 Wings, you will be dead. Long Yu thought in his heart. Fortunately, now that he has integrated the shadow essence into the innate magical power of the Book of Shadows, the cost of transforming into nothingness has become very small, allowing him to continue to move forward in the state of nothingness. Once he encounters a good opportunity, he will appear directly. If you take action, you will definitely gain something. Of course, once he takes action, if he does not kill everyone else present, he will probably be killed, because once he appears, he will give people a chance to deduce, and when comparing the power of deduction, Long Yu is not at all like those other 7-level masters. Dominate the strong opponent. Therefore, even though he has the means to transform into nothingness, it is still very difficult for Long Yu to move forward. 14 days after the 4 people arrived in the advanced preparation area, they finally discovered that the white light curtain walls surrounding the closed room began to weaken. At the same time, a teleportation circle gradually condensed in the room. It looks like the advanced area is about to open. Get ready, and remember to get out alive. Long Yu looked at the three women and said solemnly. Well, don't worry, I won't die unless you die. Hong Ying covered her mouth and chuckled. This girl. Long Yu smiled at her, and then began to pay attention to the concentration of the teleportation circle. He directly transformed into nothingness, went to the place where the teleportation circle was condensed, and then prepared to be teleported out. He had to go to the advanced area as soon as possible. If he was fast enough, he could get 1 or 2 treasure boxes first. As for Concubine Yu and the other 3 daughters, they didn't dare to do this. Even Concubine Yu did not dare to rush to the front of the team, because everyone knew that those at the front must be the strongest geniuses from the 3-star fields. Each one of them has at least the strength of Concubine Yu. If the 3 women rush in front, they are simply seeking death. Even Concubine Yu does not dare to show off like this. However, the golden and silver 6-winged ones that Long Yu saw were likely to rush to the front. After all, their strength was indeed very strong. As long as they were not jointly attacked by opponents of the same level, they would basically not be encountered. What a surprise! Soon, the teleportation circle was finally completely formed. Even Long Yu, who transformed into nothingness, could not escape the detection of the Eclipse Ancient Domain Teleportation Array. When the teleportation array was completely formed, Long Yu was teleported directly. The next moment, what appeared in front of Long Yu was a void space. In this void space, some starlight could be seen in the distance. These stars were purple, white, and black. Are these starlights treasure boxes? Long Yu's heart moved and he frowned slightly. If the entire advanced area is such a void space, the degree of freedom is too great. It is very likely that some alien races will gather together. In that case, for Long, the situation is not looking good for Yu Lai. But soon Long Yu discovered that his worries were unnecessary. Because the place he teleported to was only a partition of the advanced area. In such a partition, there would only be at most 1 cultivator of one race. In other words, there are a total of 200 divisions in the entire advanced area, which is enough to allocate all individuals of each race to different divisions. In that way, it is completely impossible to unite. In this single division, there will be at most more than 200 alien races from 3-star regions. However, there are at least 200 treasure chest stars in the void. Long Yu transformed into nothingness and galloped directly towards the nearest purple star. The purple starlight is the amethyst box. This is the amethyst box in the advanced area. It is likely to produce a complete godlike source product, and even other treasures of comparable value. As Long Yu galloped towards the amethyst box, the initial point of the advanced area behind him continued to flash with white light, as other cultivators from other alien races were teleported over. As Long Yu moved forward, he observed the white light behind him and found that there were more than 40 white lights shining in total. In other words, there were now a total of more than 40 different alien individuals who had come to the advanced area where he was. Just over 40. Long Yu was a little confused, but after thinking about it, it was normal. More than 40 alien individuals were in the same zone. If there were 200 zones in total, then 8,000 aliens had entered the advanced area. In the 3-star regions including Langya Star region, there are a total of about 30,000 people who have entered the Eclipse Ancient region. In other words, about 1/4 to 1/3 of the people have entered the advanced area. This ratio is about the same. Long Yu ran at the front without a doubt. In this advanced area, the distance between each treasure box is much farther than in the initial area, even reaching thousands of miles. And this distance, even if you want to rely on teleportation of 100 feet, you don't know how far it will be. The year of the monkey and the month of the horse are gone, it is better to fly directly towards the target location. During Long Yu's leap, he had already counted the number of treasures in the entire void space. After all the treasure boxes were shining like stars. There are a total of 15 amethyst boxes, 30 white jade boxes, and 155 obsidian boxes, adding up to exactly 200. Each treasure box requires at least 10 points to be opened. The treasures in the advanced area have different values from the treasures in the initial area. Therefore, in the advanced area, opening the obsidian box requires 10 points, while opening the white jade box requires 30 points. Opening the amethyst box requires even more points. 50 points are needed. Long Yu took the lead and rushed towards the nearest amethyst box. At the same time, there were about 10 other strong aliens flying towards this direction. This made Long Yu a little nervous. Now that he is in a state of nothingness, other alien races will definitely not know his existence, but once he opens the amethyst box, he will definitely be noticed by others and regarded as a formidable enemy. After all, one can avoid the perception of all of them. It is definitely a potential threat, not to mention directly opening an amethyst box. Long Yu thought about it and thought of a good idea. He continued to maintain his leading position, and then directly threw a dark creature out before anyone else arrived. Under the control of Long Yu, the dark creature went up and opened the amethyst box, and then fished out the contents. That thing was directly taken into the small world by Long Yu, and then urged the dark creature to explode directly. There is no doubt that even though this dark creature is just a modified dark creature, it is still a 6-stage master. If it directly self-destructs, even if its power is limited by the Eclipse Ancient Domain, it will still be enough to destroy the amethyst box. The smell of the thing fished out was completely wiped away. After Long Yu succeeded, he let the dark creature explode and kept himself in the state of incarnation, flying forward quickly. The people following behind were all powerful alien races at the peak of the 7th stage Great Master, but they had no way to deal with such a dragon control. They didn't even know which race had taken away the contents of the amethyst box. However, the dark creature that Long Yu activated was in the shape of a hexagonal ice crystal, and looked like the Ice God clan. Obviously, some people guessed that the person who took away the contents of the amethyst box was definitely someone from the Langus Star territory. Such guessing does not allow them to guess who did all this. Long Yu had already walked far away, and moved to the side, and did not continue to run desperately at the front, because such a thing could only be done once at most. If he wanted to do it the second time, he would definitely do it because the other party had prepared and failed. By then it is very likely that your life will be at stake. One amethyst box is enough. Next, look for opportunities to kill other aliens and get enough points to go to the 5th area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Long Yu thought in his heart, he knew very well that if he wanted to go to the 5th area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, even if he didn't touch the box at all, he would need at least 200 or 300 points, so it was necessary to kill other aliens. Fortunately, in the advanced area, once you kill a foreigner, you can get half of the opponent's points. In this way, 200 or 300 points are more convenient to collect. Of course, this is for some stronger alien individuals. For Long Yu, if he wanted to get 200 to 300 points, he would have to kill at least 4 or 5 aliens. Each alien would not be weaker than Long Yu, so he could only rely on sneak attacks. Fortunately, the entire advanced area is very broad. Others are too lazy to pay attention to what happens in relatively distant places, so Long Yu next looks for those who are more remote and weaker. Guy. Soon, a foreign race with a 6th level master was targeted by Long Yu. It was a foreign race that he had never seen before. It should come from the other 2-star regions. However, since the opponent belonged to the 6th level master, Long Yu would definitely not worry about being unable to defeat it. He could just go up and kill it in a sneak attack. The alien was like a fish 5 or 6 feet long, with a streamlined body that looked quite low-key in the void. After all, it was hidden in the darkness and was not very strong, so it was easy for people to ignore it. The most important thing is that this guy is taking a very remote route, flying towards a white jade box on the edge of this partition. According to preliminary estimates, it will take half an hour to get there. During this period of time, the 3 amethyst boxes relatively close to each other in the center of the entire partition have long been snatched away. This is where the competition is fiercest. As for the white jade boxes in the edge area, not many people are eyeing them. After all, there are only more than 40 alien individuals in the entire division. Even if there were some aliens who didn't come in immediately, there were only about 50 at most. Half of them thought they were extremely powerful and headed directly towards the central place with the most treasure chests. Killing people and grabbing treasures along the way would maximize their profits. While Long Yu slowly flew toward the 5 to 6 foot long fish alien, he checked the contents of the amethyst box he had just opened. This is. When Long Yu saw it, his eyes suddenly narrowed. This thing could just come in handy here. The amethyst box in the advanced area contained something extraordinary. The thing Long Yu spent 50 points and a lot of effort to grab was a jet black fruit. This fruit contains extremely rich creative power, and it also contains a kind of revelation-level shadow divine power. Long Yu could feel that the creative power in this fruit was at least 20 or 30 times that of a first-grade Tianjing level creation. It was equivalent to a supergrade creation. This was something that could not be obtained from the outside world no matter what. Things. There are abundant resources in the territory of the human race and the demon race, but treasures containing so much creative power may only appear once in 100 years. How can Long Yu get it? Moreover, Long Yu observed this fruit and got a message, that is, the power in this fruit can be absorbed and understood immediately. As long as you eat this dark fruit, you can directly use it. The power of creation, practicing in an instant, and comprehending the power of the apocalyptic shadow divine script. This shocked Long Yu. Although he didn't know what kind of fruit it was, he still drank it directly. The good things obtained from the Eclipse ancient domain are naturally extraordinary. When Long Yu took this fruit, the creative power in it poured directly into his body crazily. However, Long Yu did not use these creative powers to improve his martial arts realm, but used it to cultivate the magic dust. The secret of martial arts in the heart. The demonic heart is now at the 6th level. To upgrade it to the 9th level, it requires a massive amount of creative power. This is why Long Yu has never tried to upgrade the demonic heart. But now is an excellent opportunity. Being able to immediately absorb the creative power in the fruit, he must use it to improve his strength. The martial arts realm has just been broken through, and it is impossible for him to improve again. The only one who can use so much creative power now is the heart of demon dust. This is the secret of martial arts. The difficulty of cultivating the heart of demonic dust has always been beyond Long Yu's expectations. Even though this fruit contains a huge amount of creative power, it is still slow to improve the heart of magic dust. The progress is improved bit by bit, and about 1/7 of the creative power is consumed, and it is finally upgraded to the 7th level. Then another 2/7 of the creative power was consumed, reaching the 8th level, and finally 4/7 of the creative power was consumed, which just raised the heart of the demon dust to its peak, the 9th level. You must know that the creative power contained in this fruit is 20 or 30 times that of first-grade Tianjing level creations. If you don't consider the need to stabilize the realm, then after taking this fruit, it is enough to directly upgrade the current dragon control to the 7th level master, and even more than half of the creative power will remain. This shows how difficult it is to cultivate the heart of demonic dust. It is indeed something from the Eclipse ancient territory. In this way, I will be more confident in killing other alien races. Long Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. In addition to the magic dust heart rising to its peak, he also comprehended a revelation-level shadow attribute divine text from this dark fruit. This shadow attribute divine text is called dark current divine text. Although it has just been obtained, Long Yu has already fully understood it, and the level of comprehension is as perfect as the revelation level 9 nether divine text. However, as for its effect, Long Yu didn't know. It was just used to deal with the longfish alien guy later. After one piece of fruit fell, Long Yu's strength was greatly improved. Mainly, the heart of the demon dust reached its peak, and derived an extremely heaven-defying martial arts secret method. Long Yu didn't know the effect of the dark stream divine when for the time being, but he was still looking forward to the peak method of demonic heart. Just as the two martial arts secret techniques of balance control and purifying body have been upgraded to the 9th level, they have derived a powerful method. Of course, the same is true for demonic heart, and the cultivation of demonic heart is more difficult than those two. The secret method of recruiting martial arts is much higher. This also led to the fact that when the heart of demonic dust reached the peak of the 9th level, it actually developed two special secret methods. The first method is the magic dust clone. Different from ordinary clones, due to the powerful ability of the demonic heart's heart, the clone condensed from it has exactly the same strength as the main body. In other words, if a demonic clone is condensed, Long Yu's combat power can be directly doubled. Times. Moreover, the enemy has no way to tell which one is the clone and which one is the real body, because the two are exactly the same. There is also a small heart of magic dust in the body of the clone, so that after the clone is injured, it can quickly reshape the physical body, but the reconstruction speed is slower than that of Long Yu's real body. Only with this point, the opponent only then would it be possible to distinguish Long Yu's true form and clone. To condense the demonic heart clone, it is as fast as Long Yu can reshape his physical body. In other words, according to the current demonic heart martial arts secret method of the 9th level of Long Yu, it only takes 3 breaths. It can condense into a demon dust clone. Of course, if Long Yu's body was completely destroyed, it would only take 3 breaths to completely reshape it. The heart of demon dust has reached the 9th level peak, and the second method derived from it is possession by demon dust. This is a standard defense method. It can activate the power of the demonic heart and cover the surface of the body with a layer of demonic power. Long Yu doesn't know what this power is, but he knows about the demonic heart. The power is extremely strong. I don't know, what is the defense ability of demon dust possession? Long Yu thought in his mind that even if he had high expectations for something that had not been tested before, he should not rely too much on it. He had to have time to try it out. At this time, he was only a few hundred feet away from the 5-foot-long fish alien. The 5-foot-long fish moved forward leisurely, not knowing that it had been stared at. Then it looked at the white jade box in front of it, still looking forward to it. After all, this was the white jade box in the advanced area, and it was still not enough. It opens halfway. The most important thing is that for the time being, it seems that no other alien race wants to compete with it for this white jade box, and it can completely take it for itself. Instead of grabbing more treasure chests in the center, if you go to the remote edge, the competition will indeed be much less, but this also means that if you are targeted, the possibility of escaping in the chaos will be extremely low. Long Yu thought of this, so he went to the remote edge, to kill those guys who seemed weaker and had no other competition. The 5-foot-long fish possesses the cultivation level of a 6th-level master. He is not from Langi Galaxy's race. Long Yu has no idea what abilities he has. However, Long Yu has a pure body, which can largely avoid some weird methods. In addition, the physical strength is not weak. Basically, Long Yu can handle any method the opponent has. As Long Yu continued to approach the opponent, he gradually emerged from the void state. This made the 5-foot-long fish seem to have noticed something. There is no doubt that those who dare to sneak up on it are definitely not weak, at least they are confident in their own strength. This makes the 5-foot-long fish seem to be a little panicked. But soon, it felt that the visitor turned out to be just a weird alien race belonging to the 4th stage master. He was not from their galaxy, and he was not a member of the powerful races of the other 2 galaxies. This makes it seem very happy. The 4th stage master actually dares to take advantage of it? Although it is only a 6th level master and has not stepped into the 7th level master, even the 5-foot-long fish of the 6th level master can easily win when it encounters an ordinary 7th level master practitioner. How could a 6th level master, who could reach the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, be a simple guy? However, Wu Zhongyu didn't know that although Long Yu was only a 4th level master, his methods were far beyond those of an ordinary 7th level master. No matter who you are, you will believe in this truth: strike first. The 5-foot-long fish felt the presence of Long Yu, and immediately used its methods. It used the power of the water element to form water pillars in an instant, and rushed toward Long Yu at extremely fast speeds. These water pillars can even travel through space. After all, they are the primordial power of the water system. They are the foundation and source of space attribute divine texts. Being able to travel through space is nothing. When the water column came, Long Yu really couldn't react. The opponent's attack speed was too fast. However, when those water pillars fell on Long Yu, they did not fall on his demonic heart. Although most of his body was blown to pieces, Long Yu completely recovered in just 2 breaths. Of course, while Long Yu was reshaping his body, the 5-foot-long fish couldn't be idle. The power of the water system absolute beginning continued to condense and appeared around Long Yu. There were 7 whirlpools in total. Each vortex was very similar to the void burial exerted by the void nether dragon blade, and its power was comparable to the void burial. If he falls into it, Long Yu will definitely die. But fortunately, if the opponent's 7 whirlpools are to be activated, it is indeed the same as the burial in the void, requiring concentration and preparation time. This gave Long Yu some preparation time. He first reshaped his physical body, and then quickly condensed the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions. At the same time, he began to condense the Demon Dust clone. As Mo Chen's clone appeared, Long Yu's 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions had been condensed, and several 9 Nether paths shot out, hitting 2 of the whirlpools. Then, the space disintegration power from the innate magical power directly destroyed the vortex of the water system's primordial power disintegrated. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones acted together, and the 9 Nether paths were directly blasted out, disintegrating the remaining 4 water-type Taichu powers. In the end, there was only 1 vortex of water-type Taichu power left, and it was too late. It burst out directly between Long Yu and Mo Chen's clone. The terrifying power instantly overwhelmed Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones, but it was unable to cause devastating damage to the 2. Long Yu's body was directly possessed by magic dust. A layer of dark dust-like substance directly covered Long Yu's body, shrouding him into a black man. However, the defensive ability of this method is indeed very strong. The other party's method, which was similar to void burial, erupted around them. The terrifying power even distorted the nearby space. However, both Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones were possessed by Mo Chen and did not suffer any harm. The defensive ability possessed by demonic dust is obviously extremely strong, especially for Long Yu. The current Long Yu originally had relatively few defensive methods. After becoming possessed by the demon dust, he can be said to be good at all aspects, without any obvious weaknesses. In the past, he could only use the crazy fighting celestial barrier for defense, but to be honest, the crazy fighting celestial barrier was just a derivative of the body-refining martial arts, and its defensive ability was not particularly strong. Compared with the demonic dust possession, even after 100 layers of crazy fighting celestial power are superimposed, the defensive capabilities of the crazy fighting celestial barrier are not even half of it. Therefore, if Long Yu directly activates the magic dust to possess him, his defensive ability will be comparable to the crazy fighting celestial barrier he used after stacking more than 200 layers of crazy fighting celestial power. The 5-foot-long fish alien was a little surprised when it saw that Long Yu was not harmed by its method similar to burial in the void. However, at this time it was not its turn to be surprised anymore, because it was Long Yu's turn to launch it immediately. On the offensive, Long Yu and his demon dust clone activated the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions in their bodies at almost the same time. The main body of Long Yu activated the 9 nether balls, condensed the 9 nether balls, and restricted the movement of the 5-foot-long fish by about 30%. Then the demon Chen clone activated the unbounded grip, and instantly, the power within the opponent's body was sealed and pulled towards him. The double control method made the 5-foot-long fish almost unable to use any power. However, the next moment, a burst of light blue light flashed from the 5-foot-long fish, and a light blue crystal-like object appeared. As soon as the crystal-like object appeared, a burst of light blue divine power erupted. It was a kind of apocalyptic space attribute divine power, derived from the power of the water system at the beginning. That burst of light blue divine power did not burst out from the 5-foot-long fish, but emerged from the light blue crystal-like object, so even the sealing power of the unbounded grip could not limit it. However, the 9 nether ball still slowed down the power of that thing by 30%. This light blue crystal-like object is obviously the 5-foot-long fish warrior, and it is an endless level top-grade warrior, on the same level as the dragon skeleton ancient tower. The light blue divine power burst out, directly cutting off the connection between Long Yu and the 5-foot-long fish, causing the unbounded grip to become ineffective and unable to even use the third stage of the grip. However, Long Yu continued to activate the 9 nether divine inscriptions in the next moment, and the 9 nether path was used again. The ability to disintegrate the space divine inscription showed its effect at this time, directly disintegrating the burst of light blue light. And all this only took 2 breaths. The unbounded grip continued to be displayed, and the power of the dark current divine text that Long Yu had just comprehended from the magical fruit was activated by him. The next moment, the power of the dark flow divine text burst out directly from the body of the unsuspecting 5-foot-long fish. At this moment, the originally light blue body of the 5-foot-long fish suddenly appeared with countless dark stripes, lingering on the surface of its body, and the power of the dark flow divine text, through the third power of the unbounded grip, Duanji exploded directly into the opponent's body. It stands to reason that such a revelation-level divine script is derived from the power of the beginning of the metal system. It is on the same level as the 9 nether divine script and the forest demon divine script. It is likely to have some special effects, such as the forest demon divine script. Destructive power to the spiritual soul. Now Long Yu uses the method of unbounded grip to explode the dark flow divine text into the opponent's body, and he suddenly feels that the power in the opponent's body begins to flow away. Dark current divine inscriptions can cause the opponent's body to continuously drain power. Long Yu's heart moved, and he was quite satisfied with the effect. Satisfied, of course, you have to be satisfied. After all, this divine text is just incidental to taking the magical fruit. Being able to fully understand such a revelation-level divine text, Long Yu undoubtedly got a big deal. As Long Yu blasted into the opponent's body with the dark current divine inscriptions, the effect of the unbounded grip exploded, and the core strength of the opponent's body began to drain away. At the same time, Long Yu once again used the unbounded grip, this time prompted by the forest demon divine Wen. The opponent realized that something was wrong and wanted to run away, but was pulled back directly by the unbounded grip, and then the forest demon divine Wen entered the opponent's body. Completely exploded. For phase-killing prison. Countless lines of death surged out, and they were executed by Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones together. Previously, the unbounded grip was used by Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones together, without giving the opponent any chance. Under Long Yu's double attack, the 5-foot-long fish was completely unable to withstand it. Now his spirit and soul have suffered an extremely serious blow. The Forest Demon Divine Text and the 4-phase Killing Prison are more than enough to deal with the 7th-level master, let alone the 5-foot-long fish of the 6th-level master. At this time, Long Yu watched the spiritual soul of the 5-foot-long fish being continuously destroyed. With a thought in his heart, he noticed his magic dust clone and thought to himself that this magic dust clone was still difficult to condense in battle. After all, it would take 2 or 3 people. It takes a breathing time to condense it. But isn't it possible to condense some magic dust clones in advance, place them in the small world, and then activate them directly during the battle? Long Yu felt that if he wanted to maintain such a demon dust clone, he would need to consume a lot of power. If he condensed 2 demon dust clones, he would basically consume all the power in his body every hour. This level of consumption made him give up the idea of condensing the magic dust clone in advance. After all, in the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, he would have to stay for at least 10 days, and he had to maintain the magic dust clone for such a long time. If so, the recovery pills on Long Yu's body would be completely unbearable. So he shook his head and looked directly at the score he just got. In the advanced area, after killing the alien, you can get half of the opponent's points. The 5-foot-long fish alien in front of you has obviously just entered the advanced area and hasn't opened the box yet, so its score is at least 100 points. Long Yu took a look and realized that he killed the 5-foot-long fish and directly increased his score by 62 points. The total score reached 146 points. This score was considered to be a lot. Long Yu was satisfied and turned around. Start flying towards the front. At this moment, because Long Yu flew in the direction of the 5-foot-long fish and fought for a while, the large troops of other foreign races had already arrived far away. The latest 3 amethyst boxes have also been opened. At the same time, in the entire advanced area division, 2 people have been injured and escaped and chose to withdraw, and 3 people have been killed in the melee. Of course, these dead people are all aliens, so it may not be appropriate to describe them as human beings. But this casualty rate also frightened Long Yu. You must know that those who can come to the advanced area to compete are all the elites of the same race. Now they are dying here like this. It can be seen that the competition in this Eclipse Ancient Domain is too fierce. In this advanced zone, Long Yu didn't see any familiar opponents, only some familiar races. For example, there is a Peak 7 stage dominator from the Ice God clan, and a Peak 7 stage dominator from the Machine tribe. Basically, those who can come here and go to the center to compete for the amethyst box are all 7 stage dominators. The pinnacle exists. As Long Yu chased after the group of people, the distance between the 2 sides became closer and closer. Long Yu had just killed a 5-foot-long fish on the edge. He must have scored a lot of points. This also caused many other people to want to chase Long Yu after seeing him. Of course, these alien races will not retreat to deal with Long Yu, because that will cost more points. Anyway, the speed ahead of them is not that fast. As long as they wait for Long Yu to catch up, they will be able to take action naturally. As for who kills Long Yu and gets the final blow and gets half of his points, it depends on luck and means. Of course Long Yu knew the thoughts of the aliens ahead. Some of the strongest alien races, such as the mechanical race, are already far ahead. The mechanical race is the strongest and has just killed 2 alien races in the melee. Its own score must have exceeded 200. Just based on these points, it can keep moving forward and reach the entrance to the 5th area along the way. But for those amethyst boxes along the way, it would definitely not give up so easily. Now, go ahead and grab the box, and wait for other alien races to catch up later. Then it will have an advantage and kill these alien races more efficiently and gain points. This is what the mechanical tribe thinks. However, other alien races are obviously not so stupid. There seemed to have been an agreement between 3 different alien races, and they moved towards the mechanical race together, obviously intending to kill the mechanical race together. Although after killing the mechanical race, the alliance between the 3 alien races will definitely not continue to exist, but the 3 of them uniting together will make it less easy for the mechanical race to dominate the advanced area. Long Yu initially estimated that the strength of the mechanical clan was not much different from Concubine Yu, or even slightly stronger than Concubine Yu. However, there are no other relatively strong alien races in this division. That black alien. However, Long Yu observed a black mist in the field. The black mist was an alien race, and its form was black mist. This alien race did not exist in Langyi Galaxy, and had no physical existence. It was said to be from another Tiangang star region. One of the strongest races in the world. This black mist did not show any strength for the time being, but followed most of the alien races, hiding in relatively peripheral places. It didn't take action first. It was probably thinking about the strength of the other alien races around it. It waited until it had figured it out before taking action. Based on Long Yu's intuition, the strength of this black mist alien race was just above that of the mechanical race. If they fight, the black mist alien race has a great chance of winning. The main thing is that Long Yu himself will definitely not dare to provoke the black mist aliens now. Even against Concubine Yu, who he was very familiar with, Long Yu couldn't defeat her, let alone an existence that he was not familiar with and was as powerful as Concubine Yu. Although Long Yu knows that he is very strong, but that is also a scoring situation. In the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, his strength can definitely only be said to be average, even though he has just upgraded the Heart of Demonic Dust to the 9th level. It's the same at the peak. His martial arts level is too low, and his basic strength is too weak. It's good to be able to break into the advanced area, which has given him great benefits. To be honest, even if Long Yu chooses to give up now, and withdraw from the Eclipse Ancient territory, he will definitely not lose money. However, with Long Yu's character, he will definitely not withdraw unless it is absolutely necessary. Anyway, he has the means to transform into nothingness, and he can also rely on the Void Dragon Blade to directly teleport away. Even if he is controlled, Xiaoshu can take him away, allowing him to choose to exit instantly. In this way, the probability of Long Yu being killed is extremely small. Unless he is instantly killed by another alien with one move, otherwise, he will have the opportunity to quit immediately. As Long Yu moved forward, he carefully observed the remaining alien races. Among them are an Ice God clan, a Desolate God clan, an Earth God clan, a Yuan clan, a Machine clan, and 5 other different alien races, all from the Langya Star territory, and the others are from the other 2 star regions. This limited Long Yu's understanding of the fighting methods of these alien races, so he could only follow from a distance and watch. Long Yu is very mean now, so he follows the opponent from a distance. He is about 500 feet away from the opponent. There is no way the opponent can retreat and attack him. He is equivalent to being in an absolutely safe state. In this way, although he cannot get the box, but what Long Yu wants now is not a box. Even if there is another special fruit like that in these amethyst boxes, Long Yu will not be able to get much improvement. Long Yu's combat power has basically reached the limit of the 4th stage Great Master. No matter what treasure he gets, he will not be able to improve his strength much. He will also be unable to deal with those at the peak of the 7th stage Great Master. This made him feel calm now. If he could pick up the leaks, he would pick them up. If he couldn't, he would move forward steadily. After killing the 5-foot-long fish alien, his score was enough for him to move forward for a long time. But when he reached the front, he was injured or there must be many dying aliens. However, just as Long Yu was thinking this, a foreigner with a big sword shape stopped in front of him. It seemed that he wanted to wait for Long Yu to catch up and then attack Long Yu. Sword Clan. Long Yu felt a chill in his heart and was a little surprised. The Sword Clan looks like a big sword. The sword is tattooed with all kinds of strange and weird patterns, which can release various different powers, and its physical strength is not weak. Even if it practices some hand-to-hand martial arts, it is extremely powerful. The Presence. The Sword Clan member in front of him, who was at the peak of the 7th level master, stopped and prepared to deal with Long Yu. It was obvious that he had been unhappy with Long Yu following him for a long time, and wanted to kill him to steal some points. However, Long Yu noticed that this swordsman was injured in the chaotic battle just now. The Six Wings tribe, the Mechanical tribe, and the Sword Ancestor are definitely one of the 3 strongest races in the Language-Star territory. There is no other reason. The main reason is that the areas occupied by these 3 races are the richest and produce the most cultivation resources. It is precisely because of this that the number of godlike experts among their races far exceeds that of other races. The human race and the demon race each have only 7 godlike experts. As for the Sword Clan, Six-Wing Clan, and Mechanical Clan, there are nearly 100 godlike experts, and there are many peak godlike beings among them. Even if the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor long ago dared to go to the major outer god tribes to cause trouble and rob them of their sacred objects, it was because there were no superpowers at the peak of godlike powers among the outer god tribes. In other words, if the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor wants to cause trouble among the Sword Clan, Six Wings Clan, and Mechanical Clan, it will not be that easy. This Sword Clan, perhaps because of the injury, did not continue to follow the group of aliens to fight, but chose to stop and rest for a while waiting for Long Yu. If he could kill Long Yu, the 4th level master, the alien race, the Sword race can also get a lot of points. Although the Sword Clan was participating in the melee, they also knew very well that Long Yu had killed a 5-foot-long fish alien before, and he must have scored a lot, at least around 200 points. What he didn't know was that Long Yu only had 146 points, 50 of which were used to open the first amethyst box. No one in the field knew that Long Yu opened the first amethyst box. Even if they could guess, they would not be able to guess it. Even if they were told that Long Yu opened the first amethyst box, many people would not believe it. You must know that Long Yu only has the cultivation level of a 4th level master. How could he open the amethyst box in front of so many people and hide it from other alien races? This Sword Clan, after being injured, can only use half of its strength at most. Long Yu's eyes began to sparkle with calculation. If it were Concubine Yu, who was half as powerful, he might be able to deal with it. After all, he possesses the endless level high-grade martial arts of the mad fighting celestial body. If he could superimpose the mad fighting heavenly power to the limit, he would be able to deal with such a seriously injured sword. Clan is not a big problem. But the key point is that this Sword Clan is in the process of healing all the time. If you wait for a while, the strength of the Sword Clan is likely to continue to increase. If it returns to its peak state, Long Yu will not be its opponent in any case. This made Long Yu very confused. If he wants to superimpose the strength of the mad battle, it will definitely take a certain amount of time, but the opponent also needs time to heal. Both sides need time, and once it is delayed for too long, Long Yu will not be the opponent at all. Long Yu chose to move to the side, but the Sword Clan also moved to the side. It seemed that he was targeting Long Yu, not letting him pass, and wanted to kill Long Yu to get his points. Then fight. Long Yu felt cold in his heart. Did the Sword Clan really think he was defeated? When Long Yu just tried to take a detour, he had already begun to condense magic dust clones in the small world. He could condense one every 2 breaths. When he kept moving forward and got within 100 feet of the Sword Clan, there are already 6 demon dust clones in his small world. Supporting 6 magic dust clones to fight at the same time, Long Yu needs to consume a lot of power, but there is no way now. He must gather enough magic dust clones to be able to superimpose the crazy fighting force at a faster speed, and temporarily pose a relatively large threat to the other party and reduce the other party's thoughts on healing. In this way, Long Yu can shorten the time for himself to superimpose the wild fighting force, and at the same time increase the time for the opponent to heal, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only thing that needs an idea is that Long Yu must resolve the battle in a short time, otherwise the power in Long Yu's body will be exhausted before the Sword Clan can deal with Long Yu. Although the strength of Mo Chen's clone is comparable to that of a Dragon Master, it consumes too much power. This made Long Yu have to fight quickly, especially now that 6 demon dust clones had condensed out, so he did not dare to waste any time. Even if the time of a stick of incense passed, Long Yu needed to take a pill. Medicine to restore strength. Fortunately, Long Yu can also let these demon dust clones take the elixir actively, thereby restoring the power of the demon dust clones and relieving Long Yu's pressure. Otherwise, Long Yu's ability to continue fighting in this state is really weak. As Long Yu came within 100 feet of the Sword Clan, the Sword Clan didn't hesitate and shot directly at Long Yu. After all, once within 100 feet, the opponent could teleport directly to Long Yu. Moreover, if you look back about 100 feet, you won't let the opponent deduct many more points. You can't look back from a long distance, and you won't get any more points deducted from a short distance. The Sword Clan didn't have any worries in this regard, and directly launched an offensive against Long Yu. Space vortexes emerged in all directions of Long Yu, 18 of them appeared at the same time. From every space vortex, a clone of the Sword Clan appeared. These clones of the Sword Clan launched an attack directly towards Long Yu. Endless sword energy came with a roar, even sealing off the surrounding space. The Path of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu released the 6 demon dust clones, directly combined with the power of the demon dust clones, and used the 9 nether path together, which increased the speed of disintegrating the surrounding space seals to 7 times the original speed. In just an instant, Long Yu broke through the space blockade combined by these space whirlpools and teleported directly to the front. The Mad God comes to the world. Long Yu and the 6 demon dust clones directly used the method of Mad God coming to the world, and instantly superimposed 70 layers of mad fighting power. This made Long Yu feel happy. How fast! This is the first time that he has superimposed the power of the mad fighting heaven so quickly. You must know that before, he had to use the mad fighting boxer and cannon to punch out one after another. Now, if the demon dust clone uses the Mad God coming to the world at the same time, it can actually superimpose the mad fighting heaven. The number of layers of potential. This makes Long Yu very excited. In this way, if 10 demon dust clones are condensed by then, they will suddenly have more than 100 levels of crazy fighting power. Moreover, as time goes by, the number of layers of mad fighting power provided to Long Yu by the Mad God coming to the world will continue to increase. After about 1 stick of incense, the mad war power superimposed by the arrival of the Mad God will reach 15 levels. If added up, it will be 105 levels. However, Long Yu certainly won't just wait for the superposition of the Mad God's arrival, because the Sword Clan is extremely powerful. If it is not killed quickly, Long Yu himself will die. The afterimage of ancient times. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu and the 6 demon dust clones simultaneously displayed the afterimage of the ancient times, and then continuously blasted wild fighting fists and cannons at the space whirlpools created by the Sword Clan. Every time the crazy fighting fist cannon is fired, an ancient afterimage is directly involved in the whirlpool of space. It can be said to be seeking death. However, in this way, Long Yu's crazy fighting heavenly power is quickly superimposed. Almost at the moment when Long Yu's teleportation broke the space seal, countless ancient afterimages were thrown into those space whirlpools and were crushed to pieces, but Long Yu's wild fighting power also suddenly superimposed to 120 levels. There is no need to wait for the time of a stick of incense to pass. The effect of Mad God coming to the world has been improved. Long Yu can directly superimpose the power of Mad War to the full level. Seeing Long Yu actually manipulating those ancient afterimages to be involved in the space vortex, this kind of suicidal behavior obviously exceeded the expectations of the Sword Clan, but it also felt the madness that was constantly gathering in Long Yu. God comes to Earth. The superimposed momentum of the Mad War divine text made Long Yu become extremely coercive. Moreover, Long Yu now carries 6 demon dust clones. Now the aura of each demon dust clone is exactly the same as Long Yu himself. They look like 7 copied humans, without any difference between them. The next moment, countless sword lights burst out from the void near Long Yu. Some of these sword lights carried the power of the Ice Divine Script, and some carried the power of the Flame Divine Script. They actually had 4 or 5 attributes at the same time, and all of them were apocalyptic divine text. This shocked Long Yu. He was truly worthy of being a strong swordsman from one of the 3 major races in the Languestar region. This genius had actually comprehended so many revelation-level divine texts, and every revelation-level divine text was fully comprehended. Countless sword lights completely covered the space within 100 feet. Even if Long Yu wanted to teleport away, he could not avoid these sword energy attacks at all, because the longest teleport distance in the Eclipse Ancient domain was 100 feet. And that sword clan just happened to cover the entire area of 100 feet with sword energy, which made it clear that Long Yu would have nowhere to escape. Possessed by magic dust. Frenzy against the celestial barrier. Long Yu used 2 defensive moves in succession. Now he had no choice. Facing the sword energy coming from the sky, he could only defend. Fortunately, the opponent was seriously injured, so the offensive was not very strong. Demonic dust possession and the celestial barrier alone are not enough to withstand the opponent's sword energy. But Long Yu also has the strongest method, a method that goes against the will of heaven, and that is the assimilation stance. Long Yu had already tried it with Concubine Yu and the others before, and the effects of assimilating stances can be superimposed. Now, Long Yu and the 6 demon dust clones gathered together like this, and together they displayed the assimilation stance. The superimposed effect of the 7-layer assimilation stance directly weakened the power of the infinite sword energy within the entire 100-foot range with every breath. 95%. The power of the sword energy that fell on Long Yu and Emochen's clones was almost worth mentioning. Not to mention that it was impossible to break through Long Yu's demon possession, it even took a lot of time to fight against the celestial barrier. Shatter. Not to mention, now Long Yu has cultivated the heart of demon dust to the 9th level of peak. Even if the physical body suffers a devastating blow, it only takes 2 breaths to reshape it. It is still not that easy for the opponent to kill Long Yu. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu directly used the 9 Nether Sphere. A sphere formed by the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine texts flashed with dark light in the void, and then countless dark lines of the 9 Nether restricted the power of all surrounding enemies. Stand up. Long Yu's counterattack has begun. When the 9 Nether Ball was released, countless dark lines immediately covered the surrounding area. All the power of the Sword Clan was entangled and restricted by these dark lines. The body of the Sword Clan suddenly emitted a burst of flame light, and the power of a revelation-level flame divine inscription exploded, cleaning up all the dark lines near it, and then swept towards Long Yu's location. Like a meteorite, this Sword Clan member was covered in fire and sprinted through the void, arriving in front of Long Yu in an instant. But it is a pity that this Sword Clan is not sure which one is the real Dragon Master. The first guess was obviously wrong, and he killed a demon dust clone, and the powerful impact of the transformed meteorite was the demon dust clone was directly smashed into pieces. Long Yu didn't care. In fact, even if his own body was smashed to pieces, he didn't need to care too much, because after all, the heart of demonic dust had reached the 9th level of peak cultivation. The destroyed demon dust clone was bathed in a sea of fire at this moment, with only one demon dust heart still beating. This demon dust heart was just a copy, and naturally it was not as powerful as Long Yu's original body. However, this sea of fire alone cannot destroy the demonic heart. This made the Sword Clan's heart move. He obviously saw the extraordinary nature of the remaining dark heart and knew that if the heart was not destroyed, Long Yu would continue to reshape his body and would not be able to completely kill Long Yu. This method is undoubtedly extremely disgusting. Moreover, the fact that Long Yu had condensed 6 demonic dust clones made people feel helpless. Even the strong swordsman at the peak of the 7th level master felt that it was extremely difficult to completely eliminate Long Yu. But even though it was difficult, it still had to kill the demon dust heart. The streamlined body of the Sword Clan is like a long sword, and countless sword energies are continuously condensed and exploded. These sword energies still contain various divine powers, and when combined together, the attack is obviously more powerful. For example, ice attribute divine words and fire attribute divine words. If these two are combined, they can generally increase each other's power. Under the sweep of countless sword energy, the heart of Mo Chen, a clone of Mo Chen, encountered an unexpected event. Various cracks finally appeared, and then it was torn apart, exploded into a dark mass of the power of 9 nether divine inscriptions, and then dissipated. Go! Long Yu's eyes twitched as he watched from the side. He didn't know how strong the defensive ability of the demonic heart in his body was, but there was no doubt that it would be impossible to withstand the continuous bombardment of the Sword Clan. With only the heart of the demon dust left, Long Yu cannot use the method of incarnation into nothingness, nor can he use his innate magical powers. By then, it will be too late. This guy can smash my body into pieces with one move. The destructive power of the meteorite move is too strong. If it is used on my body, I must avoid it. Long Yu thought in his heart. But obviously, the Sword Clan will not use the same method twice. After all, the opponent will be more prepared when using it the second time. After destroying one of the demon dust clones, the Sword Clan focused on the other demon dust clone. Unfortunately, it was still just one clone, and at this time a dark group of 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed in the nearby void, and once again appeared in 3 within a breath of time. It condensed into a demonic dust clone. Long Yu kept 6 demon dust clones in the field, and then these demon dust clones directly summoned the ancient afterimages. After passing the 60 ancient afterimages of Long Yu, they headed towards the Sword Clan and directly performed the mad fighting dragon fist. At this time, Long Yu's crazy fighting force was directly superimposed to the 160th level, and those ancient afterimages did not need to be dealt with by the Sword Clan. When they displayed the crazy fighting dragon fist, they could no longer support each other, and their bodies, the shape was shattered by the tyrannical mad war divine text. Only the more than 60 fists of the crazy fighting dragon fists were left in the field, rushing towards the Sword Clan. The Sword Clan's body was wrapped in a storm-like offensive of sword blades, and it rolled towards one of the demon dust clones, and the more than 60 fist lights also came in an instant and fell on the Sword Clan, but countless swords under the light, those fist lights were completely crushed by the blade storm, without causing any harm to the Sword Clan. Unbounded grip. When Long Yu saw this, he didn't pause at all. He and the 6 demon dust clones used the unbounded grip at the same time. One of the demon dust clones used the apocalyptic Joyo divine script, 3 of the clones used the forest demon divine script, and 2 of them used the forest demon divine script. The clones and Long Yu's main body used the dark string divine inscriptions. The 3 divine powers were activated respectively, and the boundless grip exploded in the opponent's body, and the power in the opponent's body was sealed for a while. If only one Dragon Master was dealing with this sword clan, just a boundless grip might not be able to seal the power within the opponent's body, but now it is equivalent to 7 Dragon Masters dealing with this sword clan at the same time. Even if there is a huge difference in basic strength between Long Yu and this sword clan, when the power of the unbounded grip explodes together, it will be unable to use any power for nearly 2 breaths. What's more, the special effects of the Forest Demon Divine Inscriptions and the Dark Stream Divine Inscriptions will explode in the next moment. The spiritual soul of the Sword Clan was directly traumatized. Although the injury was not serious, it was still injured after all. Moreover, under the explosion of the Dark Current Divine Text, the power in his body began to drain away, and the rate of loss was very fast. Countless sword energy streams of light circulated around the Sword Clan, and then a crystal-like thing appeared near the Sword Clan. The countless sword energy streams of light were condensed from this crystal-like object, but in the next moment, it would all the negative states in the Sword Clan's body have been cleared away. This is the divine product of the beginning. Long Yu squinted his eyes and saw that the opponent's Taichu divine artifact contained the pure water-based Taichu power. The 7 of them combined could not deal with this Sword Clan, which gave Long Yu a deep understanding of the Sword Clan's strength. However, this Sword Clan was obviously not the strongest one. Among the strongest in the entire Eclipse Ancient territory, among them, they can only rank among the top 300 at most. Even so, this Sword Clan's various methods and abilities have been able to completely suppress Long Yu. If Long Yu doesn't use some killer tricks, he will definitely not be this guy's opponent. How many points does this Sword Clan have? Long Yu thought in his heart that he was determined to kill this Sword Clan anyway. While the opponent's injuries had not fully recovered, he could only use less than 60% of his strength. If he didn't kill now, he would have no chance in the future. This Sword Clan has a lot of tricks, but its body has been traumatized by other alien races. This trauma will not heal for a while. Taking advantage of its illness to kill it, Long Yu doesn't think there is anything wrong with this. Anyway, it is the eclipse of the moon. In the ancient domain, any foreign race is not one of our own. In this division of the advanced area, there are no other human races or demon races, which means that all other alien races are opponents. If there is a chance, Long Yu really wants to kill them all, but it is a pity that he does not have the strength. The alien races in this division are relatively weak. The mechanical race is equivalent to the strength of Concubine Yu. It is already able to dominate this division. The 3 alien races need to join forces to restrain it. You must know that in this partition, it is difficult for all alien races to communicate with each other. It is definitely not easy for different alien races to join forces. Of course, Long Yu could barely communicate with these foreign races by relying on the Void Nether Dragon Blade, but with Long Yu's martial arts realm, these foreign races were unwilling to communicate with them and look down on him at all. The realm of absolute sky. At this time, Long Yu directly used the Jukong domain, and then restricted the actions of the opponent's Sword Clan. Crazy Fighting Dragon Fist. This time, it was Long Yu's body, and he and the 5 Demon Dust clones used the Wild Fighting Dragon Fist. Suddenly, the fleshy bodies of Long Yu and the 5 Demon Dust clones were cracked inch by inch. Apparently they couldn't bear this. The power of the Mad Fighting Dragon Fist counterattacked. At this time, the Sword Clan was dealing with one of Long Yu's Demon Dust clones, almost destroying the Demon Dust clone's Demon Dust heart. At this time, 6 fist lights burst out from the surroundings. The Sword Clan subconsciously activated their defensive measures, and the sword energy barrier surrounded them, completely wrapping them up. But it is a pity that this Crazy Fighting Dragon Fist is already a masterpiece under the Crazy Fighting Heavenly Power of Dragon Yu superimposed to its peak. If this Sword Clan was in its full strength, it would be barely able to resist it. However, now, the 6 fists are coming with a bang. This Sword Clan simply cannot resist it. Although he activated his sword energy to offset 3 of the fist rays, there were still 3 fist rays that landed on his body. The terrifying power of the Mad Battle Divine text blasted out 3 big holes in the opponent's body, and some were shallow. Blue body fluid splashed out from its body, which must be equivalent to the blood in the bodies of humans and monsters. Unbounded grip. 4 phases of killing prison. Long Yu didn't pause at all. He used the unbounded grip and the 4-phase killing prison at the same time, and he used them together with 5 clones, completely covering the Sword Clan. The 4-phase killing prison moves from the outside in, and the unbounded grip moves from the inside to the outside, directly surrounding the Sword Clan. The Sword Clan resisted desperately, countless sword energies exploded, but they were unable to resist Long Yu's attacks. In the end, countless lines of death completely entangled his body, and the boundless grip of the Forest Demon Divine Text exploded in his body. This Sword Clan finally had no way to resist, and its spirit and soul were directly destroyed by Long Yu, falling into a state of death. The score has been increased by 72, not bad. After killing this alien, Long Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. This brought his total score to 198 points, which should be almost enough for him to pass the advanced area. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't open other treasure boxes again. And now that he has killed this strong swordsman, he has suddenly attracted the attention of other aliens, making his situation even more dangerous. If there is a chance to kill the aliens, then do it. If there is no chance, just keep going like this. Now his score is 198 points. According to usual practice, it should be almost enough. In the past, among the human race and the demon race, every time the Eclipse Ancient Realm was opened, not many people could enter the 5th area, only 3 or 2. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to enter the 5th area. What's more, the current level of Long Yu martial arts is only the 4th level of the Great Master. It is not easy to save one's life in such a place, let alone find ways to find opportunities to kill other aliens, open treasure chests, and keep moving forward. Even though it is very difficult, Long Yu has been relatively smooth so far. After the Sword Clan was killed, many foreigners in the field focused their attention on him. Obviously many of his methods were already known to others, such as the Magic Dust Clone, the 9 Nether Sphere and the Jukong Domain. However, it is impossible for people to know the hidden method of unbounded grip. Long Yu has not dismissed all the Demon Dust clones for the time being, because he is not yet sure whether he is out of danger. Many foreign races ahead are eyeing him. After all, he has killed the 5-foot-long fish and the strong swordsman. There must be a lot of points on his body. However, those alien races are unwilling to retreat. The one closest to Long Yu is only 500 feet away. Once they retreat to deal with Long Yu, at least 10 points will be consumed. If the situation changes, it will be very uneconomical. Long Yu saw that several aliens had stopped in front of him, waiting for him to move forward. He suddenly felt helpless and could only stay where he was, choosing not to move forward. Anyway, Long Yu is not in a hurry. Now that he has points, if he moves forward and enters the encirclement of those alien races, there will definitely be only a dead end. Anyway, Long Yu has given himself a very clear position. No matter what, the chaos in this situation, you cannot get involved in fighting. First, his martial arts level is too low, and even the aftermath of other people's battles may cause huge harm to him. Second, now that he has attracted the attention of other aliens, if he breaks in again, he will definitely be attacked by others, and there will be no way to survive. Anyway, it has attracted others' attention now. Long Yu thought in his heart, a glint appeared in his eyes, and then he took out the Dragon Blood Sacred Diagram, activated the Dragon Blood Sacred Wind Diagram, and eliminated all his own aura in the field. Immediately afterwards, he transformed into nothingness and moved forward. In this state, no one can find him or detect his location. Moreover, he also cleared away all traces of his aura, making it impossible for others to deduce his location through deduction. If Long Yu appears in the battle and turns into nothingness, there will be no time to clean up the traces, and other aliens can easily find him. But now, the opponent is unwilling to retreat and waste points. This is a good opportunity for Long Yu. He directly cleans up the traces and transforms into nothingness, becoming invisible again, just like when he first came to this advanced area. Same as when partitioning. As soon as Long Yu disappeared, the foreigners who were waiting for him were all stunned. For a moment, all the foreign races stopped waiting and continued to move forward, but these foreign races must have known it clearly in their hearts. This guy can actually disappear out of thin air. So, wasn't the amethyst box taken away by this human boy at the beginning? Even though these alien races knew this, they had no way to deal with Long Yu. No matter whether it is the naked eye, spiritual perception, or the power of deduction, the existence of Long Yu cannot be discovered. Long Yu seems to have completely disappeared from this advanced area, or he may have chosen to withdraw. It is impossible for them to focus all their energy on Long Yu. However, everyone present, including the mechanical race, saw the scene of Long Yu disappearing, and they all felt a little vigilant in their hearts. In this state, it is almost impossible for Long Yu to make a sneak attack. He can only wait for a particularly good opportunity before he can take action. Otherwise, he can only move forward directly and strive to enter the fifth area. Just by looking at the difference between the amethyst box in the advanced area and the amethyst box in the initial area, what can be opened between the two, you will know how precious the box in the fifth area is. If you can get the box in the fifth area, then the harvest will be the biggest. Long Yu is also somewhat interested in the inheritance of the gods, but he also knows that the possibility of him receiving the inheritance of the gods is not high, and can even be said to be very low. If you expect this, you will definitely be disappointed in the end. Therefore, his goal is to enter the fifth area, open some treasure chests, and then close them when they are ready, and get as many things as he can get. At least in the advanced area division, Long Yu feels that it is not his limit. He should be able to go to the fifth area. Soon, Long Yu passed by those foreign races. Of course, those foreign races could not feel the presence of Long Yu. They were still scheming and cautious among themselves. Occasionally, there were some small conflicts, which were quickly resolved separately. Because, now, there are only more than 30 aliens left in the entire advanced area division. In such a large void in the entire partition, these alien races are relatively far away from each other, and there are no treasure chests in the nearest distance, so there are fewer conflicts. But ahead, after half an hour, 2 amethyst boxes will appear side by side. By then, there will definitely be many aliens trying to snatch them away. This is one of Long Yu's opportunities. Who knows, he can still fish in troubled waters and kill one of them. Alien, thus getting some points. Half an hour later, many aliens came to the 2 amethyst boxes side by side, but they did not dare to take action for the time being. Instead, they stopped next to the 2 amethyst boxes. Even the strongest one on the other side. The mechanical tribe is not taking action now, but chooses to wait and watch. Because even the mechanical race knows that if it steps forward to open the box first, other alien races will join forces to attack it. Even the strongest mechanical race does not dare to become such a target now. It is definitely impossible for Long Yu to open the amethyst box in the state of incarnation. What's more, he has less than 200 points now. If he opens the box, he may not be able to reach the fifth area. You know, judging from the experience of previous people, the treasures in the fifth area are not placed in boxes, but appear directly in front of you. There is no need to spend points to take the treasures. This is what Long Yu thinks. Situation to be seen. Points are now deducted for obtaining a box, which is relatively unfriendly to a relatively weak person like Long Yu. After all, it is too difficult for Long Yu to kill other aliens. So, Long Yu hid near the 2 amethyst boxes, about 200 feet away. Within 200 feet, there were about 20 aliens confronting each other. As for the other aliens, they did not want to attract the attention of the 2 amethyst boxes, so they just passed by and continued to move forward. After all, those aliens also knew that they were there. There are no benefits or advantages to be gained from such a melee, so I don't bother to participate. At this time, Long Yu observed that the aliens in the field were really strange. The mechanical race is covered in silvery light and looks very beautiful, as if it is something Long Yu has seen in his previous life, like a transformer. There is no doubt about its strength, at least it is on the same level as Concubine Yu. There are also Outer God Clan, such as Ice God Clan and Desolate God Clan, who fight fiercely in the outside world, but in the Eclipse Ancient territory, they actually unite with each other and form a small group, trying to defeat this small Outer God Clan group. It's not that easy, at least not even the strongest mechanical race dares. There is another race whose body is completely liquid and almost transparent. It is not very conspicuous among the alien races. However, this alien race, Long Yu saw it fighting before, forcefully swallowed another alien race into his body, wrapped in transparent liquid, was actually digested alive, which shows how terrifying it is. The alien race that had been wandering around the edge in a black mist state also came to the 2 amethyst boxes at this moment, but it looked like it did not intend to open the 2 amethyst boxes, but planned to wait. Opportunity. Long Yu observed the situation of each alien in the field, and then roughly estimated the situation if a fight broke out later. Only a small part of the more than 20 aliens gathered here were because of the 2 amethyst boxes. Most of the aliens wanted to kill other aliens to get more points. Only by getting more points can they open more boxes and get more treasures. Therefore, other alien races are the real targets of these powerful beings in the field. Long Yu saw this clearly, so he was not in a hurry at all. These alien races would definitely take action against each other. The only difference was whether they would take action sooner or later, and what Long Yu lacked most now was time. The longer he stays here, the more solid Long Yu's martial arts realm will be. If he waits until a month later, Long Yu opens another creation, it will definitely allow him to step into the realm of the 5th level master. When the fight starts, there will definitely be aliens who are seriously injured and want to escape. If they run in my direction and want to exit, then I can just stop them and kill them. Long Yu's position is relatively far back. From a psychological analysis, if a seriously injured alien wants to escape, they will probably come from this direction. Long Yu hid in a good location he chose, preparing to watch the conflict between the aliens in the center. With 2 amethyst boxes present, this conflict will definitely break out. The difference lies in who makes the first move and who reveals the flaw first. Next to the 2 amethyst boxes, there are stronger aliens and weaker aliens, but even the weaker aliens are waiting for opportunities, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. As for those powerful alien races, they select their prey in secret. Once any weaker guys reveal their flaws, they are likely to be killed directly. For Long Yu, patience is extremely sufficient. If these alien races don't take action, Long Yu can accompany them all the time. There is no need to worry about the end of time in the Eclipse Ancient domain. Anyway, in the advanced area, Eclipse, there is no time limit in the Ancient domain. Except for the 1-month period in the initial area, there will be no time limit in the areas after the Eclipse Ancient domain, only score limits. Long Yu just hid in the dark and observed the situation on the field. Every move of all the foreign races, or every move they performed, fell into Long Yu's eyes, allowing him to prepare in advance for what might happen. Ahead, the other 20 or so aliens who did not participate in this conflict had already flown thousands of feet away. But these aliens who stayed behind did not even take action. If they don't take action, the aliens in front will soon reach where the other amethyst boxes are. Of course, there are no points, and there is no interest in opening the treasure box when you see it, unless you are those guys who just want to get a vote in the fifth area. However, among the strong people who can come to the advanced area, they are basically discerning. Extremely high, most of them want to go to the fifth area. The fifth area is where the competition becomes fiercest. When all the strong players gather together, the treasures they can obtain are the most precious. Just when Long Yu was paying attention, the situation suddenly changed. The one who took action first was not the Machine Tribe or the stronger Black Mist Alien Tribe, but the Outer God Tribe Alliance. The outer gods that exist in this advanced area division mainly include an ice god, a desolate god, and an earth god. The temporary alliance formed by these three outer gods is extremely powerful, and can even surpass the individual of the mechanical clan. Combat effectiveness. Therefore, these three outer gods united and prepared to take action. The target they were targeting was a 7-stage Master Peak alien race in the field with a metallic glow all over his body. This alien race was not from the Langus Star region, but his aura was somewhat disordered and he was obviously injured. Pick out the soft persimmons and pinch them. Everyone knows this. Anyway, everyone has points now. No matter what, killing each one will count as one. If the three alien gods join forces to deal with this metal-flowing alien race, there will basically be no suspense. But when they moved like this, they became the trigger for the entire chaotic situation in the field. Among the 20 aliens, once someone took action, the nervous mood of the others suddenly began to change. Some of the things that were being planned were directly mentioned at the moment, and countless divine powers began to explode in the field. The melee in this advanced regional division has finally begun. This melee basically determines who will be the final winner in this advanced regional division. The final winner, of course, refers to the strong one who kills the most opponents, gets the most points, and opens the most boxes. Long Yu doesn't want to be so showy. He just wants to pick up heads in the chaos. That's enough. As for killing 2 or even 3 aliens, Long Yu also knew that it was completely delusional based on his own strength. Opportunities like this come right from the start. The metal streamer alien being besieged by the 3 outer gods is shaped like a rocket. It is obviously wearing the specific attire of its race and looks very chic. However, the injured alien now is all that was left was embarrassment. After all, it is very difficult to fight 1 against 3, let alone one who is already injured. So basically he didn't hold on much. He just fought and retreated, using all kinds of methods. Many clones gathered together to stop the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan. He was facing an Earth God clan alone. The situation was not bad, will not be completely killed for the time being. However, this alien is still retreating while observing the situation in the field, and has not completely given up on the idea of taking advantage. And this gave Long Yu a chance. Long Yu was originally lurking in the direction of the opponent's retreat, but now the opponent's attention was not focused behind him at all. If Long Yu suddenly made a surprise attack, the possibility of being able to kill him instantly was definitely not low. Of course, the opponent is also a peak 7th level master. If Long Yu acts rashly, he may capsize in the gutter. After all, the crazy fighting power superimposed on him has long since disappeared. Without the extremely powerful crazy fighting dragon fist, if Long Yu wants to kill the opponent, he basically only has the combination of the boundless grip and the 4-phase killing prison. Just get up. However, Long Yu was not sure of the opponent's specific strength and whether he had a trump card. Therefore, even if he suddenly used these 2 methods in a sneak attack, he could not guarantee that he would be able to kill the opponent. And once Long Yu is exposed, he will not only face this alien race. Therefore, even in the face of this opportunity for a sneak attack, Long Yu still kept his composure. Unless the sneak attack was 100% successful, Long Yu would not take action. Although the alien that retreated was retreating, it had definitely not lost its combat effectiveness. Otherwise, its current consideration would not be to fish in troubled waters, but to retreat and escape. At the same time, facing the joint siege of the three outer gods, the pressure must be great. Under such pressure, this metal streamer alien can still have the mind to take advantage of it, which shows that it has definitely reserved many methods that it has not used. If Long Yu really jumped out and attacked, he would be really naive and stupid. The opponent kept retreating, and soon almost retreated to the vicinity of Long Yu. However, Long Yu calmed down and did not make any moves. Instead, he looked at the overall situation and took the entire situation into his eyes. Basically, the 20 or so foreigners present were divided into 6 or 7 war groups. Some war groups joined forces to besiege, and some war groups were in complete melee. There is only one special place, that is, the black mist alien directly swallowed an ooze-shaped alien, and then the ooze alien completely became silent. Of course, the black mist alien wanted to completely digest the ooze alien. It also took time, so after the black mist alien swallowed one, he hid quietly and did not continue to participate in the battle. As a result, many alien races are eyeing the black mist alien race. Obviously, although that group of black mist aliens had just swallowed an ooze alien easily, its combat power was now limited. Because the devouring method of this black mist alien race is still familiar to some alien races. Once it swallows a powerful opponent, this black mist alien race will need a period of time to digest it. Only in this way can the opponent be completely killed. Otherwise, they just sealed the other party's power. The black mist alien can only devour one opponent at a time. Of course, the judgment method comes from the opponent's spiritual soul. Only by completely wiping out the opponent's spiritual soul can it continue to devour the next opponent. So at this time, 3 or 4 alien races were eyeing this black mist alien race, knowing that it did not pose much of a threat for the time being, and wanted to kill it completely. When Long Yu paid attention, he found that the battle with this black mist alien was all about mental attacks. Obviously, like the Soul Tribe, if some physical attacks are used to deal with this black mist, it will have no effect. This alien race of black mist is similar to the Soul race, but its body is condensed from the black mist. Compared with the Soul race, which has no body at all, it still has some form. Although it is more floating, it is still its body after all. Long Yu observed the battle here for a while and found that the spiritual power of this black mist alien was extremely powerful. Even though 3 powerful aliens launched spiritual attacks on it at the same time, they were unable to break through its spiritual defense barrier. Even if they are unable to launch a counterattack, this black mist alien race is unlikely to be defeated in a short time. This phenomenon made Long Yu narrow his eyes. If these aliens all use their spiritual power, then Long Yu will have a chance to take risks. Of course, this involves great dangers, but once successful, it will be a great gain. What Long Yu wants to rely on is the martial arts secret technique of the purifying body, and the most important thing is the peak-level purifying soul mirror. Now, Long Yu must have been remembered by these alien races for a long time. Once he appears, there will definitely be many alien races to hunt him down. After all, he has killed the 5-foot-long fish and the strong man of the sword tribe, and his score will definitely be high. Phew. In this case, once he appears near the black mist, he will definitely attract the attention of the alien race and attract the alien race to attack him. The only thing that Long Yu is worried about now is that the alien races are now using spiritual power to fight against each other. But if Long Yu appears, will the other party use other means instead of spiritual attacks? In this case, the rebound effect of the purifying body will be completely ineffective. No matter what, Long Yu couldn't take action now, at least he had to wait until the battle between the Black Mist alien race and other alien races reached a fever pitch. In the field, the strong man from the mechanical tribe was violently killing a Yuan tribe. The Yuan tribe struggled to resist and kept retreating, but not in the direction of Long Yu, which made Long Yu feel a little pity. Otherwise, Long Yu can still try to sneak attack on this Yuan clan. The situation on the field continued to become heated. Just a few minutes after the battle began, aliens began to get injured. The place that Long Yu was most concerned about was where the alien race of Black Mist was. After about a stick of incense, the alien race of Black Mist finally digested and corroded the Yu's alien race that it had swallowed into the body. Next, the Black Mist alien finally used various methods, all of which were mental attacks, to confront the group of aliens who used mental attacks to besiege it. And he fought back. There is no doubt about the strength of the Black Mist aliens. In terms of one-on-one strength, this Black Mist and the mechanical race are among the strongest aliens in this advanced area division. Therefore, when the Black Mist aliens just launched their attack on other alien races, they immediately showed their sharpness, and the infinite Black Mist rolled out, which contained unparalleled spiritual and soul-destroying power, and all three alien races were involved in it. Of course, even for a powerful being like the Black Mist alien race, it is not that easy to fight 1 against 3 in the advanced area. Moreover, even if the Black Mist aliens can defeat the 3 aliens, it is not easy to kill them. The key is, this is the Eclipse ancient domain. Long Yu thought in his heart. The alliance among the 3 alien races is definitely not solid. If someone is worse and falls into a dangerous situation first, his teammates will probably turn around and kill him in order to get half of his points. Therefore, the alliance here is not reliable. Everyone is acting for their own interests. Even if they are temporarily united, they will not unite all the time. Some accidents are most likely to occur at critical moments. After all, these 3 alien races are just from the Quangsha star territory, so they have some understanding of each other, which forms the basis for joining forces. But outside the Eclipse ancient territory, in the Quangsha star territory, the 3 alien races also have a hostile relationship. Just like the alliance between the 3 outer gods. In the Eclipse moon ancient territory, there can be conditional temporary alliances. Once they leave, they will become enemies. And in the Eclipse moon ancient territory, if there is a better opportunity for them, they will not let it go. Therefore, both the Black Mist aliens and the powerful mechanical tribe who are under siege know this very well. Their counterattack direction is to completely focus on one of the opponents and completely ignore the other opponents. In this way, it is most likely to disrupt the opponent's position and expose flaws in the opponent's temporary alliance. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with the Black Mist alien race and the mechanical race with 1 against 3. Long Yu kept observing the situation on the field, and at the same time kept thinking about the idea that came to his mind, and thinking about the success rate. Timing is the most important thing. If this boat is completed, Long Yu can directly sprint forward as fast as possible and ignore other things. Of course, the premise is that this boat must be successful. Long Yu kept thinking and calculating, and was finally sure that as long as he grasped the timing well enough, he could complete the plan he had in mind. As time passed, the battle between the Black Mist alien race and the 3 opponents was in full swing, and one of the alien races, which looked like a flower, was constantly attacked by the Black Mist alien race, and was completely surrounded by the destructive power of spiritual power. If an opponent is seriously injured and threatened, it will be very inconvenient for Long Yu to take action. The first reason is that the opponent is missing 1, so the possible gains for Long Yu will be greatly reduced. The other reason is that the opponent's attention is limited. It may not be focused on Long Yu. Hold on. Long Yu suppressed his temper and continued to wait. He hoped that the demon flower alien could break the current predicament and not be killed so easily by the Black Mist alien. Fortunately, when the demonic flower alien found that its danger was greatly increased, it immediately retreated towards the rear. Countless green, red, and yellow rattans all over its body quickly waved, and surging wood element Taichu emerged from the rattans. With his strength, he withstood the mental attack of the black mist. As soon as the demonic flower aliens retreated, it was impossible for the black mist aliens to catch up, because the other two aliens came to kill them again. This is the time. Long Yu's heart moved and he finally decided to take a risk. When he transformed into nothingness, he appeared directly next to the demonic flower alien, and directly used the unbounded grip and the 4 phases of killing prison method on him. It was as if he had been hiding aside, and then when he saw the opportunity to kill the demon flower alien, he suddenly attacked in order to take advantage. But as soon as he appeared, the demon flower alien race had already reacted, and the other 2 alien races, and the strongest black mist alien race had reacted at the same time. These aliens all knew that Long Yu had killed a 5-foot-long fish and a strong swordsman before, so they knew that he had a lot of points. At this time, 4 powerful aliens, including the black mist aliens, attacked Long Yu almost at the same time. Because they all know that this mere human boy from the 4th section of the Great Master will definitely not be able to withstand the joint offensive of the 4 of them. The only difference is who can get Long Yu's head. As for the demon flower alien, facing Long Yu's offensive at this moment, he didn't pay much attention at all. However, they saw the red, yellow and green rattans all over the body of the demonic flower alien race constantly waving, and the power of the wood element's absolute beginning wrapped its entire body, and it instantly purified the negative effects of the dragon's unbounded grip, and even the Mori demon divine when no damage to the spirit or soul has harmed it in the slightest. As expected of a race that focuses on the study of spiritual power. Long Yu thought in his heart, but it didn't exceed his expectations. It seemed like he wanted to sneak attack the demonic flower alien, but in fact, his target was all 4 aliens in the field, including the black mist alien. Even the demon flower alien looked very hurt, but in fact it was completely fake. When he saw Long Yu, he was immediately exposed. At the same time, he attacked Long Yu and wanted to take away Long Yu's head. Long Yu had already clearly seen most of the tricks of these 4 aliens in his previous observations, and knew that if he suddenly appeared, these 4 aliens would probably use their most commonly used tricks. After all, it was subconscious at that moment. Action. Therefore, the location where Long Yu appears is particularly clever. The distance between him and these 4 aliens looks completely different. He is farthest from the black mist aliens, and closest to the demonic flower aliens. But what is surprising is that the attacks launched by these 4 aliens against Long Yu came to Long Yu almost at the same time. On the head. This is because Long Yu had previously included the attack speed of these 4 aliens, which led to the next scene that shocked all the aliens present. These 4 alien races are completely using mental attacks to fight each other. So when Long Yu appeared, these 4 aliens also subconsciously used spiritual attacks to deal with Long Yu. In other words, what these 4 aliens are best at is spiritual attacks, which are used to deal with ordinary weak people. Basically, they can kill them with one move. It's the easiest way to kill your opponent. However, as everyone knows, this gives Long Yu an excellent opportunity. Purifying Soul Mirror. At this time, Long Yu directly used the Purifying Soul Mirror, and the next moment, he rebounded all the mental offensives of the 4 aliens. This is Long Yu's biggest plan. He wants to kill these 4 aliens at the same time and earn a lot of points. Although this will attract the attention of other alien races, most of the alien races in the field are in fierce battles and will not stop easily. Moreover, if Long Yu's vote is successful, he will definitely have the highest score in the audience. When the time comes, he will move forward. Who can catch up with him? Even if others want to pursue Long Yu with all their strength, they have to consider whether their score is comparable to Long Yu and whether it is enough for them to pursue Long Yu all the way. So the difficulty lies in how to skillfully use the purifying soul mirror to kill these 4 aliens at the same time. Long Yu had been observing for so long before, and of course it was fruitful. He directly figured out what the 4 aliens were thinking, and made some inferences and research on their respective methods. This also led to the fact that these 4 aliens, the mental attacks against Long Yuqi, were almost simultaneously reflected back by the purifying soul mirror. Moreover, the time chosen by Long Yu happened to be when these 4 aliens consumed a lot of money. Now the opponent's mental attack methods have been rebounded 10 times, so that the 4 aliens have suffered heavy losses in terms of spirit and soul before they can react. Because they want to kill Long Yu in one fell swoop as quickly as possible, the methods they use are basically the fastest and soul-destroying ones. In this way, they will bounce back 10 times, with such terrifying speed and soul-destroying power. It completely fell on each of them. Others in the field saw the purifying soul mirror coming out, and the white light flashing beside Long Yu, which immediately plunged the 4 surrounding aliens into a great crisis. At this time, Long Yu finally released the 12 magic dust clones that had been prepared for a long time in the small world. These 12 demonic dust clones were condensed when he was just about to take action. Now released, each of the 3 demon dust clones formed a group and attacked the 4 aliens, respectively. The unbounded grip activated by the forest demon divine text, and the 4-phase killing prison, the lines of death quickly condensed in the field, and the raging tangled around the 4 aliens. The 4 aliens were all seriously injured by his own rebounding methods. Now Long Yu directly used his methods, and the destructive power on the soul reached the extreme in an instant. If it were normal times, Long Yu's attacks would never harm any of the 4 aliens. Just like the demonic flower alien race just now, they could easily resist Long Yu's attack. But things are different now. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu received a reminder from the Eclipse Ancient Territory, and his score increased 4 times in succession, which meant that he had killed all 4 aliens in the field. When Long Yu succeeded in such a method, all the other foreign races in the advanced area were shocked by him. Obviously, no one expected that Long Yu, a mere 4th-level master of the human race, could instantly kill those 4-headed 7th-level masters at the peak of their powers. This kind of method is impossible for even the mechanical race to possess, and even powerful alien races that are stronger than the mechanical race, such as the Golden 6 Wings, may not be able to use it. This is also certain that this human race there are some special means. Only special means can achieve such an effect. Many aliens believe that if Long Yu confronts these 4 powerful aliens head-on, he will definitely not be their match. However, it is impossible for other aliens to figure out what method they just used. After the 4 powerful foreigners were killed by Long Yu, their bodies were sent away directly by the Eclipse Ancient Territory. And Long Yu got corresponding points. The 4 alien races added together gave Long Yu a total of 288 points, bringing Long Yu's total score to 486 points. According to Long Yu's calculations, he basically needs about 300 points to go to the 5th area. In other words, he has at least 150 points that can be used to open other boxes. Basically, at the same time that he got the score, Long Yu moved directly towards the 5th area, without any hesitation. He didn't pay attention to the 2 amethyst boxes not far away from him at all, because he was sure that once he went be careful when hitting these 2 boxes, it is definitely a dead end. Therefore, there is no need for him to provoke these strong foreigners in the field. He moved forward immediately, and other alien races immediately caught up with him, but at this moment, Long Yu caused the 12 magic dust clones he had just condensed to explode directly on the spot. At this moment, the terrifying Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions exploded, covering all the foreign races in the room. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Eclipse ancient territory that weakened the self-destruction power of the powerful masters in the Great Overlord realm, then these alien races would probably be trapped in the space turbulence just like Concubine Yu back then. Of course, Concubine Yu was not as strong as she is now. Back then, Concubine Yu resisted the turbulent flow of space and even caused the Taichu divine artifact to be broken. If it had been changed now, such a thing would never have happened. Each of these alien races in the field now is much stronger than the original Yu Fei, especially the mechanical race. Almost in an instant, they rushed out of the self-destruction range of Long Yu Machen's clone and chased Long Yu. It's a pity that all this happened under Long Yu's plan. Therefore, Long Yu was ready to escape a long time ago. Even though the mechanical tribe was powerful, they could only follow behind Long Yu. Although they chased closely, they could not catch up with Long Yu. This is also because in the Eclipse ancient domain, everyone's teleportation can only move forward 100 feet. If it were in the outside world, Long Yu would not dare to do this, because even if he killed the 4 aliens, he would not be able to escape at all. It's different now. Everyone's forward speed is the same, and Long Yu still relies on the Void Dragon Blade to travel through the void. The speed of each void travel is a bit faster than other alien races. As a result, if Long Yu advances, there are basically few people. Those who can catch up with Long Yu. Of course, there are also many strong foreigners in front of Long Yu, and they all take note of what happened just now. If Long Yu flies by those foreign races, he will definitely encounter the interception of those foreign races. In fact, the other party will form a group to chase Long Yu from all directions, thus surrounding Long Yu in the center and surrounding him. There was nowhere to go. So what Long Yu is most afraid of now is this situation. Once other alien races show signs of joining forces, he must react immediately and make some changes in the direction of progress. Long Yu kept moving forward, and the distance between him and the powerful mechanical race could not be opened after all. Fortunately, as they continued to advance, points began to be deducted. From the starting point to this place, their total score of 50 points was finally deducted, leaving Long Yu with only 436 points. However, his score is already the highest in the game. For other aliens, at most a score of 200 is considered very good. Therefore, 50 points have been deducted directly. Even the mechanical race will not dare to catch up, because if it cannot catch up with Long Yu, it is unlikely to kill other alien races in the middle to score points. It is very likely he was teleported out halfway because he ran out of points. The machine race finally stopped its pursuit. However, Long Yu did not relax, because the more difficult task was still ahead. Now he was no longer the hunter hiding in the dark, but became the prey exposed in front of the crowd. No matter which alien race he was, they wanted to kill him. Drop it to get those points on him. It is very possible that the mechanical race seemed to have stopped, but in fact it was still chasing Long Yu. After all, Long Yu doesn't know his specific method. What if he can gather his clones and hide his main body to continue pursuing? Once Long Yu stops and is caught up by the opponent, he will be killed instantly by the opponent. He must prepare for the worst at all times, otherwise, he will be wiped out by other aliens by accident. The entire Eclipse ancient territory is inherently dangerous. It is impossible to have a moment of peace. Some fatal dangers may arise at any moment. Long Yu continued to move forward, and the more than 20 aliens in front basically focused their attention on him, and some even gradually moved closer to his path. They all know that if Long Yu wants to escape now, he must move forward non-stop. Even if there is a turn on the route, there is a possibility of being overtaken by the foreign race behind him. This is equivalent to the fact that Long Yu is now in a situation of being attacked from both sides. This is not good news for Long Yu. However, it is not that simple for the other party to catch and kill Long Yu. Soon, an ugly alien with many tentacles stopped in front of Long Yu, and sprinted directly towards Long Yu from a distance of 200 feet. This ugly alien, even though it knows that more points will be deducted if it retreats, it can no longer care about it, because killing Long Yu will get at least 200 points, compared to the 10 or 20 points that may be deducted if it retreats. But there is much more. This alien is also at the pinnacle of the 7th level master, and he has strong confidence in his ability to stop Long Yu. It's a pity that this guy still underestimated Long Yu's methods. Incarnate into nothingness. When approaching the opponent, Long Yu directly chose to transform into nothingness, and then passed by the opponent. This made the opponent unable to react for a while, and Long Yu directly passed through his body, taking 2 breaths. He had already surpassed that guy. The alien immediately followed the aura left by Long Yu to deduce the position of Long Yu. Unfortunately, by the time it deduced the position of Long Yu had already passed it and reached a place hundreds of feet away. And in this way, it will become extremely difficult for it to catch up with Long Yu. It can be said that as long as nothing happens, this guy will definitely not be able to catch up with Long Yu. Although he passed this level, there were still many alien races blocking the way in front of Long Yu. A slender alien with hands like a human, with a body wrapped like a cocoon, without a head or legs, but with 2 thin wings on its back. This is a foreign race that also comes from the Langus star territory. The human race and the demon race named it the cicada race. The cicada clan's body is extremely slender. If it stands upright in the void, it would be at least 3 feet tall. Its hands are also extremely slender, basically equivalent to 10 times the length of a human's arm. At this moment, the cicada clan is blocking Long Yu. One of the slender wrapped arms stretched out towards Long Yu, trying to grab him tightly. But how could Long Yu be succeeded by the other party? He once again transformed into nothingness, trying to slip away from the opponent's nose. Although the other party can get his current position through deduction, deduction takes time. After this period of time, Long Yu has already passed by this guy and moved forward, and it is impossible for this guy to follow him. Shanglong Yu. But this cicada is obviously smarter than the ugly tentacle alien just now. The moment Long Yu disappeared, the cicada clan's hands instantly waved in the surrounding space, and a violent tornado condensed in an instant, trying to directly roll out the nearby hidden dragon Yu. It is a pity that the incarnation of nothingness used by Long Yu now is the real incarnation of nothingness, not an ordinary hiding method. This also leads to the fact that it is impossible for these whirlwinds to roll Long Yu out of the void space. The other party thought that Long Yu was using some powerful concealment method, but his body was still nearby, but he never expected that Long Yu would directly transform into nothingness, carrying the invisible book of shadows forward. Moved forward. The ugly tentacled alien behind him had figured out the specific whereabouts of Long Yu through deduction, but it couldn't catch up at all. If it is another race that is the same as the tentacle alien race, the tentacle alien race can use its own deduction information to inform other companions to besiege Long Yu. It is a pity that there is no similar species in the advanced zone of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Even if it exposes Long Yu's position to others, it will not do any good to the tentacle alien race, so of course it will not tell other alien races the location of Long Yu. What it can't get, it naturally doesn't want others to get. The other alien races on the scene are not its allies, and are even its enemies. It is precisely for these reasons combined that no one can stop Long Yu's progress now. Long Yu passed over the ugly tentacled alien race and the slender cicada race, one after another. There was basically no alien race blocking the way in front of him. However, around his route, there were still some aliens who were ready to move up and intercept Long Yu. However, these alien races are all in vain. Because they can't decipher Long Yu's incarnation of nothingness at all, and they can't know where Long Yu is immediately. Even if they know his location, they can't attack him. Needless to say, the role of Incarnation Void, a method derived from the Book of Shadows, in actual combat. It can be said that because of this move, Long Yu was qualified to enter and exit the Eclipse ancient territory, including many previous situations. This is how you can survive. Now Long Yu's behavior seems very reckless, but in fact it is all carefully considered. If he had not transformed into nothingness, Long Yu would not necessarily come to participate in the Eclipse ancient realm, because the danger would be too great. No matter how eager Long Yu was to improve, he would not take his own life as a joke. Unless the obstacle to improving his strength is right in front of him, otherwise, he has plenty of time to take his time. Anyway, he has nothing urgent to do now. Long Yu moved forward continuously without any stagnation. It didn't take long for the water element's primordial power in the Void Dragon Blade's body to be almost exhausted. Although the distance he actually teleported was not that much, the number of times he used the Void Crossing was so great that even the Void Dragon Blade couldn't hold on. It was at this time that Long Yu felt that he had once again established a strange connection with the Void Phantom Dragon Blade. This connection was more intimate than the connection between the two, just like when he finally connected with the Void Phantom Dragon Blade. Blade wakes up to the second level. Awakening, second level. Long Yu's heart moved, and he was suddenly happy. He didn't expect that at this moment, he and the Void Dragon Blade could go one step further and reach the second level of awakening. In this way, a passive awakening skill was once again derived. When the Void Dragon Blade awakens to the first level, its passive awakening skill is to increase the distance it can travel through the void. Now at the second level, its awakening skill is to enhance the recovery of the water system's Taichu power in the body. This just solved Long Yu's urgent need. After all, he was now afraid that the water element in the Void Dragon Blade would be completely consumed, causing him to be caught up by other aliens. In that case, Long Yu would be crying without tears. Fortunately, now he and the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void have finally awakened to the second level. They have forcibly increased the recovery rate of the water element's primordial power in the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void by 10 times, allowing them to just use Void Crossing. If it does, it will not lead to the depletion of the Taichu power of the water system at all. Unless the Void Nether Dragon Blade continuously uses the extremely destructive method of Void Burial, it is possible that the recovery rate of the water element's primordial power cannot keep up with its consumption rate. Equivalent to being supplemented, Long Yu, led by the Void Dragon Blade, quickly moved forward without any pause. At this time, Long Yu had already targeted an amethyst box in one direction ahead. This amethyst box was about half an hour away from him. It was not directly in front of him, but slightly to the left. Of course, by the time he could reach that place, the other alien races had already been left behind. Long Yu keeps moving forward. Even if other alien races are ready to move, they can't catch up with Long Yu. On the one hand, it's due to speed, and on the other hand, it's because of points. Long Yu's current score is extremely high, and he can run around without restraint. But other alien races cannot do this. Any movement in this advanced area requires points. If too many points are consumed in chasing people, it will definitely not be worth the gain. On the one hand, you will get a lot less boxes, on the other hand, and even the possibility of entering the fifth area will be lost. Now it seems that the possibility of catching up with Long Yu is really low. Therefore, although most foreign races are very tempted, there are still not many who will actually pursue Long Yu. Long Yu will not be careless because of this, but always maintains the fastest speed of moving forward. When he arrived at a place, Long Yu's heart moved. He seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief and stopped in place, as if he wanted to take a short rest. At this time, he was already quite far away from other alien races, leaving them all behind. The behavior of stopping at this time is completely understandable and guessable. After all, no one has unlimited power and can teleport continuously. And this is enough to attract some potential dangers. Not long after Long Yu stopped, suddenly, a burst of metal turbulence burst out from the void behind him, and a clone of the strong mechanical race rushed out. Even the clone of the strong man from the mechanical clan was enough to kill Long Yu. At the same time, Long Yu looked panicked, and subconsciously activated the magic dust possession, trying to defend himself, but was slammed down by the arm-like thing of the clone of the powerful mechanical clan, and the whole thing was smashed to pieces. Mechanical submariner. Long Yu narrowed his eyes. This word was a piece of information that the Void Dragon Blade got from the surrounding space. Although the surrounding information was relatively chaotic, it was still caught by the Void Dragon Blade, thus letting Long Yu know about the machine. The clan's name for this move. The Mechanical Submariner is an endless-level martial skill of the Machine Tribe. It can create a shadowless clone that stalks in the void to pursue the enemy. Once the enemy enters the strike range, it will directly launch a fatal attack on it. Long Yu encountered such a situation now, and was killed by the Mechanical Submariner. Of course, the reason why Long Yu stopped was because he stopped and appeared in front of the other 10 demon dust clones. His body had already been in the state of incarnation and continued to move forward, and had traveled through the void several times. As soon as the Mechanical Submariner appeared, it completely destroyed one of Long Yu's demon dust clones. This power amazed Long Yu. If it were his body in that place, the fate of the demon dust clone would be that of his body. It won't make any difference. Facing such a strong man head-on, Long Yu has no choice but to die, but now, of course, he will not compete head-on with those strong foreigners. After using the magic dust clone to lure out the Mechanical Submariner, Long Yu was even more certain that there were many potential dangers hidden behind him. No matter how strong his spiritual perception was, he might not be able to detect it. After all, the methods of these powerful aliens were too powerful. A little more. So he can't stop. Although it is now certain that the Mechanical Submariner will definitely not be able to catch up, but Long Yu is not sure if there is anything else chasing him in the void, or is there more than one Mechanical Submariner. Obviously, the mechanical tribes soon realized that their mechanical submarine had only killed a demon dust clone of Long Yu, and bitterly took the mechanical submarine back. Long Yu would not be careless because of this. He was always prepared to be attacked and moved forward as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, he finally arrived near the amethyst box. Even now, he doesn't dare to slow down at all. He can only release a demon dust clone condensed on the way, and then let the demon dust clone get the amethyst box, and then collect it from the main body of Long Yu's void. Into the small world. The only one who appeared in front of other alien races from beginning to end was Long Yu's demon dust clone, and his body was completely hidden in the void. However, Long Yu knew that many alien races could now deduce the exact location of their own bodies, but to be honest, even if there were alien races who had the means to catch up here, the number would definitely be small. Long Yu accurately observed the methods and movements of all the alien races, and saw that most of the alien races had completely lost interest in him, because they would definitely not be able to catch up with him. There are only a few aliens who still have to focus their attention in their own direction from time to time. This still notices that the aliens here have never felt their own aura, so they cannot deduce Long Yu's position, not to mention that Long Yu has not noticed that anyone is deduce himself. In such a situation, either no one is deducing oneself, or the other party's deductive power is too strong for Long Yu to feel. In any case, the direction in which Long Yu's body is hidden has always been extremely concealed. Even if something appears to attack him while collecting the box, he can react quickly to ensure his survival. I got a box. Long Yu kept moving forward. After obtaining the amethyst box, the demon dust clone chose to self-destruct. With a loud self-exposure, the demon dust clone was directly shattered, and a vortex of 9 nether divine inscriptions also appeared in the field. This situation made the aliens far behind look frightened. This human boy was actually so cautious. Long Yu continued to move forward. At this time, the points consumed by advancing have reached 150 points. As a result, there are definitely not many people who can keep up with Long Yu. Of course, there might be terrifying means like mechanical submersibles staring at Long Yu, so Long Yu still didn't relax at all. He kept walking forward, rushing in front of others, and picked off one after another. Box. During this period, Long Yu's internal strength was consumed too much, and he kept taking pills to recover. Even if the effect was half as good when he took the second pill, there was nothing he could do. Now, he has no time to stop and self-destruct and then rebuild his body. Even if it only takes 2 breaths, his demonic heart may be completely shattered in an instant. Fortunately, if I take 10 of these elixirs, even if the recovery effect is constantly halved, I can still make it to the entrance of the 5th area. Long Yu looked at a black hole-like magic circle in front of him, made some guesses and calculations in his mind, and then breathed a sigh of relief. In order to save the consumption of internal power, Long Yu must use the magic dust clone as little as possible. This means that he must open the amethyst box, so that he can consume the points as quickly as possible, open the least number of boxes, and get the best things. As he got closer and closer to the black hole-shaped magic circle, he finally got 3 amethyst boxes and a white jade box. During this period, he didn't even have time to open the box, so he just continued on the road because he was afraid of someone. Something is constantly chasing me, taking the opportunity to assassinate me. Such worries are indispensable, otherwise it may bring him a death crisis. 3 amethyst boxes and a white jade box added up to 180 points, and when Long Yu approached the black hole-like magic circle, he only had 6 points left. After some calculations, it does take 300% to get here from the beginning. Anyone with less than 300% will not be able to go to the 5th area. Therefore, you must kill at least 3 aliens before you can go to the 5th area. If you only kill 3 aliens, you will not be able to get even a box, otherwise you will not be able to reach the 5th area due to the deduction of points. This shows how difficult it is to get to the 5th area. Long Yu guessed that the current situation of Hong Ying and Yu Gu was probably not very good. Their strength in this advanced area was equivalent to the 5-foot-long fish killed by Long Yu. They could only attack from the side. Find some chests. As for heading to the 5th area, it's probably impossible. Only concubine Yu, due to her strong strength, is able to kill more than 3 aliens and obtain a certain number of boxes. Going to the 5th area is also her goal, and she cannot give up. Finally reached. Long Yu finally walked into the magic circle that looked like a black hole in the void, and then a burst of black light enveloped him and teleported him away from this area. It took him a total of 2 days from the advanced area to the time he teleported away. This time can be said to be very short, much shorter than other alien races, because he is always moving at the fastest speed. This also made him the first person to reach the 5th area among all advanced area divisions. Even if there are super strong men like Golden Six Wings in other divisions, it is impossible for such strong men to go to the 5th area so easily. They must kill more opponents in the advanced area division to earn more points will lead to the 5th area. Like Long Yu, who just arrived in the 5th area with empty points, even if he added 100 points because of crossing the area, he still wouldn't be able to open many treasure chests in the 5th area. A strong person like Golden Six Wings must of course ensure that he can get as many points as possible before heading to the 5th area. If he can get more than 300 points in the 5th area, then he will gain the most. You must know that when they reach the 5th area, all they encounter are extremely powerful beings. It is not easy to kill each other and gain points. In contrast, earning points in the advanced area is the most cost-effective. Long Yu can't do this. If he stays in the advanced area, he will definitely die. After being teleported away by the black hole-like teleportation array, Long Yu appeared in a closed white space. This space was not big, but it was filled with enough creative power, which made Long Yu quite happy. This should be the preparation space for the fifth area. The fifth area will not be opened until all other alien races disappear from the advanced area. However, the difference between the advanced area and the initial area is that people will be forcibly teleported out in the initial area after a month, but not in the advanced area. Therefore, it is impossible for Long Yu to know the specific opening time of the fifth area. After all, the situation in each advanced area partition is different. Maybe some aliens are hiding in the hidden corners of the advanced area partitions for a long, long time. If it doesn't move, it might really take a month or two. When he arrived at the preparation area, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At least this preparation area was a single-person area. It was impossible for other people and foreigners to come in. This allowed him to absorb as much creative power as possible to expand the small world and put that the 3 boxes obtained in the advanced area are opened. And after Long Yu left the advanced area division, in front of the black hole-like teleportation circle, a burst of black smoke suddenly appeared. This black smoke turned out to be an alien clone that had been following Long Yu. This alien clone has been looking for opportunities to kill Long Yu, but Long Yu didn't give it any chance. At this time, after the black smoke appeared, the alien's body directly chose to switch to the place where the black smoke was. This was a method of the alien. The body and the clone swapped places, thinking that this way, they could quickly go to the fifth area. Even though the score is not enough, there is a black hole teleportation circle in front of me. It's a pity that this alien race thinks too beautifully. When its body was directly transmitted to the location of its clone, before its form emerged from the void, Eclipse Ancient Realm calculated the distance between its current position and its previous position, and then directly deducted all its points. After all the points are deducted, the end result is of course being teleported away. Even its body was sent out of the Eclipse Ancient territory before it could see the black hole teleportation circle. In the Eclipse Ancient territory, although various alien races have strange methods, they still want to challenge the Eclipse Ancient territory. It is simply impossible to take advantage of the rules of the domain and exploit loopholes. Long Yu began to open the 4 boxes in the preparation space of the fifth area. Among them, there was a white jade box, and Long Yu opened it first. Even though it was a white jade box, the contents inside were definitely much better than the amethyst box in the initial area. Long Yu didn't know what would be found in it, but it was obvious that the contents were definitely treasures rarely seen in the outside world. As the white jade box was opened by him, a burst of blue light shone out. It turns out to be a created object, and it is a created object with 3 first-grade sky crystals. Long Yu's eyes lit up. There were 3 first-grade heaven crystal-grade creations quietly placed in this treasure box. They were all shell-like things shining with blue light, shells of the void. Each of the 3 void shells is worth more than 100 million battlefield legionary merits. Even these void shells contain the rich power of the water element. After absorbing the power in the void shell, the cultivator can use the water element to realization of the power of the prime will also grow. Long Yu was not in a hurry to absorb these 3 void shells, because he had just stepped into the 4th stage of the Great Master, and there was no need to be so anxious to improve his martial arts realm. Even the secret martial art of the Heart of Demonic Dust had been upgraded to the 9th level. At the peak, there was no place where he needed to expend his creative power for the time being. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu began to open an amethyst box. In this amethyst box, there appeared a turntable that was the same as what Concubine you had seen before. However, the things on the turntable were much better than what Concubine you had seen before, and the points required were much less. Now that Long Yu has crossed the area, his score has increased by 100 points. The things on this turntable are at least first-grade creations, and the creative power contained in them is at least 20 times that of first-grade Tianjin creations. Previously, on the turntable that concubine you drove to, the first-class creation that appeared required 80 points to exchange for it. But now, on the turntable in front of Long Yu, it only takes 40 points to get this first-class creation. You can redeem it. It is equivalent to the points obtained by killing one less alien race. This is obviously the benefit of the roulette wheel obtained in the advanced area. But there is an option. Long Yu saw that on this roulette wheel, he could also choose to spin the roulette wheel without consuming any points. As long as it was an option that appeared on the roulette wheel, he had a certain chance of getting it, depending on his luck. Long Yu saw that on this roulette wheel, there were also cultivation methods for the 7th to 9th levels of assimilation stance. This is quite useful to him, but if he wants to choose this martial arts secret method, he needs to spend 40 points, which is still quite uncomfortable for him now. After all, he only has a total of 106 points now. The best thing is to be able to spin the roulette without consuming points, and the worst thing on the roulette wheel is the fragmented divine source product that consumes 20 points. Even if you get a fragmented godlike source product, it's still pretty good. Long Yu didn't hesitate and started to spin the roulette wheel directly. There were 10 options in total, 4 of which cost 20 points, 2 of which cost 40 points, and 2 of which cost 60 points. One thing costs 80 points, and the other costs 100 points. Of course, the value of something that consumes 100 points is the highest. It is a training method for divine martial arts. It is useful for other people, but it is of little use to Long Yu. He even killed the prison in 4 phases. There is no time to understand it, let alone another divine martial art. Of course, if the dial turns to this divine martial skill, Long Yu will definitely be a good deal. After all, this thing is extremely valuable to the outside world. Even if Long Yu doesn't practice it himself, it can definitely increase the power of the entire Void Galaxy greatly. And the 2 things that cost 60 points are things that contain revelation-level divine texts. Through these 2 things, you can gradually understand the revelation-level divine texts in them, which are useful even for Long Yu. It can be felt that one of the transparent bottles contains a rich revelation-level space attribute divine text. If it can be understood, the understanding of the power of space and water will be greatly improved, and there will be more in the battle. Choice. And the option that consumes 80 points is a complete godlike source product. It is a small golden sword, and I don't know what it does. Long Yu didn't hesitate and started turning the turntable directly. No matter what it turned to, it would definitely be good for him. As the pointer on the turntable gradually stopped, Long Yu realized that what he got would be one of the 3 golden swords, divine martial arts, and the assimilation stance cultivation method. He just didn't know what he would get in the end. Where to stop? He didn't care. Anyway, after the roulette started spinning, where it stopped was not decided by Long Yu at all. It all depended on luck. He just had to keep watching. Anyway, these 3 things that may appear now are all very good for Long Yu. No matter which one they are, their value is not low. Although the cultivation method of assimilation stance is relatively weak, after all, Long Yu I have already obtained the previous 6 levels of cultivation methods, so if I get this thing, it's not too bad. As the turntable gradually came to a stop, Long Yu found that what he would get was already certain. It turns out to be this type of divine source product. Long Yu's heart moved, and he saw the small golden sword jumping out of the roulette wheel. It was a small golden sword as long as Long Yu's forearm. It had no hilt. It was obvious that the golden sword was originally designed. It is not for people to hold with their hands. After all, other alien races don't have body parts like hands like the human race and demon race. If other alien races get this golden sword, they can use it freely. Long Yu held such a small golden sword in his hands, and found that the power in it was extremely restrained. He could hardly feel any power coming out of the small golden sword. but now, he can sink his spiritual thoughts into this golden sword, and now this golden sword actually contains extremely rich power. If it is completely exploded, it will definitely surpass the current Void Dragon Blade. After all, this is what is left behind after the death of a top-level godlike powerhouse, and the divine consciousness in it has naturally been erased long ago. Perhaps to the rumored powerful gods, the existence of godlike beings is nothing, just like the current Great Master is fighting for life and death in front of godlike beings. Therefore, in this ancient domain of Eclipse Moon, there are actually so many godlike products. In the initial area, all you get are broken godlike source products. When you reach the advanced area, you will get complete godlike source products, and the power contained in each godlike source product is far beyond the imagination of cultivators at the Great Overlord level. For example, if Long Yu used such a small golden sword to explode himself now, the power would probably seriously injure the Joyo Dragon Emperor's body. Of course, the Joyo Dragon Emperor has the heart of magic dust in his body, and he can recover very quickly even if he is seriously injured, but this is enough to prove the power level of this golden sword. If you want to use a complete godlike source product, you must conquer it with your own divine thoughts. Long Yu remembered some things that godlike Fu Hua from the godlike school had said to everyone before coming to the Eclipse ancient territory. This complete godlike source product was one of them. After all, there are many things in the Eclipse ancient domain that no one has seen before, so it is necessary to specially remind them. Now Long Yu really comes in handy. The process of conquering the godlike source items is not complicated and not difficult. After all, the godlike items in the Eclipse ancient domain have all had their spiritual consciousness erased. If it is a brand new godlike source product born from a godlike alien race that has just been killed, then the godlike consciousness will still remain in it. It is almost impossible for a person like Long Yu to cultivate it. However, even if Long Yu can subdue the golden sword now, he doesn't have much power at his disposal. With the cultivation level of a 4th level master, he could only use 1/10 of the power of this golden sword after conquering it. It would not be possible to use all the power until he reached the level of a 7th level master. With a complete godlike source product, a cultivator of the 7th level master can completely challenge ordinary godlike experts. This is only something in the advanced area of the Eclipse ancient domain, and after you get this thing, you need to be able to take it out alive before it can be effective. Now that he thought about it, Long Yu realized that when he was dealing with the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan's god, the 8-clawed pterodactyl god of the Demon clan, named Long Yi, seemed to have a godlike source item. Don't know where it came from. It is quite possible that that kind of godlike source product was obtained from the Eclipse ancient domain, because this kind of godlike source product cannot be born after the death of ordinary gods. Only peak godlike products like the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor exist. It can only be conceived after the physical body is completely destroyed. Nowadays, the human race, the demon race, and even the nearby outer gods do not have such a peak god, so if you want to obtain the godlike source product, the only way is possible in the Eclipse ancient domain. Of course, in addition to the Eclipse ancient domain, there are other ways to do it, but the current level of dragon control is not enough and I don't know those things. Soon, as Long Yu sank his mind into the little golden sword, he found that he could already use 1/10 of its power. The power contained in it was the pure power of the golden system. However, now Long Yu can only use this power but cannot understand it, which is a pity. Otherwise, there is no need to enter the golden pool of Taichu. As long as you carry this golden sword, you can comprehend the power of the golden Taichu anytime and anywhere. But even if it can only be used, it is still an extremely remarkable achievement. Looking at the entire human race and the demon race, not many people have god-like origin products. At most, people like Concubine Yu and Hongying can only get some broken godlike origin products, which are already extremely rare and rare. The gap between a broken godlike source product and a complete godlike source product is really huge. A cultivator can subdue a complete godlike source product and actively activate the power within it. However, most of the broken godlike source products only have the function of automatically protecting the master, which is equivalent to an existence like an amulet. If this little golden sword is damaged, Long Yu will not be able to actively activate the golden power of Taichu in it, but will have to let it protect himself. Long Yu tried it casually and found that if he used 1/10 of the power of this golden sword to launch an offensive against the enemy, the destructive power would be extremely powerful, even surpassing Long Yu's superposition of the crazy battle force to 117. The crazy fighting dragon fist under the 10th level of extreme conditions. This is because the attack range of the mad fighting dragon fist is relatively wide, and with one punch, the average force on the enemy will be relatively weak. The power of this golden sword is in the shape of a bunch, and its penetrating power is extremely powerful. Moreover, with Long Yu's current level of cultivation, such an offensive can be activated 5 times in a row, and then the power in the body will be exhausted. Taking advantage of this moment, Long Yu self-destructed his body and then reshaped it so that he could take the full effect recovery pill again in the next battle. Being able to get this small golden sword is not bad for Long Yu. It has an extra trump card. In some cases, he may be able to use this move to break through, which will definitely work wonders. For example, if Long Yu had just had this golden sword in the advanced area division, he could have killed the ugly tentacle alien and the slender cicada in front of him with one blow. If it suddenly explodes, the opponent will definitely not be able to resist it, because the attack of this golden sword is too strong and too fast. If it is not as powerful as the strongest mechanical clan, it is impossible to react. Not bad. Long Yu was satisfied. Although he didn't want this golden sword at first, he was still extremely satisfied after getting it. Because now his defense methods are completely invincible at the same level, even if he encounters a strong master of the 7th stage, it is not so easy to break through his demon dust possession and crazy battle celestial barrier. And the concealment method is much better than others. Unless he is a godlike existence, he will not be found at all. But now, his attack methods have also been greatly improved. Originally, he had to wait for the crazy fighting power to reach the 170th level, and then adopt a lose-lose style of play to deal with some 7th-stage masters. Now just using this golden sword is enough for Long Yu to deal with most opponents. At least it would save him a lot of time. The opponent that originally took half an hour to deal with can now be defeated in just a few breaths or even in a single face-to-face encounter. After having such a golden sword, Long Yu first condensed a magic dust clone of himself, and then fought with this magic dust clone himself. After trying it, even the magic dust clone with the same defense as himself could not withstand it. A blow from this golden sword. But now, Long Yu can only use 1/10 of the power of this golden sword. Even if this is because Long Yu directly penetrated the heart of Mo Chen's clone and defeated it directly, this is enough to show the power of this type of divine source product. It is a pity that this golden sword does not have its own consciousness and cannot communicate with Long Yu's mind. If Long Yu himself is controlled or his spirit is disturbed, this thing cannot react automatically. But on the other hand, if this little golden sword had its own consciousness, it would be impossible for Long Yu to subdue it. After becoming proficient in the use of this golden sword, Long Yu did not give it a name because it was not necessary. Then he started to bring the next 2 amethyst boxes. In one of the amethyst boxes, Long Yu opened it and found an inconspicuous gray stone. On the gray stone, some extremely weird lines appeared. These lines are somewhat similar to the lines that Long Yu obtained from the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument that match the martial arts secrets, but they seem to contain some more powerful power, which makes Long Yu have some doubts. He had never heard of anything like this type of pattern, even before coming here. Godlike Fuhua from the seminary had never said anything about this kind of thing. Therefore, this made him very interested in this gray stone. Long Yu began to study this gray stone. The strange patterns engraved on it seemed to be similar in nature to the mysterious patterns that Long Yu had imprinted in his mind. They all contained some kind of power, but these patterns on the gray stone were a little special. Previously, Long Yu had printed in his mind 198 patterns of the pure world body and 132 patterns of the demonic heart, which added up to 330 patterns. Long Yu estimated that the total number of patterns he could imprint in his mind was about 500. If there were any more, the patterns printed previously would be forgotten. Since the lines on the gray stone were somewhat similar to these mysterious patterns, Long Yu didn't hesitate much and immediately understood it and tried to imprint it into his mind. This process took Long Yu a long time. Not even the last amethyst box was opened. However, anyway, this fifth area requires a lot of preparation time, and even if the fifth area is opened, Long Yu does not necessarily need to go out immediately. After all, this fifth area is different from the advanced area. In the advanced area, Long Yu could take the lead and use his means to grab an amethyst box first, but in the fifth area, he simply didn't dare. On the one hand, no one knows what the situation is like in the fifth area of the ancient moon eclipse this time. On the other hand, those who can come to the fifth area are the strongest among the strong. If nothing else, it is just a deduction. The ability is much stronger than that of ordinary practitioners. Many powerful aliens are even super powerful who are infinitely close to the godlike level. These powerful people might be able to discover the existence of the dragon's incarnation into nothingness. About 7 days passed, and Long Yu finally imprinted 1/3 of the lines on the gray stone into his mind. At this time, he found that there seemed to be some kind of change in his body, but this change was not particularly obvious, and he could not detect it. What kind of change had occurred? I am afraid it would have to wait until the stone was completely engraved. The texture will do. Long Yu continued to understand, and after 20 days passed, the lines on the gray stone were finally completely engraved in Long Yu's mind. At this time, Long Yu finally understood the effect of the lines on the gray stone. At the same time, the gray stone turned into powder directly in his hands. Obviously, this stone was only a one-time thing and could only be engraved with lines. It will break once. After fully imprinting the lines on the gray stone in his mind, Long Yu discovered that this single line occupied a position equivalent to 100 martial arts secret patterns. In other words, Long Yu had originally engraved 330 mysterious patterns, but now it was equivalent to 430, leaving only about 70 engraving positions. Long Yu is not worried that there is not enough space in his mind. He only has 66 mysterious patterns of the heart of demon dust that have not been engraved. If they are all engraved, it seems that the space is just enough. Now, the pattern carved by Long Yu from the gray stone can be said to be a special pattern. The patterns seem to enhance the secret techniques of martial arts. The textures are enhancements aimed at the cultivator himself. Compared with before, Long Yu's combat effectiveness has not improved much now, but his cultivation speed has been greatly improved, especially his ability to comprehend various divine texts and powers. Long Yu felt it himself, and he knew that his ability to comprehend power now was at least 5 times better than before. In other words, the divine power that originally took him a month to comprehend now only takes less than 7 days to fully comprehend. This speed and efficiency are obviously no longer at the same level as before. And Long Yu's own talent is not weak, and the level of compatibility with various divine texts is quite high. This has increased by 5 times. I feel that it will be a matter of course to comprehend any power in the future. Long Yu was a little regretful. He had not obtained the lines in the gray stone before. Otherwise, he would have consumed only 1/5 of the spirit wine that he consumed before, saving a lot of money. However, something like this gray stone can only be obtained in the Eclipse ancient domain, and it is impossible to encounter it in other places. Now, Long Yu still doesn't know what the power of mysterious patterns and lines is. This kind of power is probably only possible to touch at the god-like level, and there is no such power among the human race and the demon race. Godlike beings understand this type of power. This is not good news for Long Yu, because this means that the path of cultivation ahead of him has begun to become foggy. If there is no one to guide him on the path of cultivation, it is likely that he will take some detours. It doesn't matter if he spends more time. What he is afraid of is that it will cause some helplessness. The consequences of recovery. But now, it is impossible for Long Yu to get guidance from anyone. Among the human race and the demon race, even the strong godlike ones may not necessarily know more than Long Yu. Otherwise, godlike Fuhua will definitely tell all the textures and patterns to those who participated in this eclipse of the ancient domain. Practitioners. Now Long Yu has obtained this gray stone and engraved the lines on it, which will be of great help to his future cultivation path. However, temporarily, it cannot increase his combat effectiveness too much. This is normal. Now Long Yu's combat power can almost be said to have reached the limit of the 4th level master. Unless he continues to improve his martial arts realm, it will be difficult to improve his overall combat power. This is the same as those at the peak of the 7th-stage masters. Unless they step into the category of gods, their strengths are not much different. Even if it is between Golden Six Wings and Yu Fei, the former ranks in the top 10 and Yu Fei can only rank in the top 50, but in fact the gap in combat power between the two sides is not very big. In a battle, who wins and who loses depends on the two sides at the time, status, as well as the surrounding environment, etc. The right time, right place, and right people are indispensable. It can only be said that Golden Six Wings has a slightly better chance of winning than Concubine Yu. After all, she comes from a powerful six-wing clan, has more methods than Concubine Yu, and can adapt to a more complex environment. Now the Dragon King has a small golden sword, an endless-level high-grade martial art, the unbounded grip, and the crazy fighting celestial body. Basically, he is invincible at the same stage. Even in the six-wing clan, if you want to obtain these training and combat methods, you must at least reach the 7th level master to have that qualification. After all, training resources are limited, and you must be armed with the strongest members to be able to exert them. Show the strongest combat effectiveness. With his own strength, Long Yu was able to obtain these in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, which was extremely rare. Of course, one of the important reasons was that there were Bone Clan survivors in his small world, and the Bone Clan survivors also collected ancient human and demon clans. Those endless martial arts skills of the period. The inheritance of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor can only be said to be a stepping stone for Long Yu to reach his current level. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor alone cannot make him what he is now. When that pattern was imprinted in his mind, Long Yu had been in this preparation area for 20 days. He still had the last amethyst box left to open. From the first 2 amethyst boxes, one opened a golden sword, and the other opened a gray stone. For Long Yu, both were things that could change him as a whole. This shows how precious the amethyst boxes in the advanced area are. No wonder, the points consumed basically require the cultivator to kill another alien in order to obtain it. 3 amethyst boxes are equivalent to Long Yu killing 3 other cultivation geniuses who are equivalent to him. Even those cultivation geniuses have gone further than him, and their current comprehensive strength is stronger than him. After opening the first 3 amethyst boxes, Long Yu was also looking forward to the last box. As Long Yu opened the box, an extremely ancient breath came out from it. The amethyst box contained nothing but a force. This force was much stronger than Long Yu's current stage. All the powers I comprehend are much stronger. In the amethyst box, there was constant power surging towards him and invading his body. However, these powers will not hurt him, but instead seem to let him realize this kind of power, which Long Yu has never been exposed to before. Could it be eternal level divine text? An idea came to Long Yu's mind. Before entering the Eclipse ancient domain, godlike Fu Hua also talked about the existence above the revelation level divine text, which was the eternal level divine text. If the apocalyptic divine writings are derived once from the power of the five elements of the absolute beginning, then the eternal level divine inscriptions are the power born from the power of the five elements of the absolute beginning, derived twice, and are heading towards derivatives produced by stronger directions. Unlike those origin level and imprint level divine inscriptions that are weaker than the five elements of Tai Chu. This ancient level divine inscription is the third level of power created by the gods. In ancient legends, the power of the five elements of Tai Chu is called the first level power, and the revelation level divine inscriptions are the second level power. Above these two are the eternal level divine inscriptions. In addition to the eternal level divine inscriptions, Long Yu really couldn't imagine what the divine power he felt when he opened the amethyst box in front of him would be. In the eyes of the gods, the power of the five elements of Tai Chu is the basic power. The divine writings that failed to be derived are the original divine writings, which have become the source of the divine writings in this world, but are regarded as treasures by many races such as the human race and the demon race. The ones that are successfully derived are at least the revelation level sacred texts, and the more successful ones are the eternal level sacred texts, which represent the power that only the gods can use. Thinking of these messages, Long Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Could it be that he had really obtained some kind of eternal divine text? If so, he would have made a lot of money. It was indeed an eternal divine power, and Long Yu quickly felt it. Because, from this force, he felt a power similar to the primordial power of the metal system, which was definitely transformed from the primordial power of the metal system. Long Yu now understands 60% of the power of the beginning of the metal system, so he is still relatively sensitive to its aura. If the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, the Forest Demon Divine Inscriptions and the Dark Current Divine Inscriptions, these three second-level powers, all have the shadow of 1/10 of the power of the Golden System Tai Chu, then the current eternal power among the super divine texts, only 1% of the Gold System's Tai Chu power remains. This ancient divine text has completely transformed into an extremely powerful force. Even if you only comprehend 1/10 of it, its power will definitely be comparable to that of a fully comprehended revelation-level divine text. What's more, the amethyst box that Long Yu has opened now is constantly instilling eternal-level divine texts into him. If this situation continues, the amount of eternal-level divine texts that Long Yu can comprehend will definitely exceed 1/10. In other words, for him, this ancient divine text will become his latest main battle method. Of course, everything has to wait until all the power in the amethyst box is infused into Long Yu's body. Obviously, the power in this has not been completely absorbed by Long Yu, but it is because he is not very talented now and cannot fully comprehend this ancient divine text. However, with his talent, he will not miss too much. 1%. 20%. With each passing day, Long Yu's understanding of this ancient divine text would increase by 10%, and this process actually continued for 7 days. After 7 days, the aura of Long Yu's whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of ancient divine light. The whole person seemed to have stepped out of an extremely distant time and space, and his every move contained some ancient charm. Eternal-level divine texts can only be created by powerful people at the level of gods. Even though for gods, this may not be the highest level of power, but now for Long Yu, and for the star fields where he is now, the ancient-level divine writings are definitely considered to be the pinnacle of power. No other power can match it. Long Yu condensed a demon dust clone and let the demon dust clone fight with him. He used the eternal-level divine inscriptions to directly urge the 9 nether dragon breath out. Its destructive power was 7 times stronger than when he used the 9 nether divine inscriptions before, and most importantly, it also had a special effect. A kind of mental shock effect. The infinitely rich ancient aura can completely frighten the opponent, at least for a period of time, unable to move. Even when Long Yu used this ancient-level divine text, he could still feel that his physical body was being continuously tempered. It seemed that when the tempering was completed, even the strength of his physical body could be increased by 7 times. The ancient divine writings are really powerful. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that he didn't seize the opportunity to fully understand this ancient divine text, but even if he only understood 70%, it was already powerful enough. In this way, Long Yu's comprehensive combat ability has obviously reached a higher level again. Among all the powerful aliens participating in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, there should be no one who has also understood the ancient divine texts, because the Eclipse Ancient Domain has regulations. As long as they have entered the advanced area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain, you won't be able to participate next time. Unless those in the advanced area were lucky enough to obtain the eternal divine inscriptions, they did not open the box on the spot to absorb it, but took the box back for their descendants to absorb. This is unlikely, but still possible. Of course, Long Yu will not take the initiative to find trouble with other powerful alien races. It is easier for him to distinguish which alien races are stronger and which alien races are easier to bully. And in the 5th area, Long Yu no longer has the idea of attacking other alien races. Because each of the strong aliens who can reach the 5th area is the pinnacle of the pinnacles, and it is impossible for him to be killed by a small 4th-level master in a head-on battle. Unless there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Long Yu will take action, otherwise he will never take the risk. As Long Yu comprehended 70% of the eternal-level divine inscriptions within 7 days, he learned that the name of the eternal-level divine inscriptions was originally called the Hell-Shaking Divine Inscriptions, and it came with a special effect that could intimidate the opponent's spirit. If the Hell-Shaking Divine Inscriptions are used to activate the unbounded grip, the mental shock erupting from the 3rd stage of the grip will definitely seriously injure an alien at the peak level of the 7th stage Great Master. Unless the opponent is a race with special mental defense methods, otherwise, Long Yu can make the opponent lose most of its combat effectiveness with one move. This refers to the outside world, and in this Eclipse Ancient Domain, everyone is a genius, and most of them who can reach the 5th area must have obtained the amethyst box in the advanced area. No one knows, do other strong aliens have any stronger means? Anyway, Long Yu's current martial arts level is a natural disadvantage, and he is unlikely to take the initiative to provoke others. For Long Yu, there is good news now. Nearly 2 months have passed since he entered the realm of the 4th-level master, and he feels that he has almost consolidated this level of cultivation. If he further improves the martial arts realm at this time, his basic strength will be maximized. Improvement without any wastage. This is obviously extremely critical to Long Yu. If the basic strength is increased by 3 times, the improvement in his actual combat effectiveness is obvious. In this month alone, Long Yu's strength has soared into the sky like a rocket. It can be foreseen that if you leave safely from the Eclipse Ancient Domain, Long Yu will become almost unmatched among the human race and the demon race. Even Concubine Yu would soon be surpassed by Long Yu if she didn't get anything good in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. It is only a matter of time for Long Yu to advance to the realm of 7th-level master, and it does not even take more than half a year. By that time, there will be no one who can be his opponent among the gods. Long Yu took out the 3 void shells that he had previously opened in the white jade box. These were 3 first-grade creations of the sky crystal level. For Long Yu, only one of them was enough for him to move from the 4th level to the 4th level. The Great Master has been promoted to the level of the 5th stage Great Master. He only took out one of the void shells, and then began to absorb the creative power in it to expand the territory of his small world. The territory of his small world continued to expand due to the influx of endless creative power, starting from a radius of 70 billion miles and expanding towards a radius of 80 billion miles. At the same time, the void shell contains the rich power of the water system. While absorbing the power of creation, Long Yu's understanding of the water system's power of the beginning is also in the process of growing. Originally, he did not understand the slightest bit of the water system's power. But after he spent 7 days absorbing all the power in the void shell, his understanding of the power of the water system had reached 10%. Although it was only 10%, it was only the effect of a void shell, and it only took him 7 days. You must know that even the gods of the human race and demon race have not fully understood the power of Tai Chu. It can even be said that comprehending the power of Tai Chu is more difficult than comprehending those revelation-level divine texts and eternal-level divine texts, because the power of Tai Chu is the foundation and the source of the power of this world, and represents the origin of the entire world to a certain extent. Only when you have fully comprehended the power of Tai Chu can you be qualified to create the power of other divine texts and create other derivative divine texts. Now, Long Yu has a very high level of understanding of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, Dark Stream Divine Inscriptions, Forest Demon Divine Inscriptions, and the Eternal Level Hell-Shaking Divine Inscriptions. This is because he just needs to use the power of these divine inscriptions, rather than understanding these forces. Use and understanding are different concepts. As for the power of Tai Chu, much of it is not used directly, but is used to understand. Because of this, Long Yu has only comprehended 60% of the most powerful Tai Chu power of the Golden System. If he wants to fully comprehend it, he will have to spend at least a long time in Tai Chu's golden pool to comprehend it. As for how long it will take, Long Yu will understand it completely. You didn't know. He had never been to Tai Chu Golden Pond before, so he didn't know how effective that place was. As Long Yu comprehended 10% of the primordial power of the water system, his martial arts realm was finally upgraded from the 4th level master to the 5th level master, and his basic strength was directly increased by 3 times. This greatly increased his combat power. Combined with the ancient level prison-shaking divine inscriptions and the divine-grade golden sword, he would still be able to fight even if he encountered some of the top 50 beings. Of course, if he wanted, it is difficult to kill the opponent, but it will also be difficult for the opponent to kill Long Yu. This 5th area is still not open. It's really strange. Long Yu thought in his mind that he could only continue to wait. The entire area was closed. The preparation space in the 5th area would not be opened until all the beings in the advanced area were sent away. More than a month has passed since he came here. The competition in the advanced area has not yet been completed. This shows how quickly Long Yu cleared the level before. After all, in other advanced areas, even with existences like the Golden 6 Wings, it is not that easy to kill other aliens. Every participant in the Eclipse Ancient Realm has his or her own special skills for registration, not to mention who doesn't have some precautions against a guy like Golden 6 Wings. Maybe when they see the Golden 6 Wings, many aliens who are close to them will choose to quit directly, because they know very well that if they continue, they will lose their lives in vain without any chance of benefit. In this comparison, Long Yu's speed is fully reflected. Who can directly kill 4 aliens not long after the start of the advanced area, and then quickly escape from the fierce war and come to the preparation space of the 5th area? This preparation space is completely a single-person space. After passing the advanced area, each racial cultivator will be assigned an independent preparation space. This is also a natural thing. Long Yu waited patiently, not practicing anything else, but just getting familiar with the new powers he had just obtained. Finally, after another 7 days, a teleportation array appeared in front of Long Yu. The appearance of the teleportation array means that the 5th area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain has officially opened. However, this does not mean that Long Yu must teleport out immediately through this teleportation array. He waited for 2 hours before turning into nothingness and stepping onto the teleportation array. As the white light on the teleportation array flashed, he disappeared from the preparation space and officially headed to the fifth area. During the transmission process, a map-like picture appeared in Long Yu's mind. This is the standard scene when the Eclipse Ancient Territory goes to the fifth area. A map will appear in everyone's mind, and at this moment, Long Yu sees that the map presents a giant spherical space. All racial cultivators who arrived in the fifth area competed and fought in this giant spherical space. And in this star space, it is not that there is nothing, but there are many white light barriers, which separate the cultivators of each race from each other, and arrange for them to meet in pairs as they move forward, and will eventually be eliminated. Drop one of them. In other words, the fifth area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain is an elimination area. There are probably less than 1,000 racial cultivators who can reach this fifth area. All the others were killed or withdrew when they advanced to the area. And until the end, through continuous elimination, only one person was able to enter the sixth area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. No one who has entered the sixth area has ever come back. Therefore, Long Yu is not interested in entering the sixth area, but he really wants to get more treasures in the fifth area. In the amethyst box in the advanced area, you can get golden swords and other precious things, let alone in this fifth area, but this fifth area turns out to be an elimination area, so let Long Yu take it. The action adds a lot of difficulty. Because only by killing an opponent will the fifth area open the passage to the center of the area, step by step, and continue to approach the center of the entire spherical area. The closer the treasure chest is to the center, the better the contents are. If Long Yu only chooses to get the first treasure box reward and then gives up directly, the contents in it may not even be as good as the amethyst box in the previous advanced area. This makes Long Yu quite confused. If the first opponent he encounters is stronger, should he choose to give up or fight with the opponent? Never mind, let's wait until we see our first opponent. Long Yu is relatively confident in his own strength now. After all, he got a lot of amethyst boxes in the advanced area. Whether it is a small golden sword or an ancient-level prison-shaking inscription, his combat effectiveness has been greatly enhanced. If the opponent is not that strong, there is nothing wrong with giving him a fight. Moreover, during the transmission process, Long Yu also saw several scenes. Those scenes were the projections of all the powerful human beings who entered the fifth area. This made Long Yu clearly know how many people from the human race had arrived. This is the fifth area. Among the cultivators of all races, no more than 1,000 have come to the fifth area. On average, 5 or 6 members of each race can come to the fifth area. As for the human race, the situation is pretty good, even above average. Concubine, you successfully arrived in the fifth area. In addition, there were also faction leaders from the seminary, Lu Shuang and Yu Feng, plus Long Yu. There were already 4 people. In addition, there were 2 people whom Long Yu didn't know, and the other 2 were Long Zitian and Qi Beifei. Originally, among the 200 people who came from the human race, Long Zitian and Qi Beifei were not the strongest group, but they came to the fifth area. Apparently they had some special means, just like Long Yu. And Long Yu is obviously an unexpected figure in the eyes of others. This boy, who was only the 3rd-level master when he entered the Eclipse Ancient Territory, was able to come to the 5th area and be promoted to the 5th-level master? At the beginning of the 5th area, all races will receive some information about their own race, and the human race on the Long Yu side is no exception. Long Yu knew about other human cultivators who had entered the 5th area, and others also knew that he had also entered the 5th area, which made Concubine Yu quite happy. At this time, Long Yu felt a little regretful. It seemed that the 2 girls Hongying and Yugu were not able to come to the 5th area, but this was also expected. After all, the strength of the 2 girls was weaker. The key is that the martial arts realm was not when you step into the 7th stage of Great Master, you are naturally much worse than other cultivators from other races. I hope neither woman encounters any accidents. These pictures in Long Yu's mind just flashed by. It was the Eclipse Ancient territory that told him about the situation in the fifth area. This let him know that there was no use waiting for 2 hours to enter the fifth area. After he officially entered the fifth area, he would be assigned to an independent passage. He would move forward alone, and a treasure box would appear during the process. This treasure chest will consume all his points, leaving only one. And then, as he continues to move forward, he will meet his first opponent, and that opponent also only has a few points left. Whoever can win the battle will be qualified to continue, and at this time the score becomes a dispensable thing. Because if you want to continue, you must continue to defeat your opponents. For Long Yu, this is not a good rule. It means that he can no longer fish in troubled waters. If he confronts those powerful aliens head-on, Long Yu's chances of winning are really good. Not very big. Anyway, let's take a look first. Anyway, the reminder of the Eclipse Ancient Realm is here. In the fifth area, you can choose to quit even if you can't beat it, but quitting will delay the time of 10 breaths. In other words, as long as you choose to quit during the battle, after 10 breaths, you will be transported to the outside world by the Eclipse Ancient Realm, and you will be eliminated while saving your life. If Long Yu encounters danger, he believes that he can survive for 10 breaths. Soon, he appeared in a passage surrounded by white light barriers. The end could not be seen at a glance. He could only see an obsidian box in the center of the passage. This obsidian box was obviously the first one. This is the worst kind of box among the 5 areas. The value of the items hidden in it is almost equivalent to the white jade box in the previous advanced area. In other words, go down a level. However, once the race cultivator defeats the first opponent, he will get the second box, and every box will be a white jade box. The value of the white jade box in the fifth area is comparable to that of the amethyst box in the previous advanced area. It is absolutely precious to outside practitioners. As for the situation of the boxes after that, Long Yu didn't know. What he knew was directly conveyed to his mind by the Eclipse Ancient Domain when he was teleporting. Every time the Eclipse Ancient Domain was opened, the rules therein were the same. The scenes and rules in each area are also different, resulting in no previous experience to follow. Only the types of treasures that will appear in it are similar every time the Eclipse Ancient Realm is opened. In terms of this information, the preparations of the human race and the demon race are still relatively sufficient. It is said that the opportunity for those who are at the peak of the 7th stage master to step into the godlike realm lies in this fifth area. It's not that easy to compete for such an opportunity. Long Yu quickly moved forward, and soon came to the obsidian box and opened it. This was the fifth area of the Eclipse Ancient Domain. Even if it was an obsidian box, the contents of it should not be missed. After opening the box, Long Yu found that 3 more first-grade creations of the sky crystal level appeared in it. Such creations seemed to be very common in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, but in the outside world, they were worth at least 100 million battlefield legions. It is a treasure of merit, and even if you want to buy it, you can't buy it, because the output of this thing is very small, and most of it is used by the top leaders of the human race and the demon race. Including the 2 previous void shells, there are a total of 5 first-grade creations of the sky crystal level, which is enough for me to advance all the way to the 7th level master. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although with his current methods, it is very simple to obtain some creative objects and improve the martial arts realm, but it still takes a lot of time. Whether it is to do a seminary-like training mission or something else, it is more time-consuming. Things. Now that he has directly obtained so many first-grade Tianjing level creations, it will save him a lot of time in the future. However, this first-grade creation of Tianjing level is not of much help to Long Yu now. Next, he will face super strong men from other alien races, top geniuses, who can be constantly eliminated among 30,000 people. Others, the elite of the elite who came to this fifth area. Long Yu didn't know what race his first opponent was from. But after he put away the creation, he continued to move forward, and at the same time, he directly transformed into nothingness. There is no rule in the Eclipse Ancient domain that he cannot do this, so for the sake of safety, of course he will not move forward swaggeringly. Wouldn't that tell the other party, "I'm here, come and kill me"? However, when Long Yu continued forward for a long distance until he came to a small spherical area, he found that there was no other strong alien in this place. This small spherical area is closed and has no passages to other places. It can be seen that the area for fighting other alien races is in this place. Are you here already? Hidden like me. Long Yu noticed that after he entered this small spherical area, the passage he came from was completely closed, and the entire small spherical area became smooth and flat without any flaws. It stands to reason that there are two passages in this place. In other words, the other alien race has already arrived here, so the other passage has been closed long ago. Both sides are also hidden. From this point of view, everyone is the same. Safety is the first priority. After all, you have no way of knowing what kind of opponent you will face. Long Yu maintained his state of incarnation and came to this small spherical area. This is the first elimination area. Two racial cultivators come here from two channels and fight each other. The winner advances, and the loser dies or withdraws. In short, only one of them can continue to move forward. After Long Yu's passage was closed, the other party must have known that Long Yu had arrived in this small spherical area. The first wave of confrontation between the two sides came from the competition of concealment methods between the two sides. In this aspect, no one can compare with Long Yu. Even the top experts who participated in the Eclipse Ancient domain this time may not be able to compare. Thanks to Long Yu's concealment ability. For Long Yu, this is equivalent to having a natural advantage. In the state of nothingness, he cannot perform deductions, but he can perform spiritual perception. Although he cannot activate the balance control, as long as he captures the slightest movement of his opponent, the opponent will start to be at a disadvantage. In the state of incarnation, Long Yu keeps moving in a small spherical area, floating around, and his spiritual sense is constantly aware of the movements around him. As long as the opponent is not an incarnation of nothingness like Long Yu, then there will 100% be a flaw. Even if there is no flaw for the time being, there will definitely be one in the future, and it will definitely be exposed before Long Yu. Because the shadow essence is now incorporated into the Dragon Control Shadow Book, his transformation into nothingness will not consume much at all, and he can completely maintain the state of nothingness. Therefore, even if neither party takes the initiative to show up, Long Yu will not be anxious and will just take his time. He will not be exposed before the other party. Of course, as long as one party is exposed, the other party is likely to take action, but the party hidden in the dark will ultimately have the greatest initiative. Now, both sides don't know what race their opponents are, what kind of martial arts realm they have, and they don't know what the opponent's various methods are. It's impossible for them to be exposed first. In that case, even if they are really strong, and it's easy for people to think of ways to target them. On the other hand, if the opponent knew that his opponent was only Long Yu, a 5th level master, he would probably be the first to show up, right? After all, in terms of combat effectiveness, the human race of the 5th level master really can't do anything to each other. Who can come to this 5th area and is not the peak of the 7th level master? It's a pity that the other party doesn't know. But for Long Yu, this is just a difference of more time. His arrival in the 5th area was delayed by 2 hours. It is conceivable that the opponent may have been hiding here for 2 hours. From this aspect, to be honest, the other party is likely to reveal some flaws soon. Long Yu continued to surround the small spherical area, and his spiritual senses spread out around him. Gradually, he finally grasped the slightest abnormal situation in this space. Although there was nothingness in the space, Long Yu felt that there was a place slowly exuding an aura of power towards the surroundings. There was no way that there was nothing in that place. To be on the safe side, Long Yu did not take the initiative to show up. Instead, he released the demon dust clone that had been condensed before, and let the demon dust clone directly move towards the place where the power aura was exuding, and displayed a boundless grip. The 9 nether divine inscriptions activated the unbounded grip, and it exploded instantly. An invisible arm suddenly grabbed the place that exuded power, but what appeared in front of Long Yu was nothing more than a crystal-like thing. This is bait. The other party was very cautious, so they deliberately set up such a seemingly hidden bait, but in fact it was deliberately intended for Long Yu to discover. Once Long Yu launches an attack on the bait, a flaw will inevitably be revealed, and the opponent will be able to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, Long Yu was more thoughtful and allowed Mo Chen's clone to bombard him. As soon as the demon dust clone appeared, the crystal-like bait it attacked exploded completely in the next moment, and a terrifying burst of flame divine power rolled out in all directions, directly covering the demon dust clone. At the same time, a small figure covered in flames quickly emerged from the void. This flaming figure is about half the size of Long Yu. It has about 18 flaming tentacles on its body, and there are 3 power cores in its body that is the same as the human head. The core of power is something similar to the Dantian of the human race and the Demon Dan of the demon race. Generally speaking, there is only one core of power in the body of a cultivator. But the alien race with flame tentacles in front of them has 3 power cores in its body, which makes it very special. Long Yu knew that there was no such alien race in Langi Galaxy, and they must be alien cultivators from the other 2 galaxies. Part of their body, those flame tentacles, were condensed from the flame divine inscriptions. It seems that the more flame tentacles this alien race has, the stronger it becomes. Therefore, although he has the cultivation level of a 7th level master, among the flame tentacle aliens, this guy does not seem to be too strong, because Long Yu remembered that he had seen someone during the previous Hive War. A similar alien race with flame tentacles has 28 flame tentacles on its body. Therefore, this species with 18 flame tentacles should not be too strong, but Long Yu cannot be careless. As soon as this guy appeared, he launched a strong offensive directly towards the demon dust clone summoned by Long Yu. Long Yu asked the demon dust clone to display demon dust possession, and the celestial barrier of the mad battle also condensed and began to defend blindly. At the same time, Long Yu's body was in a state of incarnation, hiding behind the flame tentacle alien. The body of the flame tentacle alien is covered with layers of flames. These are defensive barriers. Even when attacking Long Yu, it did not relax its defense, which shows that its vigilance is still very strong. If it weren't for these defensive barriers, Long Yu felt that he would be able to kill him instantly as soon as he appeared. Anyway, Long Yu has not been exposed for the time being. He doesn't mind waiting until the opponent reveals his flaws before taking action, hoping to kill him with one blow. The demon dust clone withstood the opponent's extremely strong attack and was surrounded by heavy flames. These flame divine powers are all revelation-level divine powers. Every powerful existence that can come to this 5th area must at least understand if he has a revelation-level divine power, otherwise, it would be impossible to stand out among so many peak 7th stage masters. If you want to pass the advanced area, you basically need to kill 3 foreign opponents to get enough points. Therefore, it is definitely not easy to kill this guy in front of him. Even more, Long Yu had to be careful at all times to avoid being killed by the opponent. He felt that the opponent's revelation-level flame divine power had a strong ability to smelt the heart of the devil. If he was hit by the opponent's attack head-on, it is very likely that there will not even be a chance to reshape the physical body. Therefore, this requires Long Yu to make the most accurate judgment and be extremely cautious. The demon dust clone tried its best to defend, but was unable to withstand the opponent's offensive. The celestial barrier of the crazy battle was easily broken by the opponent, and then the demon dust possession was gradually melted away. His physical body had already felt the extremely fierce heat, and the flame divine text was wrapped around it, and began to smelt the entire demon dust clone. The current demon dust clone seems to be in an ultra-high temperature furnace, and it is quite good to be able to persist for such a long time. And this also means that if it were replaced by Long Yu's body, it would only be able to last for so long. At this time, Long Yu was also guessing at the other party's heart. If Long Yu, who is at the peak of his 7th level domination, can easily seduce such a 5th level dominator, he must still be very wary, because if he can kill the opponent so easily, why would he come here? 5 areas? Therefore, the boy who is the 5th level master in front of me is probably just a summoned object, or a clone or something, which is very likely. The most likely time for the other party to take action is when you are most relaxed. In other words, when you completely kill the clone in front of you, the other party's real body may take action. Long Yu guessed what the other party was thinking. He was thinking about the time when the other party was most likely to reveal his flaws, or when the other party was most on guard. No matter what, Long Yu must take action. The alien race with flame tentacles in front of them is not very powerful. If nothing else, it is unlikely that they have ever obtained an amethyst box in the advanced area, because that would cost a lot of points. In this way, Long Yu's eternal level prison-shaking divine inscriptions, and the golden sword, a godlike source product, both surpassed each other's existence. If you attack directly, it is still possible to suppress the opponent. Long Yu carefully observed all the situations around the field, and then quietly prepared another magic dust clone to launch a sneak attack on the opponent. As the first demon dust clone was killed by the opponent within 7 breaths, at the same time that the demon dust clone's demon dust heart was completely melted away, Long Yu's second demon dust clone finally launched a sneak attack. Long Yu's first guess was that the other party didn't realize that the first demon dust clone was just a clone, so now should be the most relaxed time. The second demon dust clone launched an offensive, directly using the ancient level prison-shaking divine text, the unbounded grip. A burst of eternal aura roared out and condensed into a transparent arm, which went straight through the air and grabbed the body of the alien with flame tentacles. So strong. Long Yu, who was in a state of nothingness, couldn't help but sigh secretly. He never thought that using the hell-shaking divine inscription to activate the unbounded grip could produce such a terrifying effect. The transparent gray arm broke through the space in an instant and pierced through the flame tentacle alien's body was in the body, and one of the power cores of the flame tentacle alien was completely shattered. If it were another alien race, I am afraid that such a blow would have basically killed them. However, this alien race with flame tentacles has 3 power cores in its body. The battle is not over yet. The first core of power in the alien body of the flame tentacle was completely destroyed by Long Yu's demon dust clone using the hell-shaking divine inscription to activate the unbounded grip. When the power of the third stage of the grip exploded, it was completely destroyed. However, for the alien race with flame tentacles, this only caused them to suffer a little trauma and could not determine the victory. Even the 3 power cores of the flame tentacle alien race can interact with each other to produce a healing effect. This magical method is something Long Yu has never seen before. He clearly feels that the man inside the opponent's body is the destroyed power core gradually recovered with the help of the other 2 power cores. Just as fast as the demon dust heart reshapes the body. This means that Long Yu cannot give it more time. Unbounded grip. This method was used again, and Long Yu's magic dust clone continued to launch offensives against the flame tentacle aliens, but the flame tentacle aliens were now prepared and would not be seriously injured easily. Even the ancient level prison-shaking divine inscriptions cannot break through the defensive barrier deliberately condensed by the opponent to protect the core of power. As the opponent's destroyed power core gradually recovered, its power increased again. Countless flames emerged from the 18 flame tentacles, rolling towards the demon dust clone, forming a series of fierce flame tornadoes, submerging the demon dust clone inside. Long Yu was not in a hurry to take action himself, because this battle of wits and courage was far from reaching the most critical moment. As long as Long Yu keeps his true form from appearing, he will be completely invincible. The key is to deal with his opponent before his own strength is exhausted. Otherwise, the overall situation may be worrying. Mo Chen's clone resisted with all his strength, and kept using various methods, but it just didn't show the power of the mad battle. Because once the demon dust clone starts to superimpose the crazy fighting force, Long Yu's body will also start to superimpose the crazy fighting force. In that case, the opponent will obviously feel the aura and know where Long Yu's body is. Of course, the flame tentacle alien race probably doesn't know yet, but what it faces is just the demon dust clone of Long Yu. Under the endless flames, the demon dust clone will be unable to withstand it. This is Long Yu's biggest opportunity. The first time, the opponent was alert, but the second time, it was difficult for the opponent to think that Long Yu continued to attack not with his true body, but with his clone. Long Yu did not wait for the demon dust clone to be completely unable to resist, but quietly came to the back of the flame tentacle alien, preparing to launch the final offensive. The opponent finally restored the destroyed power core, and then the sky-shielding firestorm enveloped the Demon Shen clone. Long Yu could feel that the Demon Shen clone was troubled by various abnormal conditions at this moment. For example, his whole body was burned, all the strength in his body was burned away, and the defense he could display gradually became weaker and weaker. Long Yu asked the demon dust clone to choose to withdraw directly, as if preparing to escape. In this way, the alien race with the flame tentacles can be convinced that this is the true body of Long Yu. At the same time, Long Yu's ultimate move was completely prepared. When the flaming tentacle aliens chased the demon dust clone, Long Yu finally burst out, and the two demon dust clones appeared beside him again, attacking the flaming tentacle aliens. One of these two demon dust clones activated the Dragon Blood Saint diagram. This endless level high-grade soldier can also exert extremely powerful power in the hands of the demon dust clone. Dragon Blood Godlock picture. With one attack, the alien race with flame tentacles was trapped inside. Another demon dust clone took the opportunity to display the Eye of Shadow. The magical power of this Eye of Shadow has exactly the same effect as that used by Long Yu. Because it is integrated with the essence of shadow, it can feel all the power in the nearby area. Fluctuation. By displaying the Eye of Shadow, Long Yu can instantly know whether there are other threats in this area, which he needs to pay attention to. Before ensuring his absolute safety, Long Yu's body will never appear easily. Then another demon dust clone appeared and directly used the 9 nether ball, reducing the power release speed of the flame tentacle alien by 30%. At this time, Long Yu finally launched the final fatal blow. The golden little sword, a godlike product, was held tightly in his hand, and then a golden sword light spurted out. The bright golden light broke through the air in an instant, and landed on the body of the alien race with flame tentacles. The flame tentacle foreign race never expected that Long Yu could burst out with such strong power in an instant. The appearance of so many demon dust clones made it feel a little confused, but the fatal blow from Long Yu's body was a real fatal blow. When its movements were restricted, Long Yu held the godlike weapon in his hand. Yuan Pin attacked, and the golden sword light completely destroyed one of the power cores. Immediately afterwards, 2 more golden beams of light shot out, aiming at the other 2 cores of power. At this time, the alien race with flame tentacles had already reacted, and they quickly tried to resist the defense or dodge. Unfortunately, were the demon dust clones around Long Yu just watching? Without any hesitation, the 4 demonic dust clones simultaneously displayed the unbounded grip towards the flaming tentacle aliens. The power of the hell-shaking divine inscriptions instantly spread to the entire audience. Under the terrifying pressure, the flaming tentacled aliens had no time to move. Then he was completely hit by Long Yu's terrifying offensive. 2 divine-like golden sword lights, and 4 moves of the unbounded grip's hell-shaking divine inscriptions erupted, causing the other 2 power cores of the flame tentacle alien race to be inevitably and completely destroyed. The other party sensed something was wrong, and a white light began to flash on his body, and the white light continued to deepen. Long Yu knew that this was the opponent's choice to withdraw. If he could not kill the opponent within 10 breaths, the opponent would be withdrawn from the Eclipse Ancient territory. In this case, compared to Long Yu killing the opponent, there will still be disadvantages. Because once the opponent is allowed to escape, although the winner can advance, he will not be able to get the treasure chest reward, which is definitely a big loss for Long Yu. And now, how could Long Yu let the other party escape again? Although there is now very little power left in Long Yu's body and is almost exhausted, the opponent's 3 power cores have been destroyed, and he cannot even use any power, and he cannot even use his innate magical powers. Now, the fighting power of the flame tentacle alien is not even as good as the ordinary practitioners of the secret realm of the king. Long Yu can easily kill him even if he exhausts his strength. Burial in the void. The power in Long Yu's body was basically exhausted, so he was too lazy to do it himself. The void nether dragon blade flew out, and the power of the water system absolute beginning condensed at the opponent's feet. Under the entanglement effect of the 9 nether ball, the opponent had no time to escape from the void flow. Burial range. After 2 breaths, the void burial finally broke out. The figure of the flaming tentacle alien completely disappeared from Long Yu's eyes, and he also got a reminder that he would be able to move on to the next area of the 5th area. Long Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he won this battle, it had also consumed all the strength in his body. If the opponent had persisted longer, Long Yu would undoubtedly be the loser. In fact, in order to maintain the battle with so many demon dust clones, Long Yu even took recovery pills. If he continued to fight, he might be exhausted. Fortunately, the lethality of the golden sword did not disappoint Long Yu. It defeated the opponent's core of power with 1 blow. And so many demon dust clones are no joke. 1 person can kill them even if they can't kill him with a single blow of the unbounded grip. The foreign race can also greatly limit the opponent's power. After confirming that he had won, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief and then chose to self-destruct. Because he has taken the recovery pill, the recovery effect will be halved the next time he takes it. If he fights, it will be very disadvantageous. After self-destruction, he will reshape his body, so that he can get the full recovery effect if he takes it again. In the center of this small spherical space, an amethyst box appeared, and then a passage opened in front, heading towards the center of the entire 5th area. Long Yu was not in a hurry. He first self-destructed and reshaped his physical body, and then opened the amethyst box. The contents of this amethyst box were obviously better than those in the advanced area, which made Long Yu's heart beat faster now. There are so many treasures stored in the Eclipse Ancient domain, but not many can be taken out, because a considerable number of racial cultivators will still die in the Eclipse Ancient domain after obtaining the treasures. In that case, the treasures obtained previously will be recovered by the Eclipse Ancient realm. I hope it will be another godlike source product. In that case, my combat effectiveness will become stronger and I will have more choices when fighting. Long Yu thought to himself, and then opened the amethyst box. Then, he discovered that the items inside were not divine-like items, but 2 items he had heard of, the essence of the beginning. Hong Ying had previously obtained a piece of wood element absolute essence, and after incorporating it into the fruit of innate magical power, her blood-colored whip could directly cause damage to the opponent's spiritual soul. But now, what Long Yu got was 2 Taibei essences, 1 gold-type Taichu essence, and 1 water-type Taichu essence. The essence of Taichu, like the essence of divine writing, can be integrated into the fruit of innate magical powers to enhance the effect of innate magical powers. The effect of the essence of Taichu is obviously stronger than the essence of divine writing. I don't know what kind of effect my innate magical powers will have after being integrated with these two essences of the beginning. Long Yu thought in his mind and started trying without wasting any time. Long Yu originally thought that after he improved his martial arts realm, he could go to the territory of the Soul Clan to see if he could get some shadow essence. But he didn't expect that he would get 2 pieces of Taichu essence directly now. If it is a divine essence, the fruit attributes of the innate magical powers need to match in order to exert the best effect. For example, these innate magical powers of Long Yu cannot be integrated with existences such as ice essence, because there will be no trace of it. Effect. But the essence of Taichu is different. No matter what the essence of Taichu is, it will produce a special effect when integrated into the fruit of innate supernatural power. This special effect is not certain, and it may not necessarily be helpful in combat, but there is no doubt that the applicability of the essence of Taichu must be, it is much stronger than the divine essence. Now that Long Yu has obtained a gold-based absolute essence and a water-based absolute essence, he has to think carefully about which fruit of innate magical power to incorporate them into. Hey, why not try the 9 nether ball first? Long Yu suddenly thought of his 8th magical power. All cultivators in this world only have 7 magical powers, and the original Long Yu is no exception. But since the 9 nether hell monument absorbed the broken 9 nether realm, Long Yu has obtained the 8th magical power, the 9 nether ball. He had never thought about incorporating anything into this 9 nether ball before. But now, some of Long Yu's most critical innate magical powers have been integrated into the essence of shadow. If this 9 nether ball can also be integrated into the essence of Taichu, it is likely to greatly enhance Long Yu's strength. Long Yu didn't hesitate and directly integrated the water-based absolute essence into the 9 nether ball. The power of water system is the power that controls time and space. However, currently, all practitioners can only use the power of water system to penetrate some spaces. They have no control over time at all. And soon, Long Yu discovered that after he integrated the essence of the water system into the 9 nether ball, he could actually slow down the surrounding time by using the 9 nether ball. Although the time is only doubled, it can be imagined what kind of effect it will have in battle. This means that as long as Long Yu uses the 9 nether ball, his speed will be twice as fast as others, and any actions of other opponents will be much slower in his eyes, giving him enough time. Reaction. And if he launches an offensive against others, it will be even more difficult for them to resist. Originally, the entanglement effect of the 9 nether balls was able to weaken the opponent's power concentration speed by 30%. Now it slows down the speed of others by 50%, which is equivalent to any opponent Long Yu faces. In front of him, he can only fight with 20% of the original speed. Whether it is attack speed, movement speed, or the speed of condensing any power or stimulating any magical power, it will be weakened by 80%. This effect is very terrifying. This made Long Yu's eyes light up. With such a 9 nether ball, his overall strength was obviously much stronger than before. Whether it is the water element absolute essence that is so powerful or the 9 nether balls that are too strong. Of these 2 possibilities, Long Yu will certainly choose the latter. After all, although the water element absolute essence is rare, it is not completely absent. Even among the human race and the demon race, there must be some who have integrated the essence of the water element. However, Long Yu has never heard of anyone who can master the power of time and slow down the time around him. All this is obviously because of the 9 nether ball. After all, the 9 nether ball is the 8th magical power condensed from the 9 nether world absorbed by the mysterious divine object known as the 9 nether hell monument. It is not an ordinary existence in the first place, and it is normal for it to become so powerful after being integrated into the water system Taichu essence. In this way, Long Yu's strength has been enhanced again. If he encounters the alien race with flame tentacles like that just now, the opponent will die even worse. Even Long Yu is confident to confront them head-on. So be it. Long Yu nodded with satisfaction and decided to integrate the essence of the water element into the 9 nether ball. Then there is a golden essence of Tai Chu. This essence of Tai Chu is more consistent with the fruit of Long Yu's innate magical powers. After all, Long Yu's innate magical powers are all combined with the Shadow Divine Script, and the Shadow Divine Script is derived from the power of the primeval gold system. He thought for a while and chose to integrate the golden essence of Tai Chu into the first magical power, the Hand of Joyo. Long Yu has not used the 9 nether hand move for a long time, because its power is relatively weak, and it cannot control the powerful opponents he has encountered recently. But now, as the golden essence of the beginning is integrated into the innate magical power of Joyo Hand, Long Yu discovered that the control ability of Joyo Hand has increased by more than 10 times. If the control effect of the first stage of the unbounded grip is pretty good, then the current control effect of the Joyo Hand is even stronger than the first stage of the unbounded grip. The first grip of the unbounded grip can seal the power in the opponent's body. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the seal lasts. For example, the flame tentacle alien just now, after the unbounded grip seals the power in the opponent's body, it takes less than a breath. Time has broken the seal of power on it. But if Long Yu uses the current Joyo's hand, it will be able to produce a confinement effect, completely confining the opponent's physical body and even his spiritual soul. During this period of time, the other party could not even think, let alone break the confinement. Therefore, the magical power of Joyo Hand, which is integrated with the essence of the beginning of the metal system, is a super powerful control method that has a 3-breath confinement time no matter who it is targeted at. Now that Long Yu has a small golden sword, there is no need to worry about his attackability. At the same time, his Book of Shadows and Heart of Demonic Dust have given him extremely strong survivability, and now he has extremely stable and powerful control methods. It can be said that after giving these 2 essences of Tai Chu to Long Yu, at least Long Yu, its actual combat capabilities have doubled. Doubling the actual combat ability means that just now Long Yu could barely deal with a foreign race with flame tentacles. But now, even if there are 2 entities like that just now, Long Yu can kill both of them. The value of the essence of Tai Chu is more than 10 times that of ordinary divine essence. The most important thing is that there is almost no such treasure produced in the territory of human race and demon race, which makes it extremely precious. Hong Ying's Wood Element Absolute Beginning Essence was found from the small world of the Soul Clan. Now that I think about it, she is still very lucky. After all, among the Soul Clan, there are definitely only a few people who can possess the Absolute Beginning Essence, but they happen to be possessed by Long Yu. They encountered it and took it out. After once again confirming that his strength had increased, Long Yu finally got ready and headed towards the passage. I don't know what race the next opponent will be. A total of 1,000 people enter the 5th area, and half of them will be eliminated in each round. In other words, the opponents I encounter next time will basically be the top 5 of the 30,000 people who came to the Eclipse Ancient Territory. Top 100. When I think of this Long Yu, I feel a bit like Alexander. But if you want to put it this way, the flaming tentacle alien he just met was already one of the top 1,000 strong among the 30,000 people. Wasn't he killed by him? Now, he has also obtained 2 pieces of Tai Chu essence, which has enhanced his strength. If he encounters the next opponent, he may not be able to kill him. Of course, most of the opponents in the next round also got the amethyst boxes in the previous round, but Long Yu knew that except for him, it was too difficult for others to use these amethyst boxes to temporarily improve their combat effectiveness. Because, except for him, cultivators of other races are basically at the peak of the 7th level master, and have already raised their strength to the extreme. For example, like Lu Xuan, the fruits of the 7 innate magical powers have basically been integrated into the divine power. Essence of literature. Unless they obtain some kind of divine source product, their strength can be improved in a short period of time, but the improvement will definitely not be much. Because it takes time to master a godlike source product, Long Yu has only mastered 1/10 of that golden sword, so it basically doesn't take much time, but if you want to master more of its power, you need to spend a lot of time. More and more time is spent to refine and fit in with the godlike source. Now, cultivators from other races definitely don't have time to master more levels of godlike origin products. After transforming into nothingness again, Long Yu continued to move forward. After the battle with the flaming tentacle alien just now, Long Yu has gained some combat experience. According to the means he has now, it is the best choice to fight with the magic dust clone while continuing to transform into nothingness. On the one hand, it can ensure one's own safety, on the other hand, it can also see the opponent's methods in the battle, and on the other hand, it can create flaws in the opponent's psychology, thus giving Long Yu a chance to kill with one blow. But when Long Yu passed through this passage and headed to the next level, he was surprised. Because he found that his next opponent turned out to be a silver six-winged one. Before, he knew that if he faced a strong man from the six-wing tribe, he would probably be in trouble. If it was the golden six-wing, he would not be his opponent. He could just surrender, as if he had met him. The same opponent who is stronger than Concubine Yu. And now, in such an elimination level, he unexpectedly encountered the silver six-winged one, and it seemed to be the one with the golden six-winged one. It was floating in the center of the small spherical area with great confidence, not looking like Long Yu at all. So timid. Obviously, this silver six-winged one is extremely confident in its own strength and disdains hiding its head and tail. Moreover, Long Yu also discovered that this guy did have such strength. Because, when he just emerged from the passage and was still in a state of nothingness, the other party seemed to have seen through his position. As the passage behind him closed, the 3 pairs of silver wings behind the silver 6 wings flapped instantly, and then a stream of silver light surged towards the place where Long Yu was like a shower. Long Yu didn't expect that his opponent would be this silver 6-winged beast, and he didn't expect that his state of nothingness would be seen through by the opponent. This was the first time that a being under the godlike realm had seen through the void state of his incarnation, but it was obvious that Long Yu had no way of knowing how the other party discovered himself. The passage behind him had just closed, and the other party launched a fierce offensive towards him. A shower of silver light came crashing in, blocking his dodge routes in all directions. At the same time, a layer of space sealing barrier blocked Long Yu's entire body. People gathered around. The path of 9 netherworlds. Without thinking, Long Yu appeared directly from the state of nothingness. The dark beam of light condensed from the 9 nether divine inscriptions rushed out and fell on the opponent's space sealing barrier, directly disintegrating it and creating a gap. Then Long Yu activated the void to travel and directly escaped from the area surrounded by the silver stream of light. At this moment, the silver 6-winged one was quite surprised. Obviously, it did not expect that this human boy, who was only in the realm of 5th level master, could actually break through its space sealing barrier. You must know that such a space sealing barrier cannot be broken so easily even by some 7th level masters. It seems that this human boy can come all the way here, which is indeed a bit of a skill. Silver 6 wings will naturally not be careless. It knows very well that many geniuses will appear every time in the Eclipse Ancient domain, but even if they are geniuses, the human being in front of them is only in the realm of the 5th stage Great Master. In front of it now, there is no possibility of victory. The silver 6 wings are ready to go all out to take down Long Yu as quickly as possible. However, Long Yu would not let it happen. The 9 nether ball came out at the right moment, and countless dark entangled lines spread out in all directions. The current 9 nether ball is an existence that is integrated with the essence of the beginning of the water system. When the 9 nether ball appeared, Long Yu immediately felt that the movement of the silver six wings was half slower than before, and the time-slowing effect began to occur. For this kind of ability, it is obvious that this silver six wing has never seen it before, but it is not too panicked, but the silver light all over its body flashes, using its innate power to condense the innate magical power, trying to relieve this time-slowing effect. It's a pity that although the body of the silver six wings with its shining silver light can remove many other negative effects, it can't do anything to slow down the time. This meant that it could only fight Long Yu at half its speed, unless it could destroy Long Yu's 9 nether ball. After Silver Six Wings discovered that he could not remove the effect of slowing down time, he immediately came up with this idea. Countless silver streams of light began to surge out. This was the awakening technique of the 10th level of his Taichu Divine Great Awakening. Countless streams of light broke through the air and landed on the 9 netherworld ball. The violent destructive power caused cracks to appear on the entire surface of the 9 netherworld ball. Long Yu knew that the opponent was very strong and had long been prepared that the 9 nether ball would be broken open by the opponent. When the opponent focused on the 9 nether ball, Long Yu turned to attack the silver six-winged body. Demon Dust Clone. Unbounded Grip. Long Yu didn't use the ancient level hell-shaking divine script, because it was what he kept at the bottom of his box. If he used it now, and the opponent saw through it, what would he use to fight the opponent later? This time, Long Yu summoned a Demon Dust Clone, and then asked the Demon Dust Clone to activate the Unbounded Grip with the Dark Current Divine Inscriptions. This time, it directly hit the opponent's body, sealing the power in the opponent's body. Less than a breath. Then, the third section of the Unbounded Grip exploded, and the effect of the Dark Stream Divine Text was unleashed, directly causing the power in the silver six-winged body to begin to flow away. In the case of a protracted battle, the special effects of the Dark Stream Divine Inscriptions are still very good, but Long Yu does not expect to be able to drain all the power from the opponent's body with this. The next moment, he also activated the Forest Demon Divine Wen and used the Unbounded Grip towards the silver six wings. After continuously using the Unbounded Grip, the control effect of the sealing power was quickly immune to the opponent. However, the explosion of the third stage of the grip was still there, and the explosion of the Forest Demon Divine Wen caused considerable damage to the spirit and soul of Silver Six Wings. But at this moment, Long Yu's 9 nether ball was finally completely destroyed by the opponent. Immediately afterwards, the silver light on the opponent's body kept flashing, completely erasing the control effect from the Unbounded Grip, and then launched a fierce attack on Long Yu. Of course it knows which Long Yu is the real body and which one is the clone. Therefore, the Silver Six Wings did not pay attention to Long Yu's Demon Dust Clone at all, but bombarded towards Long Yu's body, and a silver beam of light broke through the air. He was in front of Long Yu almost instantly. At this time, Long Yu summoned another Demon Dust Clone, and this Demon Dust Clone also condensed a 9 nether ball again in an instant. The dark entwining beam spread out in all directions and slowed down half of the time flow around Long Yu, directly slowing down the silver six-winged offensive. At this time, the assimilation stance appeared next to Long Yu. Within the scope of the assimilation stance, the silver beam attack of the silver six wings was directly weakened by most of its destructive power within 2 breaths, and then it reached Long Yu. Long Yu's body was possessed by the Dark 9 nether divine inscriptions, and he used the magic dust possession method to directly resist the opponent's silver beam attack, which was greatly weakened. It seems that after seeing Long Yu's fighting style, he felt that he was particularly shameless, so the silver six wings began to gather clones, 1, 2, 3. The opponent's condensed clones were even more numerous than Long Yu's. Hundreds of silver six wings on the field condensed directly at this moment. Fortunately, the time flow around him was halved, giving Long Yu enough time to react. He also condensed hundreds of ancient afterimages, and then those ancient afterimages directly waved their fists, using the method of violent boxing and cannon fighting. They struck first, each bombarding the other's silver six-winged clone. At this moment, Long Yu's mad god came to the world, began to display, and then continued to superimpose the mad fighting power. Almost only one breath later, Long Yu had already superimposed the 70 layers of mad fighting power. This level has directly increased the power of his current method of using the Mad War divine art by 70 times. Unfortunately, it has not yet reached the level where he can use the Mad War Dragon Fist. The current Long Yu is in the martial arts realm of a 5th-level master. Even 70 times the strength of the crazy battle is enough for him to blast an ordinary 7th-level master monk with one punch. Unfortunately, what he is facing now is an existence at the peak of the 7th-level master, and he is still from the 6th level. A powerful individual from the Wing clan. This is doomed. This level is far from enough, not only because of the lack of power, but also because the opponent has many methods, and there will definitely be corresponding ways to deal with it. Relying on the time flow slowing effect of the 9 nether ball, Long Yu's clone took the lead in attacking, and with one punch, the silver 6-winged clones were half crippled. However, these ancient afterimages of Long Yu could only wield so much. One punch, and then dissipated due to exhaustion of power. The opponent's hundreds of clones still exist, but they have been damaged, and there is no way to launch any fierce offensive for the time being. At this time, Long Yu must get rid of these clones of the opponent first, otherwise when the opponent slows down, he will be surrounded by so many 6-winged clones and will only die. Burial in the Void, get up. Long Yu directly handed this over to the Void Nether Dragon Blade, because only Xiaoshu's method could kill so many individuals at the same time. The power of the water system began to condense in the field, and then 7 void vortices began to condense in the field at the same time. Before the silver 6-winged clones could disperse, they had completely exploded. After all, the opponent is within a range where the time flow is halved. Even if he sees the void vortex and wants to retreat, his speed will be half slower than normal, and it is impossible to completely escape. After 2 breaths, the void burial exploded directly, and the power of the water element covered the entire space, including Long Yu's side. Taking advantage of this moment, Long Yu himself chose to self-destruct his physical body, and then directly reshaped his physical body. The silver 6 wings have been completely involved in the void burial, and it is difficult to get out now. This just gave Long Yu such a chance. Before self-destruction, Long Yu took a pill and restored his own strength. After the self-destruction reshaped his physical body, he could take it again. The full recovery effect allowed him to continue fighting for a longer period of time. Otherwise, using magic dust clones to fight would be too energy-consuming. If this were not the case, Long Yu could directly condense 10 or 8 demon dust clones and kill the opponent just by using the human sea tactic. After all, each demon dust clone has the same strength as Long Yu's body, and can use various means. Much more powerful than other clone methods. By the time the vortexes of void burial in the field dissipated, the silver 6-winged clones had long been cleared away, leaving only the silver 6-winged body, quietly suspended in midair without any harm. This scene made Long Yu's heart tremble. It seems that the strongest point of this silver 6-wing is its defense, because even such a burial in the void did not cause any harm to the opponent, which is something that even concubine you may not be able to do. The key is that the opponent didn't seem to use any defensive measures, and was just floating quietly in midair. It seemed like he could withstand Long Yu's explosion with his physical body alone. What if the other party uses defensive measures again? Can Long Yu really kill the opponent? It seems that if you want to deal with this guy, you can only deal with the spiritual aspect. But you can't act too hastily. You must kill the enemy with one strike. Otherwise, if the opponent reacts, I will definitely lose. Long Yu was thinking in his mind and had already thought of how to deal with the opponent next. Long Yu concealed his true thoughts very well. Then, the two demon dust clones he had summoned continued to display the unbounded grip, and used the 9 nether divine inscriptions to activate it. Every time the third segment of the grip exploded in the opponent's body, the other party would be stunned. Suffered some degree of internal injuries. After all, this is damage that directly affects the opponent's body, so it is difficult for the opponent to defend against it. But after doing this several times, the silver six-winged head has become completely familiar with such an offensive. Its physical body recovers extremely quickly, and the core of power in its body is protected by a very strong force. With this level of unbounded power, it is impossible to kill the opponent with his grasp. Now Long Yu is waiting for the opponent's wave of offensive. The beast only exposes its vulnerable side when it bares its fangs. If the opponent concentrates on defense, Long Yu feels that the possibility of succeeding is too small. The silver light in the field continued to flicker, forming sword lights that continuously rolled towards Long Yu and the two demon dust clones, breaking through the air. The speed of these silver sword lights is very fast, and it is still under the effect of the time slowdown of the 9 nether ball, which shows how fast it is originally. Even now, Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones are unable to dodge these attacks from the opponent. Silver Sword Light. The 11th level awakening skill of Taichu Divine Grade. Long Yu could see that the other party was using the Taichu Divine Art, and he was a little curious as to what kind of pressure the other party's 12th level awakening skill was, and whether it would pose any threat to him. In any case, Long Yu's continuous use of unbounded grip does not require much of his mind. All of his attention is used to guard against possible attacks from the opponent. Under the attack of the opponent's silver sword light, the physical bodies of Long Yu and the two demon dust clones were continuously shattered and then reshaped. During this process, the silver six-winged head also saw that the key to Long Yu was the demon in his body. Heart of Dust. Long Yu did not defend against the opponent's silver sword light, but let the opponent's silver sword light hit him, so what if his body was shattered? After reshaping, I can take more recovery pills. During this process, Long Yu also condensed 2 more demonic dust clones, allowing these 2 demonic dust clones to simultaneously use the unbounded grip on each other. The 3 apocalyptic divine inscriptions of Forest Demon divine inscriptions, Dark Current divine inscriptions, and 9 nether divine inscriptions were constantly used alternately, which annoyed the opponent. Moreover, Long Yu had so many demon dust clones, and when the opponent seemed to want to kill him, he finally at the same time an assimilation attitude was developed. When the Dragon Royal body and the 4 demonic dust clones activate the assimilation stance, they can be directly stacked 5 times, so that the opponent's various powers will be weakened by more than half as soon as they enter the assimilation stance. If a breathing time passes, it will be weakened to less than 10% of its power. Just at this time, the opponent's body shone with silver light, and a kind of revelation-level divine power condensed into 5 spike-like beams, which came directly through the air. The direction in which these silver spikes are aimed is exactly the location of the demonic heart of Long Yu and the 4 demonic avatars. So close. Long Yu looked at the opponent's 5 silver spikes coming through the air, and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he had activated the assimilation stance in advance. In this case, the opponent should not be able to kill him, and even the demon dust clone could resist it. The opponent's 5 silver spikes were extremely powerful. Even after being slowed down by the flow of time, Long Yu still felt that he could not avoid them. He just felt a little lucky in his heart, and then he felt that the other party's silver spikes were already piercing his heart of magic dust, as well as the hearts of his 4 magic dust clones. The terrifying penetrating power almost completely penetrated his demonic heart. Fortunately, at this moment, the 5th level assimilation stance weakened more than half of its power. As a result, Long Yu survived in the end, and the demonic heart was not completely penetrated, but only penetrated the surface, and was not fatal. Of the 4 demon dust clones, two of them used demon dust possession and barely managed to defend against the opponent's silver spike attack and survived. However, two of them did not have time to possess the demon dust and were directly penetrated by the demon dust. The heart of dust, and then the silver spike exploded, blasting its entire body into pieces. It was at this time that Long Yu launched his strongest counterattack. This counterattack was planned by Long Yu for a long time. The silver six-winged one was very confident in its own defense capabilities and didn't care about Long Yu's offensive at all. It just defended against Long Yu's unbounded grip. And this gave Long Yu the greatest opportunity. Although this silver six-winged man did not underestimate Long Yu, he did not expect that Long Yu could launch such a fierce method based on his own strength. Long Yu's body, plus the two demon dust clones, each used different methods. The first demon dust clone completely ignored the silver spikes exploding in his body, but immediately launched a counterattack. The ancient-level hell-shaking divine inscriptions instantly burst out, activating the unbounded grip. Although the unbounded grip has been used many times before, the other party may not know that Long Yu has already comprehended the ancient-level divine inscriptions, the prison-shaking divine inscriptions. This time, just the ancient breath of the eternal-level divine inscriptions made that person's silver six wings was stunned for a moment, and then the prison-shaking divine text exploded in his body. And Long Yu's offensive goes far beyond that. Another Emochan clone, Emochan's heart was half blown open, and almost completely destroyed. However, it still survived, and instead used the magical power of the 9 nether hands on the silver six wings. Now Long Yu's 9 nether hands' innate magical power has been integrated into the Taichu power of the metal system. It has a very strong control ability. The key is to be able to control the spirit and soul, at least making the opponent lose any ability within 3 breaths. 3 white skeletal arms surged out of the void, carrying the apocalyptic Jiryo divine aura, completely binding the silver six wings. At the same time, the demon dust clone that had just activated the prison-shaking divine text started again. Countless lines of death appeared in the field, completely binding the silver six wings, and the breath of death quickly invaded the opponent's body. Multiple attacks stacked up at the same time have already made the silver six wings miserable, but that's not all. In the end, Long Yu held a small golden sword and activated 1/10 of the power of this godlike source. In an instant, a golden sword light shot through the air and landed on the silver six-winged body. The gathering of so many attacks made Long Yu extremely nervous. If he still couldn't kill the opponent, he would have no choice but to give up and admit defeat, because he could be sure that he was definitely no match for the opponent. If he was also at the peak of the 7th level master, the opponent would have basically been killed by him by now. But it is a pity that Long Yu is still 2 levels away from the realm of the 7th level master. The basic strength is 10 times different from that of the opponent. It is too difficult to kill the opponent. In Long Yu's observation, first of all, the unbounded grip activated by the hell-shaking divine text finally exploded in the opponent's body and shattered the defensive barrier around the opponent's core of power. But it was a pity that the prison-shaking divine text failed to go further and shatter the opponent's core of power. Immediately afterwards, the opponent's defensive barrier seemed to be automatically generated, eliminating the possibility that Long Yu could completely crush the core of his power. It can be seen that the opponent's move is likely to be a secret martial arts move, which can protect the core of his power from being destroyed to the maximum extent. It can be said to be a natural restraint for the method of unbounded grip. The other person's confidence does not come randomly. Now, even if Long Yu displays the ancient-level hell-shaking divine inscriptions and activates the unbounded grip, he cannot destroy the opponent's core of power. It can be seen that the opponent's defense methods are indeed very good. At least this martial arts secret method is extremely powerful. What followed was the restraint of Jiryo's hand, which made the silver six wings lose the possibility of resistance. The following 4-phase killing prison and the last golden sword were Long Yu's final killing move. The golden sword light released by the golden sword was originally intended to cooperate with the unbounded grip to destroy the opponent's core of power. Unfortunately, the defensive barrier on the surface of the opponent's core of power quickly recovered, and the golden sword light only shattered that defensive barrier. It is also impossible to destroy the opponent's core of power. On the other hand, the appearance of the four-phase killing prison was completely beyond the opponent's expectations. The line of death continued to erode into the opponent's body, causing damage to the opponent's spirit and soul, causing the silver six wings to feel extremely intense pain for a while. And this kind of pain caused a godlike source item on the silver six-wing body to be automatically triggered. It was a complete godlike source item, but it was a defensive type. There was a blue crystal-like thing inside. The silver six-winged body flashed with blue light, forming a layer of spiritual defense. This spiritual defense layer actually cut off the power of the four phases killing prison, completely isolating it from the outside, preventing it from continuing to erode into silver six wings body. However, the opponent's reaction is still a bit slow. This is the time deceleration function of the 9 nether ball. Even the opponent's godlike source product reacts a little slower, allowing the fastest death line to erode into the opponent's body, making its silver six-winged spiritual soul suffered considerable trauma. At this point, Long Yu's violent offensive was actually blocked by the opponent. Although it caused a lot of trauma to the opponent's spiritual soul, it was unable to kill the opponent at all. This is the strength of the Peak 7 Stage Master. Even the Dragon Yu, who is constantly being strengthened, can't stand in front of the silver six wings. Not an opponent. This martial arts secret that protects the core of power is indeed too powerful. Long Yu was shocked in his heart. He knew that even if he really stepped into the realm of the 7th level master, if he wanted to fight this silver six-winged beast, he would not be able to kill it easily. Even if he was not careful, the opponent would be killed. It is still possible to defeat yourself. Not to mention that now, he is only a 5th level master. Long Yu basically used all his methods, but he couldn't kill the opponent in one fell swoop. However, at this time, the forced control of Jiuyo's hand that lasted for 3 breaths was still in effect, which meant that Long Yu still had some time to try to kill the opponent. This hope seems to be too slim. The opponent's godlike source product can't defend against mental attacks, and the core of power in his body is protected by martial arts secrets. It is simply not something that the current Long Yu can defeat. However, Long Yu still has one last trump card that he has not used yet. That is the Baji bloodline. Long Yu has always regarded the Baji bloodline as his last capital, because if this method is used, he will need to spend a lot of resources to repair his small world, and it can only be used as a final resort. And now, it's finally time to use this method. Each time a bloodline of the 8 extremes is opened, it can double the basic strength of Long Yu. Now, the difference in basic strength between Long Yu and his opponent is about 10 times. In other words, if Long Yu's 8 extreme bloodlines are fully activated, his basic strength will not be much different than that of his opponent. There is no time for Long Yu to think and hesitate. Once the opponent reacts, it is impossible for Long Yu to find such an opportunity to kill the opponent. Baji bloodline, open. Long Yu instantly exploded the Baji bloodline, and for the first time, he directly opened the 8 Baji bloodlines in his body. In this way, the damage caused to his small world was absolutely incalculable, and he even needed to spend a day afterwards. Use a first-grade Tianjing level creation to repair your own little world. But at this moment, Long Yu finally burst out with a powerful aura comparable to that of the silver six wings. This is Long Yu's strongest state in history. No matter when he was in the past, he was never his opponent now. The explosion of Baji bloodline made his whole body seem to be wrapped in a layer of blood-red light, making him look somewhat weird. Godlike source product, kill. Relying on his current basic strength, Long Yu held the small golden sword, and a golden sword energy surged out again, wielding 80% of the power of this godlike source product. This is almost the limit of the power of the little golden sword that Long Yu can wield when he steps into the 7th level master. The golden sword light instantly broke through the air and pierced the silver six-winged head. At the same time, Long Yu did not expect the final effect of the golden sword light, but directly used the unbounded grip with his body, and the eternal level prison-shaking divine aura exploded directly from the opponent's body. Originally, even the ancient level hell-shaking divine inscriptions could hardly break the martial arts' secret defense barrier surrounding the opponent's core of power. Even if it was broken, the opponent could quickly and completely recover, leaving Long Yu unable to do anything to its core of power. But now, the Baji bloodline burst out from Long Yu's body, which enhanced his strength by 8 times. This time, the unbounded grip explosion directly destroyed the opponent's martial arts secret barrier and directly destroyed the opponent's core of power. Half. The core of power in the opponent's body, and the defensive means are not only that kind of martial arts secret method. This silver six-wing actually practiced 2 martial arts secrets that protect the core of power. After the first layer of barrier was instantly destroyed, a layer of translucent barrier continued to appear, resisting the intrusion of the hell-shaking divine script. However, at this time, the destructive power of the hell-shaking divine script was too strong. Destroy the translucent barrier again. But now, the power of Long Yu's unbounded grip is running low, and it can only destroy half of the opponent's core of power. This is already a very good situation. After all, Long Yu is only a 5th level master now. The opponent obviously didn't expect Long Yu's explosion to be so powerful. Obviously, Silver Six Wings was caught off guard by Long Yu, and he was seriously injured even before many methods were used. If half of the core of power is destroyed, its strength will directly drop by a large level, and it will be impossible to continue fighting. Next, it will either be killed by Long Yu or choose to quit. Without any hesitation, the silver six-winged creature chose to exit. Some white light begins to flash on the top of its head. When these white lights appear for 10 breaths, the silver six wings will be sent out of the Eclipse ancient realm. But the prerequisite is that it must persist for 10 breaths first. The golden sword held by Long Yu directly pierced the opponent's body with the condensed golden sword light, and a pool of silver blood splashed out. Without defense, Long Yu was finally able to kill the opponent. Of physical injuries. But it is not that easy to kill the opponent immediately. Because, the control of Jiuyo's hand has finally ended, and the other party has also reacted, and his entire body has gradually transformed into an invisible state. He actually wanted to rely on hiding methods to delay the 10 breaths. Eye of Shadow. Long Yu directly activated this innate magical power and incorporated the Shadow Eye with the Shadow Essence, but he was not able to directly find the opponent's location, which made him slightly stunned. This is the aura of a godlike source product. Could it be that it relies on the godlike source product for concealment? As soon as Long Yu's heart moved, he himself transformed into nothingness and hid himself. He couldn't find the other party, and the other party had already chosen to withdraw. He was already invincible, and now he couldn't afford to capsize in the gutter and be killed by the other party. Although the other party has chosen to withdraw, even if he kills Long Yu again, he will be teleported out of the Eclipse ancient realm, but it is possible that the other party intends to kill Long Yu so that neither of them can move forward. Playing it safe is the best choice. Even if he can't find the other party, Long Yu can continue to move forward. The difference is that if he can't kill the other party, he will have no reward next, which is definitely not a good thing for him. Once there are no rewards, Long Yu's strength cannot continue to improve. If he encounters other powerful alien races, it will be really difficult for Long Yu to win. He has already used all his cards against the silver six wings. What if he encounters the golden six wings? Therefore, this silver six-winged beast in front of us must be killed completely. Long Yu was not in a hurry, but directly asked the two demon dust clones to activate the 9 nether balls, causing the dark entangled beams of the 9 nether balls to spread throughout the entire space. I don't know if the effect of slowing down time is useful for the rule of exiting in just 10 breaths. If it is useful, the opponent will have to stay here for 20 breaths, and Long Yu will be more sure of killing the opponent. Although the Eye of Shadow could not find the opponent's position for a while, Long Yu was not worried because he was now under the Baji bloodline. He could activate the power of the Baji bloodline to add to the Eye of Shadow. After a while, some faint blood-red color appeared around the shadow eye that appeared on Long Yu's head. This was the manifestation of the Baji bloodline bonus. After about 5 breaths, the Eye of Shadow finally found traces of the silver 6 wings, which were surrounding Long Yu in the entire space and moving at extremely high speeds. No wonder they couldn't see it at the beginning. Because the other party hit his figure very quickly, allowing his aura to spread throughout the area, making it impossible for Long Yu to find the other party through his aura. But now, the other party's traces are seen by Long Yu. Kill. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly used the 9 nether hands again. A white bone arm penetrated from the void and grabbed the silver 6-winged figure. Although the same trick is used on him again so that the opponent will no longer be controlled for 3 breathing periods, it is still possible to control 1 breathing period, and the most important thing is to make the opponent stop. The golden sword light followed closely, and at the same time, there was also the dark entwining beam of the 9 nether ball, which surged directly towards the silver 6 wings without any pause. The silver 6 wings secretly counted the time in its heart. As long as it took 10 breaths, it could leave this place. Therefore, even though it had given up, it did not want to kill Long Yu, but mainly thought about protecting itself. A piece of silver rag was taken out from the small world, and then turned into a silver light curtain to defend around it. This silver rag turned out to be an endless level top-grade defensive weapon. When it was opened, it actually withstood Long Yu's attacks for a while. However, the opponent is now surrounded by the beam of the 9 nether ball, and half of its power core has been destroyed. The power it can use is really limited. If it wants to withstand Long Yu's offensive, 5 breaths of time is already its limit. But according to Silver 6 Wings, 5 breaths are enough. 5. 4. 3. 2. I will definitely kill you with my own hands one day. At this time, Silver 6 Wings actually conveyed a message to Long Yu through his spiritual thoughts. This message expressed the opponent's determination to kill Long Yu. It is conceivable that if the other party successfully leaves here alive, he might actually lead someone to find the human race. At that time, the human race and the 6-winged race will fight against each other. Needless to say, the result is that the human race will definitely be defeated. Of course, the 6-winged race will encounter a lot of troubles when they come from afar, but for the human race, it will definitely be a disaster. This is not what Long Yu wants to see. Unfortunately, even though Long Yu kept urging the golden sword in his hand, it was impossible to break through the opponent's multiple defenses in his last breath. Unless, the time-slowing effect of the 9 nether ball is indeed useful in calculating the time for the opponent to exit, allowing the opponent to stay for 10 more breaths. 1. The last breath time passed, and the defense of the Silver 6 Wings was finally completely broken by the golden sword. The endless level Silver Rag warrior was directly penetrated and destroyed from the center, but the Silver 6 Wings breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It's finally time. But the next moment, something surprising happened. Because, although it had reached 10 breaths, it was not sent out, but continued to be attacked by Long Yu. Success! When Long Yu saw this, he was immediately overjoyed. The next moment, he once again activated the ancient-level prison-shaking divine inscriptions and took action, completely destroying the remaining half of the opponent's power core. Immediately afterwards, the power of the golden sword exploded, completely crush the opponent's body into pieces. Long Yu used all his methods, and also exposed the Baji bloodline, causing serious damage to his own small world, before finally killing the Silver Six-Winged One. And the Silver Six Wings finally lost the chance to return to the big world. After being completely killed by Long Yu, it could no longer convey the news of its encounter with Long Yu to the outside world. In other words, no one would know about this Silver Six Wings. It was killed by Long Yu. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand to dismiss the two demon dust clones, continuing to maintain it was a complete waste of his own power. Long Yu then revealed his body and then reshaped it to restore himself to his full strength. At the same time, he directly absorbed the power from the void shell to start repairing his own small world. The power of creation in a shell of the void was enough for Long Yu to completely repair his small world, but he still felt that it was very expensive. You must know that this is a first-grade creation of the sky crystal level. Taking it out, it's worth hundreds of millions of battlefield legionary merits. But no matter what, Long Yu couldn't watch his little world being damaged without repairing it. It's really difficult to use the Baji bloodline, but it's quite powerful. The power is certainly good. If it weren't for the Baji bloodline, Long Yu could only be killed by the Silver Six Wings just now. At most, it would be great if he could return to the big world alive. Of course, Long Yu still has the last trump card, then it's the Nine Nether Prison Monument. But this thing is something rumored to belong to the gods, and it cannot be used casually by Long Yu. After all, this is the ancient domain of Eclipse Moon. This is a heritage relic left by the gods. No one knows what is going on in this relic of the gods. It would be tragic if Long Yu used the Nine Nether Prison Monument to cause something bad. In Long Yu's imagination, gods are also divided into camps and organizations. If the gods related to the Nine Nether Hell Monument are hostile to the gods in the Eclipse Ancient Domain, wouldn't it be very bad for Long Yu? Therefore, as long as his life is not in danger, Long Yu does not intend to use the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Even if he is suppressed and has no choice but to withdraw from the Eclipse Ancient Domain, Long Yu does not want to face the unknown existence at the divine level. After he killed the Silver Six Wings, the next ones he encountered were basically the top 250 strongest among the three galaxies. The difficulty must be greater, which means that the next opponent will basically be on the same level as Concubine Yu. Until now, Long Yu didn't know how many people from the human race and demon race were left, but it was obvious that he would not give up without even seeing his opponent. Moving forward was his only choice now. Soon, Long Yu recovered, the small world was completely repaired, and he continued on his way alone. He once again transformed into nothingness. Although it was useless to transform into nothingness in front of the Silver Six Wings just now, it may not be useless against the next opponent. After all, he had to be safer and try all means. Soon, Long Yu saw a treasure box in the middle of the passage. This treasure box was still an amethyst box. After opening it, Long Yu saw an extremely ancient jade slip. What was recorded on the jade slip was a divine martial skill. This divine martial skill is an attack-type divine martial skill, which is just right for Long Yu, because he has a small golden sword-like divine source product on his body. Originally, Long Yu could not fully use the power of this golden sword, and could only use 1/10 of it at most. Even after turning on the Baji bloodline, he could only use 80% of the power. But now that he has obtained this divine martial skill, it can double the power of the golden sword he wields. The name of this divine martial skill is Gathering Spiritual Light. No matter what kind of power it is, it can be gathered into a shockwave by this divine martial arts, and the power will be doubled to deal with the enemy. Long Yu can use the power of the golden sword to cast the concentrated aura, or he can use the power of the eternal prison-level divine inscriptions to cast the concentrated aura. No matter which one is used, the power of Long Yu's attack will become stronger. However, the power-gathering aura is only limited to condensing attack-type power, and is of no use to defensive-type power such as demonic dust possession and frantic fighting against celestial barriers. Spiritual martial arts are the same as ordinary martial arts. They are divided into different stages of practice, from beginner to minor, to Deshang, then to peak, perfection, and finally to transformation. Therefore, it is now difficult for Long Yu to learn this power-gathering spiritual light. Because the time required to practice spiritual martial arts must be much longer than ordinary martial arts, and now, he has discovered that the passage he came through is gradually collapsing, which means that he cannot stay in this passage. If he doesn't move forward, he will be killed by the Eclipse Ancient Territory in a few hours. He had no choice but to put away the jade slip that gathered the spiritual light, and then continued to move forward. In the state of incarnation, Long Yu reached the next small spherical space, but he did not see any opponent. The next moment, he saw a passage appeared directly at the other end of the small spherical space, leading to the next area. This situation seemed like Long Yu had defeated his opponent, which made him stunned. Did the opponent give up automatically? Although Long Yu felt a little strange, he guessed that this was the only possibility. Most likely, the opponent in this level was too seriously injured in the previous level and it was almost difficult to recover, so he quit voluntarily, which was an advantage for Long Yu. However, for Long Yu, this is not necessarily a good thing, because it means that after passing this level, he will not be able to get any amethyst box. It would be nice to be able to move forward. Long Yu shook his head, not expecting too much, but if he continued to move forward, the opponents he would encounter were obviously stronger, and Long Yu was already ready to quit. Once he calculates an opponent that cannot be defeated with all his strength, Long Yu will quit without hesitation and will not make fun of his own life. However, in this small spherical space, Long Yu had time to study the divine martial arts and gather his strength, because the passage would collapse, but this small spherical space would not collapse so quickly. Originally, this place was a place for people who participated in the Eclipse Ancient Territory to fight and rest among themselves. It was impossible for people in the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory not to give people time to heal. Long Yu originally entered the 5th area 2 hours late, and others might have entered the 5th area even later. Just let the opponent in the next level wait a little longer. Long Yu chuckled and started practicing in this small spherical space. Even so, he did not give up any vigilance, because he was wondering whether the passage might be an illusion created by his opponent, but if it was an illusion, even if it was an illusion created by the peak of the 7th stage master, it would not be possible. Maybe Long Yu didn't notice it at all. After all, he is a man who has practiced the secret martial art of purifying body. Therefore, he only had a trace of vigilance left, ready to defend at any time, and at the same time, he began to learn to practice the aura of concentration. The difficulty of practicing this divine martial skill is even higher than that of the endless level high-grade martial arts. However, Long Yu is a little strange. Why are there no endless grade and top grade martial arts? No matter what, the divine martial arts is obviously Long Yu's strongest martial arts at this stage, besides the 4 phases killing prison. This concentrated aura, once learned, can at least double the attack power of Long Yu, and if it is practiced to a higher level, the effect is likely to be even better. Long Yu continued to practice here. Time passed bit by bit, but he was not in a hurry. What he doesn't know is that his next opponent has already begun to set up a formation in the next small spherical space. Various magic formations are being set up continuously. Once Long Yu enters that small spherical space, he will be subjected to an extremely fierce offensive. The one who can enter the small spherical space first will have an advantage after all, but Long Yu doesn't want to take the lead. After all, even if Long Yu arrived early, he would not set up any magic circle. As for the opponent's magic circle, if it was a mental attack and control method, it would be just right for Long Yu. If you dare to use this method to deal with me, I will fight back against you tenfold. Even the four powerful beings, including the previously tyrannical Black Mist alien clan, were plotted by Long Yu to be wiped out. Long Yu is still very confident in the effect of the purifying soul mirror, and if it is some ordinary attack methods, Long Yu will there is no need to be afraid. Transforming into nothingness is enough to avoid the attacks of those magic circles. Long Yu now feels that cultivating to the point where the aura of concentration can enhance himself is more important than getting there first. In comparison, it can improve his chances of winning. So he started practicing and didn't think about anything else. Gathering spiritual light is an extremely magical method. At least Long Yu has never seen such a method before. To practice this martial art, you need to have a certain understanding of the power of the water system. Fortunately, Long Yu absorbed the creation before. A thing that understands 10% of the power of the water element. Although it is only 10%, it is enough for practicing the aura of concentration. This martial skill uses the influence on space to gather certain forces together, and then condenses them into a beam and shoots them out. In the later stages, it can even condense different forces to produce various effects. And soon Long Yu discovered that this method of gathering spiritual light also had the possibility of explosion. As long as you practice it as a beginner, you can exert twice the power. Once you practice it to a small level, you may have 3 times the power. When you reach the Desheng level, you may have 4 times the power. You can even use it in the later stages, exploding 10 times the power. This nature is very similar to the endless level martial arts. Could it be that this so-called divine martial skill is an extension of the endless level martial arts, or is it the level of endless level or top level martial arts? Long Yu didn't know, and he had no way to figure it out now. He could only comprehend the power-gathering aura first. Relying on Long Yu's own talent and his understanding of the space divine text, it only took 3 hours for Long Yu to finally cultivate this power-gathering aura to a beginner's level, but this was obviously not enough for Long Yu. At least it needs to be a small success. The power-gathering aura that has reached the beginner level is not a very powerful method for Long Yu. Although it allows him to double the concentration of any power, Long Yu is not satisfied. He has already tested it. Even if it is superimposed with the Mad War divine inscriptions after the Mad War heaven power is superimposed, the concentrated aura can be doubled. However, if the Dragon Control Mad War heaven power is superimposed to a high enough level, instead of using it, the method of gathering spiritual light is not as good as directly wielding the Mad Fighting Dragon Fist, which can increase the power by 5 times. Therefore, if this power-gathering aura is understood by beginners, it will not be of much use to Long Yu. But now Long Yu is very fast in comprehending and practicing any strength and martial arts. You must know that not long ago, he engraved mysterious patterns on a gray stone into his mind. The effect of the mysterious patterns on this gray stone is to speed up Long Yu's practice, and it can also speed up any aspect of practice. This pattern occupies a large part of Long Yu's mind, and even his entire mind can only be engraved with this mysterious pattern, plus the mysterious patterns of the pure world body and the demonic heart. Whether it's patterns or lines, Long Yu doesn't know what kind of existence these are. Anyway, it's good that they can be engraved in his mind and enhance his own strength. Now, with the effect of the mysterious lines, Long Yu can practice any method much faster than before. It also includes this divine martial skill, gathering aura. If it were other ordinary practitioners, it would take at least several days to practice this move to a beginner's level. This is still talking about those extremely talented geniuses, but Long Yu only spent 3 hours. That's it. Next, if you want to cultivate it to a small level of success, it won't take too much time. Long Yu continues to practice, which is quite uncomfortable for his opponent who is waiting for him at the next level, because the opponent has to wait sleeplessly, but Long Yu may appear at any time. Even if some magic circles have been created long ago in that small spherical space, they can still make it uneasy. Of course Long Yu didn't know what his opponent was like. He just wants to make himself stronger so that he can go further in the Eclipse Ancient domain and get more cultivation resources. This concentrated aura now is a major means to make him stronger. If he had practiced this concentrated aura before, then he wouldn't have to deal with the silver six wings so hard. Even if it was just a small amount of concentrated aura, it would be possible to explode 3 or 4 times the power he had gathered. That is equivalent to unlocking 4 8-pole bloodlines. If you practice to a higher level, it is possible to explode with stronger power, even comparable to the effect of the 8 extreme blood vessels being fully opened. And what if the two methods of gathering spiritual light and Baji bloodline are used at the same time? Long Yu can already imagine such power. Now, just by bursting out the 8 extremes bloodline, he can already kill strong men like the Silver Six Wings. If combined with the concentrated spiritual light that he has successfully cultivated, he can definitely compete with the super powerful beings at the Golden Six Wings level. It took Long Yu 3 hours to go from knowing nothing about cultivation to becoming a beginner. From beginner to master, it took him 12 hours, which is a whole day, and he still hasn't acted rashly. After another 5 days or so, Long Yu directly practiced the technique of gathering aura to a great level. At this time, the concentrated aura can easily explode 3 or 4 times the power. If you are lucky, it can directly explode 7 or 8 times the power, which is indeed equivalent to Long Yu's ability to open the Baji bloodline. This made him quite satisfied. It was worthy of being a divine martial skill, or it could be said to be an endless supergrade, top-notch martial skill. Although this concentrated aura is a divine martial skill, its characteristics are the same as the endless level martial arts. It can potentially explode with stronger power. It is very similar. In addition, Long Yu has never seen the endless level supergrade and top-grade martial arts. I feel that this so-called divine martial skill should be that level of martial skill. Of course, this may just be Long Yu's illusion, and I don't know if it is true. No matter what, after cultivating the aura of concentration to great success, Long Yu finally made up his mind to move on, because he discovered that after he stayed here for nearly 7 days, the entire small spherical space began to collapse. If he doesn't leave, there may be dire consequences. He turned into nothingness and moved forward along the passage formed by the white light curtain, and soon arrived at the center of the passage. If Long Yu had killed his opponent in the previous level, then there should be an amethyst box in front of him now, but there is not one now, because he didn't even see who his opponent was in the previous level, and the opponent directly opted out. Long Yu did not stop and continued to move forward. In the Eclipse Ancient domain, anything could happen. But no one can know exactly what happened. Long Yu, who remained in a state of nothingness, soon arrived at the entrance of the next small spherical space. From a distance, he felt that the space was filled with the atmosphere of a trap. It seems that this guy has laid out many magic circles in this space. Long Yu was extremely cautious, because he was very aware of the power of some powerful formations, including the kind of formations he saw in the Tianlong Legion where Long Zi Chen was. In the past 7 days, although Long Yu has cultivated the aura of concentration to a great level, his opponent may have set up a dragnet here, waiting for his opponent to break in. With the lessons learned from the Silver Six Wings, Long Yu couldn't believe too much that his incarnation was nothingness. Fortunately, as he reached the edge of the small spherical space, he didn't feel any movement in the space. And when he glanced into the space, the scene he saw surprised him. The opponent is actually him? Long Yu never expected that he would encounter an opponent of the same race in the Eclipse Ancient domain Qi Beifei. Qi Beifei is Long Zi Tian's friend, and also the opponent of Old Man Tianhua recruited by Long Yu. One of the conditions for Old Man Tianhua to agree to enter the Void Galaxy was to let Long Yu kill Qi Beifei. At that time, Long Yu thought that this day was still far away, but he did not expect that now he would be face to face with Qi Beifei. Moreover, the two sides still met in the Eclipse ancient domain. Long Yu really didn't know that he could encounter opponents of the same race in the Eclipse ancient domain. It seemed that the battle arrangement was completely random. In other words, the Eclipse ancient territory didn't even expect that Long Yu and Qi Beifei, two beings from the human race, could reach this point. You must know that this place is the top 250 in the entire Eclipse ancient territory. Basically, it is equivalent to the level of Concubine Yu, and she has gone through several battles before. Who would have thought that these two human races would constantly eliminate and kill their opponents and meet at this level? The other party did not realize Long Yu's arrival. However, Qi Beifei was not careless at all. Long Yu hides in the passage, so that the passage will not be closed for the time being, and the opponent will not notice that his opponent has arrived. He observed Qi Beifei carefully and found that Qi Beifei seemed to be resting in the central area of the small spherical space with his eyes closed, but in fact, he was sensing any situation in the entire small spherical space. I am afraid that any disturbance would not escape the other party's perception. Long Yu didn't know much about Qi Beifei. However, he went to inquire about Old Man Tianhua before and found out that this man was a very powerful general of the human race, but his reputation among the people was completely different from that of Long Zitian. In the eyes of the humans who were close to the alien battlefield, Long Zitian was a hero, but Qi Beifei was a notorious guy. Because every time Qi Beifei returned to the human territory, he would forcibly take away many young and beautiful girls. These girls never returned. However, Qi Beifei's identity was astonishing, and he had a very high prestige among the battlefield legions. The human families whose girls were taken away were all compensated with a lot of money by Qi Beifei, but for these families, how could this money make up for the pain of losing their loved ones? The hatred between Old Man Tianhua and Qi Beifei seems to be caused by this. The Old Man Tianhua didn't say specifically, but it was probably a female friend with whom he had a good relationship. He was taken away by Qi Beifei and never came back. Because of this, Old Man Tianhua hated Qi Beifei so much. But Long Yu was too lazy to care about these things. To him, there were too many evil people in the world, and no matter how strong he was, he couldn't get rid of them. If it weren't for the request made by the Old Man Tianhua, he wouldn't even bother to inquire. Originally, Long Yu wanted to wait until his strength reached a certain level, before looking for Qi Beifei to kill him. I didn't expect to meet now. In this case, it is a good opportunity. Of course, if the opponent was able to get all the way to this level, he was obviously not an easy guy to deal with. Long Yu did not have any contempt for him. Just like if the current Long Yu were to confront Concubine Yu, Long Yu would definitely go all out. Although Qi Beifei may not be stronger than Concubine Yu, there is nothing wrong with using his full strength after all. Anyway, in this Eclipse ancient domain, no one watched the battle between the two. Long Yu killed Qi Beifei, and no one would know after he left that Qi Beifei died in the hands of whose hands he died. This actually saved Long Yu a lot of trouble. The general who originally killed the human battlefield legion would still cause a lot of trouble, and Long Yu would have to use up an opportunity to make demands on the godlike powerhouse. Long Yu has not forgotten that after he helped hold back the three-headed gods of the Ice God clan and the Desolate God clan so that Shanxing and Longi could kill them, Black Tiger said he would give him a chance to make demands, but at that time Long Yu did not. I thought of what I wanted to ask for, so I kept it. This opportunity must be very precious, don't use it if you can. There is no need to use this opportunity to kill Qi Beifei in the Eclipse ancient domain. Long Yu maintained his state of incarnation and quietly entered the small spherical space. As the passage behind him closed, Qi Beifei, who was resting in the center of the space with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, obviously knowing that his opponent was coming. Now, Qi Beifei's suddenly opened eyes were not only filled with evil energy, but also with a special look. This kind of look was something Long Yu had never seen before, which made him feel a little wary. Fortunately, the other party was not able to find Long Yu's location. Because, in the state of Long Yu's incarnation of nothingness, if he is not a god, unless some special means are used, he really can't be found. However, Qi Beifei did not sit still and wait for death. He raised his hand, calmly, and the entire small, closed spherical space suddenly became overwhelmed. The magic circles he had set up in the space in advance were partially activated by him. This part alone has caused all kinds of problems. The surging power filled the entire space. The entire space is filled with explosive power. Even the peak of the 7th stage master will never survive such an explosive attack. Only in the central part of the entire small spherical space, that is, the small area around Qi Beifei's body, is everything calm, without any power surging. Qi Beifei is very confident that under such an offensive, no opponent can remain indifferent. Even if the opponent's defense capabilities are super strong, they will still have flaws. At least when resisting these forces, their location will definitely be exposed. But soon, Qi Beifei frowned. Because he found that it was as if there was no opponent in this space. Such a violent wave of power didn't even stir up anything. But he didn't frown for long. Many alien races have all kinds of weird methods. It is not like Qi Beifei has never encountered such a situation before. However, he is very curious, in what form does this opponent exist? If it is a material form, it will definitely be collided by the wave of power that spreads throughout the space. If it is a spiritual soul form like the Soul Clan, it should also be affected by the spiritual shock hidden in it. So, the other party is neither in physical form nor in soul form? This made Qi Beifei feel a bit tricky. He was always alert to the fact that there were people around him attacking him, but Long Yu just remained in a state of nothingness, just bathing in the violent power around him. These violent forces are not attacking where he is, but are just attacking indiscriminately. Therefore, the void space where Long Yu is located is not under great pressure, and there is not even the slightest possibility of collapse. Before, only beings in the godlike realm and the silver 6 wings could see through the nothingness of his incarnation. It is obviously impossible for Qi Beifei to know about his methods, nor to see where he currently exists. Long Yu leisurely maintained the state of incarnation and was not in a hurry to appear. Because now if Long Yu appears or launches any offensive, his flaws will be exposed. If he confronts Qi Beifei head-on, Long Yu is not that stupid, and the opponent has set up so many invisible magic circles in this space in advance. Long Yu could imagine that once he wanted to confront Qi Beifei head-on, the opponent would be able to kill him by simply activating a few magic circles. Therefore, Long Yu remained in a state of nothingness. Anyway, it doesn't take much energy to maintain his state of incarnation of nothingness. According to his current situation, he can maintain his state of incarnation of nothingness for up to 7 days. No matter what, let's survive these 7 days first. Long Yu knows the importance of protracted war. He was a killer in his last life. For killers, waiting for a prey to appear often requires extreme patience. Otherwise, it is extremely easy to alert the snake, and even the entire assassination operation will be carried out directly. Fail. Long Yu was in a state of nothingness, waiting quietly. But Qi Beifei is different. He had previously set up exactly 100 different magic formations in this small star space. These magic formations used 8 kinds of divine attributes. All in all, they were miscellaneous and very practical. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, there are always ones that can be put to great use. He thought he was infallible. But he didn't expect that when his opponent entered this space, he couldn't even find him anywhere. In the first wave of magic circles, he directly activated 20 of them, but when the power of these magic circles completely exploded, the field was in a state of chaos, but there was no opponent he wanted to see. The entire small spherical space is still closed, which means that there are still two creatures in this space. Qi Beifei did not dare to carry it with him at all. His spirit fell into an even more tense state. He did not try to activate the remaining magic circles. Instead, he continued to display various martial arts, including those that directly attacked the physical body, and those that attacked the spirit. Soul impact martial arts. All kinds of magical powers were also used by him, just to find the traces of his opponent. However, Long Yu didn't care at all about the other party's actions. Even when Qi Beifei launched his martial arts directly into the void where he was, Long Yu was indifferent because he couldn't deal with him at all. With the cultivation level of the 7th level master, it would still take a long time to destroy the void space, and the opponent didn't know where Long Yu was, so it was impossible for him to continuously launch attacks in his direction. Therefore, Long Yu didn't worry about the other party finding him at all. But as long as Long Yu appears once, the situation will be different. The opponent can deduce the position of Long Yu through the power of deduction. Even if Long Yu turns into nothingness again, the opponent will know where he is and launch an attack directly against the void space. In that case, the void space will be shattered quickly, and Long Yu will have to jump out of the void space. Therefore, Long Yu will definitely not appear. At least before the other party reveals a flaw, Long Yu will never show up on his own initiative. Anyway, Long Yu's current state is very leisurely, and he is recharging his energy. But Qi Beifei is different. After performing several sets of martial arts in this small spherical space, he found that there was no way to find traces of his opponent, which made him frown again, and he frowned even more than before. What to do now? The opponent is in the dark and can launch a sneak attack on you at any time, and he is probably in very good condition. As for Qi Beifei, he has just performed a few sets of martial arts in vain, and some of his body's strength has been consumed. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Qi Beifei must always maintain a tense state. This is the most terrible thing. It was different from when I was waiting for Long Yu. When Qi Beifei was waiting for Long Yu, although he didn't know when the other party would come, as long as the other party came, the small spherical space would be completely closed, and the other passing white light curtain channel would also be closed directly. This will attract his attention and prevent him from being attacked by the opponent. What's more, Qi Beifei was confident at that time. You must know that he has set up hundreds of magic circles in this small star space in advance. As long as the opponent comes over, he can blast the opponent to pieces in minutes. But now, the situation becomes completely different. Because Qi Beifei knew that his opponent was already here. But he couldn't find the other party. And the magic circles he set up seemed to be of no use at all. This made Qi Beifei's spirit become tense. He was no longer as confident as before when he was waiting for his opponent. In this mental state, even a peak-level practitioner would become mentally exhausted if he maintained it for too long. There is no doubt that Long Yu is using some kind of psychological tactics, and this kind of psychological tactics is very useful even for peak practitioners like Qi Beifei. He is seen through most of Qi Beifei's methods. The other party has been exposed to Long Yu. But Qi Beifei knew nothing about Long Yu. The only thing Qi Beifei knew was that a foreigner who participated in the Eclipse Ancient Territory came to the space where he was, and the goal was to kill him, but he couldn't find him at all. Under such circumstances, it goes without saying how Qi Beifei's mentality will change. Although Qi Beifei has experienced a lot, his mentality will be good at the beginning, but as time goes by, it is not easy to say how the situation will be. Anyway, Long Yu planned to delay it for 7 days. When there are racial cultivators fighting in the small spherical space, this space should not collapse. Therefore, Long Yu had enough time to torture Qi Beifei and make the other party's mentality gradually collapse. A few hours were not enough for Qi Beifei. A few hours without rest is nothing for a monk at the peak of the 7th level master. When 6 hours or half a day passed, Qi Beifei continued to float in the center of the entire space with his eyes closed to rest. But his mentality is always in a state of tension, and it is impossible to relax for a moment. He looked very chic and elegant, but Long Yu knew that this guy was extremely nervous. After all, he was facing a fatal attack that could be launched at any time. The key is that Qi Beifei doesn't know what race his opponent is from, or even knows anything about it. This is the most terrible thing, which makes him become more and more nervous. And Long Yu's protracted war strategy has just begun. 6 hours, what does it mean? I have to say that Long Yu's method is very cheap, but who makes it impossible for Qi Beifei to find Long Yu, who is transformed into nothingness? After Long Yu's Book of Shadows was integrated with the essence of shadows, the power he needed to transform into nothingness became very small. In addition, he has improved a lot in martial arts recently, and the total amount of power in his body has increased a lot. The psychological tug-of-war lasted for 7 days, and everything was in Long Yu's hands. Long Yu was calm and composed. Qi Beifei also looked calm and composed, but he was getting more and more nervous. As time passed, it seemed to Qi Beifei that the time for the opponent to launch an attack was getting closer and closer, but the opponent never launched an offensive, which made him a little panicked. How he wanted to deduce the other party's location now. It's a pity that even the power of deduction can't give him any clues. Because Long Yu did not reveal any aura about himself in this small spherical space. He just maintained the state of incarnation and nothingness, slowly rubbing Qi Beifei's temper. Even though Qi Beifei had a very good psychological quality, he couldn't bear this kind of suffering. 1 day passed, Qi Beifei was able to persist, and 2 days passed, he was still able to persist. But when the 3rd day came, Qi Beifei's mentality was obviously unbalanced. He couldn't stand the feeling of being sharp on his back every moment. He began to speak and at the same time released his spiritual thoughts around him, as if he wanted to communicate with the beings hiding in this space. Unfortunately, Long Yu would not answer any of his words, nor would he make any move. He still maintained his state of incarnation lazily. No matter what Qi Beifei did, he was indifferent. On the 4th day, Qi Beifei once again activated 20 magic arrays, but still found nothing. Whether these magic arrays were in physical form or soul form, they had no effect on the dragon in the form of nothingness, and it was impossible to let the dragon control because of this. The emperor showed his weakness. He just stood there in silence, watching Qi Beifei perform martial arts in vain. With the innate magical power like the Book of Shadows, Long Yu's strength has indeed improved a lot. Otherwise, facing Qi Beifei like this, Long Yu still doesn't know how to win, but now, he is sure of victory. Qi Beifei's mentality became more and more explosive. Of course, it's possible that he was pretending. But Long Yu believes that in 2 days, Qi Beifei will be like this even if he doesn't pretend. No one can endure psychological torture for such a long time. Even Qi Beifei can't do it, because if a person is nervous for too long, he will feel very tired. This is a kind of psychological torture. Especially when Qi Beifei realized more and more that his methods had no effect on the hidden existence, he became even more afraid. A kind of fear of the unknown made his psychological defense gradually collapse. Long Yu found the feeling of torturing prey in his previous life. Although he didn't mean to torture the other party, only in this way could he kill the other party at the minimum cost. The 7th day. Long Yu's Book of Shadows lasted until the 7th day, and there was not much strength left in his body. Even if he wanted to launch a sneak attack, he would need to take a recovery pill. However, at the beginning of the 7th day, Qi Beifei had already suffered a psychological breakdown. He chose to quit. At this time a faint white light flashed above Qi Beifei's head, indicating that he would be sent out of the Eclipse ancient realm after 10 breaths, and these 10 breaths were the last time of torture he endured. At this time, Qi Beifei thought to himself, if the other party was going to take action, he would definitely do it now, right? Because if he doesn't take action, he will exit the Eclipse Ancient Domain, and the other party will not be able to get the reward for this level. Long Yu did not act rashly. He carefully observed Qi Beifei's every move and noticed that his eyes were already bloodshot, but at this time, he was the most focused he had ever been. If Long Yu doesn't take action, he will definitely be killed if he does. So, he was waiting for the other party to start to relax. Logically speaking, there is no way Qi Beifei could relax during the last 10 breaths, but after all, there will still be a time when he is relatively relaxed, and that is the last 2 breaths. For Qi Beifei, it was the last 2 breaths, but for Long Yu, it was the last 4 breaths. If he wanted to kill Qi Beifei in one fell swoop, it should be enough if nothing else happened. Long Yu was ready to use all his strength. And he has already begun to condense the magic dust clones. For the first 5 breaths, Qi Beifei held his breath and stared at his surroundings, but did not take any action. After that, he immediately began to activate the power in his body, to create layer after layer of defensive barriers around his body. These defensive barriers were diverse and contained 8 attributes of divine power. It can be seen that Qi Beifei is an all-round talent and has a high degree of compatibility with the 8 divine attributes. Perhaps it is because of this that he was able to reach this round in the Eclipse Ancient Domain. But to Long Yu, these defensive barriers are nothing. Even if his attacks cannot penetrate these barriers, it does not mean that he cannot kill the opponent. It's just going to be a little more difficult. Last 3 breaths. Long Yu still didn't launch an offensive, but Qi Beifei's tense state finally relaxed a little, because he could be sure that even the strongest 7-stage Master Peak alien race wouldn't be able to defeat him within 3 seconds if he launched an offensive at this time. Killed him within 1 breath. Qi Beifei is still confident about this. Just when he relaxed, Long Yu finally took action. 3 demon dust clones emerged from all directions, appearing together with Long Yu's body in the 4 directions of Qi Beifei. This scene shocked Qi Beifei. He really didn't expect that his opponent who had been hidden until now would be of the same race as him, and he was also Long Zitian's son. Although he has stepped from the 3rd stage of Great Master to the 5th stage of Great Master, but... Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. Just you. Do you still want to kill me? I, Qi Beifei, regret it. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have chosen to quit. I won't accept the defeat at your hands. Qi Beifei glared angrily. When he thought about it, even if a character like Long Yu scared him away at this level, he shouldn't have appeared. Would he still want to kill him if he appeared now? What a dream. In 3 breaths, there were 8 layers of defense barriers surrounding his body. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. One of the demon dust clones directly activated the 8th magical power, the 9 Nether Sphere, and then a pitch-black sphere appeared in a small spherical space. Countless pitch-black entwining beams of light surrounded Qi Beifei, completely surrounding him. The time around Qi Beifei was immediately slowed down by half. In other words, there are still 6 breaths left before he is teleported out. Qi Beifei didn't know this. Just like the silver 6 wings, the closer he got to 3 breaths, the more relaxed he felt. And Long Yu's general attack will also be launched within the last breathing time. Now, of course, just make the other party feel the pressure. 1 demon dust clone activates the 9 Netherworld Ball, and the other demon dust clone activates the ancient-level hell-shaking divine inscriptions to activate the unbounded grip, hoping to directly attack the opponent's body. The last demon dust clone uses the Hand of Joyo, wants to control the opponent. It's a pity that the defense in the opponent's body is also very good. When the unbounded grip is activated, even the eternal-level hell-shaking divine inscriptions cannot destroy the dantian in the opponent's body. The power of the eternal-level prison-shaking divine inscriptions, on the contrary, be absorbed by the opponent. This was beyond Long Yu's expectation. As expected, Qi Beifei was not someone to be trifled with. He actually had this magical method to directly attack the power in his body and still have it absorbed by him. After absorbing the hell-shaking divine inscriptions, Qi Beifei did not store them, but directly threw them out. The hell-shaking divine inscriptions actually condensed into a barrier, protecting him properly. 9 layers of defense barrier. Qi Beifei sneered, "We are from the human race, and you don't know how powerful I am. If you want to kill me, you are not qualified. I really regret that I chose to quit." Long Yu did not make any response to this. He didn't have any particularly deep feelings about killing fellow humans in the Eclipse ancient territory. If it were another human race, Long Yu might not have appeared, but would have directly allowed the other party to exit safely, but the other party was Qi Beifei. Long Yu had promised old man Tianhua that he would kill this person, so he would definitely kill this person. So he is now activating the True Spirit Seal, to prepare to record all the next scenes. Qi Beifei had calculated that he still had the last breath left before he was sent out of the Eclipse ancient territory. But in fact, there are still 4 breaths left, because the existence of the 9 nether balls slows down the time in the surrounding area by half. This was something Qi Beifei didn't know, and it was also the biggest factor that ultimately led to his death. The hand of Jiuyo activated by Long Yu's 3rd demon dust clone was absorbed by the other party and instead set up a prison-shaking divine barrier to resist it. It had no destructive effect. After all, the hand of Jiuyo was completely a means of control. It can be said that there is no attack power. Long Yu himself took out a small golden sword. He quickly gathered 10% of the power of this kind of divine source product and shot it towards Qi Bei. This was the last time Qi Beifei took his breath. He watched helplessly as the power of the golden sword condensed into a beam of golden sword light and shot toward him. In just one breath, it shattered his 2 outermost defensive barriers. It's a godlike product. What a pity. Qi Beifei looked greedily at the godlike source product in Long Yu's hand. It was obvious that although he had come all the way here, he had not received many rewards during the process, let alone such good things as the godlike source product. In the advanced area, he was able to reach the 5th area reluctantly. In the 5th area, he relied on various means to defeat his opponents, but he was barely able to kill many of his opponents, so he did not receive any rewards. The only reward he got was a divine martial skill, but unfortunately he couldn't complete it in a short time. Qi Beifei's jealous eyes also gradually showed his relief. Although he was a little unwilling, he finally returned safely from this trip to the Eclipse ancient territory. However, he soon became stunned. Qi Beifei was stunned. Because he clearly counted down the time for 10 breaths, and now that the countdown is over, he is still in this small spherical space and has not been teleported out. This is wrong. And just when he was first relaxed and then stunned, Long Yu's general offensive finally launched. Baji Bloodline, open. Long Yu had no reservations at all, because he had to ensure that this blow could completely kill Qi Beifei and not allow the opponent to be teleported out of the Eclipse ancient territory. With the Baji Bloodline activated, Long Yu's whole body was filled with a blood-red color, making him look extremely bloody. At the same time, Long Yu was holding a golden sword and was able to exert 80% of its power. But that's not enough. Gather the aura. Long Yu used 80% of the power in the golden sword, and then activated the divine martial arts to gather the aura, directly condensing the 80% of the power into a sharp beam of light. This sharp beam of light immediately exploded with 3 times its original power, and as it flew toward Qi Bei, its power continued to increase, and even quickly reached 5 times its power. This is the horror of divine martial arts. The superposition of Long Yu's 8-pole bloodline and concentrated aura actually exploded into 4 times the power of this golden little sword divine source product. You must know that with Long Yu's current martial arts cultivation, he can only exert one of them. The power of success. Just the explosion of Baji bloodline and concentrated spiritual light allowed Long Yu to launch an offensive that was 40 times stronger than his usual state. This is a scary number. Because of this was a number that Qi Beifei could not imagine at all. Obviously just now, Long Yu urged the golden sword to launch an offensive, which could only break down 2 layers of his defensive barriers. But now, this golden light directly broke through his remaining 7 layers of defensive barriers, directly destroying him. His body penetrated through. Dantian, destroyed. Qi Beifei was so stunned that his Dantian was destroyed before he even had time to react. Unbounded grip. Long Yu then used the unbounded grip, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he activated the eternal level hell-shaking divine inscription, and a burst of terrifying power suddenly erupted from the opponent's body. With his Dantian destroyed, it was naturally impossible for Qi Beifei to use his strange ability to absorb power. This time, his entire body was blown to pieces, and the white light on his head finally dissipated. Eclipse Ancient Territory detected that Qi Beifei was dead, so of course they would not send him out again. Long Yu killed Qi Beifei with one move. The most important thing is the psychological factor. In addition, the explosion of his last blow was too amazing. It is not something that ordinary practitioners can do. You must know that he is only a 5th-level master of martial arts. Qi Beifei originally despised him, and since his own countdown time was up, he thought he was about to be teleported out, but he didn't know that he was delayed by Long Yu's 9 nether orb for 3 breaths. It was these 3 breaths that directly killed Qi Beifei, making it impossible for him to leave the Eclipse Ancient Territory alive. To be honest, Qi Beifei was also an elite of the human race, so just killing him and weakening the power of the human race made Long Yu feel a little guilty. But guilt cannot affect his actions. Because he was a killer in his previous life. He had become accustomed to killing people, and Qi Beifei was the one who deserved to be killed. As for the weakening of the human race caused by the killing of Qi Beifei, the rise of Long Yu alone can already make up for it, not to mention that there is an entire void galaxy force behind him. After killing Qi Beifei, Long Yu finally relaxed. Although he was relaxed in the past few days, he was still making various calculations, calculating how to kill Qi Beifei 100%. Now it seemed that the previous calculations were not wrong, but the consequence was that Long Yu had to absorb another force. A first-grade creation of the sky crystal level, the Shell of the Void. Because after opening the Baji bloodline, his small world suffered a lot of damage, and such a creation must be able to make up for it. In the outside world, Long Yu would not dare to fully activate the Baji bloodline like this, because it would be too wasteful, but in the situation just now, once he relaxes a little bit, the opponent may escape. This is a situation that Long Yu doesn't want to see, so even if he has to consume a first-grade creation of Tianjing level, he still bursts out his strongest power with all his strength, all because of the golden small god-like source. The basic strength of the sword is strong enough. Otherwise, even if it were increased 40 times, Qi Beifei might not be able to be killed smoothly. Long Yu felt that when the golden beam broke through the defensive barriers and penetrated Qi Beifei's body, there was a strange force that wanted to absorb this golden beam. However, because this golden beam was too strong, it caused, before it could be absorbed, the Dantian was destroyed. That kind of weird absorption ability is undoubtedly a nemesis for Long Yu's boundless grip. If Long Yu hadn't come here after cultivating the aura of concentration to great success, he might have let the opponent escape. In that case, it would be troublesome, because Qi Beifei is an important figure in the battlefield legion, and he might not know how to deal with Long Yu after he leaves. And the people around him. Although Long Yu is a member of the Human God Academy, and he is also a hero who has helped kill alien human gods, with Qi Beifei's strength, it would not be too easy to attack Long Yu, unless Long Yu will always stay in the human world. The seminary is not coming out. After a day, Long Yu absorbed a whole shell of the void, and all the creative power in it was used to repair Long Yu's small world. Recently, Long Yu's small world has been constantly being damaged, and it has even made the beings in his small world feel something, especially those Bone Clan survivors. They feel the shock of the entire small world, because one of the damage points is right where they live. Near that space. Fortunately, Long Yu quickly repaired the space crack in that place. Otherwise, the space crack would continue to expand, and perhaps within a month, the entire living area of the Bone Clan survivors would be swallowed up. Of course Long Yu would not let such a thing happen. Fortunately, he got enough sky crystal level creations in the Eclipse Ancient domain. He only has 3 of the first grade sky crystal level creations such as the Void Shell. In other words, he still has 3 opportunities to use Baji Bloodline. If we can't get more creations, it seems we have to use them sparingly. However, Long Yu shook his head. Having reached this stage of the Eclipse Ancient domain, it is impossible to save money because every opponent he faces is an extremely powerful being. It is really difficult to kill the opponent without using the Baji bloodline. And if it just scares the opponent away, Long Yu is not satisfied. Therefore, the key is to see what can be obtained next, which is the factor that can affect how far Long Yu can go. After killing Qi Beifei, Long Yu continued to move forward. Halfway through the white light curtain passage, he indeed saw another amethyst box. The opponents I will meet next are basically the top 100 people. I don't know what is going on with Lu Shuang, Yu Feng, Yu Fei, and Long Zitian. Long Yu shook his head and didn't think much. He opened the amethyst box and found that the thing inside was indeed extraordinary. It turned out to be a supergrade creation. The creative power contained in supergrade creations is 20 to 30 times that of first-grade creations of the Tianjing level. Long Yu had seen it on those turntables before, but unfortunately he didn't turn it, or he didn't have enough points at that time, cannot be chosen. This is a frost sound snail. The frost sound snail is a relatively common created object, but it has never been seen before by Long Yu that can reach the super level. This shows that this frost sound snail has gone through countless years and absorbed from the heaven and earth. How much creative power goes into it? All created things are some still objects between heaven and earth, formed by absorbing the creative force in the universe. In places where the power of creation is stronger, the longer those still objects absorb it, the higher the level of creation they can become. The difference between the human race, the demon race, and some other powerful alien races is that there are not enough places in the territory to breed creations. Among the humans and monsters, there are only 4 places in total that can breed creations. These 4 areas are guarded by the Human Battlefield Legion, the Monster Battlefield Legion, the Human Guard Legion, and the Monster Alliance. With the battlefield legions of the 2 races each occupy a breeding area for creations. Only in this way can talents emerge in the battlefield legions, and some geniuses can obtain enough training resources to grow. In comparison, in the human and demon territories, the population is more than 1,000 times larger than the battlefield legion, but they can only occupy 1 nurturing area for creation. In the area where the creations of the human race and demon race are bred, it is basically impossible for supergrade creations to appear. Even if they are only third-grade creations of the Tianjing level, they are extremely precious existences, and can be sold for 5 million. Legionary exploits on the battlefield. This is no longer something ordinary people can afford. Not to mention the first-grade creations of Tianjing level, and the creations of supergrade creations. Mechanical Clan, Six-Wing Clan, Sword Clan. These 3 races are the 3 strongest races in Langyi Galaxy, precisely because, within the territories of these 3 races, there are more than 10 breeding areas for creations. The more created things are produced, the more natural cultivation resources will be available, allowing the younger generations of one's clan to grow up faster, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the entire race. This made Long Yu realize that if the Void Galaxy forces want to develop, they also need to have a nurturing area for created things. Otherwise, they will always be exchanged from the outside world, and it will not be enough for their own people. After all, there are already a very large number of cultivators in the Void Galaxy. Long Yu continued to move forward. The opponents he will encounter next will be among the top 100. Even if it is due to luck, those who can reach this point are all the most talented people from all major races. Long Yu will not belittle himself. Among the human race, he is indeed a very talented person. However, his martial arts realm has not yet reached its peak, and he is still some distance away from those strong men who are at the peak of the 7th level master. I don't know who my next opponent will be. Long Yu thought in his heart, turned into nothingness, and headed towards the passage formed by the white light curtain. Soon, he left this passage and reached the next, small spherical space. Then he discovered that this time, he came one step ahead of his opponent. After he entered the small spherical space, the passage formed by the white light curtain was closed, but in this small spherical space, there was another passage that was not closed. It should be the passage through which another opponent came, right? However, the opening of the passage is a bit strange. It faces upwards, instead of being parallel to the passage from Long Yu Lai. This made Long Yu frown slightly. He did not act rashly, because it was very likely that his opponent at this level was hiding and waiting for him at the entrance of the passage. However, he maintained his state of incarnation and began to cautiously approach the passage. Because the location of this passage was different from before, he still had to try it. Maybe this passage was special. Anyway, in the state of incarnation, he is the same at every turn. If the other party can't find him, he won't be able to find him anyway. And if someone like Silver Six Wings can see through his incarnation of nothingness, then there is no use for him to stay where he is. Soon Long Yu approached the passage above his head. Then, he discovered that he could actually enter this passage. In the previous small spherical space, except for the forward passage, practitioners could not go back, nor could they enter the passage through which other practitioners came. But now, Long Yu entered the passage above his head. This passage was obviously for a special purpose and not a place where other practitioners would come. There was only such a passage in the entire small spherical space. After thinking about it, Long Yu continued to fly upward along this passage. In fact, in such an ancient domain of eclipse, there is no gravity, and it is impossible to distinguish up, down, left, and right. Now that Long Yu is flying upward, he just feels that he is moving along a passage. This passage is very long. But Long Yu's progress is not slow either. Moving forward along the passage, he found that the passage gradually became wider. And in front, there seemed to be a space where several passages intersected, similar to the previous small spherical area, which made Long Yu's heart move. Could it be that the next levels would be for multiple people? This is a good phenomenon for Long Yu. Of course, the prerequisite is that when multiple people are fighting, no one can detect the existence of Long Yu. Looking past the level of the Silver Six Wings, there are still some things that can manifest themselves into the Void Dragon Royal. So now Long Yu is not sure that his incarnation of nothingness will definitely allow him to survive in it, especially in a chaotic environment. No matter who it is, he will want to pick out the weaker guys first. Among the racial cultivators who can reach this level, Long Yu is obviously the weakest. It is basically impossible for a 5th level master to reach here. Long Yu is definitely an exception. Therefore, if others discover Long Yu, they are likely to regard Long Yu as their first target, which is a bit sad. However, it is still unclear whether the space ahead is a multiplayer melee level. All in all, we still have to go over there first. Long Yu maintained his state of incarnation and kept moving forward. He soon arrived near the exit of the passage, only to find that the medium-sized spherical space in front of him was actually connected to 11 other passages. Including the one that Long Yu himself came out of, there are a total of 12 passages. At this moment, there were already some alien races fighting in this medium-sized spherical space, two of which Long Yu had seen before. One of them is a demon flower alien. This race is good at using spiritual attacks and soul power. When they were in the advanced area, Long Yu directly used the purifying soul mirror to kill 4 aliens, one of which was a cultivator of the demonic flower alien race. The other one turned out to be the golden six-winged one. These 2 alien races were ones that Long Yu had seen and killed before. He had some impressions of other alien races, but he had never faced them before. In the advanced area, he had seen cultivators from most races, and those who could get through here were all the best among the more powerful races. That golden six-winged one ranks among the top 10 cultivators of all races, and its strength is naturally extraordinary. It is normal to be able to come here. Under the crushing force of strong strength, it can basically pass all the way. Long Yu did not appear for the time being. He found that there were a total of 12 passages in the field, but there were only 7 aliens fighting in the field. In addition to the demon flower alien race and the golden six-winged race, there are 5 alien races that Long Yu has seen but has never faced. There are no humans or demon races, but they come from the Tiangang star territory and the Guangsha star territory. Some aliens. The demonic flower alien race also comes from the Guangsha star territory. This makes Long Yu a little strange. In this melee area formed by 12 passages, only the golden six-winged one comes from the Langya star territory. Those who can come to the Eclipse ancient domain are all strong men. It stands to reason that the number of strong men in the 3-star region should be about the same. In addition to him hiding here, there are 3 other people in the passage who have not appeared. It is not known whether they are hiding in the melee area, have not come over yet, or have surrendered, been killed and withdrawn. All in all, Long Yu is afraid to go out now. Just because the golden 6 wings exist in the field, you must know that the previous silver 6 wings saw through the existence of Long Yu. The golden 6 wings are stronger than the silver 6 wings, and they seem to be in the same group. There is a great possibility Long Yu's incarnation of nothingness will also be seen through by this guy. Now that he has not left that passage, there is no danger. He found that he could not see the situation in other passages, so the alien cultivators fighting in the area must not be able to see Long Yu. However, Long Yu knew that it was impossible for the Eclipse ancient territory to design such a place. Melee. At the very least, it is impossible for people to hide in these passages forever. This is really unfair to the people in the melee area. Just as Long Yu was thinking this, a spiritual thought suddenly came from his mind. This divine thought seemed to come from eternity, and it seemed to come from the bottom of Long Yu's heart. This reminded him, about a year ago. After the incense burning time has passed, he will be teleported to the melee area ahead. Long Yu's heart trembled. We really have to go in. We only have 1 stick of incense to prepare. It seems that this is the only way. Long Yu now has no choice but to use the magic dust clone. Because the opponent cannot tell clearly which one is Long Yu's true body and the demon dust clone, so as long as enough demon dust clones are gathered, the possibility of Long Yu's true body being revealed can be greatly reduced. As for these demon dust clones, Long Yu decided to let them all enter the melee area in a state of incarnation. Long Yu knew very well that this was the most severe challenge he had encountered since entering the Eclipse ancient territory. It was very likely that he would have no choice but to withdraw from the Eclipse Moon ancient territory soon after entering it. Although in this situation of siege, if Long Yu uses the 9 Nether Prison Monument, he will definitely be able to directly explode and annihilate all these guys in the field. But in the Eclipse Moon ancient territory, Long Yu didn't dare to use the 9 Nether Prison Monument. After all, this thing, like the Eclipse Moon ancient territory, was related to the gods, and Long Yu still knew too little about the gods. I wonder how many people will be able to get out of this melee area alive in the end, or in other words, how many people will be left in the melee to pass. Long Yu thought in his heart, while at the same time, demon dust clones continued to gather in the small world. All he can rely on now is the demon dust clone. If his life is really in danger, he can only choose to quit first and then resist for 10 breaths. If he couldn't resist even 10 breaths, then the 9 Nether Hell Monument would be his last choice. Although it feels like something bad will happen if the 9 Nether Prison Monument is used here, if his life is threatened, Long Yu can't control that much. After about a stick of incense, Long Yu was finally enveloped in a flash of white light, and then teleported to the melee area outside the passage. At this time, the 7 alien races in the field were in an extremely tense state of melee. 3 alien races and 4 alien races were fighting with each other, dividing the medium-sized spherical area into 2 battlefields. Among the 3 aliens, the Golden Six Wings single-handedly suppressed the other 2 aliens with strange shapes, and they were likely to be 1 against 2. The location where Long Yu appeared was near the Golden Six Wings. The good news is that there is an opponent with 6 golden wings, who looks like he is on the verge of death, with a white light flashing on his head. Under the fierce attack of the Golden Six Wings, the alien cultivator who looked like a giant salamander chose to withdraw and would be sent out after 10 breaths. Long Yu didn't know what reward he would get for killing an opponent here, but since the opponent appeared in front of him, it seemed that he would be too sorry for himself if he didn't kill him. If he robbed the guy who wanted to kill the Golden Six Wings, he would probably causing the Golden Six Wings to pursue him. But even if Long Yu didn't snatch this person's head, wouldn't Golden Six Wings attack him? The answer is no. For Long Yu, now is a good opportunity. No matter what, he will get ahead first. As soon as he was teleported to the field, he released all the 10 newly condensed magic dust clones and dispersed them throughout the medium-sized spherical area as bait. Although these demonic dust clones also maintain the state of incarnation and nothingness, Long Yu can be sure that in such a chaotic area, there must be someone who can see through the incarnation of his demonic dust clones and the original body. However, even if you see through it, it is useless, because there are a total of 11 Dragon Masters, plus clones. Unless there is an accident, they cannot be distinguished at all. Because the heart of demonic dust can condense and reshape Long Yu's physical body, the clone condensed through this martial arts secret method is exactly the same as Long Yu's body in terms of physical body, and even the spiritual soul has the same aura as Long Yu. As soon as he teleported in, he appeared directly next to the alien cultivator of the giant salamander who had chosen to quit. Gather your spiritual light and kill. Long Yu's body instantly glowed with ancient prison-level divine inscriptions, and then condensed into a spiritual light beam, which swept towards the giant salamander alien cultivator and fell on it instantly. Originally, the Golden Six Wings were chasing this guy, so this guy focused all his energy on the Golden Six Wings. Long Yu suddenly appeared beside him, making him unable to react at all. He was directly hit by the concentrated spiritual light with 3 times the power. A hole was penetrated in his entire body, and light blue blood suddenly splashed out. But it didn't die just like that. Immediately, a light blue defensive barrier appeared beside him, and his figure continued to retreat toward the rear. Seeing someone coming to snatch his head, Golden Six Wings was naturally extremely angry. Although it saw that Long Yu was only at the level of a 5th-level master, it did not have any contempt. It did not think about killing Long Yu first, but continued to attack. He attacked the foreign cultivator, who looked like a giant salamander. 5 breaths left. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, and suddenly changed his plan. The Golden Six Wings are clearly the strongest on the battlefield here. How can he join forces with them to deal with other alien cultivators? In that case, I will definitely die in the end. So Long Yu directly activated the innate magical power of the 9 Netherworld Ball, and the endless dark entwining beam appeared in the field, and by the way, the flow of time around the alien cultivator who looked like a giant salamander was slowed down by half. Long Yu, in turn, faced the golden six wings, and activated the eternal level hell-shaking divine inscriptions to continue attacking the golden six wings with the method of gathering spiritual light. At the same time, the other alien cultivator behind the golden six wings also attacked the golden six wings with magic attacks, apparently wanting to take the opportunity to join forces with Long Yu to deal with the golden six wings. Long Yu had never seen an alien like that before. It was like a spire, with at least 100 metal tentacles growing out of it. This alien cultivator mainly relied on these metal tentacles to carry out attacks. Its offensive was extremely fierce, using entirely the power of the metal element. But for the golden six wings, such a fierce offensive could not do anything to it. The attack of this alien metal spire was much more powerful than that of Dragon Yu, but it had little impact on the golden six wings, and even the half-moon-shaped golden defensive barrier behind him could not be broken. Not to mention Long Yu's attack on golden six wings, which was not painful at all, and was even inexplicably annihilated into ashes while still in midair. After being manipulated by Long Yu, golden six wings did not pursue the alien cultivator who looked like a giant salamander. Instead, he turned around and directly launched an offensive against the metal spire alien. Countless golden lights condensed into shining balls of light, rushed towards the alien metal spire, and then exploded when it got close. In these two breaths, the golden six wings pushed the metal spire alien directly back. Then, the golden six wings resumed their offensive towards the alien that looked like a giant salamander. This time, the attack became even more fierce. Countless golden powers from the beginning rushed towards the alien that looked like a giant salamander from all directions. Long Yu also backed away. It was obvious that the golden six wings wanted to take advantage of the last three breaths to kill the opponent completely and prevent the opponent from having a chance to escape. But Long Yu was happy. No one knew that under the time-slowing effect of the 9 nether balls, the alien tribe of giant salamanders still had 3 breaths plus 5 breaths left to withdraw if they wanted to. However, both the giant salamanders themselves and the golden six wings thought that there were only 3 left. Breathe. Maybe Long Yu can take advantage of this moment to get a bargain. 3 breaths passed quickly. The giant salamander-like alien kept retreating, trying to dodge the golden six wings attack, but it was impossible. The golden six wings used all their strength to deal with it, sealing off all its escape routes, leaving it with no choice but to resist. There's no way to avoid it. Under the bombardment of countless golden lights from the golden six wings, the giant salamander-like alien was seriously injured, but after 3 breaths, it was still a bit too tense. The golden six wings were not able to kill it completely. As long as it was given another breathing time, it would definitely be able to kill this guy. Unfortunately, due to the appearance of Long Yu, the golden six wings was delayed by half a beat. It was this half beat that allowed the giant salamander-like alien to survive. This made the alien who looked like a giant salamander breathe a sigh of relief and feel a little grateful to Long Yu. However, the next moment, just when golden six wings felt a little regretful that they could not kill their opponent, and when the giant salamander aliens breathed a sigh of relief and were about to be teleported out, Long Yu suddenly launched an offensive. He and one of his demon dust clones started almost at the same time. Prison shaking, divine text, boundless grasp. The golden sword gathers the aura. Although he did not have the Baji bloodline, Long Yu knew that the opponent had already slacked off and had been seriously injured by the golden six wings. There was no defense or alert at all. The light beam formed by the golden sword burst through the air and instantly blasted the alien giant salamander into 2 halves. The unbounded grip activated by the hell-shaking divine text completely sealed the power in the opponent's body, and then exploded out of his body, directly destroying the core of his power. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. Finally, facing the alien giant salamanders that had lost all ability to resist, Long Yu ended up with the 9 nether ball and completely swallowed up the aliens. The 9 nether ball has a devouring method, and Long Yu has not used it for a long time, because in the Eclipse Ancient domain, there are really few opportunities to use this method, but now it is just right, mainly because Long Yu has just started to enter the battle. Had already made a battle plan. If they were fighting alone like before, Long Yu would not be able to use the 9 nether balls to devour these powerful aliens. Only when the core of power of all the powerful foreigners is destroyed can Long Yu dare to take the risk to deal with each other like this. In the past, there were not many such opportunities. After swallowing this alien giant salamander, Long Yu's 9 nether ball seems to be a little stronger. The power of entanglement and the power of slowing down time have been improved a little bit. Although it is not much, it can be felt. The difference from before. After all, what Long Yu is devouring now is the alien race at the peak of the 7th level master. If there is still no change, it will be too difficult to improve the 9 nether ball. Long Yu killed the alien tribe of giant salamanders. Then, he felt that there seemed to be a strange power pouring into his body, making one of his innate magical powers seem to be enhanced. This innate magical power is the 9 nether dragon breath, a magical power that he rarely uses. Originally, this innate magical power was not integrated with the divine essence or the essence of the beginning, and its power could no longer keep up with his current needs. But now that it has been enhanced by the mysterious power, its destructive power seems to be comparable to that of the essence of shadow. This made Long Yu a little surprised. Is the reward in this melee area actually like this? Immediately afterwards, he saw the golden 6-wing become extremely angry. After all, it was Long Yu who snatched its head and made it lose an opportunity for promotion. There is no doubt that golden 6-wings seems to have a good understanding of what it will get after killing an opponent. Perhaps it has already killed an opponent before Long Yu arrived, so it is so determined to kill the alien giant salamander. Kill. However, Long Yu Hingkong intervened, and Long Yu took away the head of the alien giant salamander. Although Golden 6-wings didn't know why the giant salamander alien race hadn't been teleported out after 10 breaths, it knew it was Long Yu's fault, because when Long Yu was teleported to this melee area, he cast the 9 nether sphere. It felt an abnormal flow of time. Perhaps it was the effect of this time slowing that allowed the giant salamander alien race to be teleported out in a delayed manner. This method really shocked Golden 6-wings. If it weren't for Long Yu's current level of cultivation as a 5th level master, it would have regarded Long Yu as the strongest opponent it encountered in the Eclipse Ancient territory. Unfortunately, if the martial arts realm was only a 5th level master, its basic strength would be really strong. It was too low, and the basic strength was 10 times weaker, so Golden 6-wings did not need to take Long Yu seriously. But now, Long Yu has snatched one of its heads, causing him to lose an opportunity to improve his innate magical power. The Golden 6-wings was extremely angry. It immediately regarded Long Yu as its next target. Countless golden-type Taichu powers gathered around Long Yu. In an instant, countless golden light balls blasted towards Long Yu. It seemed that they were going to attack Long Yu. There was an explosion next to Long Yu. In response to the opponent's offensive, Long Yu did not panic at all. He quietly activated the magical power of the Book of Shadows and once again transformed into a state of nothingness. Although the Golden 6-wings could see where he was, even so, Long Yu still chose to incarnate into nothingness, because even if the opponent knew his location, they needed to crush the void space first if they wanted to hurt him. There were many demon dust clones of Long Yu in the field. Long Yu asked 3 of them to fly towards the Golden 6-wings suicidally. After getting close, they chose to self-destruct. The Golden 6-wings directly attacked the demon dust clone and Long Yu's body closest to it. Long Yu made the demon dust clone transform into nothingness together, and then flew away in 2 different directions. When Long Yu acted like this, Golden Six Wings really couldn't pursue Long Yu, because it is not sure which one is Long Yu's true body. At the same time, the three self-destructing magic dust clones also caused him a lot of trouble. Although the power of self-destruction by cultivators in the Eclipse Ancient Domain is reduced many times, but the destructive power of such a brazen self-destruction is still very ordinary. After the demon dust clone self-destructed, the place was enveloped by the endless 9 nether divine inscriptions, and the golden six-winged body was completely covered in the 9 nether divine inscriptions. It will definitely take some time to break through. Long Yu took advantage of this opportunity and circled behind the metal spire alien. Of course, others did not know that this one was his real body, and there were other demon dust clones that dispersed towards the audience. Long Yu's figure reached almost every corner of this medium-sized spherical space, leaving other alien cultivators with no idea about him. First, none of them knew which one was Long Yu's true body. Second, the battle in the entire medium-sized spherical space was very fierce. When they are not sure of harvest, none of these alien cultivators are willing to take the risk of exposing their flaws to deal with these demon dust clones of Long Yu. After all, once they reveal any flaws in the field, they are likely to start to fall into a disadvantage. And was eventually killed by other alien cultivators. This is why Long Yu accurately judged the psychology of all the alien races that were fighting in the melee. That's right, Long Yu's martial arts realm is indeed very weak. If he appeared like this, those alien cultivators would definitely want to kill him first. They would even treat him as a moving human head and kill him. You can easily improve your innate magical powers. It is a pity that Long Yu has insight into the psychological thoughts of these alien cultivators. Therefore, these demon dust clones played a huge role in making those alien cultivators lose their thoughts on him even if they want to kill Long Yu. It is not now. However, it took a lot of energy for Long Yu to maintain these demon dust clones. He secretly took a recovery pill, and then asked the demon dust clones to each take a recovery pill. If he is not dragged into the battle, Long Yu can maintain this state for at least 1 stick of incense. But if he was dragged into the battle, Long Yu would have to explode a few more demon dust clones. The fewer the demon dust clones in the field, the more dangerous Long Yu will be, but as long as there are demon dust clones left, it will not be so easy for other alien cultivators to target him. Of course, there is one exception. That is the Golden Six Wings. Long Yu had just snatched one of its heads, making the Golden Six-Winged head extremely angry with him, and it was not afraid of exposing its flaws and being attacked by other alien cultivators. After all, there was only one metal spire left on its side. Foreign races cannot threaten its life at all. Therefore, it didn't take long for the Golden Six Wings to rush out from the burst of 9 nether divine inscriptions. In a burst of bright golden light, 3 pairs of golden wings behind it instantly unfolded. Countless golden feathers spread towards the surroundings, and the first ones to bear the brunt were Long Yu's 2 demon dust clones. However, Long Yu's body was already beyond the range that it could attack, which made him feel a little relieved. The 2 demon dust clones saw this and directly activated the demon dust to possess them, trying to resist the opponent's golden feather attack. It is a pity that these golden feathers are extremely penetrating. Although the defensive ability of the demon dust possession is excellent, it is completely unable to withstand the penetration of these golden feathers. The next moment, the 2 demon dust clones have already it's riddled with holes. Fortunately, the hearts of the 2 demon dust clones were relatively hard and were not destroyed like this. Then their bodies quickly began to reshape themselves. Just hold on as long as you can. Anyway, Long Yu knew that he was no match for the Golden Six Wings, but the reward for killing in this melee area was very good. If there was a chance, he would like to kill more alien cultivators. It would be better to let each of his innate all-magical powers are strengthened. Of course, this idea is a bit naive. You must know that even the Golden Six Wings will be robbed of their heads, let alone Long Yu. Moreover, Long Yu just snatched the head of the Golden Six Wings entirely because it did not expect that Long Yu had the means of the 9 nether balls, which could slow down the flow of time around him. If the same method was used now, it would definitely be impossible. Success. Golden Six Wings has obviously noticed the function of his 9 nether ball. The remnants of ancient times, the mad god comes to the world, and fights with fists and cannons like crazy. Long Yu let the remaining 6 demon dust clones scattered around condense hundreds of ancient afterimages, and then each of these ancient afterimages picked up the nearest alien cultivator to initiate a mad battle. Boxing cannon. This scene actually shocked the foreign cultivators. However, the crazy fighting fists and cannons used by these ancient afterimages are really not a threat. They almost don't need to be ignored. Even if they are hit from the front, they will not cause any damage to him. Therefore, these alien cultivators ignored the wild fighting fists and cannons of these ancient afterimages, and continued to fight fiercely with each other. But they don't know that these crazy fighting fists and cannons don't have to kill the target. As long as they hit the target, they can superimpose a layer of crazy fighting power on Long Yu. Just this wave caused the crazy fighting power of Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones to increase to 120 levels. Long Yu is too lazy to superimpose the strength of the mad battle to fight now, because facing these alien cultivation geniuses in front of him, he has no chance of close combat. What he is doing now is completely acting as a troublemaker. Because the originally fierce fighting situation in the field changed subtly because of Long Yu's wave of crazy fists and cannons. Over there are 4 alien cultivators fighting. The 4 alien cultivators fight on their own, maintaining a delicate balance with each other. But after Long Yu performed this move, the Mad War divine inscriptions erupted in the field, and the situation among the 4 alien races began to change. Because one of the alien cultivators was able to absorb all the Mad War divine inscriptions condensed by Long Yu to enhance its own power. The alien cultivator was a giant-looking being, but there were no facial features on his face, which made him look very strange. This alien cultivator raised his hands and absorbed all the power of the Mad War divine art into his body, and then spit it out, instantly covering the other alien cultivator who had been restraining it. The series of chain reactions caused by this was that the unlucky alien cultivator who was covered by the Mad War divine inscriptions was immediately besieged by 3 other alien cultivators, because it clearly showed its weakness. Long Yu originally wanted to participate and try to see if he could grab another head, but he quickly gave up the idea. On the one hand, the 6 golden wings rushed towards his body. On the other hand, the giant-looking alien cultivator actually split into 7 clones. These 7 clones headed towards Long Yu's body and the 6 demons, respectively. The dust clone launched a fierce offensive. It can be said that Long Yu was attacked from 2 aspects. The reason why the Golden Six Wings came towards his body was because his body was the closest. However, behind the Golden Six Wings, the 2 demon dust clones had already been reshaped, and they launched the unbounded grip directly towards the Golden Six Wings. One of the demon dust clones used the prison-shaking divine script, and the other demon dust clone used the forest demon divine script to try to cause damage to the spiritual soul of the Golden Six Wings. This method, even though it is impossible to kill the Golden Six Wings, can still stop its progress. The other demon dust clones were directly prepared to meet the giant-looking alien cultivator clones. There were 7 little giants in total, each carrying the endless power of the Mad War divine text, rushing towards Long Yu's demon dust clones. Long Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he couldn't defeat those alien cultivators, there was no reason why he couldn't kill a little giant clone, right? Immediately, Long Yu and the 6 demon dust clones took the same action, that is, they adopted an assimilation stance and cooperated with each other. Each of the demon dust clones could enjoy the 3rd level of assimilation stance, which immediately weakened the mad fighting divine fist light of the little giant who entered their range. Then, one of the demon dust clones took out, "Come to the Dragon Bones ancient pagoda. Dragon skeleton broken." The ancient dragon skeleton tower instantly spun at high speed, breaking through the three little giant clones in one fell swoop, completely disintegrating the three little giant clones. Long Yu deliberately placed the ancient dragon skeleton tower on the demon dust clone. At the same time, another void ghost dragon blade flew out from the demon dust clone, directly facing the place where the other four little giant clones were, condensing the power of the water element, and the void burial erupted. The 7 little giant clones were all eliminated in this way. At this time, because 2 endless-level top-grade weapons appeared one after another on Long Yu's demonic clone, the surrounding alien cultivators immediately felt that they must be Long Yu's true body. The Golden Six Wings took the lead and rushed towards the demon dust clone. On the other hand, the 4 alien cultivators on the other side had no time to pay attention to Long Yu, because the besieged alien cultivators had white lights flashing on their heads, and they had obviously chosen to withdraw. In 10 breaths, the 3 aliens, including the giant alien cultivator, wanted to completely kill the besieged person. Long Yu didn't join in the fun. He saw that the metal spire alien race that had been ignored at the side was actually attacking his demon dust clone, as if trying to get his head. Unfortunately, that demon dust clone was exactly Long Yunong, come out to sacrifice. Perhaps we can call that demonic dust clone the substitute clone. This is the first step in Long Yu's entire plan. The ultimate goal of the Long Yu plan is naturally to kill all these guys in the field, or in other words, let them kill each other first and he has to stand at the end. This plan is very difficult to implement, but now, the first step of the plan has been initial success. Long Yu's plan is, of course, to get rid of these foreign races in the field one by one. His plan is immature and there are many variables, but this is already his best choice at the moment. He used a ghost clone to take his place and attract the attention of the alien cultivators who were targeting him. Then, the ancient dragon skeleton tower and the void nether dragon blade relied on their own spiritual consciousness to act, and continued to play the role of stirrups in the field, constantly stimulating void burials at various locations in the field. As for the ancient dragon skeleton tower, in the way of breaking the dragon's bones, he kept running rampant. Moreover, all the 7-stage Great Masters and 6-stage Great Masters dark creatures that Long Yu had refined before were released, and each found their own opponents. The situation on the field continues to become clearer. The alien who was surrounded by 3 alien cultivators was completely dead. It could not hold on for 10 breaths. Then, when it saw the giant-looking alien cultivator in the field, a golden light shone on its body. When this piece of golden light flickered, all the cultivators of all races in the field looked at him with incomprehensible horror. Because everyone felt that the aura of this giant-looking alien cultivator was constantly rising. This could not be explained by the enhancement of innate magical powers alone, it was transforming, and its martial arts realm was improving. And now, this giant-looking alien cultivator is already a 7th-level master. If he continues to improve, wouldn't it be godlike realm? In the field, other alien races kept away from this giant-looking alien cultivator, because they all realized that this guy actually got a chance to be promoted after killing an opponent. Kill 3 opponents in a row, and you will get a chance to improve and enter the godlike realm. Xiaoxiu and Long Yu had the same mind, and what they were thinking about at this time explained exactly what Long Yu was confused about. He thought it was a coincidence, but judging from Xiaoxiu's intention, it seemed certain. As long as you kill 3 opponents in succession at this level, you can be promoted from the level of the 7th-level master to the godlike realm. The giant-looking alien cultivator let out several manic shouts, but the power erupting from his body had no effect on the other cultivators in the field, and was instead restrained within a small area near him. Immediately afterwards, white light continued to glow on this guy's body, covering up the golden light that appeared when he was promoted to the martial arts realm. It was teleported. The many alien cultivators in the field were rarely calm for a while, but obviously this scene was not the first time they had seen it. It seemed that there had been a powerful alien cultivator before. After killing 3 opponents in a row, he was promoted to a humanoid. God is out. This made Long Yu quite interested. Because his current martial arts realm is only a 5th level master. Even if he kills 3 in a row, he is unlikely to directly jump to the godlike realm, right? After all, there are 2 realms between them, and these 2 realms are not so easy to improve. What's more, the reason why these alien cultivators can be promoted to godlike is because they are only the last foot away from godlike. As long as there is an opportunity, they can step into the godlike realm, and the Eclipse Ancient realm is to give them such an opportunity. As for Long Yu, no matter how hard he thought, it was impossible to directly step into the godlike realm. This made him curious, what would be the result if he could kill 3 in a row? Originally, he wanted to get through this to see if there was any opportunity to get some bargains, or quit if it didn't work, but now it seems that if he doesn't work hard, he will lose a huge opportunity. After all, here, even apart from chance rewards such as being promoted to a godlike person, there is also the enhanced effect of innate magical powers. As long as an opponent is killed, Eclipse Ancient Realm can enhance one of his innate magical powers. This is an opportunity that cannot be obtained in the outside world. No one knows what the principle of this enhancement of innate magical powers is. Something to enhance. Therefore, with such an opportunity that cannot be missed, Long Yu had no choice but to try his best. Even though he only has the strength of the 5th level master, but, with all his strength, he can still kill these alien cultivators who are at the peak of the 7th level master. Of course, he needs a better opportunity, otherwise, the surrounding people will. Those alien cultivators must have wanted to kill him first. In the field, 1 had just died, and one of the promoted gods had withdrawn, leaving only 5. Dragon Royal, Golden 6 Wings, Metal Spire alien race, and the 2 alien cultivators over there who originally competed with the giant alien race, but this melee obviously will not end like this. The Golden 6 Wings and Metal Spire aliens, 1 up and 1 down, directly surrounded Long Yu's demon dust clone, and then the terrifying power poured down, and the golden light exploded, completely destroying the demon dust clone in an instant. Although the demonic heart held on for a while and wanted to reshape its body, the 2 alien races did not give it a chance. Instead, they rushed to use extremely powerful means to explode the demonic heart. But soon, they discovered that the demon dust clone was not Long Yu's true body. Because the demon dust clone has been completely shattered, not even the scum is left, and neither of them has been enhanced by innate magical powers. Moreover, other demon dust clones still exist in the field, which shows that Long Yu's body has not been killed. Now, there are only 5 demon dust clones left, plus Long Yu's body. If they deal with Long Yu first, they only have a 1/6 chance of killing Long Yu. What's more, they are not sure whether Long Yu can be killed. Is there any way to save one's life? Golden 6 Wings can be sure that the Dragon Royal body is among these 6 figures, because it can be sure that there cannot be any cultivator in the field who can hide under his nose. As for other alien cultivators, we cannot be sure. Maybe Long Yu's true body is hidden? So the current situation is quite good for Long Yu. At least, those guys will not regard him as the first target. The Golden 6-Winged Man thought for a moment, then flew towards a nearby demon dust clone. He reached the demon dust clone in a flash and wanted to kill it. Anyway, killing a demon dust clone only takes 2 breaths for Golden 6 Wings, so it wants to clean them out one by one. But at this time a sudden change occurred. Since an alien cultivator had just ascended, 3 more alien cultivators teleported in from the melee area. When they saw these 3 alien cultivators, the 5 original ones in the field were all a little shocked and cautious, because the new alien who came in was also a demon flower alien. Originally, there was a demon flower alien race in the melee area, and now there is another one. Obviously, they will join forces. Just like now, if other human races come to this melee area, no matter who comes, Long Yu will join forces with them. There is no doubt that no matter how great the hatred between individuals, they must first let go when facing foreign enemies. 1. Release. Even if Long Yu and Qi Beifei were here, Long Yu would not choose to kill Qi Beifei at this time, but would join forces to deal with other alien races first. This is inevitable. Therefore, the strength of the demon flower alien race in the field suddenly increased. As expected, the two demon flower aliens united together in an instant, approached each other, and guarded one direction of the entire melee area. They seemed to be communicating with each other. It was obvious that the newcomer was inquiring about the situation. Long Yu could feel that the new demon flower alien had extremely powerful spiritual power. If the two joined forces, it would be basically difficult for the other aliens to resist. Therefore, the situation on the field has changed slightly. Including the other two aliens who had just come in, as well as the Metal Spire aliens, a total of 4 aliens, all focused their attention on the two demonic flower aliens, as if they wanted to temporarily join forces to kill the two demonic flower aliens. Only the Golden Six Wings seemed unmoved and continued to attack Long Yu's demon dust clone. The golden stream of light burst out and turned into thousands of golden light blades, instantly cutting the demon dust clone into pieces. And this time, the Golden Six Wings already knew the key point of Long Yu, which was the heart of demon dust near his heart. Directly he didn't give it a chance and destroyed the heart of the demon dust. There are still 4 of Long Yu's demon dust clones left. But he was not worried because he had already thought of a way to get out of here. Now that there are 2 demonic flower aliens in the field, Long Yu can try his old trick again. He used this trick to kill 4 opponents before. As long as he does it properly, he might be able to kill those 2 now. The alien flower race. With strong mental power, these 2 demon flower aliens must be extremely troublesome to other alien races. But for Long Yu, these 2 demonic flower aliens were a blessing from heaven. He controlled the remaining 4 magic dust clones, and then his own body also appeared. He seemed to be in a panic and ran directly in one direction. After all, there were Golden Six Wings cleaning his magic dust clones. It was normal for him to run away like this. Golden Six Wings caught up with him calmly. The direction of Long Yu's escape happened to be where the other 4 aliens gathered to join forces, which made the 4 aliens' eyes light up. They are not fools. They have long seen the scene where the Golden Six Wings destroyed Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones, and they all know the key points of Long Yu and Mo Chen's clones. Long Yu happened to arrange it so that the 4 demon dust clones were slightly closer to the 4 aliens. It seemed that he wanted to escape from them. After all, there were Golden Six Wings chasing behind him. Now he was panicking and couldn't choose the way. It's quite normal. As for his true body, he was sandwiched among 4 demonic dust clones, slightly farther away from the 4 aliens. Generally speaking, these 4 aliens will subconsciously choose the magic dust clone closest to themselves to attack. In that case, the Dragon Royal body can bypass these guys and directly reach the vicinity of the 2 demonic flower aliens. However, these aliens are not so stupid to act as Long Yu wants. For alien races, each with their own thoughts. Although 2 alien cultivators, according to Long Yu's thoughts, directly launched an offensive towards the demon dust clone closest to them, there were 2 other alien cultivators who actually ignored the alien cultivators closest to them and instead moved towards them. The Dragon Royal body that was a little further away launched an attack. Obviously, they guessed that the current Long Yu was not running away in panic and didn't care about anything. Because in that case, Long Yu's head would definitely light up with white light. After letting them see through it, Long Yu's body was threatened. The ferocious attacks of the 2 alien cultivators surged forward, completely covering his body almost instantly. Assimilation stance. Long Yu and the two nearby Demon Chen clones used the assimilation stance almost at the same time. The 30% assimilation stance successfully weakened those offensives by more than 70 to 80%. Then Demon Chen possessed and activated them, directly resisting the opponent's offensive. However, Long Yu's body also spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body seemed to stagger a little. He was rushed forward and fell forward by the two fierce attacks. And the direction in which he fell happened to be where the two demonic flower aliens were. Originally, the two demon flower aliens were still wondering if there was any fraud in Long Yu's seemingly hasty action, but now it seems that Long Yu was attacked by the other two aliens, and there is no possibility of fraud at all. However, since the white light did not light up above Long Yu's head, it meant that he had not given up yet. This made the two demon flower aliens less afraid to deal with Long Yu with all their strength. However, a mere 5th level master is not a threat no matter how you think about it, right? The demon flower aliens seemed to have some exchanges with each other, and then each launched a spiritual attack towards Long Yu. Each of them had a spiritual impact beam, which blasted towards Long Yu. It can be felt that the offensive launched by these two demon flower aliens is not the strongest, because they do not want to rely on this attack to kill Long Yu. This put Long Yu in a bit of a dilemma. The opponent doesn't have to use the strongest means, and there is no way he can guarantee that the purifying soul mirror can rebound the opponent to death. But this is already a good result. He simply didn't do anything to defend himself. Instead, he seemed to have passed out and was undefended. He was directly hit by the two mental shock beams, and his whole soul trembled for a moment. At this time, he even took the initiative to block the body of the pure world, in order not to scare the snake, but to use his own body to withstand the opponent's attack. Since he saw that the opponent's attack was not very strong, he did not take the initiative to defend. However, the opponent was a strong man at the peak level of the 7th level master. These two mental shock beams directly stunned Long Yu. His spirit and soul suddenly suffered a serious impact, making him almost pass out. If he really fell into a coma, then what awaited him would be the end of death, whether it was Long Bone Ancient who still had independent consciousness. Neither the tower nor the nether dragon blade could save him. At this time, all his other demonic dust clones had been cleaned up. After the Golden Six Wings killed a demon dust clone, they quickly chased towards the location of Long Yu's body. The other alien cultivators also saw the heavy damage to Long Yu's spirit and soul, and they all knew that this was Long Yu's true body. Because all other demonic dust clones in the field have been destroyed. This is the only one left. What is it if it's not Long Yu's true body? In particular, even the Golden Six-Winged Dragon is chasing this dragon. Obviously, after killing this guy, it can be regarded as a head. No foreign cultivator is willing to miss such an opportunity. The two monster flower aliens saw that Long Yu was really seriously injured by their attacks, and they suddenly felt happy. Then they saw the other Golden Six Wings and others chasing towards Long Yu. They didn't know where to kill these people. Guys have great benefits? Without hesitation, they launched even more powerful mental attacks. The power of the wood element's absolute beginning fell from the sky, condensed into streaks of soul-corroding light, and rolled towards Long Yu. On the other side, there was still a mental shock beam coming through the air, but it was countless times stronger than the previous mental shock. This is exactly what Long Yu wants to see. He took risks with his body and took the initiative to inflict trauma on his spirit and soul. Wasn't it just to make the other party use all their strength to deal with him? Seeing the opponent using all his strength, Long Yu immediately knew that the critical moment had arrived. Purifying Soul Mirror. Long Yu used this method again, and a light blue mirror appeared around his body, immediately blocking the soul-corroding light and the heavy mental shock beam, and then rebounded tenfold. Go back. The soul-corroding light and the spiritual impact beam were 10 times stronger, and fell on the two demonic flower aliens, respectively. This made the two demonic flower aliens suddenly confused. They just used relatively weak means to test it. This kid has no resistance at all. The weak means just now caused his soul to be severely damaged, and he almost fell into coma. The methods they used now were obviously stronger, but he was able to resist them and bounce back. Even though these two demonic flower aliens were not completely undefended, they used all kinds of methods, and opened their mental defense barriers directly, hoping to withstand Long Yu's rebounded offensive. However, the Dragon Yu's rebound was 10 times that of their own attack. Only they themselves know their own power best. The next moment, the light of soul corrosion directly corroded the soul of one of the demonic flower aliens, completely. Even the spiritual defense barrier could not withstand it for long. The demonic flower alien seemed to wither all of a sudden. On the other side, the mental shock beam also directly penetrated the soul of the other demon flower alien race, completely shattering it and making it impossible to restore it. Just at this moment, the situation on the field completely changed. Although other alien cultivators, including the golden six-winged one, had a bad premonition, they did not expect that Long Yu would use this method to directly kill the two demon flower aliens. This situation was completely beyond their expectations. Although they felt that Long Yu might be acting, but with the strength of the 5th stage master, what could he do? But I didn't expect that this kid would hide such a skill. They all stopped chasing. As for the current Long Yu, who had just killed two demonic flower aliens, these alien cultivators really didn't dare to step forward for a while. The souls of the two demonic flower aliens had been completely shattered. White light shrouded the souls of the demonic flower aliens, and the Eclipse Ancient Realm took the two demonic flower aliens away, and took them to an unknown place. However, there is definitely no way to go back to the racial territory of the Yaohua alien race. These two corpses were recovered by the Eclipse Ancient Domain. And Long Yu finally felt the reward for killing his opponent. The feeling of having his innate magical power enhanced came over him again. However, before he could feel anything specifically, a burst of golden light completely enveloped him. If it is another cultivator who has been at the peak of the 7th level master for a long time, it is probably because of this burst of golden light that he was promoted to the godlike level. But Long Yu is only at the level of 5th level master, so it is impossible for him to directly step into the godlike level. Long Yu was just thinking, what would he get if he killed 3 opponents in a row? The answer will be revealed soon. The golden light enveloped Long Yu's entire body, and then he discovered that his martial arts realm had not changed at all. Instead, his physical body began to disintegrate and merged into that burst of golden light. Then with that burst of golden light, it was teleported towards an unknown space, and even the heart of the demon dust was completely decomposed. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's consciousness completely dissipated. During such a transmission process, he could not even think. Where is this going to be teleported to? At the last moment before losing consciousness, Long Yu thought like this. After Long Yu left, the battle in the melee area was far from over. Every time 3 alien cultivators died or quit, or 3 were killed and left, another 3 alien cultivators would enter the melee area and continue the melee, always maintaining 8 to 10 alien cultivators among them. In such a melee, it must be quite difficult to protect yourself and kill 3 alien opponents at the same time. Long Yu just happened to encounter 2 demonic aliens, so that he could succeed with his strategy. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for Long Yu to kill 3 opponents. After all, his martial arts level is too low and his basic strength is too weak. Just after Long Yu left, another human race came to the melee area. This human race is clearly the dragon in the sky. Because of Long Yu, the original alien cultivators in the field, especially the golden 6-winged one, launched a crazy offensive towards Long Zi Chen as soon as they saw him. The same goes for other aliens, which made Long Zi Chen stunned. Could it be that he had offended these aliens, who started to attack him as soon as he came in? Long Zitian was puzzled, but he would not just give in. After all, he was also at the peak of the martial arts realm of the 7th level master, and he also had many trump cards of his own. At least, it's impossible to just quit like this. Long Yu is still in the process of teleportation. Outside the Eclipse ancient domain, someone was waiting for Long Yu to appear. Of course they are Hong Ying and Yu Ge, as well as concubine Yu, who haven't appeared yet. The two girls, Hong Ying and Yu Ge, gained a lot this time in the Eclipse ancient domain. The two girls chose to quit in the advanced area, but in the advanced area, they each killed an opponent and gained points, and a lot of boxes were opened. It can be said that after the two women go back, as long as they take a short rest, adjust and practice, they can directly enter the realm of the 7th level master. It's only a matter of time. But now, neither Long Yu nor concubine Yu showed up, making the two women increasingly worried. However, not long after Long Yu was teleported away by the golden light. Outside the Eclipse Moon ancient domain, in the joint preparation area of the human race and the monster race, a golden light finally appeared. When the golden light appeared, the godlike vanity who was preparing in the field suddenly lit up. Someone has become a godlike. There are only a dozen or so left that have not yet appeared from the Eclipse Moon ancient domain, so basically they all have their own guesses about who will become the godlike god next. It has been verified that at the end of the 5th floor of the Eclipse Moon ancient domain this time, the golden light represents promotion to a godlike. After becoming a godlike person, he would naturally no longer be able to continue fighting in the Eclipse Moon ancient realm, but would be teleported out. Many people were waiting in the preparation area. Seeing that someone had become a godlike creature, they couldn't help but look forward to it. If this kind of god can go back alive, the overall strength of the human race and the monster race will increase a lot. However, when the Eclipse Moon ancient territory is completely over, there will be a deathmatch session nearby. At this stage, the new godlike gods can easily die. Every time the eclipse of the ancient domain ends, there will be a battle between the new gods of different races, which is extremely tragic. This is why there are not a few godlike promotions in the ancient realm of the eclipse of the moon. Even in the past, there were often people who could become godlike in the ancient realm of the eclipse of the moon, but the number of godlike gods among the human and monster races but always so much the same. Of course, the new godlike deathmatch session in the Eclipse Moon Ancient Domain was after the Eclipse Moon Ancient Domain was closed. There is still a long time for them to prepare. Now, more than 200 people including Huahua, Yuega, and Hongying just want to see who has become the new godlike. After the golden light flashed, a beautiful girl with endless coldness, Liu Shuang, appeared in front of everyone. Liu Shuang from Laishan Academy, bathed in golden light all over her body, has achieved the realm of gods, and appeared in the eyes of everyone, causing envy to appear in many people's eyes. The human race and the monster race combined, a total of 400 people participated in this ancient moon eclipse, but less than 50 people were able to reach the advanced area. Those who can go to the 5th area are even less than 10. And Liu Shuang, as one of the best, was able to step into the godlike level, which was expected by some people. After all, she was already at the peak of the 7th level master, and she was very close to the godlike level. In addition, Liu Shuang's 7 innate supernatural powers have all been integrated into the ice essence, and she herself is a powerful existence that goes in and out of the Ice God clan's territory. In this kind of eclipse ancient domain of alien melee, it is normal for Liu Shuang to be the final winner. But, does becoming a god mean becoming the last winner of the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm? This is far from certain. When Liu Shuang appeared in the golden light, she opened her eyes and saw the excited eyes of many people around her. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she smiled. I made it. Liu Shuang felt the surging divinity in her body, as well as the terrifying power unique to the gods, which made her look confident. After becoming a godlike god, she clearly understood that in the near future, there will be a death match that belongs to the new godlike gods. In that session, you either don't participate, you win, or you die. Logically speaking, it is best not to participate in that link, so as to save one's life. However, the rewards of the deathmatch link are too generous, so rich that no race or god can refuse. Of course, the rewards for the deathmatch in each eclipse of the ancient realm are different. What it is this time, I'm not sure yet. Not long after Liu Shuang appeared from the golden light, another golden light flashed in the preparation area of the human race and the monster race. Everyone was excited and looked over again, only to see that the person who appeared was Concubine Yu. Sister Yu, it really worked. When Hongying and Yuiga saw Concubine Yu appear, they immediately became happy, and a stone fell from their hearts. But the two girls, especially Hongying, were still particularly worried about one person, and that was Long Yu. Can Long Yu Tsai, the fifth-level master of the martial arts realm, really be able to walk so far alive? It is said that the fifth area of the Eclipse Moon ancient domain is coming to an end, and seeing these gods appearing more and more, one knows that they all came out after killing 3 opponents. They can kill 3 opponents, so naturally someone will be killed. Long Yu hasn't come out until now. Could it be that he was killed in the 5th area? Concubine Yu, a godlike concubine, got used to her current power for a while, and then smiled at Liu Shuang. Be strong, so Liu Shuang was not surprised to see her become a godlike. Seemingly sensing Hongying and Yu Ji's worries, Concubine Yu flew over and comforted the 2 women. Don't worry, that kid Long Yu won't die so easily, even I have become a godlike creature, his grades won't be that high. Worse than me, I just don't know, he only has the cultivation base of the 5th stage master. If he kills 3 opponents in a row in the melee area, what kind of reward will he get? Hearing what Concubine Yu said, many people around were somewhat disapproving. Can that boy Long Yu compare with a genius like Concubine Yu? As for who Long Yu is, the people who came to participate in this ancient moon eclipse basically know it. When he entered the ancient moon eclipse, he was only in the 3rd stage of the martial Dao realm of the Great Master. If he hasn't come out for so long, he must have died inside. Of course, it was impossible for them to say such things in front of Concubine Yu, the godlike concubine. It was purely offensive and meaningless. Anyway, just keep reading. Those who should come out should also come out, and those who haven't come out will not be able to come out in a long time. Among the people in the field, not only those who cared about Long Yu, but also those who didn't come out. So far, in addition to those who have been confirmed dead, among those who may become godlike, there are still many who have not appeared. Such as Qi Beifei, such as Long Zitian. These 2 are the commanders of the human race battlefield legion, and they also possess some kind of strange power in their bodies. If it is said that the 2 of them can become godlike, everyone will believe it. However, neither of them has shown up now. And no one knew that Qi Beifei was already dead, and at the hands of Long Yu. No one will know about this matter, everyone present. It is impossible for outsiders to know what happened in the Eclipse Moon ancient realm. Except for those who survived to know what happened to them, no one can figure out what happened to other people. Even among those who did not come out in the end, how they died will not be known to others. In the territory of the human race and the monster race, with the appearance of the 2 new gods Liu Shuang and Concubine Yu, the atmosphere became quite heated, talking about what they saw and heard in the ancient realm of the eclipse moon. However, people couldn't communicate much with Liu Shuang and Concubine Yu, and even Yu Ge and Hongying just chatted casually with Concubine Yu for a while, and Concubine Yu left directly. Because there are more important things to come. As for the power of gods, new gods are generally more difficult to grasp, and in the deathmatch, every point of understanding of the power of gods, the possibility of survival will be much higher. So next, the godlike vanity will give special guidance to Liu Shuang and Concubine Yu, so that they can become familiar with the grasp and use of the power of the godlike power as soon as possible. Under such circumstances, of course there is no time left for them to chat with other people. After the three gods left the crowd, Hong Ying and Yuge have always had worries in their hearts. Hong Ying is most concerned about Long Yu's safety, and Yuge, who has been with Long Yu for so long, is also very worried about him, not knowing how he is doing now. However, no matter how worried they were, it was impossible to change Long Yu's situation. No one knew that the current Long Yu had been teleported to an unknown place following that burst of golden light. This place, surrounded by golden light, seems to be a space full of magical power. In the space, the golden clouds rolled and rolled up and down, and Long Yu's whole figure seemed to be wrapped in the golden clouds. His body was completely formed after the teleportation, and even the heart of Machen was completely reorganized. Now he is a little confused. He doesn't know what the Eclipse Moon Ancient Domain wants to do when he is teleported to this place. You know, the other ones who killed the three opponents seem to have become godlike, and they should be sent out of the Eclipse Moon. The Ancient Domain is right. But he came to such a strange place where the golden clouds rolled. Long Yu didn't wait on the spot. He continued to move forward in the golden clouds, and felt the power of these golden clouds, wanting to see if these golden clouds were some kind of divine script power, absorbed by him. Soon he discovered that these golden clouds were indeed a kind of power. But it is an extremely powerful force, and it is not something that the current self can absorb and comprehend, so he can only give up. Even the power of ancient divine scriptures, I can absorb and comprehend. What is the origin of these golden clouds? Naturally, Long Yu couldn't figure it out by himself. But there seemed to be a voice in his mind guiding him, making him keep moving towards the golden sea of clouds. At this moment, he felt that something was wrong with his magical power of the 9 nether ball. After coming to this space, his magical power of the 9 nether ball seemed to be sealed and unable to be used. It's not that this space specifically sealed his supernatural power, but that the time in this space seems to be in a very weird state, suppressing his 9 nether ball supernatural power. You must know the current 9 nether ball supernatural power has the effect of slowing down the flow of time. Because of this space actually suppressed the 9 nether ball secretly. What kind of weird space is this? What is the purpose of the Eclipse Moon Ancient Territory teleporting itself here? Long Yu couldn't figure it out. He could only keep moving forward, and soon, he finally saw something other than the golden sea of clouds. What appeared in front of Long Yu was a huge stone tablet. And around this stele, there are countless cultivators of foreign races surrounding the stele. They don't know if they are practicing, or what. All in all, none of them is moving, it looks like they are still. Without exception, none of these alien cultivators are godlike, and none of them are in the martial arts realm of the peak of the 7th level master. All of them have the cultivation base of the 6th level master or the 5th level master. Long Yu couldn't count how many there were. Because the golden clouds and mist around these foreign cultivators kept churning, obscuring their figures indistinctly. Even, most of the foreign cultivators among them were never seen by Long Yu, and there was even a plant like a big blue tree, which made Long Yu more and more suspicious. What kind of place is this place? As he approached the huge stone tablet, he felt that the flow of time around him was constantly slowing down. Moreover, the slowing down of time is much more serious than the slowing down of the flow of time caused by him activating the 9 nether ball. Even the closer to the stele, the slower the flow of time. Seeing so many cultivators of other races, who are almost in the realm of the 5th or 6th stage masters like himself, they all surround the stone tablet, looking motionless. Long Yu felt as if he had been pulled into a pit. But now, it's impossible not to step forward. He bit the bullet and kept flying forward amidst the tumbling golden clouds. The flow of time became slower and slower. Then, when he was about 100 miles away from the stele, the flow of time seemed to have completely stopped. Long Yu's whole body seemed to have passed through some kind of barrier, and he suddenly seemed to have come to another world. In this world, the stone tablet still stands in front of him, and the golden clouds are still surging. It's just that the alien cultivators who had been standing still around the steel disappeared. No, it's not that they all disappeared, but instead, like Long Yu, as if he had just arrived in this space, one by one flashed out from a place hundreds of miles away from the stone tablet, and seemed to be looking at the surrounding scene very curiously. Every foreign cultivator seems to have just arrived in this space. Long Yu is the same. Obviously, he had seen these guys standing still near the steel before, but now they looked like him, just coming to this space. Is this time out of order? Long Yu couldn't figure it out at all. The flow of time was an extremely mysterious existence. Neither Long Yu nor the other cultivators of other races around him could figure it out. Even among the crowd, Long Yu also saw a few monster races, and several human races. He can be sure that these geniuses from the monster race and human race definitely did not enter the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm in the same batch as himself, and he has never seen them before. However, he seemed to have seen the appearance of a human race among them. After thinking about it, he was suddenly surprised. Doesn't this guy look a bit like himself? Not only does it look a bit like herself, but it also has a faint shadow of Yi Ziwei. He can be sure that that guy is definitely not Long Zitian. It is impossible for Long Zitian to be like Yi Ziwei. However, amidst the tumbling golden clouds, that human race quickly disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. He kept trying to find traces of that guy, but he was still unable to find him again. The shock in Long Yu's heart could not be increased. The young genius of the human race, just like Yi Ziwei, had a thunder seal of absolute beginning on his forehead. It looks a bit like Yi Ziwei, but more like Long Yu. This situation stunned Long Yu. Who was the other party? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Moreover, he had lost track of the other party. He wanted to fly towards the place where the other party appeared just now, but in the sea of golden clouds, he found that he couldn't move freely. Because, once he acts, he will step into the time gap. What will happen is completely unpredictable to him. It seems that as long as I move a little distance nearby, I will arrive at a time that does not belong to me. Near this steel, every small area actually represents a different time point. Of course, Long Yu didn't know what the specific situation was, it was just his feeling. Therefore, he dared not move. When he came to the vicinity of this steel, it didn't take long before he found that there was a golden light emitting from that steel, shining on every cultivator around him. Even Long Yu was the same. It seemed that something was constantly coming towards Long Yu's body. But that thing is not harmful to him, on the contrary, in Long Yu's perception, it is a kind of extremely powerful power, and being able to obtain this kind of power is a great opportunity for him. It seems that this is the case. And soon, an idea sounded in his mind. Fortunate chance, ascend to the throne of God. These are not 8 words, but an idea, which seems to be the idea of the stone tablet, telling him such a thing. In other words, what he got now is a good fortune. And what he is experiencing is ascending to the throne of God. What the God position is, Long Yu doesn't know, but it must be related to the real God. But soon, he discovered that the cultivators of other races around him seemed unable to withstand the power of the golden light and began to explode and die after being entered by the golden light. Those cultivators from other races, presumably, are all super geniuses like Long Yu who stepped into the deepest part of the Eclipse Moon Ancient Realm with the cultivation base of the 6th level master, or even the 5th level master. But even they couldn't bear such power, and they exploded to death one after another. Long Yu carefully memorized the appearance of 2 monster races that exploded and died, and 1 human race that exploded and died. Unfortunately, he never saw the young man who looked like him again. Soon, Long Yu also lost too much thinking ability when the golden light entered his body. Because this power is too powerful. If this power can be absorbed and used, it will definitely be an extremely terrifying existence. However, it is not so easy to absorb and master this kind of power. The golden light strikes quickly, although its original intention is to let Long Yu absorb and comprehend. However, the power of this golden light is really too strong. Is this the power of the gods? Long Yu didn't know, but he only knew that when he was about to be unbearable, the 9 nether prison steel within his body suddenly had a movement. At this time, Long Yu discovered that the 9 nether prison steel in his body was somewhat similar to the golden steel in this space, at least in terms of aura. They both looked like gods. When Long Yu couldn't bear it, the power of the 9 nether prison steel appeared and absorbed all the golden light power that Long Yu couldn't bear. Is this the Joyo prison steel saving him? Long Yu didn't know, but the golden light power absorbed by the 9 nether prison monument did not know where it was absorbed, so that Long Yu could not feel its existence at all, and did not know that it was stored by the 9 nether prison monument where. An hour. 2 hours. The infusion of golden light lasted for a total of 2 hours. Of the tens of thousands of racial cultivation geniuses in the field, no more than 100 survived in the end. Long Yu didn't know, did all these surviving guys have the same gods and spirits as him, or did they have such a strong bearing capacity? If it's the latter, these guys are really too perverted. One must know that Long Yu could not hold on after holding on for half an hour, and for the next hour and a half, the Joyo prison steel was absorbing the power of the golden light. With the passage of these 2 hours, the golden cloud in the field finally faded a lot, and Long Yu also saw all the survivors. He saw the young man who looked like himself and Zi Wei again, but the other party was a little far away from him. Obviously, the other party had also spotted him, and smiled at him from a distance, and even made a grimace. This appearance made Long Yu feel incomprehensible. Who is this kid? As if knowing myself. But then again, how could this person be so like himself? Long Yu carefully remembered all the nearly 100 alien cultivators who survived. Among them, there is one from the Six-Wing clan, one from the Machine clan, and one from the Sword clan. One of the 3 major races in the Languistar region has a cultivation genius who survived, but it is not known which time it belongs to. Maybe it's the past, maybe it's the future. Thinking of this, Long Yu frowned slightly, glanced at the young man who looked like him in the distance, and couldn't help but think, is this kid from the future? It's a pity that he couldn't communicate with the other party at all. Otherwise, you can go over and ask. Before he could think for too long, when there were nearly 100 people left alive, the golden steel in the center finally emitted golden light again. This time, no power was poured into them. These golden lights enveloped nearly 100 people in the field, absorbing them all towards the golden stone tablet. A golden light flashed before Long Yu's eyes, and he changed his position, as if he had reached the center of the golden steel. The surroundings were completely surrounded by brilliant golden light, and the others seemed to have disappeared. Long Yu didn't feel the presence of anyone else. Then, the golden light around seemed to condense into a golden mark, which gradually engraved towards Long Yu's forehead. An idea told him that this golden seal is the so-called God. It is the key existence that can step into the level of gods. That is to say, all the nearly 100 people who survived this golden light indoctrination can have such a golden, divine position? By chance, he ascended to the throne of God. What Long Yu can be sure of is that nearly 100 genius cultivators from different races all come from different times. It seems that this golden steel can only grant gods once, so the genius cultivators from different times are gathered together and distributed at once. God.